This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Rebirth. Li Fei did not feel the expected sharp pain. Instead, she felt warm all over, as if she was soaking in a pool of spring water. But her head was cold, which instantly made her open her eyes. It seems common sense that the heart will always beat wildly in the chest after waking up. But why is her heart still beating? Shouldn't she have died in the beast's mouth in that beast tide? Her vision gradually became clear, and Li Fei saw the small ceiling lamp on the ceiling. The beige wallpaper made her memory spin rapidly, moving to 3 years ago, when the world had not completely changed. It was quiet all around, but through the window one could still vaguely hear the chirping of people outside and the sound of traffic. Li Fei waited for a moment, making sure there was no emergency, and slowly reached out a hand to touch her forehead. It turned out to be a fever patch? No wonder it was cold. Li Fei sat up in a hurry, covered with a thick, old-fashioned but classic rose-patterned quilt. It looked ordinary, but it could be considered a precious commodity in the end times. She felt a little heavy in the head again, a familiar yet unfamiliar symptom of fever. After all, in the end times, even being sick was a luxury. Once you become a patient, no matter how serious your illness is, the lower-class people basically have no value. So sometimes you will try to hide it if you are really sick. Li Fei looked around. The room was about 10 square meters. The desk, wardrobe, and bookcase were neatly arranged at the head of the bed. Of course, there was also the narrow but soft single bed under her. It almost filled the room, and she suddenly recalled that this was her bedroom. Li Fei touched her body for a long time in disbelief. The imagined body was flawless. She supported herself and got off the bed lightly. She was still wearing a pink pajamas. She touched the few pieces of furniture again and finally made up her mind. But why was she here? Li Fei stared at the bedroom door and opened it. It was directly into the living room. But the hall was also quiet. There was a wall clock on the wall, about 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and an old-fashioned calendar. It was this calendar that suddenly made her panic. How could this date go backwards? If she hadn't experienced the apocalypse, Li Fei would definitely be more at a loss. But people who have experienced the magical world soon had an incredible idea in their minds. She was reborn. Li Fei tore off the fever-reducing patch on her forehead, ran to the balcony, and opened the closed window. A wisp of cold wind blew directly on her face, but she seemed not to feel the cold at all. And she became more sober. She never expected that she would have a second life, and be reborn a month before the apocalypse began. However, if time goes back, the end of the world will surely restart. But at least this time, there is still time to prepare. Right? In the last life, Li Fei naturally knew nothing. She was locked in a library at that time. Although supplies were distributed, she and many others believed that they would be able to get out in a few days. Unexpectedly, as time passed, not only did they not go out, but even the supplies became less and less. During this period, of course, many people were angry and complained, and wanted to break through the defense line, but were pushed back by the guards stationed at the door. Some wanted to escape secretly. Some failed and returned dejected. But some seemed to have really escaped successfully, and were never seen again. It happened that Li Fei lost her mobile phone in a panic that day. After searching in vain, she could only use the books in the library to pass the time. Each person could only stay in a fixed area, and the books in the area where Li Fei was located were all about agricultural knowledge. This boring content for outsiders became interesting in this increasingly panic atmosphere. Li Fei read books every day. It was also because of this weak foundation that she was able to pass through a certain base as an ordinary person in the future and get a job as a farmer. She didn't need to go out and just stayed in the base. It was a stable job. Otherwise, she might not survive for more than 3 years. Unfortunately, even if she didn't need to go out, the base didn't resist the last wave of beasts. After the collapse, Li Fei would definitely not escape alone. I didn't expect that she survived in another way in the end. Li Fei's swollen heart calmed down. In the end times, she learned to be a gentleman who relies on his talent but does not show it, and hides his feelings but does not show them on the surface. In just 3 years, she learned not to show too much exposure. No matter how emotional she was, she had to suppress it immediately. Li Fei returned to the bedroom, found her mobile phone, and checked her family's bank account first. At this time, she had just graduated and became a regular employee of a company after the internship period. It was just because she did not have high material desires. Although a city was often ridiculed online as a first-tier city, the prices for ordinary people were not that outrageous. In addition, Li Fei did not have to worry about the house problem. So she could save money. Even though I haven't worked for a long time, I only make tens of thousands of yuan. What can I do with all this? Li Fei felt a headache again, and couldn't help wanting to lie back in bed. This flu broke out nearly 2 months ago. It was not serious at the beginning. And now is the season of frequent flu outbreaks. So not many people paid attention. This continued quietly for a month. In the second month of the outbreak, the hospital began to become crowded. Many people were inexplicably infected, just because it was still flu symptoms. Except for a few hot searches every day, they were still not too anxious. But Li Fei knew that after another month, some people who had symptoms would experience collapse, ulcers, coma and bleeding, and then gradually mutate. To put it simply, they became monsters, with strong aggressiveness towards any living thing, and were no longer human. Li Fei frowned and rubbed her temples. She could make a plan to welcome the end of the world. But it was just a big deal. You have to know that the currency is still useful now. But she doesn't have much. So she can't stock up like some heroines in novels. Her head hurt more and more. And vaguely, Li Fei heard a few dripping sounds, which made her heart beat faster. She looked around suspiciously until she found that it was the sound coming from her mind. Ding, ding, ding. The system has been activated. The system has been tracked. 3, 2, 1. The system has been bound. Welcome host. Farmer of the last world. Start. What the hell? But since Li Fei knows the stockpiling text, she must also know the system text. And once she finishes speaking, doesn't it mean that she has bound a system? Just thinking about this, the cold electronic mechanical sound of the system sounded. Host. Hello. I am the MS-1214 system from Farmer of the Last World. Farmer of the Last World is an open simulation management game that requires players to continuously cultivate and manage the entire farm. Unlock more different functions. Experience survival in the end times. And truly survive. When Li Fei heard this, she wanted to complain. What does it mean to experience survival in the apocalypse? She is already in the apocalypse. Okay. But this name sounds familiar. Li Fei frowned. Swiped the phone screen to the right again. Opened one of the folders. And found the familiar icon, with the words Apocalypse Farmer written neatly in white letters below. She has a lot of entertainment time, but she prefers to play Buddhist retirement games, especially various farming games. There are many farming games on the market now, but this is the first time there is a game with the apocalypse as the background. So she is naturally curious and wants to try it. Most players may have the same mentality as her, which led to the game occupying the top spot not long after it was launched. And the update was also very fast. However, Li Fei still played the game with a casual attitude, and tried not to spend money on it. So the progress was slow. In addition, there were already many games stored, so she didn't play it too deeply. She just laughed at this novel setting at that time. But she didn't expect that she would experience the devastated world in person not long after. Even though she didn't believe in the end of the world before, Li Fei's fingertips felt a slight chill. And she deleted all the other games in the folder, leaving only that one. And then clicked it directly. But she clicked a few more times. But the game didn't open. Just as she was wondering, she heard the system ask in her mind, "May I ask if the host will enter the space now?" Li Fei was stunned. Then looked at the time, and silently asked in her heart, "When entering this space, will my whole body disappear? Or will my body remain in reality?" The system quickly replied, "The body is teleported into the space. But the host can also use only the spiritual consciousness to enter and view the space. But can only view, not operate." After receiving a definite reply, Li Fei decided not to go to the space for the time being. As long as she went into the space, it would take some time to pass the novice level in reality. It would soon be the evening rush hour after get off work. And she had other things to do. If she didn't go to the space, the system was not a real person, and it would remain silent if it didn't trigger the need. After sorting out the current situation, Li Fei coughed softly. Her throat hurt, and she was about to leave the bedroom to get some water. Without the protection of the fever patch, her forehead became hot again. So Li Fei took another one and put it on. At this moment, there was a rustling sound of metal rubbing outside the door, which made her alert. She walked quickly to the kitchen with her body tense, where there was at least a sliding door for concealment. Although she knew that she had come to the end of the world, the habits she had developed in the past 3 years were not so easy to abandon. Li Fei had just hidden when the door opened. Chapter 2. A teenager in a dark blue winter school uniform came in from outside. He was looking at his phone, and took off his hood with his other hand. He was wearing a thick mask on his face, which looked like he was wearing several layers. His neat black hair was cut as required by the school. His fair complexion was framed by a pair of black-framed glasses. His thin eyes and lips drooped at the corners of his mouth, and there was still a little bit of baby fat. After changing his shoes, he did not come in directly, but picked up the spray bottle on the short shoe cabinet and sprayed it from head to toe, and finally walked into the house. This room was not big, so the boy saw Li Fei lying at the kitchen door at a glance, frowned slightly and asked, "What are you doing there?" Li Fei was stunned for a moment, and stammered expressionlessly, "Ah, I wanted to pour some water." After she finished speaking, she greeted him again. "Are you back so early today, Ashwan? There are too many people absent from the classroom, and the school has issued a notice saying that we should leave school early and go home early." While answering, he put his phone into his pocket and went to the kitchen to wash his hands. "Are you feeling better?" "I didn't get up this morning." "Not bad." Li Fei nodded, turned around to pour some water, and the hot steam rose up, and the faucet was turned off. "Then I'll go back to my room to do my homework first." He mentioned it, half holding his school bag and leaving the kitchen. Li Fei held the cup of water that was constantly gushing out heat, watched his back as he entered another room, and quietly sat on the small sofa in the living room. Li Xian, her stepbrother, is only in the 3rd year of junior high school this year, but he probably won't have the chance to take the high school entrance exam next year. Li Fei also has an older brother. After his parents divorced, his father found another wife, who was their stepmother. The stepmother had a son, Li Xian. The stepmother gave birth to a child late, so Li Xian is nearly 10 years younger than them. He was still young when he first came here, and he was a taciturn child since he was a child. But Li Fei and her brother still regarded him as their own brother, even after so many years. It seems that their relationship is still indifferent. It's a pity that such a harmonious reconstituted family lost their parents due to an accident. From now on, only 3 brothers and sisters depend on each other, and fortunately they can basically live on their own. In the previous life, Li Fei was sealed in the library and could not contact immediately. When she really left the library, the world had already turned upside down. She was forced to be sent to a nearby base, and she could not contact her family, and she did not see them in the base. When she finally stabilized, she asked someone to inquire about the news. The kind-hearted people who went out said that the community was almost deserted and sparsely populated. But she didn't have the ability to go out, not to mention the danger. If she went out, she might not even have the basic guarantee for survival. So in the end, she could only protect herself while continuing to inquire. During this period, she also moved positions with the large army. Unfortunately, until her death, she didn't know where the 2 brothers were in the increasingly dead city. Li Fei thought about this inside. Thinking about it this way, the cause of the incident seemed to be that she went to the library to borrow the bathroom. The trend of the flu seemed to slow down a bit at that time. Li Fei recovered completely and returned to work. The workstations next to her were gradually filled with people. Naturally, she relaxed a little. In addition, it was not a super large library. She saw it on the road that day and went in to borrow the bathroom. Who would have thought that it would be sealed in just half a cup of tea? And once it was sealed, it would come to the end of the world and never see her relatives again. Li Fei pursed her lips as the cooler water moistened her dry lips. No matter what, she didn't want to be separated from her family this time. But there was another problem. Would her brother and Li Xian believe what she said? With her brother's personality, he would probably only worry about whether her brain was damaged. But he would never let her go to the hospital. Not only were the hospitals overcrowded, but many medical staff had also collapsed, and there were not many medical resources. As for Li Xian, he would probably ask her if she played too many games and had a fever and hallucinations. In modern terms, Li Xian was a pure otaku, holding his mobile phone and handheld game console all day long. He obviously played more games than her, but his grades were not bad and he was attending a key middle school nearby, so he didn't stop him too much. Li Fei suddenly had a headache again. She had to find a time to explain everything. And it had to be tonight. Just thinking about the remaining month made her feel like she had a lot of things to do every day. Just then, the door opened again. Li Fei turned around and saw that it was indeed her brother Li Su who came back. Li Su was wearing a brown sheepskin jacket, a black turtleneck sweater, and a backpack standing in the entrance. He wore 3 layers of masks, rolled them up and threw them away as soon as he took them off, and picked up the spray bottle to spray disinfectant all over his body twice. He also had short hair, round eyes, smiling lips, a sharp jawline, and a slender figure. He also saw Li Fei sitting in the living room at a glance and asked with a smile, "Are you awake? Is it cold sitting here?" Li Fei shook his head and asked hoarsely, "Brother, you're back so early too? As a programmer, you can get off work at a popular time and even go home early. You can imagine the severity of this flu. Don't mention it. I and a few other colleagues were the last to stick to it. And today another one fell down." Li Su also shook his head and sighed. "The boss is not here. Or I sent a message online saying that I can leave early. I miss you. So I came back directly." Although he was explaining, he didn't get close to Li Fei. This virus is very contagious. And you have to be more careful when living in the same room. It's just that he treats Li Fei a little double standard. As long as he protects himself. "Is Xian back?" "Just came back and went into the house." "Okay." Li Su smiled. "I'll go make dinner. You go to the bedroom and rest for a while. After all, I still think it's just the flu." Li Fei thought to herself, but couldn't help thinking, if the 3 of them were also in the flood of the end of the world in the last life, I guess Li Su would still smile so brightly to comfort himself and Li Xian, because he is the elder brother. And the eldest brother can't fall down easily, especially among relatives who share hardships. Li Fei obediently returned to the bedroom and took out his mobile phone to open various social platforms. The role of mobile phones in the end of the world is not very big, let alone logging into social platforms. Li Fei browsed for a while, and found that more than half of the hot searches were still about the flu. And there were some extended news. Most of them were about how to defend, or how to resist if you are infected. The big data on the homepage of a forum or a platform for sharing personal life pushed all these to her. And in her chat software, there were still messages about asking for sick leave from her boss. Li Fei thought about it carefully, and she seemed to be one of the last 2 or 3 batches of employees who were infected. But when she recovered from the illness, she couldn't go back to work. So she stayed in bed and wrote half a resignation essay and sent it over. She originally found this medium-sized company for her internship. It was not a top-notch company, and she was successfully converted to a regular employee. Everyone thought it was just a big flu, so she quickly received a reply to her questions. Li Fei's personality before and after the apocalypse is very different. It can be said that she was comparable to Li Su before, so she had a good relationship with her colleagues and superiors, and her work continued peacefully, so that her superiors might be a little puzzled as to why she suddenly wanted to resign. Li Fei tactfully replied twice, and her superiors saw that she was very determined, and finally agreed, and asked her to go to the company to handle the follow-up after she recovered from her illness. Well, it's really not a top-notch person. There were 2 knocks on the door outside, and Li Fei heard Li Xian say outside the house, "Sister, it's time to have dinner." Li Fei put down her mobile phone, touched her face, picked up the thermometer on the bedside table, and measured it. When it reached the safe green mark, she tore off the fever-reducing patch, got out of bed, and opened the bedroom door. The faint aroma of fresh, warm food made her shudder unconsciously, and a sour taste suddenly appeared in her mouth. She felt her stomach contracted so much that it was almost twisted into a ball. Li Fei suddenly felt that she could eat a whole cow now. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she had eaten freshly cooked food. It was probably a very long time ago. The pollution of land and water sources led to a continuous decline in agricultural yields, and even wealthy cities needed some time to ease the situation at first. At that time, Li Fei was just a worker, doing all physical work. She could only receive simple food that was enough to sustain her life every day, and occasionally she had to save it for the next meal. But it is even more difficult for people without a fixed residence and shelter to survive. Things that could not be used as food before the apocalypse, and could not be used after the apocalypse, can be stuffed into their mouths. Li Xian was sitting at the dining table and continued to play with his mobile phone. There were already several home-cooked dishes on the table, However, even such seemingly simple dishes were all in short supply in the apocalypse. Li Fei knew that if she went into the kitchen, she would definitely be pushed out by Li Su. So she simply sat at the dining table. Li Xian was not playing games. It seemed that he was refreshing the interface of the forum. Li Fei went over to take a look and found that some people had already started to stock up supplies for a rainy day. However, most of the replies still felt that it was a fuss. Some teased the host for being a survival enthusiast, and some questioned the host for acting. As the number of replies increased, the post was pushed up, and was finally deleted by the administrator for being inflammatory. Li Fei secretly peeked at Li Xian's complex expression, and felt that she had to tell the truth tonight, whether they believed it or not. But she didn't plan to tell it now. How could she still have the mood to eat if she told it? Every meal before the end of the world should be accepted with gratitude. Li Su finished dinner, took off his apron and dried his hands. He saw Li Fei sitting at the table in good condition and asked, "Are you feeling better?" Li Fei nodded and said, "I took the temperature, and the fever has subsided. I'm not hot, and the dizziness has also eased." Li Su paused, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. He and Li Fei were siblings from childhood. How could he not know what the latter was like? And from the time he saw her after returning home to now, he found that something had changed in an unpleasant way. She spoke briefly, without any expression, and her tone was cold. It must not be because she was sick. Even if she was sick, she would try to laugh to make him not worry. When she recovered, she was as energetic as if she had been resurrected. The most important thing was that she loved to laugh. It must not be the expressionless face she had now. Li Su did not ask, but served the rice, and the three of them started to have dinner silently. He stroked Li Fei's forehead again, and it was indeed not hot, and said, "I stewed egg custard for you. You can eat more." Li Fei stared at the bowl of egg custard with a smooth surface, sprinkled with sesame oil and chopped green onions, and nodded again and replied, "Got it, brother." She then scooped a spoonful and put it into her mouth. It was cooked well and tasted like pudding, almost melting in one sip. But Li Fei couldn't bear to swallow it down. It seemed that there was no place in her mouth that was not absorbing the taste. She ate the egg custard one spoonful at a time in a strange way, and each bite was very slow. It was no longer just tasting, and even the corners of her eyes were red in the end. Li Fei also successfully learned to hold back tears in the end of the world, because the end of the world never believed in tears, which would highlight cowardice more than now. And no matter what the order or question was, the only answer was to nod, as long as she shook her head to reject it. There were many other people who could nod in agreement. Soft green leafy vegetables, unpolluted meat, white and crystal rice. Li Fei originally wanted to slowly enjoy these ingredients in her memory, but she was soon controlled by her gradually rising appetite and began to eat voraciously. Even Li Xian, who was holding a chicken wing in his mouth, noticed something was wrong and subconsciously looked at Li Su. Li Su advised, "Eat slowly. There's more if you don't have enough." Li Fei buried her head in eating, but unfortunately her stomach couldn't keep up. Although her heart was still empty and not full, her body seemed to have food accumulation if she ate more, so she had to stop. Li Xian put down his bowl and chopsticks and asked, "Sister, are you worried about something?" Li Su also said, "If you really have something, you will feel better if you tell it out, and we should be able to help you with some ideas." No, maybe this thing really won't work, Li Fei thought. But she saw that dinner was almost over, so she was ready to tell the truth. Chapter 3. Li Fei asked calmly, "Do you believe in the end of the world?" Li Su and Li Xian did not answer. Their eyes were a little confused. Most of their emotions were doubting why she said such a thing, rather than the end of the world in the topic. Li Fei crossed her hands on the edge of the table and continued leisurely. "This flu is a precursor. But although it is flu, you can imagine it as a virus attack. After spreading everywhere for a month, most humans will mutate. In addition, the world changes suddenly, and natural disasters come, including but not limited to extreme heat, severe cold, floods, plague. Since ancient times, it is said that wealth should not be exposed, and Li Fei has learned not to show his emotions in the end of the world. And he doesn't even say extra words on weekdays. At that time, the hostility, bad habits and struggles among the crowd would be magnified dozens or even hundreds of times, and the slightest carelessness could lead to trouble. It turns out that if you don't speak for a long time, your language organization ability will really deteriorate. Sister, Li Xian was young after all, and couldn't hold her temper, so she interrupted directly. Did you dream before you woke up? This is too outrageous. Li Fei was not angry or anxious, and only replied, you cannot believe it now, but in about half a month, the common symptoms of influenza will change, and even medical resources will be more scarce than now. But if we want to spend the early stage of the apocalypse safely, this period must not be wasted in vain. Even if you don't believe it, I will have a plan. Later, when the symptoms of the flu changed, it did cause some panic, but because not many patients died, it was only considered a new type of flu and caused complications. And the only ones who suffered were the hospitals and medical staff. And the medical staff were inevitably infected with the virus in large numbers. So the medical system was almost collapsed at the time. And most people chose to stay at home to fight it. Li Fei understood that there would not be many patients who died, and they would only face another kind of death after the end of the world. Li Xian frowned and wanted to refute something, but he had never seen her so determined, resolute and slightly cold in his eyes. She even looked strange and didn't seem to be talking casually. But this sounds like a fairy tale. Li Su's expression is calmer than his. Perhaps because he can't panic too much. He didn't rush to ask. Just asked, do you have a plan? Li Xian looked at Li Su in disbelief. And the leftovers on the table had lost their heat. Li Fei's heart skipped a beat. She was used to having a blank expression. But it didn't mean that she had given up her mood. She was prepared for Li Su and Li Xian to refute her together. Anyway, she decided to plan it herself first. But after hearing what Li Su said, she was either really half believing and half doubting, or just having some unconditional trust. Her heart then warmed up. It seems that in this world, family members are still the closest. Since the three of us are going to survive in the apocalypse, it would be best if we work together. Li Fei responded calmly. If you're asking about the first step of the plan, I've already thought of it. Which is, move. Li Su and Li Xian were both startled. The house they live in now is still left by their parents, and everything else is an inheritance, and also a thought. But Li Fei's plan is not only to move. If it can be completed, she also wants to sell this house in a hurry to exchange for a sum of money. And more money is a guarantee for the success of material preparation. But this house does not belong to her alone. Li Fei looked at the brothers and explained. I've said before that there will be natural disasters in the future. Storms and floods are some of them. There are news about floods now. Right? But the floods at that time can flood several floors high. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and gestured in the direction of the balcony. The height we live in can be flooded. So in order to prevent it, we must move. The three of them lived in an old community that is common in S City. The highest building is 4 or 5 floors, and the roof of the 8th or 9th floor is breaking through the sky. It is considered well managed if the outer wall can be decorated once every few years. But if this height reaches the end of the world, it is not only floods that are dangerous. Natural disasters and man-made disasters can take turns. Li Su thought for a long time, but changed the subject and said, pack up first. You have just recovered from a serious illness. Ah Xian will do homework first. Li Xian curled his lips and went back to his room with a look of disbelief on his face. Li Su was responsible for cleaning up the dishes, and Li Fei did not stop him. She just went back to her room, sat at the bedside table, and opened her laptop. She opened the web page again and searched for the house sale and rental platform first. As I said before, even if the brothers did not believe it, she would start preparing within a few hours after rebirth. In fact, with only 1 month, Li Fei was not 100% sure that she could sell her house. But she still took a quick look at the similar houses and wrote a short essay to describe them. The second thing is to rent a house. The house they rented is a base in the early stage of the apocalypse, so they can't be too casual. Li Fei was watching carefully, and suddenly heard a knock on the door outside. And Li Su's voice rang out. Fei Fei, can I come in? Li Fei knew why he came, and replied, come in, brother. Li Su had finished his work, and Li Fei found a chair for him to sit on. As soon as he sat down, he saw the house rental page on the computer screen, and after thinking for a while, he asked, really do that, brother? Li Fei organized his words in his mind, but after thinking it over and over again, he only uttered one sentence. You believe me. I really want the three of us to live together. Li Su suddenly smiled after hearing this. But there was not much joy in his smile. Listening to what you said at the dinner table, I was also confused. Because what you said was inexplicable and bizarre. To be honest, I didn't believe it at first. Li Fei didn't answer. The screen fluorescence shone on her face, and it didn't show the complexity of her heart at all. But Li Su turned around and pretended to cough. After thinking about it, I want to believe you a little bit. Li Fei slightly widened her eyes. Li Su smiled and said, "Don't you know? Since I came home and saw you, I feel that you have changed completely. Whether it's silence and expressionlessness, or cold tone, it's definitely not like this if you are sick. Something big must have happened to you. Now that it has happened, what you just said may really come true." Li Fei asked in a questioning tone. "Brother? You?" "Yes. I am your brother." Li Su raised his hand and touched her head. "I can see all the changes in your details. Although, you are not like my sister before. You will always be my sister." Li Fei couldn't hold it anymore. She thought of the days when she walked alone in the desolate and lonely end of the world, which revolved in her mind like a revolving lantern. But she was reborn, so she could let it go for a while and return to the present moment. Right? So Li Fei's face did not fluctuate, but her eyes were watery. She cried like rain, sobbing and unable to speak, which looked a little funny. Li Su quickly found a tissue, and Li Fei wiped it hard, and couldn't help but soften her voice. "Brother, I really miss you in a Xian. Even if there is no doomsday, 3 years of separation is enough to make her miss them deeply." She didn't mention the rebirth just now, which shows that Li Su has already found out. So he sobbed and explained it briefly. "So, you have been in the apocalypse for 3 years. And then?" Li Su couldn't bear to say that word. He and Li Xian were not reborn, so naturally they couldn't have memories of their previous lives. And naturally they didn't know where they went in their previous lives. But if they were not prepared to face the apocalypse, the ending would basically not be a good one. Li Fei threw away the paper ball, quickly recovered his mood, and suggested, "Brother, don't hide this from a Xian. Although he doesn't believe it now. Time is running out, and we have to start preparing." Li Su was about to answer when there was another knock at the door. But he didn't come in. The brother and sister looked at each other and shook their heads. Good boy. Eavesdropping outside the door. Probably knows everything. The two left the bedroom. Li Xian folded his arms and sat on the sofa in the small hall with a gloomy face, looking at them twice without saying a word. "It seems that you know everything, so I'll make it short." Li Fei also sat down. There was basically no emotion in her words in the later period. But now that she saw her brothers, she softened a little. "There is about a month left. We must stock up as much as possible during this period. Although I have not survived the apocalypse for a long time, I don't know what disasters will happen later. But I believe that the 3 of us can definitely survive the early stage." She did not talk about her farm game system. After all, Li Su and Li Xian are ordinary people who have never experienced it. Li Fei thought about making them tense first, and it would be best if they could exercise before reporting these. Li Xian bit his lip and asked in a deep voice, "What should we do first?" "Being able to unite the front is a good start." Li Fei nodded and said, "Let's count the family's property first. After all, the apocalypse has not come yet, and buying things still costs money." After she finished speaking, she looked at Li Su again. In fact, in the will that was made in advance, each of the 3 of them had a copy. But now they are on the same line, so they are integrated into one. Li Su found all the passbooks and bank cards in the house, including his and Li Fei's salary cards, and the old-style real estate certificate. Seeing the salary card, Li Fei suggested again, "I have just submitted my resignation application to my boss." "Brother, what about you?" "I am still a few days away from a full month, so I will finish this month first. Almost all my colleagues in the unit are sick, and I am afraid they will not let me go so easily. I can get another salary after I finish it." Li Fei looked at Li Xian. It was easy for the 2 workers to resign, but the latter was still in school and was still a 9-year compulsory education, so it was not so easy to quit. Li Xian thought for a while and said, "I'll see what the school means. If the situation is more serious, we may have a holiday. In fact, now we can just report to the teacher and take leave to stay at home. After all, more than half of our class has been infected, and the next class is about the same." After he finished speaking, he said unhappily, "I am also a member of this family. You can't leave me behind." Li Fei's mouth curled slightly and agreed. Li Su still had to go to work, and Li Xian went to school as usual. However, after learning some inside information, he had to take more strict protection. He wished he had to wear medical protective clothing every day when he went out. Li Fei posted his house on the website. The house price in S-City was terribly expensive, and the Li family did not live in the suburbs. But because it was an old community and was in a hurry to sell, he discussed with the agent and reduced the price by 10% or 20%. However, their house does have an invisible advantage, which is that it is not far from the nearby key schools. Although there are no rules for school district housing now, there may still be parents who have this idea. So this point is described by Li Fei in a very eye-catching way. Even if I go to farm in the future, my civil service job is not in vain. But she is not in a hurry to rent a house. The houses she likes need to be checked and selected in person, which takes a lot of time. Instead of completing it now, she wants to take a look at the farm system. The night falls very quickly at this time of year. The cold wind blows in the blue sea at night. There is only a hazy shadow of a crescent moon in the sky, and the stars are dim. Previously, I could hear the sound of cars flowing from a distance, but now it was completely silent at this time, which made me feel even colder. Knowing so much information at once, Li Su and Li Xian went to bed early. Li Fei didn't know if they would think about anything before falling asleep, but she turned off the lights in the bedroom, lay on the bed, and called out the system in her mind. Chapter 4. Host, are you sure you want to enter the farm? The system asked. Yes, Li Fei answered neatly. Okay. Then before that, please select the farm type. Li Fei had played this game before, so she knew that she had come to the character creation interface. But she was the host, so she probably skipped the character creation interface. A large frame appeared in front of her. Just like the screen in the mobile phone was magnified several times and projected in front of her, and she could click to continue to zoom in and out. Although she had played it before, Li Fei still checked them one by one. Ordinary farm. A plain farm waiting to be cultivated. Nothing special. Forest farm. The growth rate of vegetation in the farm increases, and it is lush and dense. But the area of arable land decreases. Water farm. Lakes and streams are set up in the farm, both of which can produce harvests. But the area of arable land is greatly reduced. Hill farm. Specific crops can be cultivated on the farm, and the stone generation rate increases. This game is actually not much different from other farm games. The game starts with a field, and the novice guide is to farm. It's just that the background is set in the end of the world, so there will still be some novel content. In addition to the usual gameplay, players must also eliminate zombies and mutant monsters. It is said that it will turn to infrastructure in the later stage. But unfortunately, Li Fei did not wait for that day. She chose a normal farm at that time, because the game could have other rounds anyway. But halfway through the game, she suddenly found that the game had a forum, so she went in to take a look. Sure enough, there were players posting about the initial farm selection. These 4 types can be said to be the types that most players will choose. In addition, the production team has 4 other types for players to choose from. For example, the Evening Sunshine Farm, which has more monsters and more harvests, and the Snowfield, Desert and Wasteland Farms, which must be prepared to plant crops within a limited time, or are more survivable. It can be said that the latter 4 are specially prepared by the production team for high-level players. There are many posts arguing about which farm is the best for new players to start with. Li Fei thought about it, and finally chose the normal farm. No need for fancy things. Plainness is the truth. Okay. The host has selected ordinary farm, and is connecting to the space. Please wait. 3, 2, 1. As soon as the system finished speaking, everything went black. Li Fei didn't feel the free fall or anything. Just blinked a little more, and the scene in front of her changed in an instant. It was not her bedroom, but an endless ground. She felt the hardness under her feet, and she was still wearing the cotton pajamas she changed before going to bed. The sky was clear and blue, with white clouds embedded in it, and the golden and vibrant sun was hanging on the horizon. The warm breeze blew gently, mixed with the lush smell of green plants and dust. Li Fei took a deep breath of the fresh air, which had become a memory in the apocalypse. And even the current environment in reality could not compare to it. She stamped her feet, and all she saw was trees, gravel and weeds, and it was completely unrecognizable as farmland. She was standing at the door of 2 buildings that also looked dilapidated. Li Fei knew that the slightly larger one was the farm's warehouse, and the slightly smaller one was the farm's granary. In addition, she saw several additional facilities, a bare board erected, a well, and a small rectangular wooden box. If Li Fei had not played this game before, she probably wouldn't know what it was used for. Now that she knew, she still listened obediently to the system's explanation. Granaries are used to store various crops grown by the host. Warehouses are used to store products other than crops and other byproducts. And order boards are used to complete orders and earn gold coins, all of which can be upgraded. The receiving box can directly earn gold coins. And there is also a well where you can get water. Li Fei interrupted the conversation and looked into the dark well. The cool water vapor hit her face, and her eyes lit up with satisfaction. Water resources are too important in the end times. Even if there is no end times, humans must not be without water. In the end times, in addition to working hard to develop methods to purify water sources, basically you can only rely on collecting liquid materials everywhere. However, she actually had a whole well that would never dry up. She was so excited and in her own space that she actually laughed out loud. There are also some beginner's guides. Host. The system tactfully shifted her attention back. The blue bar on the upper left of the host represents the physical value, and the green bar on the upper right represents the durability of the farm. It will be unlocked after the host plants the first batch of plants. Please pay attention. Li Fei was stunned when she heard this. She suddenly remembered that this farming game is not just about leisure and retirement farming, because the background is the end of the world. There will also be zombies and mutant insects and beasts and other monsters coming to attack the farm, and the player needs to repel them, which can be repelled by himself or by using the farming element, which is like a strange plant versus zombie game. So she not only has to farm, but also has to kill monsters. It seems that this part will not be cut off when reality becomes the end of the world. Fortunately, she has already prepared to stock up, and there is still more time to plan the farm. The host still has skills to allocate now. Do you need to allocate them? Li Fei did not answer, but she opened a panel and took a look. As for the allocation of skills, there are many skills, but you can only choose 5, and then upgrade them after doing the corresponding work. And there will be different functional bonuses. The game system is bound, but what she has to face is not the game, but the bloody future. So she has to get closer to reality. The system seems to see Li Fei's entanglement, and said in a tone with a hint, "Host, actually, you can find a few more people to come to the farm, which is called online." Huh? Li Fei was surprised. There is online? The system was speechless for a while, then answered, "Host, according to the investigation of this system, the online function has not been updated yet, and you have become tired of the old and played other games." Ahem. Li Fei turned his face away. That's not called getting tired of the old and loving the new. That's called temporarily quitting the game and returning to the game when there is new content. Isn't it now? The system was speechless again, and said, "In short, the online function of this game has been launched, and it can support a total of 4 people including the host. However, due to the particularity of the system, once the personnel are determined, they will never be changed. I hope the host will think twice." Li Fei asked, "Does that mean other people online are also equivalent to players?" "Yes, host." The system replied that each player has his own value bar and skills, sharing the farm durability and all farming. That is to say, these skills are estimated to cover everything. "Host, please look down again," the system reminded. On the left is the host's backpack, and the initial capacity can be upgraded. There is also a time and currency display. On the right is the menu in the mall. "Host, do you want to see the mall?" The backpack is currently counted in grids, with a total of 10 grids. Li Fei saw the marked time again, which was different from the real world. The first day of spring. The current environment can be called spring. After all, it is a game, and there should be no game that starts with a bleak winter. Li Fei couldn't help but frown and asked, "Will time pass when I'm not here?" The system explained, "The time of this game has been changed to 3 months in reality for each season. But currently time will only start to flow after the host plants crops for the first time. After the host leaves the space, the crops will continue to grow, and the number of days will pass with reality." It sounds like a lot of work. In fact, the time in the game and the time for crop growth are naturally greatly reduced. I don't know if it is connected to reality, so it has changed to this virtue. But she hadn't started planting yet, which meant that many functions hadn't been unlocked yet. The currency line was still empty, and the menu was full of gray patterns and question marks. So Li Fei opened the so-called mall again. In a farming game, the mall starts with various crops, followed by animals, drawings and decorations. But they were all gray, indicating that she couldn't afford anything. Just looking at the dazzling mall, Li Fei's scalp tingled again, and she felt even more tired. The system interrupted it this time. If the host feels that everything is ready, then this system will send a novice gift package. Li Fei wanted to see the novice gift package, so she agreed. A gift box with a ribbon suddenly appeared from midair, fell to the ground and opened automatically. And a system sound came. Ding. You get wooden hoe X1, wooden axe X1, wooden barrel X1, stone pickaxe X1, and gold coins X500. Ding. You get map X1. Ding. You get workbench blueprint X1. 6 items suddenly occupied half of the backpack, and the currency increased from 0 to 500. But it was still a drop in the bucket for the mall. Take things as you want, Li Fei silently said, and a wooden hoe appeared in her hand. She waved it on the spot, and suddenly a sense of melancholy rose in her heart. The familiar feeling came back, but it kept reminding and urging her that the end was coming, and time was not waiting for anyone. By the way, can I put the things I got in reality here? Of course. They can be put in the backpack and warehouse. But if the capacity is full, it won't work. Now her backpack only has 10 slots. In addition to putting down the tools, I'm afraid it will be full after tidying up the farm. The warehouse has some spare space, but it is still a primary warehouse, and the capacity is not large. Host. The system spoke again softly, and the novice guide came to an end. Since you have played this game before, and the main feature of this game is open, the host can explore freely next. If you have any questions, please call this system again. Li Fei nodded. I know. After she finished speaking, she added, thank you. The system fell silent. Li Fei put away the wooden hoe, took a final look around the messy farm that needed to be taken care of, and left the space first. When she came to her senses, she was already in the bed in the bedroom. She planned to have a good sleep to spend the night. After all, a lot of important things in reality were the most urgent. Chapter 5 Stocking Up plus Managing the Farm. But Li Fei didn't sleep well. Even though she returned to her home and bedroom, covered with the quilt she used to take out every winter, and the bed was soft, she still couldn't change her habit of waking up every once in a while, aware of the slightest movement around her. At least she didn't have a nightmare tonight. But she still yawned when she got up. I have to go to the company to handle my resignation today, so I don't have to go out so early. But Li Su still went to work, and Li Xian also went to school, although the former took care of more things on weekdays. Li Fei was not a young lady who didn't do housework. She solved her breakfast by herself, chose clothes suitable for the temperature of this season, and wrapped herself tightly before going out. In fact, she might not be infected again, but being so arrogant would inevitably arouse suspicion. If winter is originally bleak, Li Fei felt that the scenery in her memory had added another kind of desolation after she stepped out of the community. There were only a few scattered vehicles on the road during the morning rush hour, and occasionally a few passers-by were wrapped tightly, and their faces could not be seen. There were many sycamore trees in S-City, and the cold wind blew sparse and scattered leaves on the dry branches, showing the depression. But it was much more normal than the environment after a natural disaster in the future. Li Fei didn't want to take the subway, and she didn't have to rush early, so she prepared to take the bus. Fortunately, she thought of how to take it before the end of the world in advance, so as not to make a fool of herself. But this time, the car was not only empty, but the driver also took her temperature slowly before driving. Finally, they arrived at the company, and there was still a receptionist. But Li Fei couldn't remember if it was this girl at the time. Maybe the boss had instructed in advance, and they were still allowed to enter after taking the temperature. The HR also looked listless, and they didn't say much to each other. During the break, Li Fei went to her workstation and found a courier box to pack up the things on the desk in a proper manner. There were still colleagues in the large office, some of whom were familiar with Li Fei, and asked in surprise, Fei, are you really going to resign? It's just a flu. It will always pass. Li Fei tried to smile, trying to be different from usual, and said, I have decided. Thank you for your care during this period. Seeing her so determined, her colleagues naturally didn't know what to say. and laughed a few times. And Li Fei finally glanced at them and said calmly, "It's just a flu, but it would be better for you to stock up some supplies. Well, goodbye." After saying goodbye, "I really don't know if we can see each other again." Li Fei just put away her expression, words and heart. She is still gentle and kind in her bones. Of course, this kindness will be trampled into dust in the end times. So she just reminded them, it is enough. After receiving her salary, Li Fei left the company without looking back, mainly for this little bit of money. When she got home, she went online to see if there was any news about houses. No one was interested in her own house, and it was estimated that everyone was recuperating. So Li Fei went to look for rental houses again, because future floods would at least flood 4 or 5 floors. The ground floor buildings were excluded first. In addition, because bases would be built in different areas of S City in the future, a large number of rescued civilians would be resettled, and refugees would come to call for help. This chaos would completely affect the surrounding residents. So she imagined that she would be a little further away from the city center. After all, she still had a trump card. If it collapsed in the end, at least she could take her brother and younger brother to live in this space for a while. Besides, she wasn't the only one living in the house. She also needed the opinions of Li Su and Li Xian. After choosing, it would be best to go and check it out on the spot. Just as Li Fei was selecting on the website, someone suddenly returned home. She went out and saw that it was Li Su. Li Su took off several layers of masks and hats, took a deep breath as if he was holding it, and saw Li Fei in a blink of an eye. He asked while spraying disinfectant, "What's going on?" "I just went to the company to handle the resignation, and now I'm looking for a house," Li Fei answered. "What about you?" "My last colleague also fell ill, and I thought I might as well come back to see if I can help. Although the current situation is that the whole family has to listen to Li Fei's command. Li Su, as the elder brother, can't sit still, and staying in the office where colleagues fall one after another. He feels that the chance of infection is greater." Li Fei smiled and said, "You're back just in time. I've already picked out a few houses. If it's feasible, I'll go look at them this afternoon. If everything goes well, they can move in 2 or 3 days and start stockpiling supplies. If they start now, they'll have to move more, which is time-consuming and laborious." After Li Su agreed, he stopped bothering her. Li Fei looked for an agent online. But in this situation, even the agents who were usually enthusiastic seemed to be no longer enthusiastic. Some of them even had hoarse throats when they talked on the phone. They were probably working while sick. Too dedicated. She quickly selected a few houses. They were not remote, but they were far away from the hustle and bustle of the city center. In S City, as long as it is not a very remote rural area, the surrounding food, clothing, housing and transportation are basically guaranteed. As soon as she put the screen to sleep, Li Fei found that her stomach was protesting. With her current body with a biological clock, it was time to eat. But in the end times, she was not so lucky. She had to save half of the pitiful amount of food. Over time, she could not eat on time, and she was no longer hungry after the hunger. Li Su still made home-cooked dishes. This time, there were only 2 of them, so it was a little simple. But in Li Fei's eyes, it was still as precious as an alien, and she ate it more and more. Li Su did not persuade her this time. He held the chopsticks and finally ate slowly. If everything was true, he would never be able to eat these home-cooked dishes again. After lunch, the 2 of them were ready to go out without stopping. Li Su was still wearing layer after layer of protection, while Li Fei was wearing a down jacket and a big fluffy hat behind him, almost covering his entire face, but only wearing a mask. Before Li Su spoke, she explained, "I have been infected, and I shouldn't be infected again." Li Su was a little unconvinced and asked worriedly, "Really? There are a small number of such people on the internet recently." Li Fei replied calmly, "If you get infected before the end of the world, if you get better in the middle, you can rest assured temporarily. But if it continues to get worse, you can't recover." The remaining half of Li Su's face was full of heaviness, and he put on gloves and went out with Li Su. "For this distance, you have to take the subway. The subway station is cold and gloomy, and the subway takes a lot longer than usual." They spent the whole afternoon looking at houses. They were quite satisfied with the whole process. Then they went back to discuss with Li Xian, who should have gone home. Li Xian was not in a good mood. According to him, In just one day, there were more cases in the school, including teachers. He had to tilt the scales in his heart towards Li Fei. The house can be chosen quickly. But there is another problem. Li Xian is still in school. Although the school is also in a severely affected area now, there will be a period of relaxation later. If they move now, they will move out of this area. The journey is far away. And if Li Xian does not go to school at that time, the school will definitely send someone over. It's okay, Li Su comforted. I can stay here with the Xian first. After all, this house may not be sold successfully. We can find a way to reunite in the last few days. Li Fei frowned slightly and did not answer. In her previous life, she was alone somewhere, and she lost contact with Li Su and Li Xian by accident. There was no chance to meet again in the future. It became her nightmare before the end of the world. Even now, she still has a shadow when she thinks about it. Although the last few days before the end of the world are still in a period of easing. Who knows if there will be any accidents? Even if she has a golden finger, there is no guarantee that she can break through the obstacles and find them. Try to find a way as early as possible. Ask for leave and find a reason, Li Fei said, lowering her head slightly. I don't want to lose you again this time. Li Xian opened his eyes wide, pursed his lips, but said nothing. Li Su smiled and agreed. Finally, the three of them unanimously selected a certain apartment. Li Fei contacted the agent and agreed to go to see the house tomorrow. If everything goes well, the rental contract can be signed on the same day. Li Fei got up early and embarked on the journey to the apartment. The house is in a newly built community a few years ago. It is decorated as a wedding house. It is new and has all kinds of furniture and appliances. Later, I don't know what happened and it became empty. The three brothers and sisters are best to have 3 bedrooms, plus a living room, bathroom, kitchen, balcony, etc., which is a full 100 square meters. Fortunately, it is not in the city center. Otherwise, it would cost a lot of money even if it is rented. The agent wore a mask, but with a smile on his face. He patiently introduced the house to Li Fei. This area is at least much more spacious than the old house. And there will be a place to store the goods when the time comes. It even has a wall-mounted solar panel installed. And there are only 2 households on 1 floor. As long as the neighbor is not a jerk. Of course, even if the neighbor is a jerk, Li Fei can find a way to solve it. The floor is located on the 19th floor of the building. Li Fei remembered that the flood first flooded the 4th floor and then went up. So the 19th floor should be able to be kept. Where is the landlord? Li Fei asked. As soon as this was said, the agent knew that there was a chance. And his smile became even stronger. But he soon became embarrassed again. To be honest, Miss Li, although the landlord has listed this house, he is actually ill. If you don't mind, the electronic contract is ready. It seems that the landlord has no shortage of housing. And the new house is listed for rent in order to have more money in hand immediately. Now most of the company's employees are ill. And some employees are afraid of being infected and simply ask for leave. But if you don't go to work, you won't get paid. And you can't live without money. Those who have extra properties under their control have thought about renting a house. The landlord is also lucky. He met Li Fei not long after renting. The rent he got from the deposit of 1/3 can let him rest for a while. Li Fei took out his mobile phone and carefully read the contract twice. And asked, "Do you know where the landlord lives now? Will he come to collect the house in the near future? This is very important to me. I need to think about it." Li Fei was already expressionless. And if he spoke a little harder, he would look like someone who is not easy to mess with. The agent answered without hiding anything. As far as I know, the landlord's family has moved to another place. And they want to keep the house rented. I guess they hope that you can continue to rent it. Miss Li, the population of S City is very dense. And it is easy to get infected if it is an infectious disease. I guess the landlord has gone to the next city. Anyway, the rent can still be collected. Li Fei, who knew what would happen in the future, shook his head secretly. Although S City is crowded, it is also a first-tier city. The bases are built quickly in rich places, and materials are not scarce. We can still survive the past few days. Some people in S City have gone to other places at this time. When the doomsday comes, they may not be able to come back. Even if they want to come back, they may be blocked outside and not allowed to enter. Then there will be a great chance to keep the suite. Even if you can't keep it, you can find another one. The value of houses at that time is not as high as it is now. The most basic is to deposit 1 and pay 3. Any less is not enough. And any more is not necessary. Li Fei signed the contract and paid the rent with his salary card in one go. The balance in the card has reached the bottom. The agent received the handling fee and left happily. Li Fei got a relatively satisfactory house, which was also happy. Only the bank card was sad. Chapter 6. Funds are always the most worrying thing. The remaining money was used to pay the water and electricity bills. And there was really no more money to squeeze out. Li Fei also sent a message to Li Su, telling him the address, and then turned on the air conditioning and heating in the room, sitting on the sofa and sighing. When the end of the world comes, you can't turn on the air conditioning casually like this. It's useless not to turn it on now. Solve the housing problem for the time being, and prepare to stock up. But the imminent problem is that she has no money. It happened that Li Su replied to the message. His usual work is busier than Li Fei, and Li Fei basically won't look for him for no reason during the day. It seems that since he learned the truth, he has no intention of working. After all, the next thing is more important than work. Li Fei had to tell him everything. The other end was silent for a while before receiving the message. The money in my salary card has been transferred to you first. And there is also the family savings. So it may take a while to transfer. That is what my parents left. Except for Ashwan's miscellaneous expenses and our living expenses. It has basically not been touched. You can use it. I also believe that you can arrange it. Li Fei's heart warmed when he saw it. And Li Su asked again, do you need me to help you pack your luggage and send it over? Li Fei held his forehead, but smiled unconsciously. The situation is urgent. But with relatives around, the environment is not so critical. And the tense nerves are slightly relieved. Brother, I am not a child anymore. Okay, you do it yourself. There's not much time left until the end of this month. And I need to resign in advance. I'll come back to help you after I finish. Li Fei cheered up, turned off the heating, took the new key and locked the door to go home. The transportation in S City is very convenient. Even if the number of trains has been reduced, it doesn't take long to get back to your own home from the rental house. As soon as Li Fei got home, she took out the suitcase she used in college and started to pack her luggage. Most of it was clothes and daily necessities. She had already visited the rental house and found that it had all the furniture and appliances, and even had extras, so she could really move in with just her luggage. It's a pity that no matter how many appliances there are, they will gradually become useless when the end of the world comes. Li Fei still remembers that the power supply was normal in the first week after the apocalypse. But power rationing began in the second or third week. And then gradually there was no power supply. Especially after the natural disaster. There was a brand new double-door large capacity refrigerator and a freezer in the rented house, just to store frozen food. And considering the temperature during that period, it should be no problem to survive those weeks. Li Su and Li Xian were still living there. So Li Fei only cleaned her bedroom. She also did an experiment. The system once said that if she wanted to enter the space, her body had to follow. But if she just wanted to check the space, it would not be necessary. So she found a way to collect a few items into the space, and then called out the system. Another large frame appeared in front of her. And inside the frame was an oblique bird's-eye view of the farm, which was still a mess. In addition to the items she got from the novice gift pack, the items she put away also appeared in the grid behind. Li Fei said something in her heart, and the items were transferred from the grid to her hands in reality. When the backpack grid is full, it seems to be automatically put into the warehouse. Li Fei tried it again and found a major key. That is, the items in the warehouse will be stored in an accumulated and stacked manner. This greatly increases the capacity. Even if the primary warehouse only has 50 memory, it can hold more things. Li Fei still didn't know how to upgrade her backpack and warehouse. But at least she had enough opportunities and time to find ways to upgrade them. She filled 2 suitcases, but decided to go back tomorrow and open her notebook in her vacant bedroom. Online shopping is rampant and convenient nowadays, but the whole city is sick, and the situation in other places will not be good either. Li Fei is worried that the logistics will slow down, so some supplies may still have to be purchased by herself. The account that Li Su transferred earlier has come. In fact, he has not been working for a long time. He is only 2 years older than Li Fei, but as a coder, his salary is twice as high as hers. In addition, he has no plans to start a family for the time being, so he gradually has a savings. It was not enough to buy all the necessary materials, but it was enough to buy some. The first thing Li Fei chose was various small household generators. As mentioned before, cities will gradually stop supplying electricity, but electricity is indispensable in modern cities. There are many types of generators nowadays. The first thing Li Fei thought of was a gasoline generator, which is lightweight, relatively quiet and economical, but gasoline is difficult to get in large quantities. Even if you buy a small amount of bulk oil, you have to go to designated gas stations and sales points. And you have to explain the purpose and register your identity. There is no car at home, so she can't say that she bought it for backup power generation. Right? She will definitely be rejected. And even if she really bought it, the quantity is small, and it is estimated that it will be used up before it generates much electricity. But this does not mean that she will not be able to get gasoline after the end of the world. So after comparing prices from 3 stores, she still bought 2 and had them delivered immediately. In addition, she thought of solar power generation devices. But most urban buildings can only install wall-mounted ones, and the rental house has already paid one side. So Li Fei had to skip it and continue to choose. Next is hydropower generation. Water sources are very precious in the end of the world, and almost all of them are used for drinking. In fact, if you grit your teeth, the sewage and floods can also be considered as liquid. But the side effects are also very large. Fortunately, she has a well on the farm, so she is basically not worried about the water source. And she immediately bought 2 home use. Next is wind power. But home wind turbines also have to be installed on the roof. Li Fei searched for a long time before finding a mini model that can be installed on the balcony. Although the power supply is not much compared to the previous one, it can also be used by an appliance alone. Li Fei also placed an order. And finally a simple hand-crank generator. This was the bottom line. It could be used as a substitute when other resources were temporarily lacking. And the price was much cheaper. So he simply ordered 3. All of these were delivered to the rental address. But it would take a few days. Li Fei looked at the balance again. Li Su had squandered a third of the hundreds of thousands of savings she had saved by living frugally. The money was still not enough. And this was just a drop in the bucket. The problem of power generation facilities was temporarily solved, and Li Fei put his energy on weapons again. In the end times, not only do you have to fight zombies and mutant monsters, you also have to defend against your own kind. And it is difficult to resist with bare hands. Fortunately, the zombies mutated from humans in the early stage did not have high defense, and their skulls were much more fragile than normal humans. And their weakness was also their brains. So they should be able to fight with normal cold weapons. Firearms were definitely not available in the early stage, and controlled knives were also difficult to obtain. But kitchen knives were feasible. Li Fei first ordered a batch of heavy bone-cutting knives that were not easy to break and curl, and also ordered a batch of long and sharp cutting knives as backup, divided into 2 accounts, and then to different stores, and sent to 2 addresses, home and rented house. Secondly, she bought a batch of pure pepper spray, which was not very useful against zombies, and was mainly used to defend against people. At least it could temporarily make the opponent lose their attack power. In her previous life, Li Fei also learned to use weapons step by step. But for ordinary people like them, it was already lucky to get an offensive weapon. Until the end, the most offensive weapon she had was a farm tool. But at least she had some basic close combat skills. So she bought a baton when she could find one. She originally wanted to prepare one for Li Su and Li Xian, but short sticks require practice, and novices may not be able to release the power. So she decided to order a rechargeable electric baton for them instead. There is no physical damage, but there can be magic damage. Right? However, there is a kind of stick that even novices can control. That is the crowbar, which is jokingly called the holy sword of physics by many netizens. This thing is durable, easy to use, and can be found everywhere. It is not expensive. Even Li Fei in the previous life used it to kill zombies, so she immediately bought a batch of it. In fact, there are some weapons that can be held in the hand, but they are all used for outdoor camping. As long as you encounter this, you have to buy more than just weapons. So Li Fei will temporarily put it aside. She browsed the online pharmacy again. However, the shelf life of medicines is generally not too long, and it is not like some foods that can be eaten after a long expiration date. So she only bought band-aids, disinfectant bandages, Yunnan Biao, iodine, burn ointment, alcohol wipes, and other items used to treat external injuries, as well as various basic antibiotics, cold and fever, anti-inflammatory, gastrointestinal medicines, which are also divided into 2 or several stores for purchase. The time spent surfing the internet passed quickly, and I also spent time comparing prices and consulting customer service. After buying the above, it was already dark. Li Fei stretched her body, and someone just came back at the door. Li Xian was scheduled to leave school early, and Li Su, a worker who had entered the society, seemed to be used to leaving early. The two of them happened to meet outside the community and went home together. "Brother Xian," Li Fei greeted, "I have bought a batch of goods, and the majority will be sent to me, and a small part will be sent to my home to avoid suspicious people's concerns." She thought for a while, and then said, "It's okay for me to go a few more times to pick it up. It's best for you to go to my place recently. If the house can be sold, pack some luggage and go to my place quickly. In about 10 days, the flu will reach its final peak. Although infection does not necessarily lead to mutation, it is best to survive safely." Li Xian was more silent than before, since he learned that the end of the world would come. He downloaded a lot of games and movies about the end of the world. But entertainment is entertainment. He couldn't imagine what it would be like if those disgusting zombies with bared fangs and claws came to the three-dimensional world. Moreover, he might become like that. He couldn't help but tremble at the thought. In comparison, Li Fei seemed too calm. But who told her that she had been through some time? She always had experience. Chapter 7. Li Su prepared a steaming hot dinner, and Li Fei ate it very contentedly as usual. Li Xian, who had no appetite at first, was also aroused and started to eat. Li Su picked up some dishes for them and asked again, "Is the money enough? The first transfer you made is almost spent, and the second transfer has not yet arrived. I guess it's because the amount is too large and the bank is short of people." Li Fei puffed his cheeks and muttered, "The current monetary system will gradually disintegrate at the end of the world. After all, it will not be ranked among the most important materials at that time. How to spend limited money on the right things is what Li Fei should think about most now. He should buy the best quality and the longest lasting ones, and also consider the cost performance. If it's just one person, it's fine. But if there's family, you have to think long term." 1 month has passed, and the countdown has begun. Without funds, it's just like a good cook can't cook without rice. Fortunately, in addition to stocking up, Li Fei still has other things to do in this month. For example, fitness. In the end, Li Fei is just an ordinary girl who just graduated from college. She has a hard time with physical tests. She has never paid attention to this aspect when she works. But in the end times, physical strength is especially needed. Not to mention fighting those strange monsters. Even if you run away from the enemy, you need strength. Right? Even in her previous life, Li Fei had a hard life in the early stage, and only gradually gained strength by doing farm work in the later stage. So she had to carry out comprehensive physical strengthening. Although a month is too short, it will definitely be effective if she persists. However, anaerobic training can be done at home, and endurance aerobic training must be done outdoors. If she runs outside as if nothing happened, it would be too ostentatious. Right? So Li Fei thought of her space farm. She entered immediately, and the time had not changed since she left last time, and it was still the first day of spring. The system said that only after starting to plant crops will the time be unlocked, and the game will be considered to have started completely. But Li Fei summoned the system and asked, "I will start collecting some materials and synthesizing some equipment now. Will the game start?" "No." The system replied that the game will officially start after the host plants for the first time. The firm and even stubborn tone hit Li Fei's heart. According to this, as long as she doesn't plant, she won't be affected in anything she does. Otherwise, she is not ready to deal with monsters in the game right now. Very good. Li Fei curled the corners of her lips. She took out the map from her backpack and checked it. The map was a bird's-eye view of the entire farm. With such an intuitive view, Li Fei suddenly realized that the messy field she could see now was just the tip of the iceberg. There was a lake in the southwest and a stream in the north. There were basically no obstacles there. Li Fei immediately set out, and after walking for half a cup of tea, she finally saw the river in the lush environment. Unlike the fields where there were trees and gravel blocking the road, this place was very flat, just right for daily shuttle training. She approached the gurgling stream, which was crystal clear and sparkling in the sun, with one or two small fish occasionally passing by. It may be just a sticker in the game. But Li Fei squatted down and stretched out her hand. And the cool river water was splashed by her. Li Fei asked, "System, can this water be drunk directly? After all, it is written like this in novels." "Yes," the system immediately replied. "And you have found a fishing spot. Host, it seems that I will have a chance to eat river fish in the future." Li Fei thought pleasantly. In the apocalypse, water pollution is serious. Sea and river fish are either dead or mutated. The later it gets, the less you can see the same ones as before the apocalypse. And only the upper class can enjoy them. As for Li Fei's family, although they were born and raised in S City, they don't eat seafood much. They are satisfied with river fish. Li Fei scooped up a portion of stream water with both hands and drank it. It was fresh and sweet, even if she was not thirsty at this time. She felt a refreshing comfort. Now she doesn't even need to bring drinking water when she goes running. She shook her hand with satisfaction and left. Returning to the starting point, Li Fei opened the last workbench drawing in the backpack grid and saw the materials needed for production. She immediately took out the wooden axe and went to the field aggressively. The elements on the field were randomly generated, so they looked messy. It was common to see a circle of weeds and gravel around a tree. But in Li Fei's eyes, these were all brand new materials. She immediately rolled up her sleeves and clenched her muscles, holding the wooden axe with both hands, and chopped at the tree. As the saying goes, if you want to get rich, you must chop trees first. Even though Li Fei's axe only caused a small crescent-shaped scar on the tree, she was not chopping a real tree. After chopping 6 or 7 times, the tree finally became shaky and was about to fall. The last blow was done with all her strength. Li Fei dodged to the side, and the trunk fell diagonally, but it was decomposed the moment it landed, and then disappeared without a trace. And then the system voice came. "You get wood X7. The wood was placed in the backpack grid. Li Fei looked up again, and saw that the red stamina bar had dropped by less than a quarter. It seems that my current stamina is really not good. But this can also be used as exercise. Right? The tree fell and became materials, leaving a bare stump. Li Fei did not kill them all, although she needed wood now. She had played games before, so she knew that if the stump was left, the tree would continue to grow, and it would take less time than growing from a seed to a tree. It was just that she felled a tree for the first time, and there was no other drop except wood. A workbench requires 10 pieces of wood. Li Fei chopped down the second tree without stopping, and the system reminded again with a ding. You get 5 woods and 1 tree species. It can be considered a tree species explosion. In fact, you can also buy various tree species in the mall. But how can you buy them as good as the free ones you explode yourself? Li Fei put away the wooden axe and took out the blueprint again to confirm the study. Because the workbench is equivalent to the player's first piece of equipment, only the corresponding amount of raw materials is needed, and a complete workbench will automatically appear. Li Fei put the workbench on a vacant space somewhere and opened it, and a large frame appeared in front of him. The workbench can process raw materials and make simple intermediate materials. Of course, you need blueprints before that. But Li Fei has also roughly seen that some blueprints are cheaper than seeds. For example, the material that Li Fei wants to make next is a plank, not wood. So it has to be processed into a plank before it can be made. She first opened the blueprint column in the mall. There were 500 gold coins in her pocket. Some products had already been colored, indicating that they could be purchased. So Li Fei quickly found her goal. Ding. You get storage box blueprint X1, costing 5 gold coins. Each blueprint can be used permanently as long as one is learned. I heard from the system that when online players come to the space, they don't even need to buy blueprints anymore and can directly make them. Isn't this a great deal? Li Fei learned the blueprint, and from the workbench, she could see the materials needed for the equipment that she had learned the blueprint for. A storage box requires 10 pieces of wood, and it also unlocks the information that 1 piece of wood requires 5 pieces of wood, which means that to make a storage box, she needs to have 50 pieces of wood at a time. A tree can currently drop 5 to 10 random pieces of wood. The workbench has used up 10 of the 12 pieces of wood just collected, and now there are only 2 in the backpack. In short, keep working hard. However, Li Fei chopped down 4 more trees, got 25 pieces of wood and 2 tree species, and then stopped. She used the wooden axe to support her body and gasped for breath. In a blink of an eye, the color in the stamina bar was only the bottom. This feeling is even more painful than running 800 meters back and forth. Li Fei deliberately did not exhaust herself to prevent any unexpected situations. But she could not cut trees anymore. Once she ran out of energy, she could not do any more work. At the very least, she would faint easily. And at the worst, she would not be able to recover all her energy next time. And she would be forced to rest. The system also reminded her how to recover her energy. That is rest and diet. Rest includes sleep. And diet includes what she consumes in space and in reality. In simple terms, it was time for her to eat. After storing all the items in her backpack in the warehouse, Li Fei returned to reality with ease. Although she could cook, it was a bit troublesome to buy and prepare vegetables before. So she decided to eat out directly. The new residential area was built a few years ago, and the commercial district has been built nearby in recent years. However, under this flu, these large buildings have chosen to temporarily close. Some restaurants on the streets and alleys have chosen to continue operating. Perhaps it is because the new year is coming soon. They want to make as much money as possible and close down when the time comes. Yes, the new year is coming soon. Li Fei frowned slightly. Why will there be a final outbreak period later? That is because people come out to stock up. Not for the next doomsday, but for the new year. So no matter how much they stock up, they will only stock up for nearly a week. Not too much. Not to mention that some people feel that they are much better. So they come out. While some have latent symptoms and have not erupted, they move with people who have not yet been infected in the same shopping malls and streets. It would be strange if there is no outbreak if they infect each other. She randomly found a restaurant, which was a canteen-style restaurant. Li Fei picked 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, and habitually found a corner seat to eat. However, there were not many customers in the restaurant, so this action seemed a bit redundant. She looked at the stir-fried dishes on the tray, and her heart moved. She packed 2 more before leaving after eating. One was for dinner, and the other, she was going to do an experiment and put it into space to see if it would spoil. There is also a cooking system in the game, which can make dishes, and it will not spoil if left. But the game is a game, and now it is connected to reality. I wonder if there will be any changes. When she got home, Li Fei put the dinner portion in the refrigerator, and the other portion was directly put into the warehouse in the space, ready to take it out and take a look after a while. After lunch, the color in the stamina bar did indeed rise. But after digesting it, Li Fei did not continue to chop trees when she entered the space again, but started her own physical strengthening training. The first and most important thing is endurance. Li Fei decided to start from the starting point and reach the river to do a round-trip run. Because it was her first time to start running, she could only jog at first. But the space was in the spring with grass growing and warblers flying. She breathed the warm air at a constant speed without feeling tired. The most important thing was that she did her own training. But the stamina in the space would not decrease. Next was the anaerobic exercise training including arms and legs. Li Fei thought that there might be residents on the lower floors, and she didn't have a soundproof yoga mat, so she just did it together in the space. Li Fei finished her exercise until she was sweating profusely. Thinking that the supplies in the space were inexhaustible, she relaxed and walked slowly to the stream, squatted down and drank a refreshing drink. This water was probably the best water Li Fei had ever drunk. After drinking it, she felt it was refreshing and swept away all fatigue. After a full day, Li Fei slept peacefully, but she still did not change the habit of waking up regularly. After all, she had to do this in the doomsday. Chapter 8. So in the past 2 days, Li Fei not only did physical training, but also felled trees. While felling trees, he gradually honed his physical strength and endurance, and finally gathered 50 pieces of wood. Coming to the workbench, it would take time to process 50 pieces of wood into 10 wooden boards. So Li Fei went to the warehouse and took out the meal he bought 2 days ago. When the takeaway box touched his hand, Li Fei was surprised to find that it was still warm. Even if food is not easy to spoil in winter, it is warm spring in the space, and the temperature is the same as when it was just bought. So there is no need to look at it. This space does have the function of keeping fresh. So Li Fei ate directly in the space. And when he finished eating, the wooden board on the workbench was also completed. The blueprint will disappear after learning. Just select it again on the workbench, and you can start working again. It's just that making a storage box is more like combining, which is simpler than processing wooden boards. It only takes a few minutes to complete. Li Fei placed the storage box next to the workbench first, opened it, and saw that the capacity of a box was comparable to that of a warehouse, with a full 50 grids. Although the capacity of the primary warehouse will be greatly increased after upgrading, it is obviously more cost-effective to make a storage box in the early stage. Li Fei plans to make another storage box in the next few days to make an integer of 100 grids. The items put in can be stacked and stored. As for the upper limit, she knows that the upper limit in the game is 999. So now she needs to try again. But judging from the current situation, she can already start stockpiling. The trend is thriving. And the good news is not only this. Li Fei heard that the bank is also very busy now. First, the employees have fallen one by one, and there are not many left. Second, many people have heard some rumors, and went to the bank to withdraw money in groups. The ATM machines are about to collapse. And the counter service is even slower. But the legacy left by Li Su's parents finally arrived in the account. A full 500,000. Which solved part of the urgent need. She immediately looked for all the stores in S City that sell outdoor camping equipment, marked them one by one, and went to purchase. When buying supplies offline, you can't just look for one or two stores that are close. After all, in this situation, many stores may be closed. She has to be prepared to run all over S City. Li Fei's rental house is in the art district, and there are only 2 stores selling outdoor camping in this district. Unfortunately, both of them are closed. The owner of the store may also be infected with the disease, so it is inevitable that he will be lazy. Li Fei was not discouraged. Besides, since she came here, how could she go back empty-handed? The street was not crowded. Li Fei walked along the road while looking at the navigation. She still wore a hood, a mask and glasses, covering almost half of her face. One to block the biting cold wind, and the other to prevent outsiders from seeing her face clearly. Not long after, she stood outside an open sports equipment store. This kind of store specializes in sports goods, but occasionally sells some outdoor equipment. Li Fei first bought 3 sets of fitness equipment for her family, and then set her eyes on the row of baseball bats, which were enough to smash the skulls of the zombies that had just mutated. She gave herself the identities to go out, and made up a random reason for shopping. In addition, Li Fei was very calm, and as long as the boss wanted to do this business, she would not refuse to sell, because she had bought a lot of weapons online before. She didn't buy too much, and since it was offline, she directly asked for ready-made goods. This store only has shoes for outdoor equipment. Li Fei knew the shoe sizes of Li Su and Li Xian, so she chose a few pairs of non-slip and wear-resistant sports shoes, and a pair of hiking shoes for each person. After all, there are other stores, but they have money and capacity, so they accept all the orders. After leaving the store with bags and bags, Li Fei quietly found an empty alley, and after confirming that it was a blind spot for surveillance, he put everything into the storage box in the space. As expected, baseball bats and shoes were stacked and stored, with numbers marked on the lower right corner. Li Fei felt relaxed again and continued to shop. Motorcycles are generally prohibited in S City, but there are actually specialized retail stores for accessories. Li Fei's heart moved, and he went in to buy a batch of thickened helmets and chest protectors and anti-fall suits. A helmet of excellent quality can survive a truck run over, and a chest protector and anti-fall suit can defend the body to a certain extent, at least in the case of human attack. So it is also better to be prepared. And all of these are also put into the space. After wandering around and passing by several hardware stores, Li Fei bought multi-purpose pliers, wrenches, screwdrivers, saws, hammers, rubber tubes and other tools, as well as various types of ropes and steel pipes. However, as she was shopping, she suddenly thought that perhaps the rental house that would be used as a temporary base in the future would still need to be renovated in the early stage. The landlord has confirmed that he is out of town and will probably stay for the new year. Time is tighter than expected. While Li Fei was choosing, she intentionally or unintentionally asked the boss if he had any contact information for house renovation. The bosses who can open hardware stores all have some connections. I don't know if I have any benefits, so I quickly introduced her to several contacts. After thanking her, Li Fei left the store and prepared to go back to the M area where Li's family lived. There was also an outdoor camping supplies store that she had originally targeted. Fortunately, the store she came to was not closed, so she was able to go in and buy. Li Fei's first choice was a bag. Not to mention that she would use it when she went out to find supplies. She also had to carry one as a space for herself. Like mountaineering assault bags. The larger the capacity, the more expensive it is. Li Fei didn't mind spending money. But she didn't plan to buy the bag with the largest capacity. The larger the capacity, the heavier the weight, and the more effort it takes to carry it. In addition, it is very easy to attract people's jealousy if it is full. So in the end, Li Fei picked two 40L capacity bags for Li Su, and two 30L capacity bags for herself and Li Xian respectively. Then there are tools. A few small folding knives and daggers. A straight knife for chopping. And a camp axe that looks very safe. With these, you can't do without a whetstone. So I bought a batch. Li Fei also bought 3 engineer shovels. Although this thing is too big, it can be disassembled and assembled. And it has many uses when necessary. At this time, Li Fei looked up and saw a recurved bow hanging on the wall. It was very handsome, but useless to her. Although the bow and arrow is the most common long-range weapon, it is too difficult for novices to control it. It is possible that the arrow will not be shot out and hurt yourself. However, in the absence of hot weapons, fighting cannot always be just close combat. The boss had long realized that the person standing in front of him was a big customer. Seeing Li Fei silently facing the recurved bow, he knew that she must be struggling inside. So he immediately stepped forward to ask. Li Fei paused and asked, "Do you have a crossbow?" Crossbows are more stable than bows, including safety and the necessary range and power. Besides, apart from outdoor survival enthusiasts or weapon enthusiasts, which ordinary people have crossbows at home, it is not the early stage to see ordinary people with long-range weapons outside. Although the crossbow has a slow firing rate, it is generally more suitable for Li Fei than a bow. The boss nodded and said, "Yes. Yes. How many do you need?" The packages and tools are purchased in at least 3 pieces, which means that the girl in front of them is probably a group of people going on an outdoor adventure. In the case of the city, it might be better to go to sparsely populated places. But if you buy too much, aren't you the one who benefits? This kind of hobby is not popular, and it would be good to make another fortune before the new year. Li Fei said calmly, "Then let's get 3 crossbows first. And these crossbow arrows." When the boss heard the pause, he instantly understood the deep meaning and said with a smile, "We have everything. We have everything. You choose first, and I will give you a discount later." Li Fei looked at his busy figure. Originally, she wanted to buy crossbow arrows and then stop at this store and go to the next one to buy in rotation. But the boss probably guessed something. If she only bought a bag and weapons, wouldn't it be a bit strange if she didn't buy other outdoor items? So she stayed for the time being. Bows and crossbows are basically imported goods, and the price is not cheap. This is probably part of the reason why the boss took the initiative to offer a discount. At the same time, Li Fei bought a batch of other groceries here. Metal kettles, portable pots, mini alcohol stoves, and various tableware were all bought. Since the space can be used for cooking, there is no need to purchase a lot. Although they currently have a base, Li Fei still prepared some waterproof cloth, emergency blankets, and sleeping bags. Even if they are not used, they can be used as extremely precious resources that can be exchanged. Lighters, fire sticks, windproof water matches, and tinder flints are needed in large quantities. The importance of fire sources is comparable to that of water sources. Similarly, sometimes when going out at night, lighting cannot be ignored. Li Fei also bought a large number of candles. If you want to configure it, a powerful flashlight is indispensable, and a slightly lighter small flashlight can also be bought. Li Fei gestured next to his head again and asked, "Do you have a headlamp?" A person only has 2 hands. If you happen to encounter a weapon that needs both hands to hold, or if you have no free hands and are walking in the dark, then a headlamp will be very convenient. The boss said embarrassedly, "This, really don't have it. Why don't you look somewhere else?" It's not that he doesn't want to do this business. It just happens that the store really doesn't have it, and the sales of flashlights in the store are still higher. Li Fei nodded and just silently put the headlamp into his list. The next is miscellaneous items, such as climbing ropes, nylon parachute ropes, cloth-based tape, and each person must have 2 spare binoculars, goggles, etc. Li Fei found that they also sell tactical gloves here, which are puncture-proof, scratch-proof and non-slip. So he bought a few pairs immediately. He also bought a few sets of compasses and compasses. Although they are useless in some natural disasters, they can still be prepared in general. Li Fei asked again, do you have GPS and walkie-talkies? Compasses are the last resort. In this era, GPS is more accurate, and walkie-talkies are naturally a way to replace mobile phones when there is no signal. Yes, the dry battery version. How much do you want? Seeing that Li Fei kept buying more and more, the boss was of course overjoyed. In the end, he even felt numb and just went out to look for goods. This wave of income was almost enough to cover a year's income. He decided to close the store and go home to rest after receiving Li Fei. The store was not big, but it had everything. Li Fei looked around and stopped buying. Anyway, there must be more than one outdoor camping store in S City. Besides, if it really didn't work, he could still go to the omnipotent online merchants to stock up. Li Fei first selected what he bought, and now all piled up on the ground. If he wanted to take the items bought from the above stores out of the store, there was absolutely no way, and he couldn't put the goods into the space in front of outsiders. The boss was overjoyed and started to smile from ear to ear. He looked at Li Fei as if he was looking at a human-shaped gold ingot. His tone was friendly and even a little attentive. He patted his chest and said, "Beautiful lady, you bought so many goods from me. I guess you can't take them back for a while. How about leaving your address and contact information? I'll deliver them to you. How about that?" I really don't know how he could tell that she was a beautiful lady with most of her face covered. But Li Fei was also pleased and asked, "When can it be delivered?" The boss also looked like he was in his prime, and he must have some interest in it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to open an outdoor camping equipment store. He said in a tone of assurance, "To be honest, I originally planned to close the store and go home after a while. But since you bought so many goods, I thought about taking a break early. So I'll drive to deliver the goods to you before I go home, and they will arrive tomorrow." Li Fei took out her phone without hesitation. "Leave me your contact information." The boss's favorability towards her increased again. The two exchanged contact information and roughly decided on the delivery address and time. Fortunately, she was in District M now, so the goods could be delivered to her home. She was not living there all the time, so the goods could be placed in her original bedroom. She could find a time to meet up with her brothers and put the goods into the space. She was not worried that they would find out about the space, as they would know it eventually. Besides, she had already thought of the quota for online players. Chapter 9. For such a large quantity of goods, the boss took 3/4 of the payment from Li Fei in the name of making friends. He might really think she is an outdoor camping enthusiast. Li Fei also reciprocated and hinted that he should stock up more supplies in the future and stay at home. When she walked out of the store, it was already dark. Li Fei thought about it and did not return to the rental house, but went home. In just a few days, she missed Li Su and Li Xian a little bit, or the shadow of the previous life still did not disappear, and she would miss them after not seeing them for a while. And she could also give some new instructions. The Li brothers were not surprised by her arrival, but there would be 2 more dishes for dinner tonight. Flu is rampant, but prices have not risen too much. Li Su now leaves home early every day to avoid peak hours to buy food, and stocks up food that can be eaten for a long time at one time and keeps it at home. He also mentioned this at the dinner table. Food is the most important thing for people, and Chinese people always seem to care more about food. Li Fei ate a big shrimp and said a few vague words to change the subject. With a farm, although food needs to be stocked up, it is not the most important thing. She told Li Su and Li Xian about her shopping experience today, and asked the latter to receive the goods, put them in her bedroom first, and took out her mobile phone and said, "By the way, brother, I will return you some money. You and a Xian can buy more clothes first. If you want to receive the goods, you can fill in my address, and you can also receive a batch here. There are always some differences between men and women." Instead of Li Fei choosing the clothes herself, it is better to let Li Su and Li Xian choose by themselves. She just needs to explain the styles, Li Fei said, and reminded, "Outdoor clothes should be quick drying and waterproof. You must buy long-sleeve clothes and long pants, mountaineering clothes and jackets that can be used as outerwear. The weather in the future will be much colder than now, so you must buy all the winter clothes and buy more." Li Su thought, that means thermal underwear, hats, scarves, gloves and so on, or buy a military coat. Li Xian suddenly said, "It's cold enough this year. People are playing games online. saying that military coats are both affordable and warm. Li Fei smiled faintly. Why don't you buy a mink coat? Li Xian said with a frown. It's too expensive. Not worth it. Li Su also laughed, and the atmosphere relaxed a little. After joking for a while, Li Su suddenly said, By the way, there have been some express deliveries at home these days. I received them and put them in your bedroom. Li Fei nodded and said, Thank you for your hard work. Brother, there will be more in the future. When can you leave? Li Su also understood that time is the most important in this special period, and said seriously, It's just these few days. I will help you receive the goods first, and then I will send you a message before I come. So the agreement was made. Although Li Fei moved out of the house, the bed in the bedroom was still there. It seemed that even the original sheets, blankets and pillows were the same, so she could sleep on it directly. Li Fei certainly didn't mind. In the end times, having a quilt was a luxury, and having a simple bed was lucky, and she could take a hot shower. At that time, she didn't take all the clothes in the closet away, and the 2 suitcases were still not enough. The hot water supply was not cut off. So Li Fei took a hot shower, washed her hair, and returned to the bedroom with her head wiped comfortably. She stroked her half-dried medium-length hair, and suddenly remembered that this hair could be cut shorter. Otherwise it would be a bit troublesome whether it was working or fighting. Many places in the bedroom were filled with express boxes, and Li Fei took a utility knife and opened them one by one, because only a small part of them were sent here. Even if she took back the space at this time, Li Su and Li Xian would probably think that they were put in the cupboard first. Besides, they would not enter her bedroom without permission. There were a batch of kitchen knives, a batch of pepper spray, batons and electric batons, and a lot of medicines in the express delivery, and Li Fei put them all into the space. Although the storage box is not full yet, a second storage box is needed. Sitting in the warm bed, Li Fei did not forget to continue browsing the internet. The top row of the hot search on the web page is still about the news of this flu. If the current price has not risen terribly, it is estimated that many ordinary people will be angry and complain. But now, at most, they will complain a few words in the comment area. Not to mention that there is a short period of deceptive relief before the end of the world. Just when everyone thought everything was going well, it fell again. The negative emotions are not easy to suppress. Li Fei went on the shopping platform and began to buy a lot of sundries. The headlamp that was not successfully purchased in the store just now has been added to the shopping cart. In addition, there are sealed plastic bags, garbage bags, condoms, buckets and basins, towels, compressed towels, wet wipes, toilet paper, sanitary products, toothpaste, toothbrushes, detergents and washing powder. Then there are hot packs, ice pads, thick raincoats, rain boots, swimming jumpsuits, various types of batteries, especially dry batteries. Almost all the equipment purchased by Li Fei uses dry batteries to maintain power. They also bought several maps of the broad and narrow regions. Although they were locals, they could not say that they knew every place very well. They also bought several solar-powered hand-cranked radios. After the end of the world became slightly more stable, most of them would use them to convey information to the people. They also prepared an upright tent, a shower bag, a foldable portable toilet, and a large amount of curing agent for each person. Finally, there were gauze, cotton swabs, needles and thread, etc. Li Fei also wanted to buy a large amount of alcohol, but she decided to let Li Su and Li Xian buy alcohol together. As soon as she said it, Li Fei left the bed to find the 2 people, and finally the 3 of them sat together on the small sofa in the hall. As soon as he left the dining table, Li Su started shopping for clothes in his room. He also knew Li Xian's size. Although Li Xian was not told by Li Fei to do anything, he deleted the games on his device and downloaded a lot of entertainment media, including novels, TV dramas, and e-books and professional skills. This reminded Li Fei that if he hadn't read some agricultural knowledge in the library, he might not even get a farming job and would not survive for more than 3 years. Now that there is space for farming, you can still learn some other professional knowledge, which can be regarded as killing time. The 3 of them discussed it for a while, and it was already very late, so they went back to their rooms. After returning home, Li Fei subconsciously checked her account and was shocked. After buying so much, the balance is almost at the bottom, but there are still many goods that have not been stocked. Li Fei sighed. At this moment, she wished that she could suddenly be possessed by the heroine of the novel with a deposit of 10 billion yuan, so that she could go shopping crazily. In fact, there were 1 or 2 people who came to see the house these days. The agent contacted her, but they just chatted for a few words and asked about the situation. There was no follow-up. But now she can only hope that this house can be sold as soon as possible. Wait for a while. If it doesn't work, mortgage loan is also an option. The owner of the outdoor camping store agreed to a time in the morning. And the owner also delivered a full truck of goods on time. There is no elevator in the old community, so the goods can only be moved up 1 floor at a time. The boss wanted to help, but seeing Li Fei's unstoppable aura, he waited downstairs to help unload the goods. He became more and more convinced that she must be a frequent outdoor camping enthusiast. Li Fei lives here. There are 4 families on the first floor. According to her understanding, they are either infected and resting at home or going out to work. Most of the residents in the building are elderly, which means there is no one at this time. Besides, she is not afraid of leaking the address and information. At the latest at the end of the month, their family will move out and say goodbye to this place. Finally, all the goods were moved, and they were sweating in this season. The boss sat in the driver's seat and waved to her, smiling. "Thank you for your business, beautiful lady. Happy New Year." Li Fei nodded calmly and replied, "Happy New Year." She watched the car drive away and immediately turned upstairs to go home. Happy or not, seize the last moment. The boss used a lot of cartons to pack the goods. Li Fei was the only one at home. She simply wiped her sweat and used a utility knife to remove the packaging as usual. Most of them were put into the space, leaving a small part in the bedroom. The cartons were not left out. After all, they were a resource. Even the express boxes from before were put into the space. There was another funding problem, so Li Fei temporarily shifted her attention to the space. These days, she has been running up and down, and she is no longer out of breath after walking a distance like at the beginning. She has also gained some experience in cutting trees. Fortunately, there were still trees in the field, so Li Fei took out the axe and prepared to continue collecting wood. However, just as she cut down a tree, the axe in her hand suddenly vibrated and broke into pieces. Li Fei was startled and asked, "What's going on?" The system immediately responded, "The durability is used up." Host. Li Fei looked at her palm speechlessly, which was completely empty, and shook her head. There is no such thing as durability in the game. The tools you get can only be upgraded, such as from wood to stone. Now that this rule has been changed unexpectedly, Li Fei can only start making another axe. After all, she really can't just chop trees with her hands. Li Fei thought about skipping the wooden axe. Otherwise, she would have to make it again halfway. She prepared to make a stone axe. A stone axe requires a wooden board and 3 stone slabs, and a stone slab is also made of 5 stones. Li Fei took out the stone pick without stopping and started to chisel the stones in the field. I don't know if her physical strength has indeed improved in the past few days, or if chiseling stones is easier than chopping trees. After collecting 15 stones, it consumes less physical strength than chopping trees. Li Fei put the 5 pieces of which she got from chopping trees on the workbench to make wooden boards first, left them there for a while, and then made stone slabs with stones. It took more time to process stones into stone slabs, so Li Fei had to continue physical training. The completed stone slabs and wooden boards were combined instantly, just like the workbench at that time, and she had a brand new sharp stone axe in her hand. It really took less time to chop trees with a stone axe than with a wooden axe, so Li Fei was able to start chopping trees smoothly again. Chapter 10. I picked a tree with greener leaves, but this time the trunk fell to the ground. And in addition to the wood and tree species, there was suddenly an extra drop. Ding. You get mulberries X2. Li Fei was stunned, but immediately realized that because there was no name on the tree, she had cut down a different tree from before, and the drop was still a mulberry tree. Since the system was bound to reality, many gameplays have been changed. Li Fei couldn't help but wonder, if I continue to keep this tree, will there be more mulberries growing on the tree? That would be a wild fruit tree. The mall also sells various fruit tree seedlings, but fruit is not the most important survival necessity. So if you really want to plant it, it will probably be in the middle and late stages. The material generation in the game is random, and there are already fruit tree elements, so it is not surprising to generate a fruit tree that matches the season. When Li Fei thought of this, the system suddenly said, "No. The drops of felled trees are fixed when they are cut down. But leaving the roots will indeed allow them to continue growing." Li Fei left the stump with confidence. But, although she had never seen a mulberry tree up close, there would not be only 2 mulberries on a tree. Right? The mulberries were quietly placed in the backpack grid. But Li Fei was shocked when she took them out. She at least knew what mulberries looked like. The originally black and purple ball-like small fruit was now half the size of a palm in the palm of her hand. A circle larger than an ordinary sugar orange. No wonder only 2 were lost. If it were in real life, the game would be a loss. Li Fei looked at her almost empty stamina bar again, put away the stone axe, wiped the surface of the mulberry with the corner of her clothes, and took a big bite directly to her mouth. The purple juice splashed. The sweet taste and the slightly sour aftertaste were simply addictive, and the abundant juice could even quench thirst. Li Fei finished it in 2 bites, and her stamina value really recovered a little. But she only ate this and stopped. In the early stage, when there was no food and no way to cook, stamina depended entirely on this collection. Of course, Li Fei could also exit the space to restore stamina. But when she played this kind of game, it was a good way to save, and a bad way to pick up garbage everywhere. Physical training and logging continued for a few days, and Li Fei collected the second set of materials and made a second storage box. Now she has nearly 150 grids, each of which can hold 1 type of item. The upper limit should be 999, just like in the game, so she can store a lot of supplies. But her physical strength is still decreasing very quickly. There are tree stumps left in the fields, but it will take time to grow. After asking the system and learning that planting trees will not unlock monsters, Li Fei found a corner and planted more than a dozen tree species dropped by felling trees, leaving a space between each tree species. In fact, there are also special fertilizer formulas for trees, some of which can speed up the growth of trees, and some can increase the drops. But for now, Li Fei still wants to let them grow naturally. And the most important problem is that she still lacks funds for stockpiling. Fortunately, God will not let down those who work hard. And there is news from the real estate agency. Li Fei personally answered the phone this time. The other party said that it was a couple who wanted to further discuss the house matters and might be about to meet. When Li Fei heard that it was a couple, she suddenly felt that something had happened. The people who wanted to see the house she had received during this period were all single people, and it seemed that they all wanted to buy it for the elderly at home. Although many young people come to S City nowadays, S City is also an aging city. But the couple came at the same time, perhaps for the children. On the afternoon agreed by the 2 parties, Li Fei gave the address, put the supplies in the bedroom into the space, made tea in advance, and then practiced smiling in front of the mirror. While waiting for the couple, she was inexplicably nervous. In her eyes, success or failure depends on this one move. If she fails this time, she can only find another way, and she will probably have to mortgage the property. The husband's surname is Lin, and the wife's surname is Zhang. They look like polite middle-class people. People of this level should not come to look for old houses on purpose. So Li Fei is more certain of her previous thoughts. Who told her family that they can reach the key school C in the district in just a cup of tea? Li Fei briefly introduced the information of the house to the couple with a polite smile, and also fluently answered their questions. During the conversation, she also roughly understood the family situation of Lin and Zhang. The couple has 2 children, 2 years apart. The older one is about to graduate from elementary school, and it seems that he wants to be admitted to C Middle School. C Middle School was a district key school a few years ago, and in recent years it has leapt into the city key school, injecting a strange vitality into M District. The school policy has changed again and again. As a member of society, Li Fei doesn't pay much attention to it. In addition, he has just been reborn and has no memory of it. But seeing the couple coming to the door, I think C Middle School, which has limited enrollment places this time, adopts the principle of proximity. In theory, Li Fei's house should be a hot commodity. But because of this large-scale flu, most people should choose to recuperate first. The 3 of them were talking smoothly when someone suddenly came in at the door. It was Li Xian in a dark blue winter school uniform. Although the school time was different from the past, Li Xian came home earlier today, which Li Fei did not expect. The brother and sister looked at each other quickly, and Li Fei said calmly, "This is my brother, who is now in the 3rd grade of C Middle School." Li Xian changed his face very cooperatively, showing a harmless and gentle smile, even with a little shyness, and bowed slightly. Hello, uncle and aunt. As Li Fei thought, the couple's faces relaxed a little when they heard C Middle School. Mr. Lin raised his glasses on his nose, and Mrs. Zhang's eyes lit up and smiled. This young man looks really energetic. He also goes to C Middle School? Why did he come back from school so early? Seeing Li Xian's smiling face, Li Fei wanted to laugh, but she tried to hold it back. After hearing what Mrs. Zhang said, she couldn't hold it back. But the title of big boy can barely fit. After all, children nowadays have no lack of nutrition, and even too much. Li Xian is in the 3rd year of junior high school this year, and his height is almost 1.75 meters. I heard that many sports clubs wanted him to join, but he declined because he didn't like to move. Well, it seems that he needs to be trained well in the future. Li Xian sat with Li Fei obediently, and said softly, "The flu has been spreading badly recently. Our principal and teachers are concerned about the students, so we have decided to dismiss the school early for the time being to prevent the remaining students from being infected. If it gets worse in the future, we are also prepared to assist them with online classes." They were all praising C Middle School, as if it was the only good school in the world. After listening to all these words, not only Mrs. Zhang was more and more satisfied, but even Mr. Lin, who had been silent, had a slightly cautious look. The style of a key famous school, the excellent teaching environment, and the special care for students made the couple, who already had the idea, even more eager to act. Seeing that the preparations were over, Li Xian stood up, took his school bag and bowed again, smiling innocently. "Then I will do my homework first. Goodbye, uncle and aunt." Mrs. Zhang saw Li Xian return to the room and slightly touched Mr. Lin beside her with her elbow. In her eyes, Li Xian, who was studying at C Middle School, probably fit the image of a student from a famous school in her mind. And of course, she wanted her children to be closer to this. Mr. Lin cleared his throat and said, "Ms. Li, regarding the price." Li Fei had another reason to stop visitors from visiting this house. That is, she wanted to pay in full, and there was no extra time for installment payments. She was sure that this was a good deal, but she did not directly state the price. She put on a slightly embarrassed look and whispered, "I think you, Mr. Lin and Mrs. Zhang, are sincere. To tell you the truth, something happened in my family recently, and we need money urgently. Otherwise, my brother is in the 3rd year of junior high school, and there would be no change like selling the house for no reason. If we can reach an agreement, I have all the materials ready and can go through the transfer procedures immediately. But I still need to pay in full." Mr. Lin heard that Li Fei did not say the final price, and understood that he wanted to make the first offer. He looked around the room and said in a deep voice, "We have also checked the prices of nearby houses. How about this? I offer 3.5 million. What do you think?" "Miss Li? Li Fei did not expect this price. However, considering the location, area and school district buff, her house might be sold for 4 or 5 million and then negotiated more. But Li Fei urgently needed cash, and time was running out. If she could not reach an agreement, she was afraid that the couple who were interested would give up in the end. And 2 million was her bottom line. This was already the cheapest of the cheapest. Li Fei thought for a moment and said, "The furniture at home has just been replaced, and it is still under warranty. We don't want it anymore. It was renovated 2 years ago. Of course, you can decorate it yourself. I am really in urgent need of money. How about 3.8 million? Then 300,000 is equivalent to a deposit. You can transfer it to me after the transfer procedures are completed." The couple looked at each other and agreed. Li Fei was always prepared. He immediately took all the materials of the house, went to the agency with the couple to sign the contract, and accompanied them to the registration agency to handle the transfer. The agency also had few staff, but Mrs. Zhang was quite satisfied with Li Fei's considerate companionship throughout the process. She chatted a few more words in her spare time, mostly about daily life, children, and the famous school C. It would take at most 30 days to process the transfer, but if all the documents are complete, the process will be faster. Li Fei and the couple left each other contact information. After all, their children have not graduated yet, so they are not in a hurry to move in. In fact, because they just met Li Xian, they took the initiative to postpone it so that Li Xian can prepare for the final exams before considering moving. This really dispelled some of Li Fei's concerns. So she also reminded them to stock up more supplies during this period. For a family that can buy a house in full at one time, it must be convenient to stock up. Of course, whether they listen to it or not is their business. Chapter 11. It was dark when Li Fei returned home. Li Su also returned home and was cooking dinner. Li Xian sat at the dining table with a stern face, which was completely different from the expression when he met Lin and Zhang before. Li Fei smiled unconsciously, sat beside him and asked, "Why don't you smile? Didn't you look innocent just now?" Li Xian snorted and didn't answer. The screen of his mobile phone was playing an American TV series with zombies all over the screen. Huh? What did I miss? Li Su brought the dishes up. Steaming hot. Nothing. Li Fei shook his head. Someone came to see the house this afternoon. Things went smoothly. The payment will probably arrive soon. Very good. Li Su nodded. I'm also leaving today. Do you want me to help you? Li Fei heard this, and suddenly remembered the power generation facilities that had arrived. In her previous life, she basically went with the flow. So naturally she had no chance to get these things. And even the special personnel were guarding them. As a result, when the goods arrived in this life, she couldn't use them very well. Why not let Li Su take a look? Thinking of this, she nodded. Okay. You also know the address. I'll give you the spare key. Come over when you are free. Mr. Lin was also very fast. And all the house payments came one by one, totaling 3.5 million. As for the remaining 300,000, it depends on the speed of the registration agency. But with these 3.5 million, she can start stockpiling again. Li Fei first thought about completely reinforcing the rented house, at least to withstand the damage caused by human factors in the early stage. The previous savings could not be used for this purpose. It turned out that having money gave her confidence. Li Fei contacted the hardware store owner one by one, and actually contacted someone who could modify the house. Li Fei wanted to replace the glass of the balcony and other windows with bulletproof and cut-proof grade, and install alloy anti-theft windows, thickened alloy steel plate Class A anti-theft doors, pry-proof cat eyes, anti-riot and anti-corrosion fine steel locks, a row of anti-theft chains with locks at the bottom of the door, which is the best that ordinary people like the Li family can do. After all, money has other uses. Li Fei bought several more hidden cameras for monitoring, one at the door, and another facing the escape stairs and elevator. The monitoring was connected to the mobile phone and could be checked at any time. Money makes the world go round. Li Fei asked the installer to speed up the process, and it didn't take too long. Then she started to stock up everywhere. Clothing is the first priority for food, housing and transportation. Li Fei only reminded Li Su and Li Xian, but she hadn't prepared her own clothes yet. The same fleece jacket, outdoor long-sleeve trousers, underwear, quick-drying socks, hiking boots, as well as sweaters, cotton jackets, down jackets, capes, cotton sweaters, hats, gloves and scarves for warmth. She remembered the military coat that Li Xian had mentioned before, and actually bought 3 just in case. Bedding, such as various quilts, quilt covers, sheets, pillowcases, pillow cores, blankets, mats and mosquito nets, should be prepared in several sets. Daily necessities were added with soap, shampoo, shower gel, detergent, disinfectant and other items. And several more items that had been bought before were added. Because she had farm space, she didn't have to worry about water sources. And she wouldn't starve to death. But she would have to live a hard life. Those daily necessities that are easy to consume are the big ones. Now that she has funds, when should she prepare them? At the same time, Li Fei began to check the things needed in natural disasters. For example, eye masks to protect against sunlight during polar day, rubber boats and speedboats during floods, protective and disinfectant medicines during virus attacks, cooling clothes and heat stroke prevention suits during extreme heat, electric blankets, heaters, hot water bottles, hot foot patches, heating stockings and other heating items during extreme cold, as well as sleds and ice skates that can be used when going out, and various insecticides during insect plagues. Li Fei turned her attention to the big items again. She had to hesitate before, but now she can relax a little. Li Fei first bought several bulletproof shields and stainless steel shields, then several humidifiers and air purifiers, flat gas tanks and cassette furnaces, and finally, she bought several vacuum machines and food dryers, with food desiccants and deoxidizers. Somehow, she was still a little excited. Li Fei finally moved the battlefield to food. Because most ingredients can be grown on the farm, Li Fei considered buying things that are more difficult to source on the farm first. For example, a lot of salt. Salt is very important to humans and has many functions. But it is said to be very difficult to make on the farm. On the contrary, sugar is easier. And both are indispensable products for the human body and life. However, it was time to start stockpiling food. Li Fei gave up buying online and turned to looking for wholesale markets on the map. While making a list, Li Su came over. She told him about the next plan. The former listened very carefully, thought for a moment, and said, "When the employees come to install the doors and glass, I will receive them. You go to make a list of supplies first. The installation employees must be men. And Li Fei is still a single woman, which is still unsafe in modern times." Li Fei nodded obediently and took him to visit the room. "This house is ready to move in. So as long as you buy bedding, you and a Xian can move in directly." Li Su looked at the master bedroom and the second bedroom, frowned slightly, and suddenly said, Fei, I think it's better to change the room." Li Fei asked. "Brother, do you want to live in the master bedroom?" Li Su shook his head and smiled helplessly. "No. I just thought that a Xian and I can live in one room. You live in another room. And the remaining room can be used as a storage room or something like that. By the way, Li Su and Li Xian don't know the existence of space yet, and they may think that one storage room is not enough." Although Li Fei didn't want to be frank so early, she didn't want the two of them to live in one room. The end of the world is already very hard, and she didn't want to make her family live so hard in this life. "It's okay, brother. You can live here first." Li Fei perfunctorily pulled him over. The power generation facilities were basically placed on the balcony. "Brother, can you help me take a look at these? I will definitely need them in the future." "Okay. I'll help you take a look." Li Su touched her head and was indeed a little interested in them. He squatted down and started to tinker with them. Li Fei went back to the room and continued to make a list. Because he paid too much. The installers came that day. The installation period of anti-theft doors and glass is almost the same. The installers worked together. Although they were a little confused, anti-theft windows and anti-theft doors are normal. But ordinary people don't need bulletproof glass. They even installed a row of anti-theft chains, and specially asked to open a small sliding window on the door. But the money was overpaid. In their eyes, the male owner Li Su still had a smiling face and did not answer. He could only concentrate on his work, which took more than half a week in total. In the past few days, he has started to receive and open express parcels one after another. With the help of Li Su, the efficiency has indeed increased. Because Li Xian has not moved in yet, his room is temporarily used to store goods. Li Fei also made a list. As a result, on this day, Li Su took her downstairs mysteriously. When the former looked down, there was actually a small van parked downstairs. Li Fei opened her eyes wide and looked at Li Su. The latter shook the key in his hand and said proudly, "I borrowed it from my colleague. And my colleague borrowed it from the housekeeper. How can I go to the market without a vehicle?" Li Fei wanted to buy a vehicle with her money. However, it would take at least a week or a month from buying to picking up the car. And fuel must be considered. More importantly, Li Su was the only one in the family who could drive. Li Fei felt that she would be a road killer. So she never took a driver's license test. Even if she didn't care about this thing in the end times. She might not even be able to tell the difference between the accelerator and the brake. So she completely gave up the idea. Li Su suddenly asked her quietly, "I saw that you also bought a generator that burns oil. What about the oil problem?" Li Fei frowned slightly and said, "Let's talk about it later." So I also prepared generators with other energy sources. The two got in the car first. One driving and the other passenger. After fastening their seat belts, Li Su pondered and said, "Or I can go to the countryside to have a look. Although we are now a society ruled by law." He didn't say anything more. But Li Fei had already thought of it. He probably wanted to see if there was any loose oil to buy. A little bit counts. Li Fei squinted and teased, "Brother, I didn't expect you to." She really didn't expect that Li Su, who has always been regarded as a good young man by people around him, would have such an idea. It seems that the end of the world will really change a person. Of course, Li Fei also hopes that he can change. Some good qualities are worthless there. Li Su's earlobes turned red. and he stepped on the accelerator to change the subject. Okay. Let's go first. Chapter 12. Following the route given by the navigation. Li Su and Li Fei arrived at a wholesale market. There were many trucks and vans parked at the entrance of the market, but few private cars were seen. Even if people were stocking up for the new year, most of them would go to supermarkets, and no one would come to the wholesale market to do business. But it was close to the new year, and it was the last wave of business. The stall owners were very enthusiastic. Who didn't want to make a last profit and go home for a good new year? Li Fei still wrapped herself tightly, and Li Su followed her, almost revealing her eyes. She took the list, and the two went to find staple food first. In the early stage, there might be a situation where the crops on the farm did not grow, so Li Fei still stocked up some staple food. Rice, flour, noodles, beans, some of which could be vacuum-packed, saving the trouble of packing them at home. But in Li Su's eyes, she seemed to have bought too little. Li Fei seemed to see his doubts and whispered, "Don't buy in one place. Go to other markets later." Li Su nodded in understanding and stopped expressing his opinions. With the vehicle, it was convenient to stock up. After walking around the market, the two went home. It was daytime now, and most people were either at work or at home. Even the elevators were still usable. Li Fei and Li Su moved the supplies home box by box. But they didn't alarm many people, even though the area of the rented house was much larger than the original house. It was filled with various supplies at this time. Li Su had to go back to take care of Li Xian, so he didn't spend the night here very often. Li Fei unpacked a few boxes and put the supplies in the space first. For example, all kinds of dehydrated dry goods, fungus and mushrooms, bean curd and seaweed, red dates, longan, raisins, dried shrimp, jellyfish, and kelp, etc. There are also smoked bacon, chicken, duck, goose, salted fish and bacon, which will not go bad easily even if they are kept at room temperature, let alone in space. The second is various energy supplements for nutritional supplements, multivitamin effervescent tablets, calcium tablets, fish oil, freeze-dried milk powder, protein powder, etc. And if they are urgently needed, they are protein bars, chocolate energy bars, candy biscuits, etc. Li Fei didn't eat snacks much before, and occasionally she would eat from her colleagues. But the end of the world is coming, and she wants to stock up on snacks. Although some snacks are not filling, they can be regarded as spiritual comfort, and have become a resource more valuable than gold. Li Xian loves snacks, but he is not the kind of kid who refuses to eat regular meals after eating too many snacks. So Li Fei searched various snack shops and finally decided to place an order at a store that specializes in selling snacks that are about to expire. First, it is cheap, and second, after being put into the space, it can no longer be said to be about to expire, but will be permanently within the shelf life. In addition, those boxes contain ready-to-eat foods, timeless instant noodles, cereals, compressed biscuits, various canned meats, and various frozen cooking packs that most people don't like, but are treasures in the end times. They are even cheaper when sold wholesale, and if there is no harvest on the farm for a while, all of them can be used for emergency. Finally, Li Fei wholesaled a large number of condiments. The process of making condiments on the farm is more complicated than growing crops, especially for the few things needed by the human body, so they were simply stored in reality. Oil, salt, and sugar are essential. CDS likes thick oil and red sauce. Soy sauce, cooking wine, and cooking oil are essential. Then, there are monosodium glutamate, vinegar, starch, and pepper, star anise, cinnamon and other spices. In addition, there are rock sugar, sugar cubes, honey, and baking soda. Together, they can be said to occupy most of the van. Li Fei also bought a lot of high-proof liquor, not for heating, but also for many uses in life. Li Su has not been idle these days. He drove a small van to deliver a lot of other supplies. He saw that there was a freezer at home, which stored a lot of frozen instant food, as well as a lot of storable vegetables and frozen meat. The vacuum machine and dryer that Li Fei ordered before also arrived. Fresh fruits and vegetables can be sliced and dried for preservation. In fact, she also bought some AD and FD vegetables, but they were either mixed grains or powdered. She still wanted to eat some whole ones. Li Su also took a fancy to the freeze-dried outdoor food developed by many teams. Li Fei looked at the little savings left and found a reason to let the former give up and buy a batch of cigarettes and alcohol instead. Spiritual food is also food. At the end of the world, this batch of goods may be able to exchange for resources more valuable than outdoor food. There is really only a little money left, which is enough to cover the living expenses of the last days. There was no room to move in the room, and it was more than enough to open a small supermarket. Li Fei counted the days, and the final outbreak of this so-called flu was coming. She told Li Su not to run around anymore, and to stay at home to take care of Li Xian. She also calmed down, staying in the house every day to organize supplies and go to the space to continue exercising. The stockpiling finally came to an end, and Li Fei checked around in the space. The tree stump felt like it was growing slowly, and the planted tree seeds barely broke out a finger of tender green buds. Although it was still slow, it took nearly a month for the seeds to grow into trees, which was already a super fast speed. The 2 storage boxes were also full, and some were marked with quantities at the bottom, and the upper limit was far from being reached. Li Fei stretched out on the spot and exited the space. It was almost time to tell Li Su and Li Xian the truth. Li Fei took another comfortable hot bath tonight, but it would not be so convenient in the end times. However, when she picked up her phone, she suddenly found several missed calls from Li Xian. Li Fei quickly dialed the number, and the other party quickly picked up the call. But there was no reply after the call was connected. Li Fei listened quietly and only heard a little breathing. She asked calmly, Xian, what happened? Li Xian has always been an independent child. If he had not been underage and had to have a guardian by his side, he would probably have lived on his own. So he must have encountered something big when he took the initiative to contact her. Sister. Although Li Xian's tone was a little light, Li Fei could hear the shallow crying at the end. What did you say before the last outbreak period looked like? Li Fei raised her eyebrows, roughly thinking of it, and told the other party the symptoms, and asked, did you see anything? Li Xian was silent for a moment, and then stammered to tell her what happened in school today. There were about 40 students in his class, but now there are only about 20 students left, and many of them only have mild symptoms such as chills, coughs, and runny noses. Obviously, some parents think that this is an important time, so they did not let their children rest at home and still came to school. Many teachers also fell ill and did not come to school. So in addition to those who were still able to teach, several classes were changed to self-study, and the students in the classroom also wore masks and sat separately. Li Xian sat by a window. The sky outside seemed to be soaked in ash water. Although the lights were on in the classroom, it seemed to be shrouded in a hazy light. The self-study class was very quiet. Li Xian looked around. The students were either studying or drowsy. No one spoke. So he quietly took out his mobile phone from the desk and browsed the web silently. Maybe no one on the internet has really defeated zombie monsters, but there are many outdoor camping enthusiasts and survival enthusiasts who share various knowledge and precautions with netizens for free. Li Xian knew that Li Fei and Li Su were busy with supplies these days, so he couldn't help, and he couldn't be a burden at that time. Who knew that halfway through, the student sitting diagonally opposite him suddenly trembled slightly, and a few minutes later, he vomited loudly, which was like an explosion in the silent environment. Li Xian looked at his back in surprise, and before he noticed anything, the students in the front row who responded to his voice had already screamed in fear. It turned out that the student vomited a large mouthful of blood, staining the mask around his mouth red, and it was sprayed on the desk one after another. Some students hurried to call for help outside the classroom, and the student was finally helped out. But the desks and chairs were not cleaned up, and they were also moved out by the adults. But the bloody scene still made the students extremely panic, including Li Xian. Vomiting blood, Li Fei thought, stroking his chin. Ordinary flu definitely doesn't have this symptom. But this is not ordinary flu. Plus, after vomiting this blood, he will definitely not be able to come back after leaving school. The hospital was already so busy that they couldn't find their way around. This time, whether they were hospitalized or seeing a doctor, they all showed symptoms that had never been seen before with flu, and many doctors were infected. Medical resources and facilities have begun to collapse. If it is still so serious in a few days, as a first-tier city, it is likely that silent management will be initiated. Fortunately, the supplies at home have been stockpiled. Otherwise it would be more difficult to go out and buy them. However, This last outbreak period did not last long. It began to ease at the end of the month, and it was even more relaxed during the New Year's Day holiday. There is no need to talk much about the medical care in first-tier cities. In the previous life, Li Fei also went out on the street after hearing about it, and the gears of fate began to turn. Li Fei asked, "You didn't touch the blood?" "No," Li Xian immediately replied. "After the desks and chairs were moved away, we moved to another place, and the classroom began to be disinfected." Li Fei thought for a moment and asked again, "How long did it take for those students who went home to return to the classroom? How long has it been for those who didn't come back?" Li Xian thought for a while and replied, "Not many people come back after being sick, but the parents' group reports every day. Some come back with milder symptoms. They have to measure their temperature before entering the classroom every day, such as the one who vomited blood." Li Fei responded and said, "Give me the phone." Li Su might be sitting next to Li Xian to accompany him. After a wrestling, he soon asked, "What's wrong? Fei Fei? Brother, can you think of a way to let Xian come early? It's only more than 10 days away. It's uncertain whether all schools will be closed for online classes next time." Li Fei suggested, "I remember you joined the parents' group. See if you can contact the teacher. It's good to let him prepare in advance during the last few days." "Well, you're right. I'll consider it," Li Su answered, and then said, "By the way, I ordered a lot of purified water from you. Remember to collect it. There are still a few days left. Buy more supplies if you can." Li Su kept talking. Li Fei listened patiently and smiled. "I know. Brother, let's do this for now." After hanging up the phone, Li Fei just sighed and was about to stretch his muscles, but suddenly heard a heavy blow from outside. And that place was the entrance. Chapter 13. Li Fei stood up quickly and stopped at the bedroom door for a while. She could no longer hear any movement, but she still took out a crowbar from the space and held it in her hand. Slowly moving to the front door, Li Fei looked through the peephole, but did not see anyone. She took her phone and opened the surveillance video. She also installed a hidden camera on the wall opposite the door frame. She moved down and saw that there was actually a person sitting at the door of her house. No. Such a relaxed posture obviously means that he fainted due to exhaustion. There are only 2 families on the 19th floor. People will not faint on a floor where they do not live for no reason. Then this person must be the neighbor who lives next door. Li Fei's rental house is at 1902, and 1901 is opposite. If the former had not been reborn, and it was in the past, she would quickly open the door to check. But now, she would only stay at the door with a crowbar and continue to observe for a while with the surveillance. After all, it cannot be ruled out that there is a situation of early mutation. But the process of people mutating into monsters will not take too long. About a few minutes later, the person was sure that he was fainted and had not mutated. So Li Fei opened the door. But there was a row of anti-theft chains between the doors, which was equivalent to only opening a crack. And the person also fell backwards along the amplitude of the door opening. Fortunately, he did not hit his head. Otherwise, the brain stress protection measures would definitely cause convulsions in his limbs, which made Li Fei think it was a precursor to mutation. And he would never care. In fact, she didn't want to meddle in other people's business. 3 years in the apocalypse was enough for her to see most of the world and the various aspects of the world. She was also able to experience the human heart and understand the vicissitudes of life. It can be said that except for her own relatives, she wanted to be cold to all strangers. But it is still a barely harmonious society ruled by law. If this person fainted at the door of his house, it would be easy to blame him if something happened, and Li Su and Li Xian would come over. Li Fei clicked his tongue, opened the anti-theft chains, and gently placed his foot on the man's back on the entrance, still squatting with the crowbar to check. A slightly messy head of black hair, white skin, 2 thin eyebrows on the oval face, a straight nose, and watery red lips. But he should be a little older than her. But these are not the most important things. Li Fei's attention was immediately attracted to the corner of his left eye. There was a cinnabar mole embedded there, like a drop of blood on white jade. The most precious drop of blood on the tip of the heart. Inexplicably with a mysterious charm. Li Fei wrinkled her nose, looked down again, and found his lower face with red marks, which looked like it was pressed by a mask for a long time and soaked with sweat. Li Fei was stunned. Could it be a doctor? Since she moved in, she has never met the neighbor across the aisle. Of course, She didn't want to say hello. It was quiet across the aisle. Li Fei was very satisfied with the present. Although it was not so good to meet today, she was more relieved after learning some information. If he was a doctor, everything would be explained. Nowadays, there are not many doctors who can work. Some of them are sick and extremely busy. They simply don't go home and stay in the hospital all the time. If they are too tired, they will take a nap in shifts. It's very hard. And it's also good to make friends with a doctor. Doctors can be said to be one of the most respected people in the end of the world. Even if they are divided into different departments, basic medical care can still be guaranteed. Not only can they have a large amount of supplies, but their status in the base is also much higher than that of ordinary people. Although a small number of doctors finally expose the bad side of human nature, most doctors still abide by the Hippocratic oath to treat patients and save lives conscientiously. The medical staff in the base where Li Fei worked in her previous life could be called masters of medicine. Besides, there were many direct shots of doctors working hard on the hot searches on the web. So she didn't want to be too cold to this professional. Li Fei looked at him again. There was already a little sweat on his forehead. His lips were trembling. His limbs were cold and weak. And his face was increasingly pale. It's hypoglycemia. Maybe he was only concerned about the patients, and had almost no food or water. The hospital should have put on protective clothing. And it was troublesome to take it off. Li Fei put away the crowbar, turned around and went to the house to pour a glass of water. Added 2 spoons of salt and sugar and stirred it. At least it can make people sober. The symptoms of hypoglycemia come and go quickly. The man opened his eyes slowly with his fine eyelashes shaking. And there was still a white mark in his vision. Chest tightness. Palpitations. Dizziness. Tinnitus. Is it hypoglycemia? He quickly judged the result for himself. But he had no strength to control his body. It should be at the door of his house. Right, he thought. It should be okay to lie down for a while. As he was thinking this in his mind, a face suddenly appeared in front of him, a white and tender face. Small and delicate. A pair of deer-like eyes. Pupils like grapes soaked in water. A beautiful nose. And a slightly upturned cherry mouth. A girl who looked pretty and pitiful. But his mind was still very slow. Staring blankly. And suddenly asked, "Am I dead?" Li Fei paused with a water cup and asked, "Why do you say that?" The man said stupidly, "How else could I have seen a fairy?" Li Fei rolled his eyes and said coldly, "You fainted at my doorstep." The man was stunned again, and his consciousness seemed to recover a little. He struggled to sit up slowly and raised his hand to rub his head. Li Fei handed the water cup over. He saw a white and slender wrist. He took it and took a sip. It was sugar and salt water. He saw that the opposite side was the door of his house. He turned his head quietly and looked at Li Fei, who was looking down at him. He said, "Please leave after drinking." "Ah. Okay. Thank you." The man cleared his throat, but his voice still sounded a little hoarse. It was a voice that only appeared after extreme fatigue, but it could also be felt that it was originally a gentle young voice. He drank the water in the cup, stood up leisurely, felt a little stronger, returned the cup, and said with a smile, "Thank you. Are you the new neighbor? I live next door. My last name is Wu." If this is what he usually looks like, then I have to say that he is really handsome. Especially the cinnabar mole that keeps moving with the movement of his face, which can easily catch the other person's heart. Although he is smiling, he does not make people feel dissolute and frivolous. Except for the slightly ulcerated lower half of his face. He is definitely a girl killer. Even Li Fei couldn't help but wonder if he had seen him somewhere before. However, she is basically in the stage of locking her heart in love. She just responded with her arms folded and never spoke again. Dr. Wu noticed it immediately, but he was not embarrassed. He left here consciously and waved to her. Li Fei immediately closed the door and put on the anti-theft chain. After an insignificant episode, Li Fei continued to do her daily work. At the same time, she did not forget to go out to the registration agency to check whether the transfer procedures had been completed. If it was done, she could get another sum of money in the end, because she still had the contact information of Lin and Zhang. Li Fei would also take the initiative to report the progress. On the other hand, Li Su contacted the class teacher in the parent group and asked for leave for Li Xian on the grounds of having symptoms. The head teacher knew the situation at Li Xian's home and was alert to any disturbance. He immediately agreed to the request and told Li Su to come back to class after he recovered. He was probably scared by some parents who pushed their children too hard. So Li Su and Li Xian officially moved in. Li Fei had already laid out their bedding. There was a master bedroom and 2 secondary bedrooms, which were just enough for them to move in. Li Xian was still surprised to see the almost full house of cardboard boxes, and the seriousness of this catastrophe deepened. The three of them sat on the sofa, and Li Fei briefly talked about the next itinerary. She knew that they were most worried about supplies, so she emphasized the house payment. The two brothers came over after packing their luggage. The furniture and facilities in the old house were left behind, and the memories had to be packed up as well. Now it depends on whether they can get the last 300,000 yuan to prepare the last batch of supplies. Of course, there is also that thing, and it is time to announce it. Chapter 14. Brother. Xian, Li Fei said softly. It's only 10 days away from the end of the world. Li Xian was startled and asked, Isn't that New Year's Day? That's right. Li Fei sighed. The condition was relieved at that time, and there were more people on the street during the holidays. So, she didn't continue to talk about it. After all, she chose to relax and go out in her last life, and she never came back home. During the New Year's Day, the streets were crowded with people, but at the right time, they either fell down and started to mutate, or were infected by the mutants around them and mutated. Maybe she should be thankful that she was in a building at that time and didn't see the bloody scene. Li Su frowned, looked up at the materials piled up in the room, and said worriedly, I still feel that we are not well prepared. Can we finish it before that day? If Li Fei had not been reborn to get the golden finger, she would definitely be worried or even desperate at this time. But now she smiled lightly, and before she said anything, Li Xian noticed it and immediately asked, Sister, do you have any ideas? Li Su also looked at her expectantly and puzzled. Li Fei did not answer, but silently said in her heart, System. I want them to join and become online players. Host. Are you sure? The system asked back. This will occupy 2 places, and it cannot be changed. Sure, Li Fei said firmly. Okay, host. Creating. Connecting. Li Fei then said, Brother. Xian. Close your eyes first. Seeing her face still mixed with surprise, the two were even more confused, but they still closed their eyes obediently. However, after a few seconds, they suddenly heard a strange dripping sound, and subconsciously wanted to open their eyes but stopped. But the next moment, they suddenly heard a little bird song in wind, and the warm wind immediately hit their faces. Li Xian couldn't wait to open his eyes, and was immediately stunned, almost sitting on the ground with weak legs and feet. He glanced over and saw Li Fei standing in front of him, and couldn't help asking loudly, Sister, where is this place? Li Su had to open his eyes after hearing this. He was very surprised by the scenery in front of him. However, seeing Li Fei so calm, he, as a brother, couldn't make a fuss. His tone was a little stammering. Fei. This. Li Fei half-armed her waist and said calmly, Brother. Xian, I want to tell you something now. Since I was reborn, I have been bound to a farm space system, and this farm is based on... Before Li Fei finished speaking, he was interrupted by the system. Hello players. I am the MS-1214 system from the End of the World Farmer. The End of the World Farmer is an open simulation business game that requires players to continuously cultivate and manage the entire farm, unlock more different functions, experience survival in the end of the world, and truly survive. But before it could finish, it was interrupted by Li Xian, who looked very excited. Farmer of the End. Is it the game that ranks in the top 3? Li Fei had never seen Li Xian so excited before, and asked, You don't play this kind of game, do you? He played more multiplayer action games, MOBA and FPS, and this kind of casual simulation business is not his cup of tea. Li Xian retorted, I don't play it, but it's a doomsday game, and it has been at the top of the list for a long time. So I downloaded it, but I didn't play it in depth. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled, and Li Fei even felt that there was a tale behind him. Although Li Su didn't play games much, he thought about what he had just said and asked, but Fei is bound to the system. How did we get here? It stands to reason that binding should only belong to one person. Right? Li Fei interrupted the system and explained, Because I regard you as online players. You can also enter the space. Online. This is a function that has just been launched in the game. I have seen many live broadcasts by Up Masters. Li Xian excitedly stepped on the ground under his feet. This is more real than any VR in 5D. It's so cool. Don't be cool for now. Li Fei stopped and interrupted him coldly. Although this is a game space, it is not enough to just move your fingers and thoughts. Although we won't starve to death later, we have to plant and manufacture materials ourselves. As for you, Li Fei looked him up and down again, and said with a fake smile, then arms and legs. Don't pick up the hoe yet. Do physical training with me. When Li Xian heard the word training, he immediately wilted and lost his excitement. He asked with a bitter face, do you really want to do it? Li Xian is an energy conservationist who hates sports and even hates thinking too much. So even if he has good grades, he will still be scolded by the teacher in physical education class and can't even run a 1,000-meter course. Li Su said with a stern face, Xian, listen to your sister. Now is a special period. You can't be careless. If it really doesn't work, I will accompany you. Li Xian hung his head and said nothing. Li Fei said in a blink of an eye, brother, I'm quite confident in you, so you don't have to be so strict. Once she saw hot news about a programmer who died suddenly at his workstation, and she was so scared that she urged him to exercise when he was free. Li Su didn't want to worry his sister, so he occasionally went to the gym, and his physique was better than that of the siblings. Besides, even if it wasn't good, Li Su was so obedient that he would definitely actively ask for training. The system took the opportunity to talk about some novice guidelines, and seeing that the two online players were almost ready, it also sent a novice gift package, and 2 ribbon gift boxes appeared as usual. Li Fei asked, what did you get? Both of them tried to take out the things in the backpack grid, and Li Su replied, a map and a few tools. It seems that she is the only one who got 500 gold coins. The idea of 500 gold coins per person was shattered. Fortunately, many resources are shared. Li Fei led the two to the storage box. After opening it, they saw many supplies. Li Su smiled with relief. I was wondering why you bought other things first, but didn't stock up on food first. It turns out you had thought about it a long time ago. As for water sources, there are rivers and wells in the space. We can also grow food ourselves, but daily consumables are an urgent need, so I bought them first. Li Fei explained. Now there are 10 days left before the end of the world. It's time to start taking care of the farm and making some preparations. This system is waiting for this sentence. Host, the system said. Then, it's time to allocate skill points. Li Xian became alert again, and a large frame soon appeared in front of him and Li Su. And Li Fei also leaned forward to take a look. Skills are divided into farming, animal husbandry, fishing, gathering, cooking, synthesis, tailoring, domestication, trade, craftsman, and forging, with the top level being level 10. In fact, it's not that you can only do that thing after clicking on a skill, but you can get a bonus if you have a skill. Fei, you go first, Li Su suggested. Li Fei first clicked on farming. After all, farming will be the main thing in the future. Since there is a farm, there will definitely be a pasture in the future. After all, vegetables and meat are indispensable. So he also clicked on animal husbandry. There are 3 more points. She chose gathering, cooking and synthesis, still focusing on daily life activities. Li Xian often plays games and is familiar with the skill points, but he doesn't play farming games very often. However, for this popular game, he went to the forum to read several recommendations and guides. So after considering it, he first chose fishing. Then he chose animal husbandry, domestication, gathering and trade. Li Fei smiled and said, I didn't expect that Xian also has the potential to be a fisherman. Li Xian turned his face away and said, anyway, just wait. Li Su took over the other tailors, craftsmen and forgings that were not chosen, and then also chose farming and gathering. He couldn't let Li Fei plant all the fields by himself. After selecting the skills, the game was about to officially start. However, before that, Li Fei still did not plant, and did not forget what she said, and immediately asked Li Xian to start physical training. Li Xian followed Li Fei jogging reluctantly, and Li Su also wanted to see the environment in the space, so he simply ran behind the siblings. It was just that the breeze in the space was blowing gently, and the spring was full of vitality. Just jogging, breathing the extra fresh air. I rarely felt tired. Li Xian ran to the river, and it was just a few breaths before it was smooth. This distance was nothing for Li Su. and Li Fei had already trained her physical strength after this period of fitness. Of course, she suspected there was another reason. She pointed to the stream and said, "This water can be drunk directly. You guys try it." Since Li Fei said so, they must have drunk it before. So Li Xian and Li Su squatted down and scooped up a handful of water to drink. It was cool, delicate, and sweet. The two of them were amazed and subconsciously drank a few more sips. Even the last trace of fatigue seemed to dissipate. But more importantly, they really don't have to worry about the water source in the end times. Li Fei smiled and said, "This is also a fishing spot. But I found this place. Maybe there are other places." Li Xian knew that he couldn't be lazy anymore. So he took the initiative to say, "It just so happens that the three of us are here. So let's look for it along the map." The suggestion was unanimously approved. Li Fei took out the map. There was a lake in the southwest. There were many trees and stones around the river. When the resources on the field were collected, they could come here to continue. Another fishing spot was opened. Going forward, it was the edge of the extreme height. After all, this was a farm. Maybe there would be a way to continue to open up the land in the future. But it was definitely not possible in the early stage. In addition, they still had a lot of existing fields that had not been cultivated. Today was to familiarize themselves with the space and do physical training. When the three of them came out of the space again, it was already late. Although not as tired as in reality, they would still sweat. Li Xian couldn't wait to go to the bathroom to take a shower. The atmosphere was obviously not so solemn. Li Su went to the kitchen to cook dinner, and Li Fei sorted out the stockpiled goods in the room and put them into the storage box one by one. They each had their own work, but they were busy but not bored. Chapter 15. After breakfast the next morning, Li Su and Li Xian couldn't help wanting to go into the space. Li Fei had asked the system that only she could lead others into the space. However, just when she was about to take Li Su and Li Xian into the space, she suddenly received a message from the registration agency, saying that the procedures were basically completed. Once the procedures were completed, they could withdraw another sum of money. So the three of them discussed and decided that Li Fei would go to the registration agency first, while Li Su and Li Xian would stay at home to deal with the supplies. This time when Li Fei went out again, the outdoors seemed even more desolate. Even the remaining leaves on the branches were not known to be blown away or fell off. And the traffic on the road became increasingly sparse. It can be imagined how dedicated the agency staff were. Or they had to continue working. The transfer procedure required 2 copies, one in paper and one in electronic form. Li Fei was not in a hurry to go home, but she wandered around and saw more clothes shops. In the end, she only bought food for a few days. When contacting Lin and Zhang, Li Fei did not get straight to the point. Instead, she exchanged a few pleasantries and asked about the recent situation. Unfortunately, their youngest son was infected. But now the hospital is full, and it is too far to send him there. So he can only be quarantined at home. Li Fei expressed her apologies, and once again urged them to stock up some supplies. But she did not intend to end it there. After all, it was not her family's business. And she did not forget the purpose of the contact. Fortunately, Lin and Zhang were not difficult people. 300,000 was not a big sum of money for them. So they transferred the money quickly. However, it would take time for the money to arrive. So Li Fei prepared to put the supplies in the shopping cart first. Still mostly daily consumables. Li Fei allocated some money to Li Su, and the two acted separately. There were only 5 days left before the end of the world, and Li Fei's family was still busy in reality these days, either receiving and unpacking express deliveries or on the way to buy supplies. In their spare time, Li Fei went to the space to train with Li Xian. Li Su didn't know what method he used, but he really received a lot of scattered oil from some rural places. So Li Fei followed him and found a hidden place to store it in the space. The hot searches on the web page also showed a trend of improvement. It was no longer all kinds of anxiety-inducing and dangerous news, and it guided people's thoughts that this flu season was finally over. Only Li Fei understood that the so-called flu was over, which actually meant that the number of people infected had decreased. Not to mention that so many people choose not to go to the hospital. But at the beginning of the new year, too many people wanted to hear some good news. Even if there were doubts and arguments in the comment area, they turned a blind eye, or simply left comments to vent their anger during these days. And the quarrels became fierce. Li Xian also went to his own class group to lurk. The students in the class still had not returned to class. especially the one who vomited blood. Some teachers did come back, but the school was still on alert. Those who asked for leave were not urged, and those with mild symptoms were persuaded to return. They had to take their temperature every day before going to school. After all, the school is a densely populated place. Thanks to this, Li Xian should be able to stay at home and wait for the end of the world. Except for daily necessities, most of the other supplies were put into the space, and there was no need to start planting in a hurry. But Li Fei and others also knew that if they didn't work hard and lived off their resources, they would eventually run out. Compared with the rest of their lives, those supplies were simply insignificant. That day, Li Xian went to the post station alone to pick up a parcel. When he went home, he took the elevator. There were only him and a man in the not-so-spacious elevator. The man saw that he was holding a lot of parcels and asked with a smile, "Which floor are you going to?" Li Xian followed Li Fei's words and wrapped himself tightly, leaving only his eyes exposed. Fortunately, it was not abrupt in this season. The man was wearing seasonal clothes, except for the mask on his face, which was for medical use. Li Xian said in a deep voice, "The 19th floor." Even if he insisted on pressing the button himself, outsiders would know where he lived, so it would be better to let him help. Unexpectedly, the man pressed the floor button but did not press it again, which surprised Li Xian a little. Could it be that this person is their neighbor? Li Xian, who had read many apocalyptic novels quickly, immediately became alert. Although 2 households on one floor are better than some multi-households on one floor, the neighbor next door may be a weirdo. Don't look at the smiling face now. It is guaranteed to be a smiling tiger, or an ungrateful wolf. Besides, it's the end of the world, so stay as far away from strangers as possible. He only trusts his sister and brother. So when he reached the floor, Li Xian took the first step and walked out of the elevator without looking back. When he came to the door of the room, he pretended to take out the key slowly, and only opened the door and went in immediately after the person went inside, regardless of what the person would think. Li Fei and Li Su were packing fresh vegetables. Although the temperature in this season can be stored for a longer time than in other seasons, they would store them as long as possible. Li Su asked, "What's wrong? So anxious?" Li Xian put down the express delivery, took off the mask, took a deep breath and said, "It's nothing. I saw the people from 1901. Sister, have you seen them?" When mentioning 1901, Li Fei suddenly thought of that night. It was obvious that she had almost forgotten about it. I guess the hospital relaxed a little, and that person was fighting on the front line again, and it was time for him to rest now. But he couldn't rest for too long, and this rest might last until the end of the world. Li Fei answered casually, "I have seen him. He is a doctor." "Doctor?" Li Xian thought. "Somehow, I feel that he looks familiar." While mumbling, he sat on the sofa and checked on his mobile phone. He didn't want to waste the time when he could use electricity to his heart's content. Li Fei and Li Su looked at each other, shook their heads, and continued to work. However, after only about a cup of tea, Li Xian stood up, moved the screen of his mobile phone towards them, and said, "Found it. I didn't expect to meet a star." "Star?" Li Fei raised her eyebrows and became interested. After washing her hands, she took the phone. As a result, she was stunned after just one glance, and memories flooded in like a tide. Li Fei, who was still in college, was a sunny and cheerful little girl, and she got along well with her roommates. That year, documentaries were launched online one after another, but only one medical documentary became popular, and the reason was also irresistible to many young women. It was mainly because a doctor, one of the protagonists, was so good-looking. Ernest Wusini, a young and capable attending physician, has become a celebrity in just 2 episodes. With his humorous, gentle, reliable personality and good looks, he has become a male idol in the eyes of a group of girls, including Li Fei's roommates. In fact, Li Fei was also impressed. After the documentary was over, the doctor occasionally appeared as a guest on medical variety shows, making a cameo appearance to make himself familiar. This means that he can no longer be seen as an amateur. It is said that an agency immediately took a fancy to him, but the latter chose to continue to be a doctor. However, she had to find an internship later, and she encountered the end of the world. She had already forgotten about him. It was difficult to survive in the end of the world. So who would have the heart to chase stars? I didn't think about it that night. Probably because it was too long ago. I just didn't expect that she would meet him by chance after her rebirth. And even live next door to him? As long as the characters in the camera are not scripted, they should be able to say a few words. But Li Fei would still put him aside first. And the most important thing is to prepare for the end of the world. In the last few days, Li Fei took Li Su and Li Xian into the space. Li Fei and his brother Li Su were responsible for various collections, and Li Xian took over the training plan from the former. Collection includes all the raw materials and collections that can be collected, which can increase experience points. With Li Su's help, it is equivalent to having a second physical value, and work is indeed easier. As for the stamina value, Li Fei also asked the system. It is calculated according to the player's own physical fitness, so it will also increase with the results of exercise. If you want to supplement, one is to use supplements, and the other is to upgrade tools so that labor is not so physically demanding, which is also a disguised way to improve stamina. Those equipment and facilities cannot do without these raw materials. Li Fei and Li Su discussed, and the latter decided to stay near the starting point and collect resources on the fields. Li Fei walked more to other places. Maybe he could find something he hadn't found before. The farther you go, the more lush the grass and trees are, and there are some outstanding colors among the lush green plants. In the previous life, Li Fei read books in the library. In addition to agricultural knowledge, there were also some illustrations of wild vegetables, wild grasses, and wild fruits, which were also helpful in the later period. However, at that time, she could think of it, and others could not think of picking wild goods. There were also natural disasters later, and a large number of wild goods could not survive. Wild fruits are usually not very big, but the mulberries Li Fei got last time were half the size of his palm. And the wild fruits were also comparable. The ones strung together were as long as 2 knuckles, and each one was as big as an egg, causing Li Fei to be unable to distinguish what kind of wild fruit it was. Fortunately, most of the things in the game are edible, but Li Fei still only collected them and put them in the backpack grid without tasting them. On the way, he encountered some wild vegetables again, picked a handful of each, and prepared to return. There was no sign of upgrading his skills, but the physical energy consumed was much less than farm work. When Li Fei returned to the original place, he saw that Li Su had cleared a small area on the field, and the field was almost hoed. The system had already informed him of the consequences of exhausting his stamina, so Li Su did not continue, but sat down by a tree to rest and checked the supplies in the storage box. Li Fei paused, then suddenly smiled softly and called, "Brother." Li Su trembled all over, raised his head, and laughed dryly. Fei, are you back? I found a lot of things, which should be able to restore my stamina." Li Fei took out everything she had collected from her backpack, tilted her head and smiled. "Try it?" Li Su was speechless for a while. My dear sister thought she was Shannon. Chapter 16. Just then, Li Xian ran back slowly, and even slowed down his pace for the last few steps. When he saw the wild fruits on the ground, he immediately took a red one and put it in his mouth to chew, and said with wide eyes, "This is delicious. So juicy." Li Su also took a bite of a yellow fruit, which was sour and sweet, and very thirst-quenching. He looked at the stamina bar, and it seemed to have really increased a little. He picked up the green wild vegetables again and said in surprise, "Isn't this Manitou and shepherd's purse? I didn't expect to find these in this space." Li Su went to the market to buy vegetables more often than the seedlings, and since people in S City often eat these 2 vegetables, it was not surprising that he could recognize them. Li Fei picked up a handful and suddenly put it in his mouth to chew, which scared Li Su and stopped him. "Oh, even if the water spinach can be mixed and eaten, it has to be cooked first." However, Li Fei only stared at his stamina bar. The stamina required for gathering was originally less, and after eating a handful of wild vegetables, he was almost replenished to the top. "It's okay, brother. Most of these can be eaten raw, as long as you can eat it," Li Fei explained. "Besides, it's the end of the world. It's good to have food, and it doesn't matter whether it's raw or cooked. After all, if you want to cook food, you need a fire source, and most people can't make a fire with their bare hands. Not only will they lose their only strength, but they will also be discouraged. There are also people who just eat it raw. However, being able to collect wild vegetables can be considered a kind of green vegetables." But her words made the 2 brothers silent. The latter looked at each other and did not speak. After all, they have not fully experienced the end of the world, and do not know what will happen in the end of the world. Even the moral norms are still preserved. Li Fei is not in a hurry. When the human order collapses, they will always understand. Who knows that before she speaks? Li Su also picks up wild fruits and vegetables and eats them raw. Wild vegetables may be a bit bitter when eaten raw, but they can be barely swallowed when mixed with wild fruit juice. After all, he has not eaten wild raw food so wildly before. Li Su wiped his mouth, looked at the rising physical value, and smiled. Great. Now we can continue to work. Li Fei was very satisfied with this. They couldn't relax completely just because they had the space. Besides, the system had told them that this space had a time limit. If they didn't exit at the time, they would be forced to exit. Moreover, they couldn't enter before that time. Therefore, the space could only be used as a trump card for them. They still had to survive in reality. Thinking of this, she smiled and said, Brother, some of the skills you and I have selected require equipment similar to a workbench to work. I want to make the ones that can be made first, so that it will be more convenient in the future. Li Xian suddenly said, Some tools must be made first. Right? For example, fishing. You can't go fishing with nothing? As expected of their sharp minds after playing many games. The three of them pulled out the menu and took a look. After thinking about it, they decided to make some tools first. Li Su saw a tree stump in the field before, and knew that it was cut by Li Fei. He thought it might be useful. So he didn't touch it, but used a stone pick to knock the stone and collect weeds. His physical strength was almost exhausted, and there were already a lot of stones and weeds in his backpack. But in addition to these two things, there was another auxiliary drop. Li Fei's eyes lit up. It turned out to be a piece of coal. Coal is a fuel. With it, you can make more things. But after knocking so many stones, only a piece of coal fell alone. You can imagine how touching the drop rate is. But with coal, you can make the necessary fire source for cooking. Li Fei put it aside first, and then checked the various fishing tools in the menu. In fact, fishing tools can also be bought in the mall. But she doesn't have the ability to pay the full price. And she can't bear to spend even the most basic ones. Now is the time to save money. So she still chose the blueprints that are good quality and cheap. If it weren't for the mall, she wouldn't know that there are so many styles of fishing tools. So she bought a fishing rod blueprint, a fish cage blueprint, and a fishing net blueprint. With 3 methods, she is not afraid of not being able to catch the goods. The material of the fish cage only needs wood and then go to the workbench to process it. In addition to wood, the fishing rod and fishing net must also use fiber, which is obtained by processing weeds. Fortunately, this is just a basic fishing gear. If it is better, it will inevitably use items processed by other workbenches, and it will not be possible to make it. This time, there are 3 people working, and the materials are quickly gathered. It is just an ordinary fishing rod, a fish cage, and a long pole scoop net that occupy 3 grids. With the previous tools, even if there is a harvest, it can't be put in. That's why we need to save money. And also to upgrade the backpack. Seeing that there is still space in the storage box, Li Fei asked Li Xian to put the other tools first, and go to the river alone with the fishing gear to explore. Li Xian kept switching the tools in his hand with interest, looking here and touching there. After hearing what Li Fei said, he asked again, Then we should prepare some bait. Right? Real fishermen need to make nests. After he said that, he took the initiative to open them all, as if he really took it as his own business. There are also ready-made baits for sale, and there are many kinds, but most of them are made of grain, followed by insects. After thinking about it for a while, Li Xian applied for another kind of bait blueprint. Li Fei took a look and found that it was fruit bait, and the material for making it was any fruit. This is indeed a lot more convenient for them. After all, the fruits that fell from the trees and wild fruits are also considered fruits. She has not touched the mulberry in the backpack grid yet. Li Fei bought it immediately. Fortunately, the bait can be processed directly on the workbench. The wild fruits that had been picked earlier had been eaten, and Li Fei took out the mulberry and threw it into the processing table. Although the mulberry was more exaggerated than in reality, it was only used to make a bait, so it was finished after a while. The bait received was like a purple dough, and it was automatically put into Li Fei's backpack. Li Fei took it out and handed it to Li Xian, saying, Go. It's the first time today. It doesn't matter if you can't catch it. It's empty air. Don't shiver. Li Xian was motivated, hummed, and ran to the river with a little excitement after taking it. Li Su was also happy about his change. Secondly, he opened the menu and saw the workbench required for tailors, craftsmen, and forging. It seemed that it was impossible to make it with the existing materials alone. Tailors, as the name implies, make all kinds of clothing and even protective equipment. Forging basically makes tools. And craftsmen include crafts and architecture. They haven't even started planting yet. So it's too early. Besides, they don't have enough money. Li Fei thought for a moment, and went to the mall to buy a bonfire blueprint. Bonfires can be used not only for cooking, but also for lighting. When the farm gets dark, there are no modern streetlights here, and they will have to fight monsters in the future. So lighting cannot be ignored. A bonfire requires wood, stone, and 2 pieces of coal, since they know that there is a chance that coal will come out of the stone. And both of them have a lot of physical strength. They picked up the stone pickaxe in their hands and knocked all the stones they saw. But as soon as they knocked the second piece of coal, Li Fei and Li Su stopped. It is said that the refresh of stone is much slower than other materials. After processing the workbench, a bonfire was made. Li Fei placed the temporarily extinguished bonfire near the warehouse. I don't know how large the illumination range is, but it is still very convenient to extinguish it during the day and continue to burn at night. They didn't want to waste the remaining physical strength. This time, Li Su went to collect wild goods, and Li Fei stayed to deal with the fields, because the latter had more physical strength left. Turning his eyes to the gurgling river, Li Xian had already arrived at the destination. He wanted to try all 3 fishing tools. So he also divided the bait into 3 parts. Put 1 into the fish cage and put it beside the river, and 1 into the fishing net, holding the long pole and putting it into the river. Occasionally, a few fishes could be seen floating in the river. But Li Xian was definitely not as fast as the agile fishes. He aimed and fished several times, but he always passed by the fishes and got nothing. Li Xian was not discouraged, and quickly summed up 2 or 3 possible reasons. Either there was not enough bait, or the tools were low level, or his fishing skills were not high enough, and he could not catch fish accurately every time. So he gave up the fishing net, sat on the grass by the river, and threw out the remaining bait connected to the wooden hook on the fishing rod line, waiting quietly. While waiting, he also noticed that his physical strength was decreasing rapidly. It seems that his physical strength is really not good enough. He was a little annoyed and a little ashamed. But no matter what, he had to do physical training seriously in the next few days. During the period, the fish hook did shake up and down, but Li Xian either let it go without paying attention, or pulled the rod inward and couldn't get it back. It was really like Li Fei said. Empty-handed, Li Xian sighed, saved some physical strength, put away the fishing gear, and walked along the river again, trying to find something else. Who said that there are only fish in the river? Facts have proved that his action was correct. After a while, he found a group of shellfish next to the gravel. Li Xian quickly took off his shoes and socks, dipped his toes in the water first, and it was not very cold, so he went down to the river lightly. Fortunately, he was in the shallow shore area, and he rolled up his trouser legs and slowly moved to the place where he found it. There was no undercurrent, and the flow was not turbulent. Li Xian picked up the shellfish and put it in his backpack immediately. When he went ashore to dry his feet, and the warm sunlight in the sky shone on his face, he opened the backpack and took a closer look. It turned out to be clams. This kind of shellfish has many uses not only in reality, but also in the game. The shells can be burned, the meat can be eaten, and it can also be used as bait and fertilizer. Of course, the most important thing is that you can sell some mosquito meat. At least this trip has been rewarding, Li Xian thought happily, put on his shoes and socks again, and went to the starting point. Li Fei and Li Su originally wanted to look for him, but they never thought that they would see Li Xian coming back from afar. Looking at his momentum, it is obvious that he will not be Air Force today. Li Xian collected enough clams to fill a handful. Li Fei smiled and said, "You did a good job. Just keep it like this today, and don't go home empty-handed in the future." Li Xian curled her lips proudly and asked, "Sister, what are you going to do with these? Or sell them?" The shipping box can sell things directly, but the price cannot be known in advance, and the settlement is the next day. Although I am short of money now, I don't think I can sell this half a pound of clams for much. so I might as well keep them as materials for the time being. Li Fei thought of this and said, "Put it in the storage box first. There should be space left, so I'll keep it as a backup." Li Su also said, "We collected a lot of wild fruits, which can be used as bait, and wild vegetables can be used to replenish our physical strength." The three of them were almost exhausted, and after discussing, they left the space together. It was almost evening. Chapter 17. The last day is the end of the year. Although this winter was full of ups and downs, the New Year's Eve was lively. The top search on the web page had long been replaced with the corresponding news. The social platforms were full of festive excitement. I thought it was the spring festival, as if the previous flu had been completely forgotten. Only the atmosphere of the Li family was incompatible and gloomy. Li Fei looked at Li Su, who had a blank expression and was still somewhat imposing, and then looked at Li Xian, who had a stern face and drooped his mouth, and didn't know what he was thinking, and comforted him. "It's not like the game starts after midnight. There will be a little buffer." Her comfort was like no comfort at all. No matter what, the end of the world is coming, and the first thing people will encounter is the zombie monsters mutated from humans. Li Su and Li Xian must witness the bloody scene with their own eyes to be considered to have truly arrived in the end of the world. Become one of them, and start to experience it personally. Seeing that the two were silent, Li Fei stood up and said softly, "I'll go to the mall. We'll have a New Year's Eve dinner tonight. We need to be in high spirits tomorrow." Li Su subconsciously wanted to suggest it, but was silently suppressed by Li Fei's eyes. He glanced at Li Xian again, nodded and smiled. "Okay. You go. Come back early." After such a period of time, he clearly found that Li Fei had become mature and stable. No longer the pure and cheerful girl before, although it felt like forcing her to grow. God knew what she had experienced in those 3 years, but now it seemed that it was better to listen to her about family matters. Li Fei packed up and went out to the nearest supermarket in the community. As soon as I entered the room, I felt the hot wind blowing on my face, and there was an endless stream of pedestrians. Although it was not yet the stage where the cheerful music and lights were played all day long, I still couldn't help but sigh in my heart when I saw that it was still a normal supermarket. By tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, this scene might no longer exist. Right? Li Fei went to the various food areas and found that there were fewer water, rice, noodles, and frozen instant foods, and there were more clerks wandering around to restock than in other places. Li Fei held the shopping basket and swiped his phone with one hand. It turned out that there were still a few words of concern about the future situation on the social platform. How could the worsening disease calm down for no reason? Some suspicious netizens who like conspiracy theories raised doubts and, regardless of the debate in the comments below, indicated that they would go to stock up some goods. This saved her life. Li Fei casually took a bag of vegetables and put it in the shopping cart. Whether they were willing to stock up was their business, not hers. And for this New Year's Eve dinner, they naturally had to choose food that all three of them liked. After all, they didn't know when they would be able to eat it again. At the beginning of the end of the world, water, electricity, and gas would not be cut off at first, so they could still cook. Food would not go bad in this season. So Li Fei bought a lot of leafy vegetables. When she was choosing meat next to the freezer, she suddenly heard someone greet her. What a coincidence. "Miss, we meet again." Li Fei frowned slightly when she heard this. In fact, as soon as the voice appeared, she knew who it was. After all, she was in another district, and her original friends and acquaintances were basically only on the internet. Even the Lin and Zhang couple were at most passers-by, and they would probably never meet again. Then it must be the person I met that night. Li Fei turned her eyes and saw Wu Sini pushing a shopping cart next to her. He was wearing a beige windbreaker with a fur collar and a long shirt. It looked like a famous brand. With simple trousers, he looked tall and slender. He still wore a mask on his face, but his eyebrows were curved, and he must be smiling. The prominent cinnabar mole was also tightly embedded. I don't know if it's a professional habit, or if he knows some inside information. At least 60% of the people in the mall didn't wear masks. In the end, I was wearing one too, but he still recognized me. Others had already greeted her, so she couldn't just ignore it. She nodded and said calmly, "Good evening, Dr. Wu." Do you know me?" Wu Sini's eyes sparkled. "But I don't know how to address you. After all, we will be neighbors in the future." Li Fei glanced at him, her eyelashes trembling, and lowered her eyebrows, and asked back, "Are you trying to flirt with me, Dr. Wu?" Wu Sini paused, and didn't say anything for a while. Li Fei also retracted his gaze and replied, "We are all big stars. How could we not know each other? If we weren't wearing masks, I guess there would be fans coming up by now." Wu Sini touched his face, as if a little embarrassed. "It's just that the director team kept asking, so I had to agree." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at her silently, and the meaning in his eyes seemed to be that he wanted to hear the answer to the next question. Li Fei picked some chicken wings and packed them in the shopping cart, and said indifferently, "My last name is Li." The mall was already noisy, and Wu Sini didn't hear clearly because of the mask. So she asked, "Li?" "Li. Li and Dawn." Li Fei chose another 2 pounds of ribs, asked the clerk to cut them, and went to the aquatic area without looking back. There were fresh fish and shrimps in the glass water tank in the aquatic area. She bought some of each. Looking at the time, it was almost time to go back, and it would take time to cook. But when she arrived at the mall and saw the shelves full of inventory all the time, Li Fei couldn't help but want to stock up as much as possible. But she didn't have a vehicle, and even after training, she couldn't compare with the vehicle. So she left the mall. The lights were bright enough to make the world as bright as day, and the cold wind blew away the warmth on her body. Li Fei was ready to walk home, but at the evening rush hour, the busy streets were inevitably a bit crowded. She turned her head and saw Wu Sini waiting for the traffic light here. To some extent, they were indeed on the same road, so it was not surprising that they were walking on the same road. Li Fei took another glance and saw that he had much fewer goods in his hand than she did, and he obviously lived alone. I hope he won't come to her house for help when the time comes. It was more peaceful when she walked into the community. The platinum street lights were shining brightly. Li Fei's perception was also trained in her previous life, so she always felt that Wu Sini was following behind her, as if he was keeping a certain distance from her with good intentions. But this made her feel cold and uncomfortable. Li Fei finally stopped, just under a street light, and turned around to stare at the person behind her. Wu Sini was also startled when she saw her stop, and asked, "What's wrong, Miss Li?" Li Fei raised her chin. "You? Go ahead." "Oh, okay." Wu Sini brushed past her and continued walking until they arrived at the building. This time, they had to enter the door and take the elevator at the same time. As a doctor, and a doctor of similar professional counterparts, he smiled and advised before leaving, "Keep wearing a mask recently. Don't take it lightly." He spoke a Wu dialect, and it was confirmed that he was a local. Li Fei thought for a moment, and also said, "Before tomorrow comes, prepare more supplies. Don't take it lightly." Under Wu Sini's slightly puzzled gaze, Li Fei opened the door and walked straight in. Fei, you're back?" Li Su looked relieved for some reason, came over to take the shopping bag from Li Fei, and said with a smile, "You take a rest first. I'll go make dinner." Li Fei shook her head. "There are so many. Brother, I'll help too." Although Li Fei likes to learn cooking by fooling around, she still knows the basics. This is a New Year's Eve dinner, which has more dishes than usual, and she can finish it quickly with her help. After the apocalypse period was still stable, people found that the mutation started exactly on January 1st of the new year, so they called the year the first year of the apocalypse, the beginning of all destruction, the beginning of all resets, a new life without hope. In her previous life, Li Fei lived for only 3 short years in the apocalypse. Although it seemed short, the days of survival were long and painful. She had no idea whether humans would be reborn. Now that she is reborn, she will try to extend the days of survival a little longer. With her family, food with good color, aroma, and taste can always make people relax. Li Fei also bought canned drinks. The 3 of them clinked their glasses and enjoyed the feast together. Li Xian also felt that this meal should be eaten as the last one, so he ate it with more relish than any other meal. Since Li Fei was reborn, she would enjoy food with a grateful heart whenever she encountered it, and she must eat until she was full. Fortunately, she still has to do training now, and her appetite has increased. Li Su saw that the 2 of them were enjoying their meal, so he stopped worrying about it. After all, he couldn't stop time, so he just buried his head in his meal. For a while, the 3 of them were silent while eating. After finishing the meal and cleaning up, it was still a few hours before midnight. It was said that a famous riverside would set off fireworks tonight, and there was no telling how many people would come to check in. The Li family usually didn't go to bed early, and now they couldn't sleep at all. However, it was not yet the time when the space was prohibited from being used. So Li Fei was ready to go in and take a look. Li Xian saw her thoughts and suggested, "Sister, my brother and I will go too." The three of them were currently tied up with the same rope. Li Fei nodded and took the two of them into the space. After the farm space fell into the night, the bonfire that Li Fei made during the day had automatically ignited. It was not as bright as day, but there was a large range of visible space. The warehouse, granary, workbench, storage box were all clearly visible. But the lighting tools are not limited to bonfires. When the materials are enough, we have to make some portable ones. The three of them sat around the bonfire. The night on the farm was very quiet. It was slightly cool, but not cold. The spark still exuded warmth. Li Fei opened all the menus and said, "We have to plan to start planting. Of course, it's not just planting food, but also plants to resist zombies, mutant monsters, and even humans." I took a look at the mall and found that some plants can help us in life. Li Xian accidentally plucked the grass at his feet, paused, and asked, "Sister, why don't you tell us what will happen at the beginning of the apocalypse?" These days, he has also watched a lot of movies and novels, including zombies, natural disasters, and even radiation wasteland. But no matter how many types he has watched, it is not as correct as experiencing it in person. He and Li Su are mentally prepared after knowing this. Li Fei glanced at him approvingly, thought for a while, and said, "The apocalypse will begin tomorrow. But this is also the name of the first year given by later generations. In the beginning, most of the infected humans mutated into zombies. And the newly mutated zombies are actually very weak. As long as they are not unarmed, there is a high probability of winning. However, many people are afraid of those unknown monsters and are unwilling to try to defeat them. Over time, they miss the zombies' weak period, and it will be difficult to defeat them in the future." Li Fei stopped talking here, and seeing that the two people were still thinking, he continued, "Then, there will be polar day and polar night. You should understand what these two mean. They won't last long together. Let's survive this period first." Li Su and Li Xian's expressions became more determined, and they nodded their chins heavily in response. Chapter 18. Li Fei opened the mall. As she said, the zombies in the early stage were not strong. Even the zombies in the farm space that coveted crops came in waves, like a classic tower defense game. This first wave was also very weak. Li Fei could deal with it with her bare hands, and there was no need to plant defensive plants. Instead of worrying about the zombies on the farm and outdoors, it is better to worry about humans. Humans have more tricks than zombies. When the order has not completely collapsed in the early stage, I am afraid we can learn from it. The cold weapons that Li Fei currently has are enough to deter, so she wants to look for hot weapons. After all, she will definitely not get hot weapons at the beginning. The three of them looked for plant seeds that could be purchased, and then found that most of the guns were beans. Arrows were sharp plants, cannons were mostly flowers, and bullets were some fruit-like. The only common point is, it's incredibly expensive. Fortunately, there is food stored at home, so there is no need to grow edible crops for the time being. But they still need to start saving money. Li Fei scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and finally shifted his attention to other aspects. Biological and chemical weapons are also hot weapons. To be honest, Li Fei didn't want to confront the residents of the entire building head-on at first. The dark side of people in the early stage of the apocalypse has not been completely exposed. If she did something radical, wouldn't it be too conspicuous? Of course, she still understood the principle that if someone doesn't offend me, I won't offend him. But if someone offends me, I must offend him. So she wanted to first get something that was colorless and odorless, but could disperse the crowd, which could be considered a trial planting. Li Fei finally chose a plant called psychedelic mushroom. First, it doesn't take long to grow. Second, it's not expensive. And third, it can be processed later and become a hallucinogen. However, if you want to plant plants, you must hoe the fields first. Li Fei first took out the wooden hoe from her backpack, picked up a piece of vacant land, and swung the hoe to hit the ground. She farmed in the base in her previous life, and most of the work she did was physical labor. She was very skilled at hoeing the fields even without using the system, and a shallow piece of land for planting really appeared on the ground. Li Su and Li Xian watched quietly, knowing that they would have to do the same in the future. Li Fei bought a psychedelic mushroom seed in the mall, and squatted down to bury it in the soil. However, the planting was not completed until watering. And whether it was crops or exotic plants, the durability of the farm would be unlocked, which meant that they would enter the end of the world in advance. Li Fei glanced at the moonlight in the sky, and used a wooden bucket to fetch water from the well. When he came back, he took out 2 baseball bats from the storage box and handed them to Li Su and Li Xian, smiling without saying a word. It was not cold at night, but the 2 of them shook their shoulders when they saw this smile. The reason why Li Fei gave them weapons was obvious. They had heard the system explain it before, and they immediately tensed their bodies. The wooden barrel was also equipped with a water scoop for watering. Li Fei took a scoop of water and poured it down. The land turned into a moist dark color, and a countdown was displayed on the top. It takes 3 full days for psychedelic mushrooms to grow, which is almost the same time as some crops. A steady system voice suddenly came from midair. Ding. The farm durability has been unlocked. The character health has been unlocked. Players, please prepare to welcome the first wave of zombies. A green bar appeared, and a red health bar appeared in everyone's field of vision. The night seemed to be getting darker and darker. Fortunately, a bonfire was made in advance with a light source. Li Fei also held a thickened baseball bat in his hand. This hardness was enough to deal with the newly mutated zombies, and the first wave of zombies in the farm. She looked at the nervous Li Su and Li Xian and comforted them. Don't worry. The zombies are slow now, and their attack speed is also slow. Just attack them before they attack. Their heads are their weaknesses. Li Xian said dissatisfiedly, Sister, you are so easy to say. After speaking, he still held the baseball bat tightly. Ready to go. Li Fei smiled lightly and said, I am doing this for your good. After this wave tonight, you won't be scared to move tomorrow. This may be the most useful time for you. Li Fei said to Li Su again, Brother, you can stay closer to Xian, but don't always protect him. Let him kill a zombie alone. Li Su didn't answer, but nodded vigorously. Li Xian listened from the side, and somehow he felt as if he was being looked down upon. He gritted his teeth and pouted his lips to pay attention to the movements around him. In the darkness, a few suppressed and heavy hoarse sounds came from the throat. Li Fei easily carried the baseball bat and waited, while Li Su and Li Xian were stiffly half-raised. This is not a level of reality that can be compared with 3D surround, and it is much more real than the screen. Everything is as Li Fei thought. This first wave of zombies is like a human mutation. Not only are they moving slowly in small steps, but even their movements are like time is turned on 0.5 times the speed. The skin of the zombies is a different bluish-white color from that of humans. They are not covered with clothes. There is mostly white in their eyes, with a little bloodshot. There is a mouthful of yellow teeth in their mouths, with black saliva flowing. It can only be barely seen that they are still human. And this first wave of zombies, surprisingly, only had 3 of them, slowly moving in different directions. Li Fei turned her wrists and ankles to warm up for a while, then held the baseball bat, with a strange and hungry expression on her face, and rushed straight to the zombies in her direction. The zombies were not fast enough to catch up with Li Su and Li Xian, but when Li Su saw Li Fei's reckless attitude, his heart jumped to his throat. Then he saw the latter leap up, raised his bat, and hit the zombie's head and face. And with a snap like hitting a watermelon, it almost broke in half, revealing a black and red semi-solid like cement, which splashed on the ground. The zombie fell to the ground, his limbs twitching slightly. His head was basically broken, and he lost his ability to move. Li Fei also used the tip of the stick to stir the brain in his head as a finishing blow, and then heard the system say, Ding. Obtained rotten meat X1. Corpse X1. Li Fei's physical training these days is not only jogging, but also training explosive running and sprinting, as well as appropriate jumping ability. So it is easy to deal with this kind of zombie. She turned around and saw the 2 brothers who were still in a stalemate, and shouted, Brother, come on! Li Su resisted the urge to vomit, knowing that he had to take this step, holding the baseball bat tightly, and heading towards the zombies along their path. His whole body was tense, and his physical fitness seemed to have improved. In Li Su's eyes, it was like slow motion, and he imitated Li Fei and hit the zombie's head hard. Adult men are always stronger than women of the same age, and the zombies were weak at first, so only one stick cracked the zombie's skull. Li Su hit the zombie twice more, and the zombie finally fell down. But his heart rate and blood pressure increased due to the surge of adrenaline. and his mind was confused. Ding. Obtained rotten meat X1. Corpse X1. Li Su slowed his breathing and said to Li Xian, Xian, hurry up. Li Xian bit his lower lip, almost biting it to bleed. But seeing that Li Fei and Li Su had defeated the zombie in front of him, he also plucked up the courage to swing the bat. Unfortunately, the first hit did not hit the head, but hit the shoulder next to it. Li Xian quickly stepped back. Although the zombie did not feel pain, it was obviously angered by the attack, and was about to pounce on him with its teeth and claws bared. Without waiting for Li Su to come forward, Li Xian quickly adjusted his posture and swung the bat again. This time, he hit the head, but the force was slightly weaker, and the head was only hit off the side. Li Su came over, and the two of them hit with two bats at the same time, and finally solved the zombie. Li Xian sat down on the ground with powerlessness, and there was some black and red blood on the top of the bat. Ding. Obtained rotten meat X1. Corpse X1. The system said. Congratulations to the host for resisting the first wave of zombies. Reward ordinary crystal core X1. It seems that there will be rewards for killing monsters coming to the farm. And this crystal core. Li Fei took it out from the backpack grid and took a look. It was a white diamond-shaped crystal stone, but it could illuminate the entire palm-sized space. Li Fei had played this game before, and knew that it could be used to upgrade facilities and manufacture items. In short, it had many uses, so she should save as much as possible. Fortunately, it was not difficult at first, and there were forbidden times in the space, so she only needed to check it out at a fixed time and solve it. Li Fei put away the crystal core and smiled at Li Su and Li Xian. You've worked hard. Take a rest first. The zombie corpses had been refreshed, and Li Xian asked with a look of fear, will there be more? No tonight. Li Fei shook her head, and seeing him breathe a sigh of relief, she whispered devilishly, but there will be more tomorrow, so be prepared. Li Xian's face turned pale, and Li Su's face was not looking good either, but he recovered quickly, with the mentality of following Li Fei's command. He asked, what else should we do next? Li Fei thought for a while and said, there is still some time before the exit, and the physical strength is also available, so just use it up. After the New Year's Eve dinner, the physical strength of the three people recovered a lot. Since sleeping can also restore physical strength, it is better to do some work now. However, it was already dark in the space, and Li Xian did not go to the river again, and stayed with Li Su to deal with the fields. In the current situation, another storage box can be made, and there are more and more items to be processed, so 1 or 2 more workbenches can be made appropriately. Li Fei looked at the two brothers, and came to the only workbench. The rotten meat and bones obtained from defeating the zombies before have been put to use. In fact, rotten meat is also meat, and it should be edible. Li Fei had seen some hungry people eat rotten meat in her previous life, but they had to bear the side effects themselves, and she would never eat rotten meat until the last minute. So she looked for a blueprint in the mall that could dispose of rotten meat, and she really found it. That is to make it into feed. Of course, the feed is not for ordinary creatures, and Li Fei has no idea for the time being, so she continues to browse. Chapter 19 Zombies plus Polar Day High Oxygen. Then, she also found the use of corpses. That is to make fertilizer. Li Fei thought for a moment, and bought a primary tree fertilizer blueprint. The required materials are bone meal and weeds. The use of primary tree fertilizer is to simply increase the growth rate of trees. In the future, more and more items will be made, and trees are really indispensable. And bone meal only needs to be processed with corpses on the workbench. Li Fei set all the corpses to the workbench. 1 corpse can be processed into 2 parts of bone meal, and with 6 parts of weeds, it can make a full 6 bags of tree fertilizer. Li Su and Li Xian will inevitably find tree species when they cut trees these days. Occasionally, like Li Fei, they cut down different wild fruit trees, and were surprised by the fruits that were completely different from those in reality. However, the probability of wild fruit trees is not high. In addition to the 2 mulberries obtained by Li Fei, Li Su obtained a loquat as big as a hand, and Li Xian obtained 2 bunches of cherries. Fruit bait can be made with wild fruits. The wild fruits on this tree replenish more physical strength, so Li Fei asked the 2 to keep them for use. Thinking of this, 6 bags of tree fertilizer have been made. Li Fei brought the tree fertilizer to an area she had specially designated for tree planting, including the tree species obtained by Li Su and Li Xian. More than 20 tree species have been planted in this area, but the ones planted by Li Fei first have already grown seedlings. Unfortunately, a bag of tree fertilizer can only be used for one tree. So Li Fei used all the tree fertilizer on the tree species planted later. Once it was spread, the color of the soil also became a few points darker. As a way to distinguish it, she returned to the starting point and sat on the ground, opening the maul again. The zombies in the early stage were not a big problem for them, who had prepared cold weapons. But it would not be long before the world would usher in polar day and polar night. Although it was the norm in some countries, the Chinese had not been exposed to it much. However, at that time, the country believed that the most urgent problems were still zombies, and the gradually generated mutant plants and animals. Today's technological firepower can indeed cover them, but the latter has a large base. So most of the attention is still on that. The side effects of polar day and polar night only appeared in the later stage. Polar day is okay. Even if the temperature starts to rise later, it will remain in the normal range. It will not be as terrible as the extreme heat in the future. But the surviving plants will carry out endless photosynthesis throughout the day, and the oxygen content will become higher and higher. Humans will be poisoned if they inhale high-purity oxygen. As for the polar night, it is even more troublesome. Biological clock disorders are the basis of the basis. Seasonal depression will increase the negative effects of human psychology. Long-term lack of sunlight will lead to malnutrition, decreased immunity, and osteoporosis. Not to mention that mutants prefer the night. So these two natural disasters should not be underestimated. Li Fei chose a nightlight tobacco plant. The strong fragrance of the flowers can neutralize high oxygen. Although it sounds ridiculous, it is a strange plant. Let's take a step back and say that the end of the world has come. What else is there to say? I also chose a double-petal sunflower, which, as the name suggests, can spread sunlight. But the first one requires 100 gold coins, and the second one requires 150 gold coins. Li Fei was terrified and gritted his teeth and paid. We have to make money, or one plant won't be enough. A few days before the last day, the Li family spent all their time sorting out supplies and exploring space. But if we talk about harvest, I'm afraid it's at Li Xian's fishing spot. There was little harvest with fishing rods and nets, but there was a turnaround in the fish cage, with some small shrimps and snails. Until today, those river fish have been kept in the storage box and have not been moved. Li Fei glanced at the sky, took out the river fish, and threw them into the shipping box that had not been used yet. They are not short of food now, and the farm will be refreshed again, so it's better to sell them for funds. And how much they can earn depends on the next day. The noctilucent tobacco needs 15 days to grow, and the double sunflower needs 30 days. Calculating the time, these two plants are trial plantings, and they can be allowed to grow on their own. If they are not enough by then, they will have to use fertilizer to promote growth. Li Su and Li Xian have exhausted their physical strength. They have collected wood, stones, and some wild fruits and vegetables, all of which are placed in the storage box first. The three of them are tired and leave the space. The fireworks show that will be broadcast live has not yet begun. The joys and sorrows of human beings are not connected. They just think that the crowded crowds are relevant to them, and they just want to go to bed and rest early. However, when she really took a shower and lay on the bed, Li Fei suddenly became more energetic, because tomorrow is the end of the world. The opportunity to be reborn is not something that everyone has. This time, can she really survive? When I woke up again, the house was dead silent. It seemed no different from any other morning. But in fact, there were already undercurrents. Li Fei looked at the time. It was already bright as usual. There was a small window in her room, but it was gray outside. It didn't look like a storm was coming, but it seemed to weigh heavily on my heart. In fact, this kind of weather can be seen in this season. And it was a holiday. There were many people who liked to stay in bed in this weather, and even Li Fei was one of them. But she knew that this was definitely not a time to relax. In any case, the end of the world has begun. Li Fei got dressed and got out of bed, walked out of the bedroom, and didn't expect Li Su to have washed up in the bathroom. The water can still be used as usual. Li Su is always prepared. He takes out all the large and small containers in the room that can hold water and fills them with water. He fills up the water in a container after using it. You can imagine how early he gets up, although there is a water source in the space. This action is enough to show his inner tension and even anxiety at the moment. Li Fei didn't say much. He squeezed the toothpaste and put it in his mouth and asked vaguely, "Brother, what do you want to eat for breakfast today?" Seeing her so relaxed and leisurely, as if today was really an ordinary holiday, Li Su unconsciously slowed down and said with a smile, "What do you want to eat?" "I'll make it." Li Fei brushed her teeth and thought for a while, and said, "In this weather, eat something with soup. Warm up your body and have an omelette. I bought a lot yesterday. It's a waste if you don't eat it. Don't save it. Eggs are edible as long as they are not completely bad. At most, the yolk inside is a little scattered. And the electricity is normal these days. And there will be phase power supply later. So it can still be stored at this time. Meat, eggs and milk are the main sources of protein intake. Fortunately, they can be obtained on the farm, as long as you keep working hard. Not to mention that they still have stockpiles." "Okay," Li Su agreed, washed his face with hot water, and left the bathroom refreshed. Li Fei spit out the foam and washed his face with a towel. When he was about to finish, Li Xian also came in rubbing his eyes. "Good morning, Xian." Li Xian mumbled sleepily as a response, and went to get his toothbrush and cup in a daze. Li Fei noticed something and asked, "What's wrong?" Li Xian squeezed toothpaste and pouted. "I had a nightmare last night. All zombies. It seems that the power of zombies is currently greater than natural disasters." Hearing him say this, Li Fei smiled instead. "There were only 3 zombies last night. And you are like this? What if you encounter a zombie tide in the future?" "Sister?" Li Xian woke up instantly, his face pale, and shouted unhappily. "Okay." Li Fei patted his shoulder. After all, she couldn't touch his head now, and comforted him. "Brother is going to make breakfast. Fill your stomach first. In the end of the world, filling your stomach is a very difficult thing." But, as she spoke, she covered her mouth and teased, "You can eat less. Don't vomit it later." Li Xian stamped his feet in dissatisfaction, and Li Fei had already left the bathroom. It didn't take time or effort to make hot soup noodles and fried eggs, and the stove was already full of steam from Li Su's cooking. Li Fei turned on the large-screen LCD TV in the living room, which was broadcasting the morning news at this time. But to be honest, she and Li Su were both office workers who had to get up early to commute, and Li Xian might sometimes get up earlier than them to go to school. So they really didn't have time to watch a complete morning news column. And even eating breakfast together was probably on weekends. The news was all about the country at the beginning, and then some people's livelihood was interspersed. Because today is New Year's Day, there are many more yearnings for the new year. And even the fireworks show last night was brought up a few times. Li Fei looked at the colorful fireworks and the happy images of the people by the river. But her heart was heavy, and she was silent. In her previous life, she went out after breakfast. At that time, Li Xian was sleeping in, and Li Su also went to find his friends and colleagues. She also asked a few people to go to the street together. They were separated into 3 paths, and could never get together again. Li Fei subconsciously looked towards the kitchen. Although there was a glass door between them, she could still see the figure, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Li Xian also washed up and sat on the sofa. He watched the news for a while and asked, "Why does it feel like nothing happened?" Li Fei didn't answer him, picked up the remote control, and turned a few channels. Another channel was also a news program, and it was being broadcast live outdoors. Li Xian narrowed his eyes and looked carefully, then suddenly opened his eyes wide. Suddenly, he saw a creature that looked like a human in the corner of the camera screen, even though it was still wearing clothes. Its skin and eyes were just like what he saw on the farm last night. And that human was slowly coming towards the reporter. Li Xian knew that even if he shouted at this time, it would be useless. And the cameraman seemed to have noticed it. And even the picture shook a few times. In the end, it was the female reporter who noticed it. She turned around and saw the monster. She was so scared that she immediately threw away her professional ethics and ran away screaming. The video was cut off. Li Fei did not stop and turned to another foreign channel that was broadcasting outdoor news live. This reporter was obviously not as lucky as the previous one. While he was talking, a newly mutated zombie suddenly jumped out from behind and bit his neck directly. The reporter screamed. His legs softened and he fell down. In a few seconds, the camera screen was cut off again. Li Su, who had just brought the hot soup noodles to the table, also saw this scene from a distance and frowned. Li Xian's face was pale, and he was scared. But at least, he didn't vomit on the spot through the screen. "Finally, I know why my sister said that to me," Chapter 20. Li Fei then switched to the official channel, and went to the dining table with Li Xian. There was clear soup in the steaming bowl, and a round sunny-side-up egg lay on the white noodles, decorated with seaweed and chopped green onions. And a few drops of sesame oil gave off a delicious aroma. The best way to eat this kind of soup noodles is to take a mouthful of noodles, and then a mouthful of hot soup. When you finish eating, your whole body will be warm. It's just that it's always hot when it's just out of the oven. Li Fei blew on it for a long time before swallowing the first mouthful of noodles. Li Su and Li Xian looked at each other, and reluctantly picked up the chopsticks and ate slowly. And the official channel on TV really changed its tone suddenly. Probably because of the expedited script. Li Su listened carefully, and only heard the anchorman reporting important news in a slightly trembling tone, saying that a large number of infectious disease patients suddenly appeared, and they were trying to isolate them. People at home were asked not to go out. Li Xian asked in disbelief, "Do they really think this is just an infectious disease? Even if there are a few uncommon symptoms in the flu, it won't bite people like crazy, right?" Li Fei drank a mouthful of fresh soup and sneered silently. Li Su frowned and said in a deep voice, "After all, not everyone knows the truth like us. Actually, it's not wrong to say it's an infectious disease." Li Fei took a big bite of the fried egg with satisfaction. Li Su knew her taste, and made it runny on purpose. The virus on zombies spreads very quickly. Once bitten, you will be 100% infected, and it will generally take less than half an hour for them to mutate into zombies. What she said successfully made the atmosphere more solemn. Li Fei glanced at them and advised, "Let's eat first. It's difficult for zombies to break through the community, except for those who mutate at home. The most difficult places now should be crowded places. Today is special. It's a holiday. I don't know how many people will be outside. Let's live our lives first." After being comforted, Li Su and Li Xian silently ate breakfast. After packing up, the three of them came to the farm space. As soon as he entered, Li Fei heard some inexplicable sound, which sounded a bit like the sound of gold coins falling. And the system sounded, ding. The shipment was successful. The total gold coins are 125. Please see the list for details. This price is not much different from what Li Fei imagined. At least the currency column has increased instead of continuously decreasing. Li Fei motioned the two brothers to gather together and discuss for a while, and then determine the plan for the morning. First, it was still gathering. Li Fei and Li Su, who had more physical strength, tried to collect wood, stones, weeds and wild goods. Li Xian also clicked the fishing skill, took all the wild fruits to the workbench to make fruit bait, and then went to the river to fish. This time, with enough bait, Li Xian stuffed some directly into the fish cage placed at the edge of the river, crushed it and scattered it in the scoop net, and slowly watched the swaying fish shadows in the clear river. After exerting his strength twice, Li Fei also came over. She held two brand new fish cages in one hand and a new fishing rod on the other shoulder. She looked like a real fisherman and didn't realize that it was the end of the world. Li Fei placed the two fish cages and the old fish cage side by side, threw two fruit baits made of wild fruits, chose a place to sit down, put some bait on the fish hook, and threw it into the water. Li Xian raised his eyebrows and continued to fish. The warm sunshine sprinkled on the earth, and the river surface was also sparkling. Li Xian was a little dazzled, so he simply stopped and took out the fishing rod to fish like Li Fei. However, after another instant stick of time, Li Fei's fish hook swayed up and down. Her eyes were stern, and she didn't know how she noticed the time, and suddenly pulled the rod. Obtained crucian carp X1. Li Xian, "Ah? Who on earth has the fishing skill?" Before he was shocked, Li Fei had already changed the bait and started fishing. Li Xian's competitive spirit was aroused again, and he waited calmly, staring at the fish hook without blinking. The fish hook finally swayed, but Li Xian didn't rush to pull the rod. Instead, he waited until the ripples were the largest and suddenly pulled up the fishing rod with all his strength. Obtained crucian carp X1. Li Xian suddenly relaxed his whole body, and a strange feeling arose spontaneously. That might be the so-called sense of accomplishment. Besides, fishing seems to be really interesting. It's just that every time he casts the rod, he will consume his physical strength. In addition, he doesn't always catch the hook, so Li Xian's physical strength will soon be exhausted. Li Fei also put away the rod and prepared to go back first. She patted the former on the shoulder and encouraged, "Practice makes perfect. Yeah. Li Xian smiled. I will definitely work hard. For the first time fishing, the current harvest is quite rich. For crucian carps and 1 sea bass. When Li Fei saw the fat sea bass, she thought of the sweet taste after steaming. The tender fish meat dipped in the sauce was worthy of river fresh. And her mouth was full of saliva. She remembered that there seemed to be a fish recipe. But she glanced at the pitiful currency column again, and reluctantly threw a few fish into the shipping box. What comforted her was that she would definitely earn more than yesterday. Li Su stayed at the starting point to collect. And together with the previously stored collection items, he could already make a new storage box. With the increase of materials and items, more storage boxes would definitely be needed. The second is a new workbench. The workbench is the first equipment for novices, and it can be made with wood. Li Su found trees to chop along the way, and there were other collections along the way, which he brought back together, because there is a golden finger that can go to reality to replenish physical strength. The originally few ways to restore physical strength in the early stage have become more spacious. So all the wild vegetables and fruits collected were stored first. Li Xian went to help Li Su build a workbench, and during the time, he talked about the fun of fishing. Li Fei used the remaining energy to cultivate 2 fields and planted the nightlight tobacco and double-petaled sunflower. Suddenly, she remembered that she had not watered the magic mushroom today. If a plant is not watered for a day, it will stop growing until it is watered. Li Fei used a wooden bucket to water, and the field where the magic mushroom was planted had broken through the ground. At present, it is only 3 fields, and it is not difficult for her to water it. But what about hundreds of fields? Even if 3 people water it together, there will be little energy left after watering. Right? How can she do other things? In fact, she also saw watering equipment in the mall. And there is even some technology that changes life. But it is too far away for now. Sister. Li Fei came to her senses after hearing Li Xian's call and followed the sound. She was standing in front of the board next to the warehouse. Li Xian pointed and said with interest, Sister, is this the order form? There seems to be something on it. Oh my god. Li Fei cursed inwardly. She was so busy thinking about how to deliver the goods that she forgot about the order form. She patted her head in annoyance and looked over. A page of paper appeared on the order form with black words on it. People on the river love the beauty of perch. Need the first fresh perch in early spring X1. Reward, steamed perch recipe X1. It's over. Her hand speed was too fast, and she sold the only perch. It's still winter in reality, but it's already spring in the game. So sea bass should be eaten at this time. Although the reward is not gold coins. You can cook after learning the recipe. The food can not only replenish a lot of physical strength, but also be sold. It's more expensive than the price of raw materials, so it can be said that it's not a loss. However, the 3 of them almost have no physical strength, especially fishing, which is a physically demanding job. So Li Fei decided to wait until the afternoon to recover some physical strength before continuing to do this order. At present, there are 3 storage boxes, 2 workbenches, and some collection items in the farm. Li Fei looked at the supplies that were previously stored in the first storage box and returned to reality with satisfaction. The TV at home was not turned off, and even the TV program disappeared at this time. Instead, there was a completely black screen with a huge red exclamation mark in the middle, constantly broadcasting the same words in electronic voice, causing panic. Please stay at home as much as possible, and don't go out. Emergency notice. Due to the appearance of a large number of highly aggressive unidentified creatures in the city, please stay at home as much as possible and lock the door. Don't go out. At this time, a faint emergency call came from outside, which sounded like it was issued by a police car and an ambulance. In just a short period of time, it seems that the situation on the streets across the country has become very serious. Moreover, a city is a densely populated city, so it is probably not good enough. The 3 of them sat side by side with serious faces, as if only in this way could they feel each other's presence. Li Fei picked up her mobile phone, which was fully charged at any time, and opened the web page. There was still network now, but it was very stuck. However, it was not because of the network problem. It was probably because there were too many people browsing the web page at the same time, and it was stuck to the point of collapse. There were basically no people's livelihood and entertainment hot searches on the platform. Even the previous flu was ranked at the end. The first part was all warnings and live broadcasts of battlefields, followed by #explosion#. Li Fei knew what the scene was, so she didn't bother to click in to see it. At this moment, she found that her chat software also had a column of 99+. Except for her former colleagues and old classmates. They didn't come to see her. I guess they were too busy to take care of themselves. Or maybe they had changed. After renting a house in this community, she always had to say hello to the property management, and naturally join the owner group. The building manager of this building was in the owner group, so he came to add her and asked her to join the building group. However, she didn't read the messages very often, so she went to the building group and set it to Do Not Disturb. At this moment, she opened it and saw that the messages were refreshed very quickly, and she even had to read 10 lines at a glance. 12:01. Did you watch the news this morning? 13:02. I watched it halfway, and the screen was immediately cut off and turned black. What happened before? 6010. You didn't see it. There is a monster in the picture. 8:02. What monster? 7:02. It's still hard to see clearly from the TV. It looks like a person, but it looks so weird. It can catch up with Halloween costumes. 15:01. Have you watched the X-City channel? That reporter was bitten by a monster. Li Fei didn't have the patience to read on, and scrolled directly to the latest news, and saw this sentence. 14:02. You must not go out. Don't go out. My husband worked overtime today, and he ran back as soon as he left the community, saying that he saw a monster eating people on the street. Chapter 21. However, 13:02 didn't know that his words were like a huge stone falling into the water, causing great panic in the group. 16:02. Is it true? 1001. Now the channel is like that. Even if it is fake, something big must have happened. 11:02. Let me show you a video posted by someone close to the gate of the community. There are 2 gates in the community, a front door and a back door. Li Fei's building is number 20, closer to the back door, and there is a large green artificial lake behind it. 11:02. Merge and forward. Li Su and Li Xian moved in not many days ago, and did not ask to join the group, so they all looked at Li Fei's phone. Probably the buildings close to the gate of the community. Those who live in the upper floors can take photos of the terrifying scene in front of them. The road outside the community is obviously paralyzed. There are cars parked sideways in the middle of the road, and there are also speeding cars that rush and run into other cars. They just leave immediately after hitting other cars. And there are more running figures, some chasing and running away, and some lying on top of people and eating them after knocking them down. A lot of sharp roars and cries for help have spread to the community. As expected, the group screen was refreshed again. Li Fei opened the owner group and saw that the words of the property staff were drowned in the messages. So he closed it. As there were fewer people in the building group, the elected building manager tried to comfort them. But what else could they do besides comforting them? This was definitely not a movie. What kind of movie could do this? The building manager must have been scared and panicked. Li Su and Li Xian both had stern faces, not knowing what they were thinking. The room was silent. Li Fei spoke to himself. The newly mutated zombies have little intelligence and thoughts, and they only want to eat people. If the gate of the community can be protected in time, it will take some time to get in. Besides, we live on a high floor, and it will take a long time to climb up. Li Fei suddenly said, Brother, clean up and make lunch. We have to go to the space again in the afternoon. Now it is still important to farm peacefully. How did you switch from eating people to eating lunch? Li Su had a complicated expression, and finally sighed helplessly. Okay, I understand. What do you want to eat? Li Fei immediately ordered the dishes, and nudged Li Xian next to him with his elbow. Li Xian came back to his senses and murmured, I'm fine with anything. Li Fei felt something was wrong. Even if Li Xian was still worried about the end of the world and zombies, he was not so distracted. He even beat a zombie himself last night. Is there something wrong? Li Fei immediately asked, Did you see any news? Xian? Li Xian shrank his shoulders as if he was seen through. Seeing Li Fei's determined expression, he knew he couldn't hide it, so he had to answer obediently. There seem to be zombies in the school, too. There is a dormitory building in C Middle School. Boarding students are not required to go home during holidays, so some students still stay in the school. And there are also guards. Some of them have mutations. And soon those who have not mutated are also infected with mutations. It's not that Li Xian likes the school that much, but he has a classmate for 3 years. and only that person will take the initiative to make friends with him. At this moment, he is also trapped in the dormitory building, which inevitably adds a little more worry. Li Su frowned and said, Xian, you have to think about this matter clearly. It's a mess outside now. Even if they are still in their hometown close to C middle school, they can't rush there directly, not to mention that they are in other districts. And the journey is even longer. Li Xian laughed dryly. I understand. Brother. After all, your own safety comes first. Li Su went to make lunch. Li Fei looked at him and reminded him. Although you can't rescue them, you can still contact them. Right? Let them gather together with the supplies they have on hand. As she said, she touched the back of Li Xian's head. Tell them all the precautions. Don't worry. These kids are more capable than they were back then. Li Xian nodded and dialed the number. Because it was a private number, the line was not busy. However, it is estimated that the emergency number is completely unreachable at the moment. Li Xian. There was an urgent shout from the other end of the phone. And without waiting for an answer, he said like a bamboo tube pouring beans. This is terrible. This is terrible. I woke up this morning and looked downstairs. And I saw a monster biting people. That monster is just like the zombies in the game. Calm down. Lu Rui. Li Xian interrupted. Is the dormitory door locked? Oh. I'll go now. Fortunately, it's vacation. Most of the students in the dormitory building will leave school. Not to mention that because of the flu, those who originally returned to school did not completely occupy the building. So the building should be safe. The monster biting people downstairs was probably the guards on the ground. And the main door of C is also a tall pointed iron door. If it hadn't experienced a small zombie tide, it should have been able to defend for a while. A faint sound of locking the door came from the phone. And Lu Rui asked with a short breath. Okay. By the way, Li Xian, how about you? Your home is quite close to the school, right? Are there zombies there? It seems that Li Xian is keeping his mouth shut and did not tell about his move. Li Xian glanced at Li Fei and replied. Fortunately, zombies can't enter the community for the time being. Don't worry. The school gate is locked on holidays, and zombies can't get in for a while. Li Fei was actually able to see several classmates around Li Xian, but she knew that there was one who interacted frequently with the latter and had met several times. It must be this Lu Rui. When she heard that the other party cared about Li Xian first, Li Fei had a better impression of him. Just as she was about to give him some instructions, she vaguely heard some crying next to her. Li Xian also heard it and asked, Lu Rui, are there any roommates around you who haven't returned yet? Ah. Yes. Just him and me. Lu Rui was calmer than before, but his words were still full of anxiety. Li Xian, do you think we can wait for rescue? Li Xian didn't answer, and he didn't know how to answer. Li Fei took over the conversation and said, Lu Rui, I am Li Xian's sister. Ah? Ah. Hello. Sister. Hearing the former's instantly obedient voice, Li Fei unconsciously curved her lips and continued. I think your roommate can't calm down for the time being. So you have to calm down first and find all the useful resources in the dormitory, including food, drinks, and weapons that can be held in your hands. Just as Li Xian said, even if the zombies come up, it will take some time. For drinks, the water buckets in the dormitory have just been replaced. For food, it's probably some snacks. The speakerphone was on, whispering and searching. For weapons, the newly mutated zombies are very weak. The chair you sit on can repel them. Many people didn't repel them because they were too scared, Li Fei explained. However, before Lu Rui replied, he heard another roommate crying. It's easy for you to say that. It's a monster that eats people. How can we repel it? The contrast is so sharp. Li Fei sighed silently, and felt that Lu Rui was more likely to survive. The more you have the same thoughts as your roommate, the more likely you are to die in the mouth of a monster. Every second of survival time in the apocalypse is earned by yourself. However, you can't blame him completely. He must have seen zombies eating people with his own eyes. And he is a junior high school student whose values have not yet been fully formed, so he will inevitably collapse. Lu Rui comforted him for a few words and asked, then what? Sister? Use a bed sheet or something to make a banner. Write some information and hang it outside the window, as an extra distress signal. Okay. I'll do it right away. Although they were separated by the phone. For some reason, Li Fei seemed to be able to see his starry eyes. Sister, how do you know so much? Li Xian was nervous for a moment. But Li Fei said calmly, because that's what American TV series and movies say. Ah? Lu Rui didn't expect such an answer. But he soon seemed relieved and muttered. No wonder Li Xian has been watching zombie movies and TV series recently. That's all for now. While there is still internet, you should learn more about survival skills and knowledge. When necessary. If there are no resources, and there are no zombies in other places, you can go to the fire box in the corridor to get a fire axe, and go to other dormitories to find resources. This is not good. Right? Lu Rui asked weakly. Taking something without permission is considered stealing. And well-educated students generally dare not do such things. Li Fei asked soul-searchingly, do you want to starve to death, or be bitten to death by zombies in the end? Choose one. Lu Rui was silent. Li Fei ignored him and asked, are there other students in the dormitory building? I don't know. There should be. We can gather together at the right time. The success rate of a team is always higher than that of a single person. But, Li Fei paused and said coldly, wipe your eyes. If everyone is like your roommate, you should give up. That kind of person will only be a burden and will not help you survive at all. Remember? Don't be too kind. As soon as she said this, the crying stopped, as if she was really afraid of being abandoned. And then, there would be no way to survive. Lu Rui was silent for a moment, and whispered, I understand. Sister. After hearing this, Li Fei returned the phone to Li Xian and went to the kitchen to help. Li Xian held the phone and pursed his lips before saying, I can't save you. Lu Rui. Be careful. It's okay. Lu Rui comforted him instead. This monster must not only be here with me. We just need to survive on our own. If we are lucky, maybe we can run into one someday. Li Xian hung up the phone and continued to sit on the sofa with his head down. And he still looked unhappy when he came to the dining table. Unlike Li Fei, he had not experienced the end of the world, had seen countless separations and deaths, and understood countless people's evil hearts. When he thought that his friend might be in trouble, he was so upset that he couldn't eat. Li Su saw it, picked up some food for him, and slowly advised, there's no point in worrying like this. Let's eat first. Today's lunch was no different from usual, except that they started with the easily spoiled dishes. Li Fei ate happily as usual. The frostbitten green vegetables had a unique soft, sticky and sweet taste, and he had to eat well before he could continue working. Li Xian was not a person who didn't understand. Although he had supplies and golden fingers around him, who would know what would happen later? Besides, he was really hungry at the moment, so he had to pick up his chopsticks and concentrate on eating first. Chapter 22. The owners group and the building group were still flooding the screen with panic and anxiety. But most people now firmly believed that the country would settle the unrest. So they were more relaxed than before. And then, they were worried about the supplies. Some people either went out on the streets or stayed at home to rest during the holidays, and ordered takeout when they were hungry. Although the spring festival was not far away, there would definitely not be so much even if they stocked up. And they didn't know whether they could receive rescue after saving money. So they were anxious. Li Fei knew that the country would definitely not ignore the appearance of such an unidentified creature that would attack people. But now it was a national problem. Even if all provinces and cities mobilized troops, the assistance would not be completed so quickly. Li Fei was not worried about the military's firepower, but was concerned about saving people. He could not take care of every corner carefully, and the zombies would evolve. In addition, the natural disasters would come later, and he would be overwhelmed. In a word, the road is long, bumpy and dangerous. It is best to go out to find supplies when the military eliminates a group of active zombies and the polar day begins. Otherwise, when the mutant's favorite polar night comes, the chance will be greatly reduced. After lunch and rest, Li Fei came to the space again. The stamina bar was indeed filled up a lot. Li Su continued to do logistics collection. Li Fei was of course ready to go fishing. But Li Xian thought for a moment, and said that he wanted to go to the lake to take a look. Li Fei understood that he wanted to be alone. But the farm was only dangerous after dusk. So she agreed to his request, and went to the river alone with a fishing rod. Hook the bait and start fishing. Li Fei sat on the ground by the river carelessly, unconsciously recalling her past life. Some people are not fishermen, but they also set their sights on the creatures in the waters, sweeping away anything they can eat before they are completely polluted, including various floating leaves. wet plants, and submerged plants. As time goes by, many mutant creatures appear in the water, and the waters are even more abandoned. This river in the space is so clear that it is refreshing and rewarding, so she is willing to wait a little longer. At this moment, the water rippled. Li Fei pulled the rod in. Although something was caught, it was not a fish. She looked closely and saw that it was. You get algae X1. It turns out that there are other things that can be caught in the river. I don't know if it's considered showing off. But when Li Fei played the game, she never caught anything other than fish. She was not the type who often went to the forum to look for guides. It had been a long time since then, and she had forgotten many details in the game. She observed it carefully. The description said that it could be eaten to increase physical strength, but not much. She opened the maul again and found that it could be made into bait and feed. It is estimated that if it is sold in the shipping box, the price will be less than that of the fish. So it is better to process it and contribute to the labor. If Li Fei's current stamina is converted into numerical value, it is about 140. This extra 40 is obtained through previous physical training. Swinging the rod is considered as one fishing, which costs 10 points of stamina. In addition, she is a novice fisherman. So in the end, she used up a full 100 points of stamina and did not catch many fish. It was still the home of Crucian carp, with a total of 4. And the other one was different. It was not a perch, but a mandarin fish. As the saying goes, in the peach blossom waves, the mandarin fish is fat in the spring water. Although mandarin fish can be eaten in every season, it is the most fresh in this season. It can be said that when Li Fei saw it, she wondered whether it should be braised or stewed with vinegar. But soon she became entangled again. Last time, she was quick to sell the perch, and as a result, an order for perch appeared on the order board. This time, she caught a new fish. Should she sell it or not? Li Fei returned to the starting point. Li Su was watering the plants he had planted. I don't know how much work he had done, but he still looked strong at this time. She went straight to the order board, and there was still only that one order on the board. Li Fei decided, sell. Saving money is the most important thing now. There is no time limit for the order. As long as you work hard, you can always catch the second one. Li Fei immediately threw all the fish into the shipping box. Li Xian also came back. He had the least physical strength, and the number of times he could fish was less than Li Fei at the beginning. I don't know what he did by the lake. He came back one after the other. He made some progress compared to last time, and caught 2 carps. Not only that, he also suggested, today I saw the shadow of crabs at the bottom of the lake. They must have been caught with a fish cage. Seeing that he was a little more energetic, Li Fei nodded and said, then make a few fish cages and put them there. Li Su naturally saw it, and smiled. There are still wood and wild fruits. We can make them now. There are currently 3 fish cages, so we are going to make 3 more and put them in the lake. The 2 workbenches were processing wood boards and baits respectively. Li Fei thought of the algae in his backpack, and suddenly remembered, are there any other products in the water? For example, in reality, water chestnuts and water chestnuts can also be found in the river. However, the fruiting season of water chestnuts and water caltrops is still far away, so you can't catch them even if you try your best. Once the wood is processed, you can make a fish cage and the workbench will be empty. Li Fei bought a blueprint for algae bait in the mall. After learning, you can use the workbench to make algae into bait. She gave both the fruit bait and the algae bait to Li Xian, who understood what she meant and went back to the lake. Li Su looked at his back and asked with a little concern, Xian, should he be okay? He is usually a relatively taciturn child. After experiencing that kind of thing just now, he may keep it in his heart and not say it out. Li Fei pursed her lips and finally said indifferently, even if something happens, you have to cheer up quickly. The end of the world doesn't care about your psychological problems. Li Su stopped talking and just shook his head. When Li Xian came back, the 3 returned to reality. Fishing is really a way to kill time, or to work in the leisurely countryside away from the city. So it feels like time has passed unknowingly. And there is actually a little rosy afterglow of the sunset outside the window. Li Fei saw the sunset from the balcony window, and couldn't help sighing that there might be a day in the future when she would never see the scene again. If there is news from the outside world, the system will remind her, which means that no one came to the door of 1902 all afternoon. I'm afraid that those who were lucky enough not to go out today will never dare to go out again. Even the property staff and neighborhood committee members dare not go out easily. The owners' group was still noisy, and 3 notices had been posted on the group notification. The first was to appease the owners as usual, asking them not to go out easily, which was no different from the official. The second was that the security office had found a way to reinforce the 2 gates of the community. And the third was to invite the building managers of all buildings to another small group for a meeting. After all, if the building managers were asked to go to an office for a meeting, they would definitely not go. Li Fei had almost anticipated what kind of meeting it would be. No matter how the gate of the community was reinforced, it was obvious that the main focus was on defense. It was estimated that the official rescue would arrive soon, and no one would take the initiative to go out at this time. So the theme of the meeting was self-help. But how can you save yourself? It must be that the people help each other until the official rescue arrives. Li Fei rolled her eyes. If she said something about going outside to find supplies in the group at this time, she would definitely be attacked and scolded. People are already a bit angry. Once they have a direction, they will vent on her without mercy and without relief. Besides, she didn't want to say that in the end times. Selfishness is a good character. It's enough for her to survive with her family. I just don't know if there will be other people who will take the initiative to go outside to find supplies later. It's impossible that all the people in the community of thousands of people are cowards. The supplies on display at home are enough for them to live for a while. They were all bought on New Year's Eve. If we count the days, electricity, water, gas, and the internet will last for a while. When these are all stopped, the residents will really fall into panic. It seems that modern young people are left with electronic products when they don't work. As a result, various social platforms are still very stuck, and only standalone entertainment projects can be used as usual. Li Fei still couldn't open The Last Farmer in the folder, so she had to download a few more standalone games and started downloading various movies and TV series. Some of the great TV series that can be watched thousands of times without getting tired of it. Sister, look, Li Xian called her, and Li Fei responded and looked over. The former actually successfully logged into the game forum, and the latest post was actually discussing zombies. Normally, such posts would be deleted, but I don't know if the administrator was not online, or if they also wanted to read the discussion post. So they all stayed. After all, this is a game with the theme of the end of the world, which is quite appropriate. Li Fei felt a little bored and said, "Why don't you take a look at the strategy?" Li Xian asked. "Sister, don't you read the strategy when playing this game? Except for the initial novice guide. You have to explore the rest by yourself. If you don't read the strategy, it will be really slow to make money." Li Fei curled her lips and said, "This kind of farming game should be played slowly. Haste makes waste." But even so, the game is now bound to her, and she is in urgent need of making money, so she has to go to the strategy area for a tour. "When I downloaded this game, I went to take a look," Li Xian said, with a smug look. "The strategy says that it is better to go fishing first than to plant and sell for money. And the cost effectiveness is higher than planting. When you have money, you can buy high-priced seeds in spring, and then plant 1 or 2 batches before summer, and take off directly." "Oh," Li Fei smiled with a squinting eye. "So you chose fishing as your skill? But you still don't catch as much as I do. When I level up, I will definitely catch more than you," Li Xian said unconvinced. "You must have some weird host aura." Li Su was watching from the side, and was also amused. Smiling quietly, it is said that most ordinary siblings will not get along. Although Li Fei and Li Xian are not siblings, he will feel a little relieved whenever he sees this scene. After the quarrel, Li Xian looked at Li Fei, then at Li Su, and asked in a low voice, "Brother, sister, can I contact Lu Rui often? There should be a signal in the next few days, right?" It seems that Lu Rui is really important to him. Li Fei thought for a moment, and did not comfort him, saying, "Okay, but I don't recommend you to have too much hope. If you accumulate too much hope, you will be easily disappointed in the end. So I don't want you to contact too frequently." Li Xian took the phone and nodded silently. Chapter 23. A few photos suddenly appeared in the owner group. Li Fei clicked on them, and found that they were photos of the gate of the community taken from the building. The front door of the community was a stainless steel automatic telescopic door, which was completely closed. There were also high board-like things on both sides, without even a hole left, as if they had never thought of going out. The back door was an ordinary pointed iron gate, which was much higher than the telescopic door. All the gaps were blocked, and there was no gap. This can hold them off for a while, Li Fei thought. But a community with thousands of people was like a super large braised pork in the perception of zombies. It was only a matter of time before they came in. Of course, it was possible that official rescuers would arrive before that to eliminate them. But it was only a temporary solution. For hashtag 301, when will the official arrive? Is there any definite news? 11 hashtag 702, what are you thinking? You must be paying attention to the city center first. Even if you come to our district, it will probably take a long time. 9 hashtag 201, what do you mean? Is there no garrison near our district? 15 hashtag 802, whether they come or not is another matter. The takeaway party doesn't have much food stored at home. What should they do in the future? Has the property management come up with a solution? 6 hashtag 1601, food storage is another matter. I wanted to change the water bucket today, but this happened. You can't live without water, right? 6 hashtag 902, don't worry. Aren't the electricity and gas still on? Boil water. You can't even have an electric kettle and pot at home, right? 6 hashtag 1601, it's easy for you to say that. If that kind of monster appears, do you think the water source will still be clean? It's good to have this awareness, but it's obviously not suitable to say it at this time. Sure enough, the residents of Building 6, 1601, were besieged and attacked. There were doubts, abuses, and even direct sprays. Just like 100 flowers blooming. Li Fei thought of the bottled purified water that Li Su had hoarded when he was unaware. Not only was the water drinkable, but even the bottles might be useful. Even if there was no space, it would be enough for the three of them to save for a while. However, in normal times, the Li family is the kind that boils water and needs to decay regularly. But Li Fei knew that water pollution started gradually. After that, the water flowing in the faucet would have a little color that was difficult to detect. Some people didn't notice it and continued to drink it. Even if it was boiled, there was still a chance of infection. Now, even if the gate of the community was tightly closed, there were zombies in the community. The dusk was even more gorgeous, but no one wanted to appreciate it. Li Fei stood on the balcony and looked down. It was empty. The setting sun shining on the wall made it even more lonely. It felt like a dead city. But she was soon attracted by the aroma of food that was slowly coming. They were the only ones who could prepare 3 meals a day in peace. Li Xian thought that he would not contact Lu Rui for the time being. The last sentence had made it clear that as long as they were alive, they would definitely be close again. He believed that they must be lucky. So when he came to the dining table, he ate his food in silence, knowing that few people would have the opportunity to eat it in the future. Li Fei and Li Su saw that Li Xian had put it down, and they also started to eat. After all, they would have to go back to the farm again in a while. Everyone was trapped in fear. But they didn't have so much time to worry. Li Su knew very well what Li Fei and Li Xian liked and disliked to eat. But the former, who had experienced the end of the world, was no longer picky about food, and even had a strange pious look every time. As for Li Xian, he was not so ignorant, and even his picky eating problem was cured immediately. Li Su liked to cook. Or rather, he was willing to cook for his younger brothers and sisters. And every meal was carefully matched. In fact, he subconsciously wanted to reduce the ingredients and food intake. But Li Fei told him that he didn't need to be so frugal. And it was the same as before. Slippery lettuce with oyster sauce, red tomato scrambled eggs, plus a bowl of fresh soup lion head. The size of the meatballs was as big as Li Fei's fist, and it was full of gravy and fragrance. Li Su smiled and said, "If you like it, I made a few more and froze them first. We'll try other methods next time." "Okay," Li Fei said vaguely. "There won't be a power outage these days." Luckily, she stocked up the most on seasonings. Ingredients can always be obtained, but it's important to have someone who can cook. After finishing the meal and digesting the food, Li Fei felt the call of the system and called Li Su and Li Xian to enter the space together. The bonfire was lit as usual, because she didn't have many equipment placed now. There was only this bonfire, which could illuminate everything. The three of them held the baseball bats in their hands. With the experience of the last time, they were not so scared this time. But nervousness was inevitable. They didn't dare to sit on the spot. They just stood there quietly, paying attention to the slightest movement around them. Li Fei, however, checked the storage box very relaxedly. She saw the machete and crossbow she'd bought at the outdoor camping store. Forget about the melee weapons. But should she practice the crossbow? After all, they had never touched these. And the power is guaranteed. And the arrows can be recovered, mainly to practice aiming, in order to improve the physical strength. This physical training must also keep up. Li Fei was planning in her mind, and suddenly heard someone calling her in a low voice. Fei Fei, here we come. Li Fei narrowed her eyes, swung the bat in the air, turned around and waited, still hearing the horse sound first. Several zombies that were exactly the same as the last time moved towards her staggeringly. Li Fei even had time to count them. There were 6 zombies in total. Ah Xian, she said coldly. This time, no matter what, you have to kill at least 1 zombie by yourself. Understand? Li Xian swallowed, held the bat tighter, and agreed. Got it, sister. Li Fei took the lead in attacking, and immediately swung the bat to smash the heads of 3 zombies. The zombies would fall to the ground after being hit hard on the head, and then they could be finished off. Li Su observed and learned, and he was strong enough. So the other 2 zombies died under his bat. They would go out one day in reality, and now was the time to learn how to quickly kill zombies. Li Xian pursed his lips, relying on his agility over the zombies. He simply went around the back of the last zombie and attacked from there. The zombie turned slowly, so he knocked it down smoothly. If there is time, we need to finish off the head, Li Fei reminded Li Xian, and also reminded Li Su. Li Xian endured the slight nausea and crushed the zombie's brain with a baseball bat. The system's voice came in time. Congratulations to the host for resisting the second wave of zombies. Reward ordinary crystal core X1. It seems that the zombies now are still ordinary zombies, except for the larger number. The rewards are the same. Li Fei couldn't help but think, will there be 9 or 12 zombies in the third wave tomorrow? If there are 12, the bones can be made into tree fertilizer, and all the tree species in the area can be spread once? She thought of the whole row of trees that grew ahead of time, and couldn't help but curl her lips. However, in the eyes of Li Su and Li Xian, that smile seemed sinister and malicious, as if she was a wolf, thinking about whether to roast or stew the lambs tomorrow. It's so scary that he can regard zombies as lambs. Each zombie has a portion of rotten meat and bones. The rotten meat is not important for the time being, but the bones can be made into bone meal. This time, with weeds, a total of 12 bags of tree fertilizer are all sprinkled on the trees in the tree planting area. Before Li Fei left, she went to take a look at her 3-grid field. The magic mushrooms already at caps, and if nothing goes wrong, they can be harvested tomorrow. This was the first time that Li Fei had planted crops and harvested them from a space farm, and it felt quite magical. Moreover, this was a strange plant, and she didn't know how effective it would be. When she thought about being able to use it to deal with any enemy, she felt inexplicably excited. After all, in her previous life, she basically had no fixed self-protection ability. Even if she got a relatively stable job in the base, she had to keep the highest vigilance at all times to prevent being attacked. The end of the world is always so terrible. After leaving the space, I washed and prepared to go to bed. Good sleep is also indispensable for the human body. After a few days, it may not be so quiet outside. Any social platform and network are stuck, but it can't stop people from asking for help and venting their anger. The internet is not a place outside the law, but it can't be controlled at this time. There is no food at home. The most convenient way is to deliver it, but there are so many zombies on the road now. Which takeaway boy is willing to take the risk? No matter how much the delivery fee is, the people who are out of food are still out of food. Li Fei was a little bored when he saw the back, so he turned off the phone and closed his eyes. The second morning of the apocalypse was still cloudy. Li Fei stretched and suddenly smelled a faint fragrance, and hurriedly jumped out of bed. After a day in the apocalypse, with the experience of Li Fei, Li Su and Li Xian have grown at an amazing speed. But Li Fei is not satisfied. Being able to fight monsters does not mean that you can survive in the apocalypse. Sometimes people's hearts are scarier than monsters. Li Su made egg pancakes and used a juicer to make fragrant and rich soy milk, all of which were hot. He even used the remaining bean dregs, hoping to make a long-lasting bean dregs pancake. Even as a southerner who can't make pasta, the internet is still usable. and people who don't have food at home will no longer browse some recipe websites. So it won't be very stuck. Li Su brought this up at the dinner table. Although there are still a lot of frozen pasta in the freezer, they will be eaten up one day. And the flour stored at home can be used to make some pasta, and then stored in vacuum packaging. Just thinking about it, and making suggestions means that they are increasingly entering the state of survival in the end times. And Li Fei will naturally not disagree. At the same time, she also put forward her own ideas. Going to the farm again today. She plans not to work anymore. At most planting and harvesting. And then starting physical training and weapon training. The latter is best with a coach around. But now I can only figure it out by myself. After eating and drinking, Li Fei took the two into the space. Chapter 24. The sunlight in the space is still gentle, and the air is fresh. The sound of gold coins falling that I heard before was even louder this time. Like a light rain of gold coins. The shipping list appeared in front of the three people. But Li Fei only looked at the final total. About 10 fish were sold yesterday. And the total amount was more than 400 gold coins. No wonder Li Xian said at the beginning that fishing was the most cost-effective. When the skill level is improved in the future, will you still worry about empty air or not being able to catch good fish? Li Fei suddenly regretted not choosing fishing as a skill. But her mood recovered quickly. Just when she saw her currency column, Li Fei smiled. It was rare to see such a paralyzed smile. Maybe she even forgot how to smile. It was a bit funny. She turned around and said, "Brother Xian, you guys go exercise first. I'll be there in a while." Li Xian nodded and said positively, "Got it. Sister, then I'll go to the river first. Brother, you go to the lake and check if there's any catch in the fish cage." Each of the three had a fishing rod. If they were tired from training, they would sit down and fish for a while. There was a chance that they could step on wild vegetables and fruits on the roadside, which would restore their strength directly. Seeing the two leave, Li Fei went to the field. As soon as she got close, an icon for picking appeared on the top of the psychedelic mushroom. The cap of the magic mushroom is black, and black always looks dangerous. However, when it is exposed to the sun, the black cap reflects colorful light. It is really colorful black. Li Fei picked the magic mushrooms, and the field was empty. Then she threw the magic mushrooms directly into the workbench for processing. Her skill is synthesis, and the scope of synthesis is very large, including but not limited to processing byproducts with raw materials, and even medicine and alchemy. As a material that can be used for medicine and alchemy, even if it is not made with the prescribed equipment, the magic mushroom should be able to increase some experience. And the magic mushrooms are naturally made of drugs. It is not poisonous and will not harm humans, but it can make people obey. When the device catches up, it can be made into a potion to fight against mutant monsters and zombies. Similarly, if it is eaten by zombies and monsters on the farm, it will also produce random debuff. With only one psychedelic mushroom, the workbench was quickly processed. Li Fei took out a pile of light-colored powder in the backpack and put it in the palm of her hand to store it. This pile of powder is even enough for 3 people. Of course, she doesn't want to use it on humans. She still thinks that it is not a waste to use exotic plant products on zombies and mutant monsters. But if there are really blind people, Li Fei snorted coldly, put away the psychedelic powder, and opened them all. With a sum of gold, she wanted to spend it. There were too many places to spend money in the early stage. She bought 2 more seeds of luminous tobacco, because she didn't know how powerful a double-petal sunflower was. And the polar night hadn't come so early. Li Fei kept her troops on hold. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a modern version of Hou-Yi shooting the sun? Li Fei also bought the stone baking tray blueprint, the craftsman's table blueprint, and the tailor's table blueprint. These can probably be made with existing materials. But in addition to other materials, a crop, cotton, is needed to make a tailor's table, and a cotton seed costs 50 gold coins. After the cotton grows, there is a probability of harvesting more. Li Fei bought 2, betting that one of them can harvest more. Just enough materials. In fact, the medicine table can also be made. It is similar to the tailoring table. It takes existing materials and any medicinal materials. So she only needs to buy a medicinal seed that can be planted. What she didn't expect was that although there was alchemy, the medicinal seeds and medicine part were dominated by Chinese medicine. It was really a game of China. But after thinking about it, Li Fei felt that it was not necessary for the time being. First, there were still a lot of medicines in stock at home. And second, there were no materials to put in to make the finished product. So she turned to buy a flower pot blueprint. The exotic plants planted on the farm will always exist after they grow up, unless they are out of season. Li Fei asked the system that if she wanted to take them back to reality, she must have a flower pot for transplantation. After that, she also bought a fertilizer formula. Primary fertilizer can already speed up the growth rate, and the material source of the formula that Li Fei bought is also simple. Stone baking trays need stone slabs to make. Fortunately, Li Su had been collecting them when he was doing logistics. The workbench processed stone slabs and combined them into baking trays. The baking tray and campfire combination, with a fire source and utensils, can start the cooking function. Unfortunately, the game is not open in this regard, and the recipes are still purchased in the mall. The cooked dishes can not only add more physical strength and health than the raw materials, but some can even add different buffs. The dishes produced from the farm can inherit the buffs when eaten in reality. So Li Fei also clicked the cooking skill even if he didn't cook much. But according to the ingredients currently available, only wild vegetables should be used, and the baking tray can only be used to bake food. Fortunately, there is a recipe for baking wild vegetables. Li Fei bought it and studied it. She took out a portion of wild vegetables from the storage box and threw it directly on the baking tray. There are also roasted vegetables in the small barbecue. Why can't wild vegetables be baked? In half an instant stick of time, the wild vegetables were roasted, and the physical strength recovered was twice as much as before. In fact, Li Fei thought that wild vegetables would be better made into wild vegetable soup. But she couldn't make a pot now. Seeing that the money she just earned was almost spent, Li Fei stopped for the time being, took out the wooden hoe, planted the seeds she just bought, and watered them. The craftsman's table needs a lot of wood and stone. Li Fei picked up the tools again and looked for materials eagerly. If she could explode the corresponding number of coal blocks, she could make a second bonfire. When you are exhausted, you can just use the roasted wild vegetables that you just made to replenish your energy. In fact, it is the difference between raw food and cooked food. Unlike barbecue restaurants, they will add so many seasonings to enhance the flavor. But Li Fei had eaten raw food a lot in her previous life, when it was extremely cold and humid. Even fire was a luxury. So she thought that just roasting wild vegetables was a delicacy. Until the end, a lot of wood and stones were collected, and tree species, tree fruits and coal blocks that just matched the number were also exploded. The tree species were planted in the tree area first, and Li Fei made a second bonfire with the materials and chose a location to place it. Now the range of illumination can be wider. After making the craftsman's table and placing it together with the workbenches, Li Fei opened it with anticipation. It didn't matter if it was opened. Seeing what was inside, she was surprised, happy, and amazed. She was happy that various buildings could be built in the craftsman's table, such as poultry houses, pastures, fish ponds, mills, and what surprised her even more was that she could even build a farmhouse, a home in the farm space. If the end of the world comes and there is no hope for humans, it is not a bad idea to bring your family to the space to continue living. Although the space cannot be used for a period of time, it is only a few hours in total, which is still tolerable. But Li Fei still looks forward to the arrival of the new world. Although being in the farm space feels like living in seclusion in the countryside, it is a virtual world after all, and there is still no human atmosphere of the past. She knows that it will take a very long time, but she still only regards this as the trump card of the end. Besides, even if she didn't have the money and materials needed for other buildings except the farmhouse, just looking at the numbers made her feel sick. A casual game? A game of cultivating immortals. Right. Reluctantly closing the craftsman's table, Li Fei went to the workbench again to prepare fertilizer. The material for primary fertilizer is plant ash, which is obtained by burning weeds. So a fire source is needed. There are now 6 grids of plants in the field. So Li Fei made 6 bags of primary fertilizer and sprinkled them on the plants one by one. She compared the number of days it would take to mature with the current number of days, and found that primary fertilizer increased the growth rate of plants by 20%. While doing other chores, Li Su and Li Xian came back. The two of them felt that they had finished their training and stayed by the water for a while. The fish cages had been harvested after a night, so they were brought back and bait was put in at the same time. When they put them on the ground, the shrimps and snails were caught in the fish cages by the river. And the 2 fish cages put down by the lake also had harvests. One was also shrimps. And the other was? Crabs. Li Xian seemed to have noticed something and immediately asked, "Brother, which fish cage caught the crabs?" Li Su replied, "The one on the left." Li Xian's eyes lit up. And he said to Li Fei, "Sister, the fish cage on the left. I put the newly made algae bait. Could this be a factor? The baits should all be the same. The store doesn't mention the level and quality." Li Fei thought. But occasionally using a new type of bait may really bring new gains. Now they have unlocked 2 types of bait. And there are other recipes in the store. Fishing feels more and more interesting. "Let's do this," Li Su said. "Keep the algae you catch and use them as bait. All the gains from the fish cages can be sold for hundreds of gold coins after they are shipped. It seems that the fish cage flow can also be tried? No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. But to be on the safe side, Li Fei went to the order board again. In addition to the order for perch, another order appeared out of thin air. A spring delicacy that you can't give up. Requires river clam X1. Reward, 150 gold coins. Li Fei held her forehead. Finally, she can have some connection with the order. It's not that the reward recipe is bad, but what she needs most now is the shiny gold coins. Li Xian also saw this order on the side, thought about it, and touched Li Fei and said, "Sister, since river clams can appear on the order board, it should mean that river clams are probably rare and difficult to catch in the game, and they may be harder to get than shrimps and snails." Li Fei nodded in agreement, and thought for a moment and said, "I remember that clams in reality seem to eat algae. We should pay more attention when fishing in the future." After throwing all the fish into the shipping box, Li Fei decided to go to the storage box and take out the 3 crossbows he bought. The older boys seemed unable to resist such a cool weapon, not to mention the young Li Xian. Even Li Su's eyes widened. In fact, the items they collected were all placed in the 3rd storage box. The first 2 boxes were basically the supplies that Li Fei had previously stockpiled. Since the family was not short of food, he did not take a closer look. There are such cool things. Li Fei smiled and gave each person a handful. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard the system say, "Beep beep." The system detected that there will be an invasion from outsiders in reality. Please pay attention to the host. Beep beep. The 3 of them were startled, and Li Fei's eyes subconsciously shone, and he hurriedly left the space first. Chapter 25. It only took a moment to enter and exit the space, and the 3 of them stood on the floor of their home again. Everything was normal, but with the notification from the system, they did not dare to act rashly, and even stayed where they were. About 2 seconds later, the doorbell rang at the door. It was impossible for anyone to go out now, so there must be someone at home, and they couldn't pretend not to hear it. Li Fei and Li Su looked at each other. The former followed behind the latter, and the latter came to the door and asked in a deep voice, "Excuse me, who is it?" There seemed to be a pause outside the door, and then a voice came, sounding like a woman. "Hello. I am the owner of Building 20. My surname is Jiang. Can you open the door and chat?" There was a peephole on the door, but to be on the safe side, Li Fei still turned on the surveillance. The person standing close to the door in the picture was indeed a woman, and she looked like a middle-aged woman. There was also a man next to her, but since they were so close, they must be family members. Li Fei hadn't looked at the owner group and the building group today, but she knew that all the building owners had held meetings with the property staff. So coming to the door at this time must be considered to have something important to say. She checked the time. There were a total of 20 floors in the building. It wouldn't take that long to talk to each household and climb another 20 floors. Maybe they knew in advance that she was a tenant, so they put her last. Li Fei gestured, and Li Su opened the small sliding window on the door and asked, "Excuse me, what can I do for you?" The small window is higher up, so if the other person is shorter, he might only be able to see the upper half of the person's face. Jiang Li frowned. How could a normal family not open the door and drill a hole in it? But when she saw the man behind the door, she immediately smiled and became even more confused. The property management said that 1902 was rented out, and the tenant was a girl who looked like she lived alone. How come a man suddenly appeared at this time? Seeing that the door was definitely not open, Jiang Li changed her mindset and said politely, "It's like this. You should have seen the video in the group. Now outside the community and across the road are monsters that eat people. Some have even started to attack the gate. Before waiting for rescuers, we can only save ourselves. Well, it's the same as she thought. Li Fei thought. When the zombies nearby can't find fresh people, the people in the community will become food reserves. Even if the gate of the community is fixed, it is only a matter of time before it is broken. Li Fei winked. And Li Su noticed it and said calmly, "Just say whatever you want to say." Jianli choked, but still maintained a friendly tone to explain. Buildings 1 to 4, which are close to the front door of the community, have already started bartering or buying and selling supplies, mainly to help residents who really don't have supplies at home. Of course, the seller can set the price by himself. Our building 20 is close to the back door of the community, and the situation is similar to the front building. Some residents have already run out of food. So I came here this time to ask what your plan is? The situation is like an arrow on a string ready to be fired. But after all, there is still a line of defense between them, so they can still maintain etiquette for the time being. Jianli finished speaking, and looked at the people in the window with expectation. In fact, his family is the kind of family that stays at home during the holidays. Fortunately, they went out to buy food on New Year's Eve, and their conditions are better than some residents. Now they have started to eat sparingly. She doesn't have to worry about this. But as the building manager, she hopes that the 20 buildings can help each other and earn a good reputation in the community. After listening, Li Su asked, "Is this the answer you discussed with the property management?" Jianli and her husband Luo Yongji have climbed more than 20 floors, and this kind of rhetorical question is not unheard of. She nodded and said, "Yes. After all, we can't leave the community." After the meeting, we decided to focus on self-rescue first. The property management company will contact the outside world. I believe that rescuers will arrive in a few days. The most important thing now is those residents in need. Li Fei leaned against the wall and rolled her eyes after hearing this. What a round pie. Does the property management company that manages this community really have the ability to contact the outside world? Or even deal with the zombies? Besides, what do those so-called residents in need have to do with them? Don't say that being helpful and respecting the elderly and loving the young is a good tradition. These are nothing in the end times and are useless. But she didn't say anything. She wanted to hear how Li Su would answer. Li Su had a thoughtful look on his face, and the two people outside the door also waited patiently. After a while, they heard the helpless voice from the window. "Sorry. I just moved in with my family, and it took a lot of effort to move. The shopping was put on hold, and now I really don't have any surplus food to take out." Although Jianli felt a little disappointed, she immediately calmed down and shook her head and said, "It's okay. Then I'll leave first. If you have any questions, just contact me." Li Su said goodbye and closed the window with a snap. Jianli curled her lips and pressed the elevator with Luo Yongji first. When she found that it was still dark, she couldn't keep her face stable anymore, became anxious, and turned to the safe corridor. Logically, there is still electricity and the elevator can be used. But it happened that the elevator seemed to be out of order today. She dragged her legs to climb more than 20 floors. Few people agreed to sell supplies, but there were more residents who were short of food. She was the elected building manager. No wonder she got irritated immediately. The two lived on the 10th floor. As they walked downstairs, Jianli complained, "What a strange tenant. He is so mysterious. He opened a hole in the door for no reason. Isn't he ashamed? He guards against us like a thief. But he won't eat him." Luo Yongji, who was beside her, was dragged by Jianli to accompany her because she was afraid of danger. At this time, he sighed, they can do whatever they want. Instead of thinking so much, you should think about how to explain to the neighborhood committee and the property management. Jianli slapped him in dissatisfaction. You are getting more and more annoying the more you talk. Really? What's wrong with asking you to accompany me to climb the stairs? You have a big belly. You should exercise properly. Luo Yongji scratched his head and simply shut up. Menopausal women should not be messed with. But Jianli saw that he didn't speak, and she became even angrier. In the end, she suppressed her anger and whispered, "By the way, I heard from the property management that the first tenant of 1902 was a girl. How come it was a man just now? Could it be?" Luo Yongji was not interested in these things at all. He had eaten a small instant steamed bun in the morning and climbed so many stairs. He was almost exhausted. He said helplessly, "Can you stop being so nosy? Didn't I just say that a whole family moved in? I saw that the guy is quite young. Maybe they are siblings? As they talked, they had already reached the 10th floor. Jianli went home chattering, and the corridor fell silent. As for 1902, which was the topic, Li Fei and others were not in a hurry to enter the space again. Li Fei looked at Li Su with amusement and said, "Brother, I didn't expect you to be so straightforward. So you are about to figure it out, right?" Li Su nodded slowly with a heavy face, and sat on the sofa shoulder to shoulder with the silent Li Su. Well, the building manager seemed to say that this matter could be solved easily. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would also side with her. But if I really agree, it means that there is surplus food in the family. Not only will the trouble not be shaken off, but I may also be blamed by those residents. At this time, there should be no kind-hearted people. Right? Li Su turned out to be a person with many good traditions, including being helpful and respecting the elderly and loving the young. But he is not a person with a confused mind. Even though he has not seen the faces of humans in the end of the world, he has begun to make progress. Li Fei shrugged and said, "That's not necessarily true. There are people in the world, also known as the Virgin Mary and the Holy Father. Maybe there will be one in our building." When he heard this, Li Xian frowned, thinking that he would definitely stay away from them if he met them, worried that someone would come later. They stayed in reality today. The sky outside the window was still gloomy, but it never rained. The balcony of this house could not see the back door of the community, so it was impossible to know what the scene was like at the back door. But there was a gap in the iron gate, which should have been blocked by the property security guards. Li Su went into the kitchen to make bean dregs cakes. In the old days, poor families used dregs to make food because they were hungry. Although they can eat it now, they have to add some other elements to it. If you can't practice crossbows, you can continue physical training. When Li Fei was stocking up, he brought back some sports equipment that can be used at home, which came in handy at this time, such as dumbbells with adjustable weights, elastic bands, skipping ropes, etc., which are enough for Li Xian to practice. Li Xian started training with a bitter face, while Li Fei sat on the sofa and opened her phone. Now the owner group and building group are only useful to her to read the announcements, or to lurk and watch the arguments of the group members when she is bored. It is still the problem of food shortage. This time, there are many more messages asking for the purchase of supplies. The current money and currency structure are still usable. If others ask to buy, there will naturally be people who sell, and at a price 2 or 3 times the original price. At this time, money can't fill the stomach, so many people grit their teeth and spend it. Li Fei was a little disdainful. At present, it is still 2 or 3 times higher for some small thoughts. Later, the price of supplies outside will be raised by dozens of times, and only the pitiful relief food will be free. Just when she was about to exit the chat software, she suddenly found several new friend requests that she had ignored. Li Fei clicked on it and saw that they were new friends. It seemed that some of them were strangers in the building, and they might be boys. She had changed her profile picture to all black, and her nickname was only changed to the room number according to regulations. So how could someone still come to find her? Of course, it is not ruled out that he came to ask if there were any extra supplies. Li Fei rolled her eyes and saw another one behind him. 1901? It was him. The scene on New Year's Eve was still fresh in her memory, and her memory was not that bad. He should not be here to ask about supplies. Otherwise it would be more convenient to knock on the door directly. But she wanted to make friends, and Li Fei did like his skills. So in the end, she accepted the friend invitation. Chapter 26. Li Fei exited the chat software and went to the web page. When this happened, it seemed that only the official staff continued to work, and they were busy with official announcements. But at most, they were some comforting words and warnings. But these not only failed to calm the people, but made them more anxious and fearful. So the officials had to close all the comment areas. Li Fei went to the game forum, but found that the forum was also closed. Well, maybe she could imagine the reason for the closure? But now she can't even read the strategy. She can only explore on her own. Li Fei sighed and smelled a faint fragrance coming from the kitchen. The range hood in this rental house is also brand new, and it is a new model of a powerful model. The pipe goes directly to the outside, so unless someone is lying outside the window like a spider, you probably can't smell the aroma of food. Unlike the old community where I lived before, You can smell what is burning in every household by walking back and forth in the corridor. Li Xian put down the dumbbells and slumped on the sofa with sweat all over his head. Li Fei handed him a cup of warm water. The former took a few sips, and after taking a breath, he panted and asked, "Sister, do you think the building manager will come again today?" Li Fei sat on the sofa, neither confirming nor denying, and sighed slightly. "It's not clear whether he will come or not. But from now on, we can't go to the farm space at the same time. Someone must look after the house. Although there are system prompts, there will be many people coming to visit in the future. This is a bit troublesome, because only Li Fei can bring people into the space. If he stays, the other two cannot enter the space." Li Su was serving dishes. When Li Fei saw it, he hurried over to help, and did not forget to smell the fragrance. Li Xian went to wash his face before sitting at the table. Today's vegetables are stir-fried cabbage. This kind of vegetable can be stir-fried into a large plate by cutting half. After eating, the only vegetables left that can be called leafy vegetables are Chinese cabbage, except for those that have been processed and preserved. But Chinese cabbage is durable in storage and large in size. It feels like it can be eaten until the first batch of rescuers arrive. Li Su added eggs to the bean curd cake, grated some carrots, and sprinkled some black pepper on it. It seemed that there was no bean curd in the cake. However, as for meat, frozen food was about to be consumed. So Li Su made stir-fried pork this time. Their family is from S City and can't eat spicy food, but he still added some dried chili peppers to this simple version of stir-fried pork, which can make the body slightly warm, which is suitable for this season. Li Fei wiped the sweat on the tip of her nose and stuffed 2 mouthfuls of rice. Li Su had heard her words before and suggested, "How about this? Ashwan and I go for 1 day each, and stay to look after the house. Xian has to meet the neighbors all the time. He can't stay at home all the time." Li Xian is more adaptable to spicy food than Li Fei. He nodded to show that he understood. Li Fei agreed, "Okay. Then don't go to the space today. Just go in again to resist the zombies at night." The whole afternoon, the Li family carried out a series of physical training. But in order not to affect the people downstairs, they avoided running and jumping. With the current atmosphere, Li Fei believed that if the people downstairs were affected a little, they would rush up to vent their anger, as if a spark was touched by the fuse. Until the end, all 3 of them were sweating profusely. Li Xian was the worst, and then collapsed. No one came to the door this whole afternoon. But the owner group and the building group were still very lively. Some were buying supplies. Some were selling supplies. And both ended up chatting privately. Some were forwarding official news. And some residents of buildings near the gate of the community shot videos and sent them to the group. Li Fei opened those videos and saw that the board at the front door of the community seemed to be shaking slightly. A few people wanted to go forward but didn't dare to. They only waited for the board to stop shaking before they hurriedly went up to knock and hit. I don't know if they were security guards or property staff. There was also news about this in the group, saying that someone would be sent to reinforce the door every once in a while. And those who had experienced it said in fear that they could hear the roar of zombies through the board. But the group could not be muted. So the neighborhood committee jumped out and asked them not to create panic again. But when the common people saw people of the same class as themselves, they immediately jumped out to vent their anger. The neighborhood committee and property management condemned them again and again. But they were still not satisfied. They also complained about the official rescue that had not come yet. The screen was filled with complaints. However, the neighborhood committee and property management staff seemed to have disappeared at this time, and were silent. Li Fei stared at the wooden board at the front door of the community, and fell into deep thought. S City has a dense population and many communities, especially old communities. There are even several next to her current community. There must be zombies everywhere on the road now. Some survivors are running to higher places. Some zombies will follow the human scent. Even if they climb slowly, they will eat it. But some zombies will follow the place with more human scent to attack. And each community is the target. If too many zombies are attracted, it will cause a zombie tide. Zombies are not like humans. Trampling can cause a large number of casualties. Their slimy brains only have one thought. Fresh people are right in front of them. Go for it. So unless this board can find better quality materials and process it quickly, it may not last long. But this is a bit difficult for people now. I am so scared just to repair it. I dare not go forward when I hear the zombies screaming. Besides, I believe that rescuers will come and there will be no unnecessary trouble. At this time, a message came from the group. 24#401, looking for disinfectant wipes, iodine, bandages and ointments at a high price. Waiting online urgently. This message was sent 3 or 4 times, and several eye-catching emoticons were added. Humans are very adaptable. At this time, they were no longer as nervous and crazy as on the first morning, because no one cared. It was basically buying and selling, asking and complaining. When this sentence appeared, even those who complained stopped talking. What a joke. Now it is a special situation. Even if they have it, they are not willing to take it out even if it costs a lot of money. 24#401 reluctantly sent it several times, as if he was not afraid that the group owner would kick him out of the group. As Li Fei expected. Such a large group. Someone really responded. 19#901, how to pay a lot of money. 24#401 replied hurriedly, let's chat privately. It seems that they at least know not to show off their wealth. But those residents who sell goods in the group have unconsciously exposed that they have inventory at home. In fact, Li Fei's house will be exposed sooner or later. And there will definitely be people who are not afraid of death to come to her house. But this is not what she is worried about now. Not everyone has items to deal with external injuries at home. Li Fei's family used to have only iodine and medicine. Although it is possible that someone will really get injured at home. It may also be. Isn't it that I was accidentally caught by zombies when I went to the gate of the community? The front door of the community is blocked with a high board. And the iron gate at the back needs to be blocked by yourself. This person is from building 24. Could it be that the neighborhood committee property has found someone to block the door? If there are zombies wandering around the back door, then the probability of this possibility increases. And if the victim is injured by a zombie, he will definitely be too scared to tell anyone. Except for his family who still have a little affection. He can only hide at home. It happens that there is no medicine at home to treat the wound. So he came to the group to ask. Li Fei roughly deduced the whole process, and couldn't help but tense up. If her deduction is correct, being bitten by a zombie is 100% contagious. And the mutation time depends on the person's physical constitution. But if you are scratched, the probability will be lower, and bleeding will continue. Even if there is no mutation in the end, the bleeding will be dry. The best result is that the person has not mutated. Otherwise, blocking the gate of the community will be useless. And it will eventually disintegrate from the inside, like a termite. Li Fei stopped thinking about it, and turned off his phone. The 3 of them were all sticky with dried sweat. But they did not take a shower immediately, but entered the space after getting ready. The sunset in the space was particularly magnificent, as if the mountains and plains were covered with dazzling sunset. It was not time to resist the zombies yet, but perhaps because they had been training most of the day. The 3 of them did not have much physical strength left. This little time could not be wasted. Li Fei waved his hand, and went to the river with Li Su and Li Xian. Li Xian suddenly realized, sister, do you want to go fishing at night? Li Su also remembered something and asked, in reality, there are indeed some creatures that only come out to forage at night. Are there any in the game? Whether there are, you will know if you try it, Li Fei said. And she had already picked up the scoop net in her hand, threw the bait into it, and put it into the water. It's very simple in the game. It's not daytime. Even at night, with the light of the setting sun, you can still see a little shadow. Li Su and Li Xian hurriedly took out their own scoop nets when they heard it. The 3 of them wandered around the river until their physical strength was almost used up. And they actually got some gains. Li Xian got 3 loaches. Li Fei got 2 loaches. And Li Su didn't fish much. Just like the former. He always got nothing at the beginning. But he didn't get any gains. But he caught 2 seaweeds. Not bad. They can also be used as bait. Li Fei sighed subconsciously as he looked at the loaches jumping on the ground. Compared with fish, they probably won't sell for much money. Li Su smiled and said, how about we take these loaches back to eat? I'll make soup for you. How about that? Li Fei opened his eyes slightly. Although people in a city don't like to make soup as much as some people in the city, it's always comfortable to drink a bowl of hot soup during meals at this time of year. Not to mention that it's such a coincidence that loaches are the most plump and tender in spring. I can't think about it anymore, or I'll start drooling. 5 loaches are enough to make soup. So Li Fei immediately put them in his backpack and waited to take them out of the space later. Today, there are still 6 zombies. It seems that they will not increase exponentially with the number of days. Otherwise, It will become a zombie tide in a few days, and the farm will be trampled to the ground. This time, Li Su and Li Xian took weapons and actively stepped forward to deal with the zombies. Li Fei sat by the blazing bonfire and opened the mall. Fortunately, there were still a few hundred yuan left on him at that time, and now he can still buy things. Li Fei's eyes were still on the strange plants. The number of zombies increases step by step and then increases randomly. One day, it will reach a time when the three of them are also struggling. Then they really have to plant some aggressive plants in advance. Li Fei looked around and finally stopped at a certain name. P-Pistol. Chapter 27. The P-Pistol has the power of a real-life pistol. Is not expensive. And most importantly, it only takes 6 days to grow. Maybe after 6 days, the community has not fallen, and the exotic plants of this weapon type on the farm can be picked and brought back to reality and used in combat. Li Fei bought 2 P-Pistol seeds, and after considering it, she looked at another product in the mall. Sawtooth leaf arrows. As the name suggests, it is a leaf with a sawtooth shape on the edge, and it is thin and long as an arrow. Li Fei thought that the arrows she got from the outdoor camping store would run out one day, and then she would only have a crossbow left, which would be useless. The sawtooth leaf arrows can be planted all year round, are not expensive, have a short growth cycle, and have certain effects on mutant monsters and zombies. However, as arrows, they must be paired with weapons. Crossbows in reality can also be counted, but they cannot produce continuous fire effects. Li Fei bought 5 seeds in one go. At this time, she only had 100 gold coins on her. These 100 gold coins can be said to be life-saving money. She stopped moving and took out a wooden hoe to open the field for planting. Li Su and Li Xian also dealt with this wave of zombies. The voice of the system came. Congratulations to the host for resisting the third wave of zombies. Reward Crystal Core X1. The reward has not changed. 3 times is the limit. I wonder if it can be changed next time. Li Su and Li Xian seem to have almost gotten used to the zombie attacks. They came to join Li Fei, seeing that the latter did not have enough physical strength to plant. They also put away their baseball bats and replaced them with wooden hoes to help. The 3 of them gathered their physical strength and finally used up all their physical strength after watering. Li Fei also made 2 bags of primary fertilizer and sprinkled them on the P-Pistol seeds. Spreading fertilizer does not require physical strength, and it is best to mature early. Who knows if there will be any accidents? The 2 P-Pistol seeds were also planted in front of other crops. After all, they are the only plants with attack power at present. Li Xian suddenly asked, Sister, does this P-Pistol have bullets? Will it be used up? Li Xian and Li Su blinked and looked at her, which made Li Fei feel a little guilty. It seems that there are unlimited bullets in the game. As long as the zombies come over, they will attack. But this is also tied to reality. Although it is a strange plant, I wonder if it is so magical. Li Fei couldn't figure it out, so he simply called the system. After asking the question, the system immediately gave the answer. The P-Pistol has unlimited bullets in the farm, and it will attack automatically when the zombies step into the detection range. If the host wants to take them out of the space, they need to be replenished regularly. Li Fei held his forehead and asked helplessly, Does this replenishment refer to? Yes, host. The mechanical voice of the system is still so cold and ruthless. It's P. In fact, it is understandable. If there are unlimited bullets in reality, she can directly become a god, and it is inevitable that her cheat code will be exposed. Besides, the system also says that it is timed. Unlike in reality, it must be replenished after shooting. It should be enough to replenish at a certain time. But, good liver. Li Su patted her shoulder as a comfort, and Li Xian also advised, Sister, you should be glad that you can replenish by planting crops, instead of a real gunpowder depot. Otherwise, where can we find it? That's true. If civilians want to hold hot weapons, they can either get homemade and modified firearms left by the elderly, or go to the police station and judicial departments. Right? It's impossible to get it now. Maybe there will be a chance after the natural disaster. I wonder how many people will be jealous of the power of firearms. Li Fei is not jealous. Even if she can get it, will she use it? It's good enough if she doesn't hit friendly forces. It's better to have your own exotic plants. Without physical strength, most of the work can't be done, and the 3 of them left the space. Things are always stored in the space. This is the first time to bring the original things of the farm back to reality. The loach is still alive and kicking. Li Su found a small basin full of water. But it can't be kept for a long time. So he prepared to cook it for the next meal. Li Su and Li Xian were going to take a shower first. So Li Fei sat in the living room and waited. At the same time, he took out his mobile phone and flipped through it. Unexpectedly, he happened to encounter a quarrel. After climbing up the stairs, Li Fei finally understood what happened. This happened in the owner group. The residents of 24#401 seemed to have bought medicine and stopped posting messages in the group. But at night, the residents of 24#301 complained that the residents of 401 upstairs were fighting or something, which made their ceilings keep ringing, and they could vaguely hear crying and shouting. This is not an old community with poor sound insulation, so you can imagine how loud the noise was. 24#301 tagged the neighborhood committee and property management staff. Normally, when encountering such things, the staff would come out to make trouble and calm things down. But now they are overwhelmed and naturally ignore it. If they are not busy, they are probably lurking. Seeing that the neighborhood committee and property management did not care, 24#301 started to curse in the group. And then some elderly grandpas and grandmas jumped out to act as peacemakers. 24#301 seemed to be really annoyed by the upstairs, and he didn't even look at them, and cursed the grandpas and grandmas. This caused a group attack. But 24#301 didn't seem to be a bully. He seemed to be so tough. And he directly argued with the group, and replied to the messages one by one, cursing, as if he was using it as a way to vent and kill time. Until now, the verbal battle has not ended. But Li Fei's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be that, as she thought, the people in 24#401 have changed? The sound of crying and fighting. Could it be? Li Fei was not optimistic about the outcome of this matter. All the people sent to repair the gate were men. Perhaps 24#401 was the most normal combination of parents and children in the world. If the father mutated, she could not guarantee that the mother and the child would definitely kill the former, whether they did not believe that he would hurt them or did not dare. The only outcome was that they would be bitten to death by their father, who had mutated into a zombie, or become zombies. At this stage, zombies would not open the door, but they could sense the presence of humans, so they would only keep hitting the door with their bodies, trying to leave the place. This kind of noise would not only disturb the downstairs, but I am afraid that 402 next door would also hear it. But the most important thing is, there are zombies in the community. At this time, 24#402 also sent a message. I heard noises from the next door through the door, and it was non-stop. Did something happen? Didn't he ask the group to buy medicine today? Some other people replied, but they were just nonsense. And the resident of 24#301 also spoke. Fuck. I'm almost dying of noise. I can't stand it. I'm going upstairs to check now. Li Fei frowned. It was an extremely unwise move. But not everyone knew the inside story like her, and probably couldn't think so carefully. Li Fei thought for a moment, tagged 24#301 and asked, Are you alone at home? 24#301 replied to her, Yeah. It's annoying enough to have encountered this shitty thing. And the upstairs is also making noise harassment. I'm going to go there right now. Oh. Li Fei could already picture a scene in his mind where a single guy who was getting irritable due to being annoyed ran upstairs to teach his neighbor a lesson, but was killed by the door. Luckily, he lives alone and has not formed a family. Li Fei would not spread sympathy casually, but just thought that only one new mutant zombie was better than more. The subsequent news was full of excitement. Some people asked people to go up and take a look, and some people advised not to go out easily. People from the neighborhood committee also came out to ask 24#301 to calm down and not be impulsive, and stay at home during special times. Who knew that after the neighborhood committee's persuasion and the noise in the group, 24#301 became even more angry, and he left and then quieted down. Which must be true. The crowd began to talk about what would happen in the end. People were panicked and had no intention of entertainment. Discussing such things could kill time. But Li Fei felt that the group was about to become extremely terrified. Li Su came out of the shower and saw Li Fei sitting on the sofa with a heavy face. He frowned unconsciously and asked, What's wrong? Li Fei glanced at him calmly, and said even more calmly, Brother, there may be zombies in the community. It was calm, as if he was talking about what to eat for breakfast tomorrow. The room was dead silent. Li Su opened his eyes in disbelief and hurriedly sat down and asked, "What happened? Isn't the gate of the community still closed? How could it be so sudden?" They eliminated zombies in the farm space, which could barely be regarded as a real-life game. But once they met face-to-face in reality, the nature was a little different. There are many things that can trigger the fear engraved in human DNA, especially the unknown creatures zombies. Just hearing the name will make people feel an irresistible fear, Li Fei slowly explained. When someone went to repair the gate, he was probably caught by the zombies accidentally. This afternoon, he asked to buy medicine in the group, and just now, he was complained by the neighbors for being noisy. I'm afraid he has mutated. As she spoke, she handed the phone to Li Su again, asking him to read the cause and process himself. Li Su also looked up. Not only did his face become as heavy as Li Fei's just now, but also a little pale. Li Xian also took a shower, and the bathroom was still steaming. And Li Fei took clothes and went to take a shower without stopping. The former wiped his hair and saw Li Su's expression, and he knew something was wrong. But the result was still the same. There was still water dripping from the ends of his hair, and he had no intention of wiping it. Li Su stared at the screen of his mobile phone. There was no more quarreling, and the chat tone of the group members relaxed a little. But soon, a sentence from 24#402 shocked the whole group, causing a surging tide. 24#402 first tagged several neighborhood committees and property management personnel, and then sent a voice message. Li Su clicked, and the former's urgent words came over in a low voice. "This is terrible. I saw the young man from 301 downstairs coming up through the peephole, but no one answered the doorbell or knocked on the door, and the banging on the door became heavier and heavier. The young man kicked the door a few times. I was about to open the door and persuade him to go down, but I don't know what he bumped into, and the door opened. And then he was immediately thrown down. Now there are shouts at the door, some from the young man, and some strange shouts. My husband took the courage to look through the peephole again, and was scared to death. The young man was lying on the ground struggling, as if he was bitten, and the ground was full of blood. Ah! The blood has flowed to our door, and is about to overflow." The group was scrolling frantically, and everything went back to the first morning. The voice of 24#402 was mixed in. "It's over. The boy is not moving. Is he dead? The monster is really eating people." However, when Li Su clicked on the next voice, the voice of 24#402 was screaming, obviously terrified to the extreme, and the unique cries of men and children could be heard. "The monster got up and started to come to my door. Ah! It started to bang on the door. Where are the property management and neighborhood committee people? Help!" Chapter 28. The group chat became strangely quiet, almost at the same time. I wonder if people were thinking the same thing. Li Su looked gloomy, and Li Xian's expression was not very good either. 24#402 then sent several more voice messages, with a red dot in the upper right corner, but neither of them clicked to listen. They also learned a lot of information about zombies from Li Fei. The most sensitive sense of zombies is smell, followed by hearing. Even if they didn't smell human scent, these screams were enough to attract zombies. The group chat resumed, but it was a question from other floors of Building 24. 24#201, what's going on? Don't scare people. Okay. 24#502, damn. There seems to be some noise downstairs. 24#602, neighbors. Stay calm. Don't go out. Curiosity kills the cat. 24#502, I'm not as stupid as 301. I'm still going out at this time. 24#1001, what do you mean? Zombies appeared in our building? Is it true? This time, I probably can't say no to rumors. Even the neighborhood committee and property management have gone invisible. The group members seem to have seen it, and they began to tag, bombarding the residents of Building 24 with text and voice. 24#1401, the property management sent someone to see if it was true. If it was false, wouldn't it be a rumor? Call the police when it is restored. 24#1702, that's right. Why did this happen to our building? 24#101, a bunch of turtles shrinking their eggs. With this kind of landwalking monster, people living on the lower floors must be more scared and impatient than those living on the upper floors. At this time, people from other buildings also interrupted. 15#801, But I remember that you people in 401 asked for medicine during the day? They were all trauma medicine. If you are injured by zombies, you will be infected. This is what happens in novels and movies. Before the group members could discuss, someone from the same building broke the news. 23 #801. I can prove it. My husband and the man in 402 of building 24 went to the door at the back of the community and saw him being scratched with my own eyes. As soon as this sentence popped up, the group exploded. 24 #1301. Damn. Why didn't you say anything when you were hurt? Isn't this hurting people? 24 #1602. I thought it was suspicious that they suddenly bought medicine during the day. And there was such a big disaster hidden. Didn't the person who sold them the medicine find out at all? Obviously unable to bear the questioning. The medicine seller could have hidden himself. But he couldn't help but jump out. 24 #1801. Sorry. We don't take the blame for this. I was only responsible for putting the medicine in the corridor. And they came to take it themselves. Why did I go out to observe them when I was staying at home? Don't talk nonsense. Okay. 17 #301. Anyway, wasn't the back door blocked? How could they be injured? As soon as he asked this question, the topic changed again. But no one could give him an answer. Maybe the neighborhood committee and property management staff could. But no one was willing to say it. After taking a hot shower, Li Fei came out and saw two people sitting on the sofa like stone sculptures, and asked, "How is the battle going?" Li Xian pursed his lips. His sister was actually in the mood to joke. Li Su couldn't say it, handed her the phone, and whispered, "You should look at it yourself." Li Fei took the phone, but didn't look at it, knowing that they were still scared. She smiled and said, "Then you should rest first. You have to get up early tomorrow. Good night." But after she finished speaking, she didn't forget to squint her eyes, and added meaningfully, "Don't have nightmares tonight, or you won't be able to rest well." Li Xian snorted and went to the bedroom. Li Su shook his head helplessly, but he didn't mean to blame. Li Fei also went back to the room. She put an electric blanket on the bed. She turned it on high and curled up in the quilt. The owners' group had been arguing for a long time. Before, they could barely tolerate the lack of food at home. But now the danger was naked in front of them. And they became as anxious as ants on a hot pot. What's more, they didn't know the specific situation of the 4th floor of Building 24. This endless unknown fear could expand until it swallowed up everyone's reason. As for the neighborhood committee and property management, it seems that they have really become turtles who hide their heads and refuse to say anything. Anyway, no one dares to come to the door now. Fortunately, Building 24, which is closest to the crisis, seems to be live broadcasting the entire process. 24 #502. What should I do? What should I do? There are people shouting downstairs. I can hear them through the floor. There are also banging on the door. 24 #302. I heard it too. And I was paying attention to Building 301 next door. After I went there, I never came back. What should I do? 24 #2001. Block the door first. 24 #502. Yes. 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 I'll block the door first. Li Fei stopped watching this. There are so many side contents, which are enough to prove that the people in Building 401 were injured. And they didn't get better after taking medicine. And they gradually mutated into zombies. And probably mutated their family members as well. Just as he was desperately banging on the door, the young man from 301 downstairs happened to come upstairs to talk in a bad mood. And he got a fatal door opening kill. The closest place with human smell to 401 is 402. And the mutated zombies began to bang on the door of 402. The family of 402 has to face at least 2 or 3 zombies. If they are unlucky and die tragically in the mouth of zombies, this number will increase, and then continue to repeat the previous round of actions. By the way, zombies will eat people, but they will not eat them all. Once a person dies, they will slow down and finally stop eating, and the corpse will mutate into a zombie. So some zombies can almost be said to be a skeleton with a few pieces of meat hanging on it. It was not certain whether they would go upstairs or downstairs, but no matter which type, the newly mutated zombies were slow to move. So there was still some time for them to prepare. But obviously they only wanted to defend and were unwilling to attack. So it was only a matter of time before the residential buildings were breached and the entire 24 buildings were mutated. Li Fei was a little excited for some reason. because she still had some questions to be investigated about the zombies. And now she was itching to try her hand. Although the number of zombies that appeared at this time was probably only the number that appeared in the farm every night. She didn't want to be the first to come out, unless the gate of the community was breached. It would probably be the day when she could go out. The community was destined to be sleepless tonight. It was said that in the middle of the night, the residents on the 3rd and 5th floors were still suffering from fear and noise. But there were fewer group messages. I don't know if they were desperate or gloating. But Li Fei slept in the warm quilt all night without dreams. But she still kept the biological clock of her previous life and woke up at dawn. Since the end of the world, Li Fei has not seen a full sun. If it hadn't been for nightfall, she would have thought it was already polar day. She rubbed her eyes and picked up the phone on the bedside table. There was still electricity, and the sound of washing could be heard faintly outside the door, proving that the water was still usable. So the gas should also be available. As for the network, it was still lagging. Li Fei opened the two groups and took a look. It was basically the residents of Building 24 who were talking. In addition, the residents of Buildings 20 to 23, which were close to the back door of the community, also participated. The other buildings, on the contrary, disappeared together with the neighborhood committee property management. Either they didn't want to get into trouble, or they were also trying to block their own doors. Anyway, I would never go out to face the man-eating monsters even if I was starving or thirsty. And I would not lose meat even if I was scolded. The building group was also lively. There were 20 floors in the building, with 2 households on each floor. If each household had 3 people, there would be 100 people. The building manager Jiang Li was still conscientiously comforting the residents of the building in the group, and she took on the responsibility of organizing the people to buy and sell supplies. As expected, there were a few more words of thanks from other residents. She also persevered in sending private messages to Li Fei, but the latter never responded. Li Fei didn't even look at it. Got dressed, got out of bed, stretched, and went to wash up. For breakfast today, Li Su made potato pancakes in an air fryer and paired them with boxed milk. The potato pancakes were filled with black pepper mashed potatoes mixed with finely chopped ham, and they were very satisfying to take one bite. Potatoes are also a very famous long-lasting vegetable. When stocking up, they prepared more long-lasting vegetables, so they would not be missing. After the 3 of them discussed at the table, they prepared for Li Xian to go to the space with Li Fei, and Li Su stayed to look after the house. After eating and drinking, Li Fei and Li Xian entered the space. However, when they stepped on the ground, they suddenly felt something cold hitting their faces and falling on their heads. The former was stunned and quickly pulled Li Xian out. Li Su had just packed up the dishes and prepared for home training, but he didn't expect to see the 2 people who came back the next moment, and asked, "What's wrong?" Li Fei didn't answer, but just touched the top of his head, rubbed his fingertips, and said in surprise, "It seems to be raining in the space." Li Xian's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he said in surprise, "Sister, I saw on the forum that the farm will rain from time to time. You don't need to water it on rainy days, and zombies won't attack at night. And there are other new collections." In fact, Li Fei also encountered rainy days when playing games. It was clear that there was no need to water the fields, and there were indeed no monsters attacking at night. But the new collections. Li Fei smiled ambitiously, pulled Li Xian up again and said excitedly, "Let's go! We must go to the farm today." "Hey, wait, isn't it raining?" Before Li Su finished speaking, Li Fei and Li Xian disappeared in front of him, and it seemed that there was still a trace of the latter's cry. He put down Erkong's hand and sighed. This impetuous look is similar to the past. Returning to the space, Li Xian stumbled and almost fell, complaining unhappily, "Sister, are you too excited?" Li Fei rubbed his hands and answered, "What do you know? The author set up rainy days to let players collect as much as they want. If not now, when will they go? As the saying goes, spring rain is as moist as oil, and the gentle and silky drizzle is almost floating in the air, and it is even more foggy and smoky when viewed from a distance." But Li Fei was afraid that the rain would get heavier in the middle of the journey. So he went to the storage box to find 2 raincoats bought when stocking up. The 2 put on raincoats and isolated themselves from the continuous spring rain before starting today's work. Chapter 29. As usual, there was a sound of gold coins falling. But last time, they sold shrimps, snails, crabs and other fish, and they made more than 100 gold coins. But Li Fei, in the spirit of making every penny count, made another fish cage. And together with the existing ones, there were 10 in total. He asked Li Xian to take a few to the lake, and he took the rest to the river. There were 2 algae before, and Li Fei made them into bait, one for each of him and Li Xian. But when they were looking for supplies, they found that there were not many wild fruits. Fortunately, there was enough for 10 fish cages, and each of them took 5 baits and went in the opposite direction. There were circles of dimple-like ripples on the river surface, and raindrops fell like needles. Fish cages can be collected again. There is no required goods on the order board. So Li Fei arranged the rest of the fish cages and looked at the seemingly endless river. She always felt that she could finally put the fish cages from the beginning to the end. The shrimps and crabs every day. TSK TSK TSK. Li Fei suddenly remembered the black and white photos of the poor people in S City and surrounding cities in the old days, who could only fill their stomachs with shrimps and crabs. She was not in a hurry to fish, and looked around to see if there were any special collections for rainy days. New collections. New collections. She kept muttering in her heart, as if she had really found some traces. Li Fei looked closely at the half-wet mud by the river, and it seemed that something was slightly wriggling. She shrugged her eyebrows, and to verify her guess, she took out a wooden hoe and aimed at it. Ding. You get Earthworm X1. Because Li Fei had already obtained 2 bait recipes, she couldn't help but look at it more. So she also had an impression of another bait. That is, living bait. And the composition of this bait is earthworms. I wonder if it will be better than the other 2 baits. Li Fei's morale was boosted, and she continued to explore. On the way, she found a new variety of wild vegetables. In fact, at this moment, she was a little away from the river. While looking down and walking, she actually saw a small piece of ground with long green leaves. Li Fei, who was almost familiar with the game space environment, noticed it and went over to pull one out. Sure enough, she heard the system's voice. Ding. You get Xiaobai X1. Xiaobai? Li Fei couldn't think of what it was for a moment, and the system added thoughtfully. Xiaobai is the scientific name of garlic, a kind of wild vegetable. Li Fei was silent, because she still didn't know what it was. But since it was a wild vegetable, it must be edible. Right? It can increase physical strength. And it has grown apiece. The system saw Li Fei staring at the Xiaobai with shining eyes, like a tiger or wolf seeing its prey and starting to pull vegetables. And it was silent. After pulling out the Xiaobai, Li Fei headed deeper again. She thought that rainy days were the best time for the growth of various mushrooms, and she might be able to find a group. Unexpectedly, she didn't find mushrooms, but found something else that was not common in daily life. Li Fei saw it on a pile of stones. It looked like fungus, so she immediately became alert. She squatted down and reached out to take down the soft plant. Ding. You get lichen X1. Li Fei opened her eyes wide, looking at the olive-green translucent plant in her hand that looked like fungus, but also a bit like kelp, and was a little bit unbelievable. It turned out to be lichen. I remember when she was a child, her father brought back a bag of dried lichen from a business trip. After soaking it, he simply fried it with eggs and ate it. As a result, she almost fell off her tongue. It felt better than any fish or meat. As a result, when I grew up and checked, I found that wild lichens were very expensive, and even the dried lichens were sold in small cans. I heard that they used to be picked directly, and later they became wild delicacies. So since then, Li Fei has never eaten lichens again, but the delicious taste is still fresh in her memory, as well as some of the times at that time. She picked around nearby, and finally left here and returned to the river. The rain hadn't fallen heavily yet, but the weeds and land under her feet were wet. Li Fei didn't sit down, but stood up and took out the fishing rod to fish. There are also many fishermen who go fishing on rainy days. It is said that when it rains, especially light rain, fish will go to the shore to find food. But Li Fei is not a fisherman, so she doesn't know whether it is true or not. She chose to test the truth in practice. I don't know if it's because I'm familiar with it, or if the rainy days really have an effect, but Li Fei really caught several common fish in a row. After that, this one was a little bit difficult, so she pulled hard and was overjoyed. It was a perch. Great! The order board can finally be shipped. In addition to the continuous fishing, Li Fei gradually relaxed her vigilance. She never thought that this time, the hook was shaking up and down. She tried to pull it up as usual, but suddenly found that the fish was struggling and swimming in the opposite direction, as if it wanted to drag her into the river. Li Fei frowned and spread her legs. The physical training these days was not in vain. She immediately used all her strength to support the fishing rod, determined to pull the fish out. The fishing rod was getting more and more bent, and a faint sound could be heard, but it was covered by the sound of rain. Suddenly, with a snap, Li Fei's strength was not exhausted yet, but the fishing rod suddenly broke into 2 pieces, and the force made her fall hard on her buttocks. The fish must have run away. It seemed to be a big one, and it swung its tail before leaving. Splashing water, Li Fei wiped her face and slowly stood up. Fortunately, she did not lose health points after falling, but she was not discouraged. Instead, a sparkling light appeared in her eyes that was brighter than the current weather. This fish had never appeared before, and it could definitely be sold at a good price. But I don't know if her fishing rod's durability was used up or it was completely broken by the fish. In short, without the fishing rod, I am afraid that I can't catch it with a landing net. Li Fei had no choice but to return to the starting point. She used the workbench to make a new fishing rod, and in the process, she went to the order board. After delivering the sea base and successfully obtaining the recipe, Li Fei started to study directly. There are only 2 ingredients required for steamed sea base. The sea base as the main character and the soy sauce as the ingredient, which can not only greatly increase the physical strength and life value, but most importantly, it can also increase the fishing level for a period of time. Naturally, the higher the level, the more skilled you will be in fishing. Although there is a time limit, it must be more abundant than now during that period of time. But how to make soy sauce? Li Fei only remembered that she had to plant beans first, but she forgot what equipment to use. Now that the forum is closed again, she can't log in to find strategies again. Fortunately, she found the answer in the mall in the end. Soy sauce brewing requires a large vat, and the production of the large vat requires clay. Wait, where does the clay come from? Li Fei was confused. This is the disadvantage of open-endedness. Except for the initial novice guide, you have to study the rest by yourself unless you look for guides online. Just then, Li Xian also came back. Although he had been training intensively in the past few days, he could only fish about 10 times in a row at most. However, before leaving, he took out a few roasted wild vegetables from the storage box. If he didn't have enough physical strength, he would eat a handful. Now he was almost done, so he came back. But his fishing skills have also improved a lot, and his backpack is almost full. When he came back, he saw Li Fei scratching her head in front of the order board. He walked over in confusion, looked at the board again, and said, "Sister, the order on the order board seems to have changed." Li Fei looked in the direction of the voice and completed the perch order. 2 more orders appeared on the order board. A delicacy that only appears when it rains. Requires lichen X10. Reward, 200 gold coins. River Overlord. Requires river catfish X1. Reward, 500 gold coins. Li Xian didn't care too much. Just do it when the time comes, and said excitedly, "Sister, let me tell you, my fishing skills have been upgraded." I just heard the system voice saying that it has been upgraded to level 1. Before he finished speaking, he saw Li Fei's expressionless face, but her eyes seemed to be burning with fire, as if she was determined to defeat something. He weakly poked her and whispered, "Sister, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Li Fei closed her eyes and told everything. "Just now, I may have encountered the river overlord described in the order. And not only did the fishing rod break, it also mocked me." Li Xian read the air and chose to remain silent. But soon, Li Fei looked over grimly, with a hint of a fake smile, which was more terrifying than a horror movie, making him tremble his shoulders. "The bait is running out. Let's make bait first," she said slowly. "Maybe I didn't have the fishing skill and couldn't upgrade it. And the fish was cunning, so I failed. You have the fishing skill, and now it's upgraded. The main force of the battle depends on you." "Oh," Li Xian agreed, but inexplicably felt that the burden on his shoulders was heavier. Perhaps it was also due to the rainy day. He also caught some algae while fishing, and made all the earthworms that Li Fei dug on the road into bait. The backpack was full, so he threw all the fish into the shipping box. In fact, today's fish can already be sold for a lot of money. But the settlement from the shipping box can only wait until tomorrow. and the reward on the order board must be paid in time. If he is lucky today, he can get nearly 1,000 gold coins immediately. Li Fei certainly doesn't want to miss it. The stamina was almost used up, and Li Fei put the scallions she had picked back on the baking tray. She had selected the cooking skill, and even roasting wild vegetables would earn her some experience points. But there was no sign of upgrading yet. The two of them shared the roasted, steaming, crispy scallions, and recovered some stamina before setting off again to the river. On the way, Li Fei introduced Li Xian to earthworms, who dug a few more by himself, and then led him to the depths to see the ground lichen. Anyway, there was still this order on the order sheet, and with what she had picked before, it would not take much to complete. Finally, they came to the cool river. The rain seemed to be heavier, and the raindrops like beads hit the river surface and hit the raincoat, as if the body could feel it. Seeing Li Fei's ambitious face, Li Xian also took out the fishing rod and put bait on it. Li Fei immediately took out the landing net. She didn't believe that she couldn't catch a fish even if she attacked from both sides. Chapter 30. Li Su was working out alone indoors. He had some basic fitness skills and was self-aware. After doing a whole set of exercises and being exhausted, he sat down to rest for a while. He had heard about the water quality problem from Li Fei. He had filled all the containers in the house that could store water, especially the kettle and thermos. Li Su went to the bathroom and turned on the faucet. He carefully observed for a moment and made sure that the water source was not polluted before washing his face. What he didn't know was that there was already a storm in the building owner group. After all, he and Li Xian moved in later and didn't join the group. Li Su wouldn't check Li Fei's phone for no reason. In addition, Li Fei had already set it to do not disturb, so there would not be even a vibration. Of course, the former didn't know. After the shock in Building 24 last night, the neighborhood committee finally came to life and said in the group that they would call everyone to go to Building 24 to check. But the residents were naturally unwilling. They were injured when they went to repair the gate. What if they really encountered a monster in Building 24? Would they go head-on? The neighborhood committee tried to persuade them, but in the end, they only got questioning and scolding from the residents. Especially Building 24, which is now regarded as a disaster by the entire community. They had to bring a relative to scold them. The neighborhood committee had no choice but to use supplies as a condition, saying that as long as they followed to Building 24 to find out, they could directly receive supplies, especially food. Today is the last day of the holiday, but residents of Buildings 1 to 4 can still see zombies wandering outside the community. Not to mention whether to go to work or not. Many families are still cutting back on their spending, but it is difficult to live frugally. There are also some people who are unwilling to get water from the tap. The whole group is full of complaints. So some people are really starting to consider using supplies as a condition. There must be a brave man under a big reward. Several people raised their hands in the group to express their willingness to go. But they must get supplies first before they are willing. The neighborhood committee property management quickly pulled those people into a small group to discuss together. And they didn't chat in the big group later. It's just that the people in the group were relieved to see that someone was finally going to Building 24. But the questions they often asked every day still didn't stop. For example, when will the rescue come? Is there anyone selling certain supplies? Etc. People in Building 24 even want to move to other buildings. And they have been tagging the property management. But the latter has not responded. There is no other way except to curse a few more times. The buildings were also in a commotion. Building 20 was only a few minutes away from Building 24. Panic was gradually accumulated in the words without any truth. In their eyes, the man-eating monster would come to Building 20 tomorrow. They were all worried for a while, and even ignored the exchange of materials. They directly asked the building manager what to do. Jiang Li's family, who lived in 1001, was also in a gloomy mood. Jiang Li's brother and sister both studied in the city and returned home during the holidays. For them, the former bought a wave of supplies on New Year's Eve. And unexpectedly, they came in handy. She and Liu Yongji were not a big deal. The most important thing was to feed the two children. In addition, she was the newly elected building manager. Before the rescue came, she still had hope. She had to manage Building 20 well. When the rescue came, she would have faced in the community as the building manager. But the idea was beautiful. But the reality was very bleak. At the beginning, the buildings were just exchanging and buying and selling supplies for their own needs. When Building 24 became noisy, Building 20 also became agitated. In addition, as food became increasingly scarce, fewer and fewer people were selling supplies. Some even added her as a friend and chatted with her privately, begging her to share some supplies and return them to her after rescue arrived. Some even said they would give her double or triple the amount. What a joke. She was just the building manager, not a philanthropist. Besides, if she distributed the supplies to them, what would her family do? Jiangli simply reduced her replies. Who knew that as soon as she ignored them, those who came to chat privately started to curse her. It was simply unbearable to watch. And she didn't even listen to the voice. In fact, the neighborhood committee property has been scolded all the time. In private, I don't know if they are angry alone or have reached the highest level of ignoring. Jiangli couldn't stand this anger. But they were all in the same building. They would see each other every day. It was not easy to delete, let alone scold back. She was so angry that she almost broke her phone. Luo Yongji was lying on the sofa. He had finished eating the fresh fruits and vegetables and eggs. The next step was to rely on the stock in the refrigerator. At this time, Jiang Li's youngest son Luo Chenyang leaned on the window and shouted, "Mom, come and see. Someone has come to the downstairs of Building 24. As the building manager, Jiang Li was also in the small group formed by the neighborhood committee. Naturally, she knew the ideas of the neighborhood committee and the property, using supplies as a condition to exchange people to go to Building 24 to test the truth. What if there is no monster? At least it can calm the people in the group so that they can continue to wait for rescue. Jiang Li and her eldest daughter Luo Yuqian came to the window together. Luo Chenyang looked through a telescope and handed it to her. Jiang Li looked through the telescope and saw that there were indeed about 5 or 6 people gathered downstairs of Building 24. And they were all middle-aged men. She didn't see any familiar neighborhood committee members. But without a leader, these people would definitely not go upstairs alone. I guess the property management would select someone to take them up. Jiang Li relaxed her brows, returned the telescope, and smiled. Good son. You continue to observe and see what they are like in a while. Luo Chenyang stretched and said, Mom, what are you eating for lunch today? I just had some porridge for breakfast, and I'm hungry a long time ago. In the South, people eat rice, and every household always has rice cans and bags of rice. But now it is a special situation. The porridge is not too thick, and nothing is added. Just stir it with some soy sauce and sesame oil. Jiang Li felt sorry for her son, and thought for a while and said, There is some mincemeat frozen in the refrigerator. And I remember there is half a bag of fried gluten in the cupboard. Just stuff it with meat and eat it. But don't eat too much. Luo Yongji heard it nearby, turned over, and said as he walked, I'll go find fried gluten. Finally I can eat meat. Jiang Li returned to the sofa, took out her mobile phone, and sent a message in the group. 20 #1001 Jiang Li. Someone has gone to Building 24 to find out what happened. Please be patient. 20 #301, really? When will the results be out? 20 #1401, really? Really? I saw it from the window. There are a group of men downstairs in Building 24, holding weapons, like the fire axes in the fire box. They should be fine. Right? Jiang Li was stunned, and hurriedly shouted to Luo Yongji, who had already found the oil gluten. Yongji, go to the corridor and find a way to get the fire axe. The only weapon that can cause an attack at home is probably the kitchen knife. In case the situation is not good, there is still a trump card. Luo Yongji seemed to have thought of it, and hurriedly opened the door. The fire boxes on each floor were placed at the end of the corridor. However, when he stretched his head and looked, he found a person squatting next to the fire box, holding tools in his hands and trying to get something inside. It turned out to be 1002 next door. Hey! Luo Yongji shouted. Don't you know you can't just take this? 1002 was a young man. He turned around and saw that it was the resident of 1001. He knocked and said disdainfully, Then what are you doing here? I guess you're here to take it too. What qualifications do you have to criticize me? You? At this moment, the young man exerted force and really cracked the lid. He continued to exert force, and it seemed that his target was also the fire axe inside. Seeing this, Luo Yingji subconsciously wanted to go up and fight for it. But the young man was stronger than him, and he was hungry. So he was kicked to the ground by the latter. The young man took the fire axe, flashed back to 1002, and locked the door in one go. Luo Yingji struggled for a while before getting up. He glared at the door of 1002, and then slowly went back into the house. Jiangli knew he had failed when she saw his look, and complained dissatisfiedly. You are really useless. I told you to lose weight a long time ago. But you refused to listen. Luo Yongji was already furious. And he was even more annoyed when he heard it. He roared. If you have the ability, go! You are the building manager of this building. Maybe the next door will give way to you. I can't even eat enough. But you still ask me to work. What the hell am I supposed to do? He pointed to the windowsill again. Qin Yang is so old. Couldn't he go for me just now? Doesn't he eat more and be younger than me? Otherwise, how could he not compete with the next door? Jiangli was stunned. She had accumulated as much anger as him in the past few days. She stood up and said loudly, Why are you yelling at me? If you have the guts, go yell at the neighborhood committee, property management, or the rescue team. And yell at them why they haven't come to our district and community to drive away those monsters? Isn't Qinshan watching building 24 on the balcony? What's wrong with you going there? Besides, I have to organize the work in the group every day. I am busy and scolded to death. Why don't you understand? Luo Yongji sneered. Yes, you are the building manager. You can tell the whole building to do something. Of course, you can tell me to do it. You are used to doing this. Luo Yongji. What do you mean by being sarcastic? Okay, Mom and Dad, stop arguing. The eldest daughter Luo Yuqian frowned and said, Now that this kind of monster has appeared, we should think about how to get more supplies, and how to protect our own supplies. That is the most important thing. Arguing to the point of breaking up the family is completely fatal in the end times. Luo Yuqian and Luo Qinyang are both around 20 years old. They have definitely seen and accepted more new things than their parents. Moreover, they can see the appearance of those monsters through group chats. Aren't they like the zombies in the movies? Zombies have appeared in this world. So it is not an exaggeration to call it the end times. Jiangli and Luo Yongji were stunned after hearing this. The end of the world? Jiangli frowned and vented her anger on her daughter. Don't talk nonsense. What end of the world? It's all a lie on the internet. I think it's a large-scale unknown infectious disease. Anyway, wait for rescue and eliminate the group outside the community first. Luo Yongji sneered again. I think Qianqian is right. It's been 3 days, and rescue hasn't come. Even if we still have supplies now, we will run out of them. If you have the energy, then go ahead. Qianqian, let's go back to the room. Jiangli frowned and said angrily, If you have the ability, don't come out after you go back. She sat on the sofa with her chest slightly raised. By chance, her cell phone rang again. Someone called her. Seeing the name was 20#902, Jiangli patted her chest and answered the call. The other party's voice was a little anxious, sisterly. Do you have any news? I saw the neighborhood committee calling people in the group this morning. How is building 24 now? The person who came was Deng Jia, a neighbor downstairs. The two often went shopping together, and went to the community garden for activities. She was considered a close friend of Jiangli. So when she heard Deng Jia's voice, Jiangli calmed down for a moment and comforted her. I just went to the window to see that there was a group of men surrounding building 24. And they were holding weapons. I guess the results will be out soon. Don't worry. The field of view of X02 is smaller than that of X01. Deng Jia's family probably doesn't have a telescope. So it is easiest to ask. That's good. What was said in the group last night scared me so much that I didn't sleep well all night. Deng Jia paused as she spoke, as if she had something difficult to say, but she finally said it. That, sisterly, my family really can't squeeze out any extra food. Do you have any? I don't need much. Just enough for my daughter. I can exchange my family's resources with you. Or wait for rescue to come. And then I will go out and buy it back for you. How about that? Jiangli's heart skipped a beat. Deng Jia's daughter is also studying in the city. She is a freshman and has returned during the holidays. But she and her husband are divorced. So there are only the two of them at home at this time. If it were normal, Jiangli would share some food without hesitation. But she suddenly remembered what Luo Yuqian said, pursed her lips and whispered, Xiao Jia, I'm not being hard-hearted. You know, Qinshan and Qianqian came home to visit me and Yongji during the holidays. Who knew this would happen? The four of us don't have enough food. Otherwise, I would definitely help you. What should I do? I'm fine. But my daughter. Deng Jia said something else. Jianli didn't listen carefully. But she suddenly remembered something and interrupted. Since the demand is so great, why don't you go to the neighbors and ask them? You have to fill your stomach first. Right? When the rescuers come, everything will be fine. When the community needed signatures for renovation, didn't you help me find a few households? You should know which ones are easier to talk to. When she said this, she found an excuse to hang up the phone and sighed. When will this day end? Chapter 31. Li Su looked at the time on the wall clock and stopped his morning training. After stretching, he found the basin of loaches he brought out from the space. As we all know, the trouble with cooking is not frying, stir-frying, or cooking, but preparing the food in the early stage and washing the dishes in the later stage. Moreover, he was going to make soup at noon today, so he had to start preparing in advance. In short, it was time to start making lunch. The loach had already vomited out the dirt in the basin, and Li Su took it out, opened it, cleaned it, and washed off the mucus on its body. In fact, 5 loaches were a little less for making soup, but it was better than braising, deep frying, or dry frying, so that the whole family could eat it. After soaking a handful of dried black fungus, he found a box of tofu in the refrigerator. The tofu was bought by Li Fei on New Year's Eve. If it is not eaten, it will soon be out of shelf life, but it can be stored for a few days later. Whether it is fish soup or something else, you need to fry the ingredients first. Li Su turned on the range hood, heated the pan to add oil, added a few slices of ginger and slowly fried the loach, and then put it in another small pot, added water and boiled it. In general, it takes at least half an hour to stew. Li Su closed the lid of the pot and was thinking about what other dishes to make, but he heard a sound outside the door. He walked out of the kitchen and peeked through the cat's eye again. It turned out that someone in the corridor was ringing the doorbell of 1901 opposite, and knocking on the door from time to time. Finally, the woman standing at the door seemed to be really anxious and shouted, "Dr. Wu! Dr. Wu! I don't have any other intentions. I just want you to go and see my child. He has been unconscious since last night." That's right, Li Su thought. This neighbor is a doctor? But I don't know what this doctor will do. If he agrees this time, he will be the one to blame for any headaches or fevers in this building in the future. Right? The woman chattered at the door for several minutes before 1901 opened the door a crack. The woman was happy, but it was only a crack. It seemed that 1901's room also had an anti-theft chain. Li Su couldn't hear the doctor's voice clearly through his own door, but he could hear some of what he said. Everyone has their own specialty. I'm not a pediatrician, the woman said anxiously. But you are the only doctor in this building. The woman was interrupted by Dr. Wu before she finished her words. But I'm not the only doctor in the community. You? The woman curled her lips and said in a voice that sounded like she was about to cry. You are a doctor. Isn't it normal to treat diseases and save lives? Are you just going to watch my child get sick? The doctor paused and suddenly asked again, Do you have any medicine? The woman was stunned. What? Fever, cold, bronchitis, tonsillitis. Dr. Wu named the diseases like a dish, and asked sharply, These are the common diseases in children in winter. I can go to see them. But you have medicine to treat them? I'm just a doctor, not a pharmacy. If I diagnose a disease, but there is no medicine to treat it, then I can't do anything. I definitely don't have any medicine. The woman couldn't answer for a while. Maybe she wanted to get the medicine from the doctor at first. She didn't speak, and Dr. Wu quickly closed the door. After all, she was not thick-skinned. The woman didn't continue to disturb him, and left the 19th floor in disgrace. It seems that Dr. Wu is quite clear-headed, Li Su thought to himself. There were so many medical disputes before the end of the world, not to mention after the end of the world. If you easily agree to go to a stranger's house, the consequences are unimaginable. After the small storm, Li Su stopped watching the fight and went back to the kitchen to pick vegetables and prepare ingredients. Maybe the ingredients obtained from the space are really better than those in reality. The soup in the pot has easily become a beautiful and rich milky white, with a fresh fragrance. Li Su put the cut tofu and the soaked and blanched black fungus into the pot and continued to cook. It would be done soon. The rest were some quick dishes. And at this moment, the doorbell of his house rang. Fortunately, there was a sliding door in the kitchen to isolate it. Li Su quickly turned off the range hood and closed the kitchen door tightly after coming out. Then he came to the door and looked through the cat's eye. It was a middle-aged woman he didn't know. But thinking that people were staying indoors. She must be from building 24. Li Su opened the small window on the door and asked indifferently. Hello. What can I do for you? Ding Jia smiled almost flatteringly and said. Hello. I am a resident of 902 downstairs. I want to ask if you still have rice? I am willing to buy it at a price higher than the market price. Only my daughter and I are at home. And we really can't afford to cook. Or when rescue comes. I will buy it and pay you several times. Li Su kept a gloomy look. Shook his head and said frustratedly. Sorry, Auntie. I can't help you either. We are a family of 3. And we haven't stored any food specifically. We are worried about how to survive next. How about you look somewhere else? Ding Jia asked unwillingly. Really? Why don't you listen to my price first? And you can increase it. Li Su interrupted her. Found an excuse to close the window again. Turned around and shook his head. I didn't expect that I would have to act in the end times. It was difficult for Li Su, who was always proud of being helpful in the past, to refuse outright. Fortunately, he was a person who could make choices. Ding Jia looked at the closed window, and a trace of resentment appeared in her eyes. She knocked on the door of each neighbor according to Jiang Li's instructions. But basically no one was willing to borrow food. And some even refused to open the door. There were also several tenants in building 20. They didn't know her. So naturally they wouldn't even open the door. She had long known about the strange family of 1902 from Jiang Li's complaints. They didn't open the door, but instead drilled a hole in the door. She didn't know what they were doing secretly inside. As a new tenant who had just moved in, Ding Jia didn't have much expectations. But she was also curious about this family. So she didn't ring the doorbell before, but instead secretly observed at the door with bated breath. Before divorcing her husband, Ding Jia was a housewife. It was not until she divorced that she found a job to make a living. However, her daughter worked hard to get into a local university, and she would definitely have a promising future. So she didn't have to worry about her life. Who could have thought that a monster that eats people would appear? Besides, my daughter usually goes to school, and I am alone at home, so I don't need to eat too well. I just bought ingredients to prepare a New Year's Eve dinner when I heard that my daughter would go home during the holidays. So the food stored at home is not much at all. There are 4 people in Jiang Li's family, and they consume more than them. Ding Jia had to give up after asking twice. But this 1902. Ding Jia has been a housewife for more than 10 years, and she is very familiar with the kitchen. So she actually heard a slight sound of the stove just now. Thinking that it was an illusion caused by her low blood sugar, she pressed the doorbell without giving up. Although it was just a window on the door, she also got very close. There seemed to be no smell in the room. But the man in front of her, wearing a dark quilted home clothes, seemed to have a unique smell of oil smoke that only those who had been in the kitchen had. This family is still cooking? On normal days, it is indeed time to cook lunch. But now they can still cook in this situation. This family must have supplies, no matter how much they have. But he lied to her, and it was clear that he didn't want to help her. Is it that serious? Ding Jia thought, gritting her teeth. It's not that he won't give it back to him. And he has put forward so many conditions in a humble manner. Why is he so cruel? Ding Jia squinted her eyes angrily, turned around and went downstairs to the 10th floor to report. And this time, until Li Su finished cooking lunch, Li Fei and Li Xian returned from the space with a dejected look on their faces. Li Xian immediately fell on the sofa, and Li Fei also collapsed, obviously exhausted. No, it seems a little broken? Li Su poured water for the two and asked, What's wrong? Li Fei slapped his thigh, and finally a look of grief appeared on his face. It was all because of that fish. Li Fei was sure that the fish that was extremely difficult to catch was the river overlord needed on the order board. No wonder it was worth 500 gold coins. Enough for them to catch more than a dozen fish. But they underestimated this fish. If the order board had a difficulty level, this order would definitely be full of stars. Unexpectedly, Li Fei and Li Xian used up all their strength and bait, but still failed to catch the fish. Instead, the fish ate half full. If the system hadn't reminded them in time that they had used up all their energy, they would have fainted and had to exit the space. But since they had just encountered that fish today, it meant that this fish might only appear on rainy days. If they couldn't catch it today, they didn't know when they would catch it on the next rainy day. Li Fei was very unwilling, But she was too tired to raise her hands anymore. After listening to the two's explanation, Li Su smiled and comforted them. The zombies won't come tonight. At worst, you can rest well before going. I stewed the loach, and you can drink the soup at noon. Rainy days will bring a lot of convenience. But at the same time, it will also be more laborious. She spent a whole half-day fishing. But she had other things to do in the afternoon. She couldn't stand still. Fortunately, she delivered the order that required lichens and got paid. So it was not a big loss. So, she wanted to eat lichen fried eggs. The space was fresh wild lichens, which must be more tender than dried lichens. Right? Li Fei licked her lips, and her stomach sang a little tune. She asked, "Brother, did anything happen when we were away?" Li Su briefly told her about the Dr. Wu across the street and 902 downstairs. As for Wu Sini, Li Fei just listened and passed it over. But as for 902 who came up from downstairs to ask for food, Li Fei felt something was wrong, and immediately turned on her mobile phone to check the surveillance, and saw the scene between Wu Sini and the woman, and also saw how Ding Jia silently crouched in her own house to detect. Li Fei frowned and opened the building group again. He flipped through the previous posts, but didn't see anything about his home. But just as he was relaxing, a message suddenly popped up. 20#601. Oh no! It seems a monster has really appeared in building 24. Go check the owner group. Li Fei switched to the owner group and saw a few words in the frantic screen swiping, which made up a whole story. Chapter 32. It took a lot of time to select people from the group to go to building 24. When the group arrived at the door of the building, they found that they were all residents, and no one from the neighborhood committee and property management sent anyone. Even if they had supplies, they were unwilling to rush into the building, relying on their strong bodies and self-defense. They went to the neighborhood committee and property management first, and finally bet on 2 people who could make the decision, and then returned to building 24. When they came downstairs, people used the most primitive way of rock, paper, scissors, and they played 2 out of 3 games to determine the final order, and walked into building 24 one after another. As for how they dawdled and moved inside, no one in the group knew, and those people did not bring their mobile phones in. I was so nervous that I almost died. How could I broadcast live? It dragged on for half an hour, and even Luo Qianyang, who was holding the telescope, became impatient. Jiangli was making fried gluten stuffed with meat, but in order to save money, the 2 children each ate one. Later, she thought it would be bad to keep a cold face with Luo Yongji, so she stuffed him with one separately. Luo Qianyang was about to give up, but he didn't expect a commotion downstairs. He picked up the telescope again and looked. Many people ran out of the gate downstairs of building 24. They were the group of men just now. They were shouting something while running, and the people on the 10th floor could barely hear it. Monster! Monsters eat people! The group of men rushed out of the building like a swarm of bees, and soon dispersed back to their own buildings. They probably dared not come out again. Luo Qianyang was stunned for a moment. His face turned pale with fear, and he rushed into the room and shouted, "Mom! Dad! Sister! It's bad! The group of people in building 24 are coming down. And it seems that there are really zombies." There was a sound of tinkling palms in the kitchen, and Jiangli and Luo Yingji came out of the kitchen and the room one after another, asking, "What zombies?" "Oh, it's the man-eating monster outside the community." Luo Qianyang threw the telescope into the sofa, trembling all over. The person in 401 of building 24 must have been infected first, then mutated into a zombie, and then bit the person in 302. From last night to now, he may have been wandering around in building 24. Jiangli didn't hear the shouting downstairs, and was still half believing and half doubting. Luo Yuqian was sure of what she thought, and her face didn't look good. She hurriedly said, "Mom, if you don't believe it, why don't you go to the owner group? Those men who went home will definitely say it in the group. If it's true, you have to quickly alert building 20. So, Li Fei saw the message in the group. It is said that the 2 people walking in the front were knocked down by the monster as soon as they reached the 4th floor, and even their weapons fell out of their hands. The people behind saw such a horrifying and bloody scene and had long forgotten that they had taken their weapons. They turned around and ran away in a hurry. It was unknown how long the zombie hadn't eaten anyone. Several nearly mutated ones surrounded and pounced on them. It was indeed difficult for the people walking in the front to break free. Unfortunately, The man attacked by the zombies was the husband of a family, and his child was less than 1 year old. If he hadn't seen the neighborhood committee property management as a condition, he probably wouldn't have gone. Who would have thought that he would never come back after this trip? Not long after, the wife learned the news and cried and cursed madly in the group. But apart from a few pale words of comfort, she got the batch of supplies in exchange for her husband's life. With the personal explanations, and what the men who went to Building 24 saw with their own eyes, the residents of the community had to admit that the man-eating monster had appeared in the community before it broke through the gate. But in fact, the most terrifying thing is that no one is willing to go to eliminate the zombies. After all, they are unknown monsters, and no one is willing to go. Besides, there is the precedent of 24#401. If external injuries can cause mutation, what is the difference between that and death? Some people dare not, while others still have concerns and do not want to take risks. But in fact, the zombies have just mutated, and there are few of them. It is the most suitable time to eliminate them. Otherwise, it will be difficult to guarantee whether the number and quality will increase over time. But Li Fei still does not want to go. It is true that she can defeat the zombies, but if she goes at this time, it is equivalent to being the first to stand out. The community will completely throw the burden of eliminating zombies on her. If she chooses to retreat one day, the community will definitely condemn and curse her unanimously, and would rather push her into the zombie group than resist it herself. These were all the naked, bloody tragedies that Li Fei had seen in her previous life. You have to know that she had not yet lost her mind, and had only a vague understanding of the end of the world. In the end of the world, only blood can make people grow up quickly. It can be said that in just 3 years, Li Fei has almost changed. She has morals, but not much, and humanity, but not much. She is a pure egoist who can be gentle but also very cruel. The end of the world is a time when the strong and the weak can be clearly seen. The survival space of the weak is greatly reduced. Some weak people are just cowardly, and they can only slowly wait for death. It's that simple. Li Xian sat up after resting. Just when he was about to speak, he saw Li Fei's face full of indifference, and couldn't help shaking his shoulders. Fortunately, Li Su unexpectedly smoothed things over, and brought the soup pot over with a cloth, saying, "It's time for lunch." In the middle was a pot of milky white loach, fungus and tofu soup, cabbage fried with vermicelli, and a plate of chicken breast fried with cumin and garlic. The refrigerator was filled with all kinds of frozen meat, and chicken breast was cheap and large. Li Fei was responsible for buying it, and Li Su was responsible for cooking it deliciously. Fighting the catfish for 30 rounds took a lot of their energy. Li Fei and Li Xian were really hungry. As soon as they sat side by side at the table, they couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks. Li Su served 3 bowls of soup, put 2 bowls away, and advised, "Slow down. Don't choke." Li Fei was also wondering if there was any difference in the fish caught in the space. He drank a mouthful of hot loach soup, which was rich, delicious, and delicate. The diced chicken breast was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Not at all dry. With a little seasoning, it felt a bit like eating barbecue. Thinking like this, I want to eat barbecue instead. However, Li Fei stared at the chicken on the tip of the chopsticks, and suddenly remembered the scene she saw in the surveillance. It seems that she will have to face her neighbors soon. She also told Li Su about this matter. Li Su frowned and said, "I sent the woman in 902 downstairs away later, but I didn't expect her to lie down and eavesdrop. I guess she was listening to what you were doing in the room. It's time for everyone to make lunch. So it's a test," Li Fei replied. "I don't know her either, but sometimes when I see the chat in the group, 902 always follows the building manager to send messages. Whatever she found today, she will definitely tell the building manager." Li Su couldn't eat anymore and asked anxiously, "What should we do? If the building manager knows about this, I'm afraid the whole building will know about it in the future." "Don't worry." Li Fei picked up another piece of chicken and ate it, and said vaguely, "There must be more food in the whole building than just us. If they are targeting us, what can they do if we don't give it to them? Now it's not as cruel as it will be in the future. And," Li Fei swallowed the food and sneered, "I will be more cruel than them." Li Xian shook his shoulders again, and quickly drank another mouthful of loach soup. Plans can't keep up with changes. Li Fei temporarily postponed entering the space, and taught Li Su and Li Xian another lesson, including paying attention to monitoring at all times, being cool if possible, being polite and not saying unnecessary words, and only caring about your own interests and not caring about the lives of others are one of the elements of survival in the end times. This time, even Li Su couldn't help but sweat. He thought he had thought deeply, but he didn't expect that this end times would be even more unfathomable. As expected, Li Fei saw the announcement issued by Jiangli, the building manager, in the building group, in view of the traces of man-eating monsters in the community. Building 24 is now the target of public criticism. Building 20 is close to Building 24, and it is difficult to protect itself. So they must make more changes than before. Li Fei couldn't help rolling his eyes when he saw this passage, as if he understood the so-called changes that Jiangli was going to make. As she thought, she asked every household to first propose the materials they lacked. If there were several households that matched, they would exchange them under witness, and then make additional distribution after the rescue materials arrived. Otherwise, the community would be in famine before the rescue came. In fact, this method had been used a few days ago, but most people were not happy at that time. There was not much surplus food at home. Now eating and drinking were the most important things, and other things were not too important. But now a man-eating monster has appeared in the community, and it may also harm the building where you live. I don't know when the rescue will come, so I'm afraid I have to be prepared to stay at home for a long time. At this time, the danger faced by the entire community has become the danger faced by the entire building. The residents inside are all grasshoppers on the same line. In addition, after Jiang Li's news, there were several echoing news, and the mentality of many residents in this building has changed. Li Fei took a look and found that the woman from 902 downstairs was indeed in the group message. The group message was still sending. 1001 Jiangli, everyone. Please stay calm and don't go out. I will send someone to record the statistics. Please stay at home and don't go out. I thought the matter was over for the time being, but suddenly a message that didn't fit in with it popped up. 2001. Can I not participate? Before Jiangli answered, 902 asked back. What do you mean? Now is a special period, and it is a good thing for everyone to help each other. The most important thing is to get through this crisis first. But 2001 seemed to ignore 902 and asked again. Is this the idea of the neighborhood committee property management? Or did you come up with it? Building manager? 1001 Jiangli. These days, the neighborhood committee property management has been busy contacting the outside world for rescue. Although I am in the group they created, there has been no substantial progress in terms of supplies. So what I mean is that we in Building 20 should unite first. Otherwise, how can we wait for rescue? Don't you think? Good guy. You are really good at fanning the flames and inciting. Openly, you keep saying that you are thinking about the residents of this building. But secretly you point the arrow at 2001 who sent the message of disagreement. And finally ask all group members to arouse public anger, which is more like killing the chicken to scare the monkey. And there are more people supporting Jiangli behind her than just 902. Chapter 33. Li Fei was sitting on the sofa digesting his food with a melon-eating mentality, and saw the resident 2001 reply. Oh, it's not a notice issued by the neighborhood committee property management. Then I won't participate. 1201. Isn't this the idea of the building manager? The neighborhood committee property management has not given a definite answer until now. What can we rely on them for? 801. That's right. Didn't you look at the owner group? There are hundreds or even thousands of people. And has anyone from the neighborhood committee property management ever popped up? I think even the contact with the outside world is fake. 1701. Is it true? Then when will the rescue come? 902. So, who should we listen to if we don't listen to the building manager? The building manager is at least a member of the neighborhood committee, and you voted for him at the beginning. So he is the biggest one among us. It seems that some people have begun to believe in Jiangli, and the most important thing is that there is always someone lobbying. 2001. Since the building manager is managed by the neighborhood committee, shouldn't he listen to the neighborhood committee? Is she trying to bypass the level? Li Fei couldn't help but burst out laughing. Is 2001 being sarcastic or really stupid? But it's fun to watch. I have to admit that sometimes eating melons or watching people bickering is really fun. 1001 Jiangli at 2001. You can choose not to participate. But now is a critical moment. We in Building 20 must work together, and no one can fall behind. Since you don't participate, you will not be included in the material exchange later. 902. Building manager. What more can you say to him? Maybe he has supplies at home, so he doesn't want to participate. Now it's so dangerous. Not only don't help, but also say sarcastic things. There will definitely be retribution in the future. 902 was originally in the same team with Jiangli, and there was really no food at home, so he seemed so anxious. Ding Jia, outside the screen, had already thought about it. When the time comes to go to each family to record, she will definitely go with them and observe the situation of each family carefully. She has lived here for a long time. It is impossible for her to open the door and fight with bare fists. Right? 2001. It's so funny. I don't take the blame. According to what you said, I saw the building manager and her husband carrying a lot of bags back on New Year's Eve. They made big promises in the group every day, contacted each other, and nothing came of it in the end. I haven't seen the building manager who cares about the residents of this building share some supplies, even if it's just a bottle of water or a piece of biscuit. Don't you think? Li Fei was sure that this person was pretending to be stupid. He was just being sarcastic to the building manager, treating him with his own way. Jiangli can fan the flames. So why can't 2001 start a fire? 902. The building manager has made no contributions in the past few days, but he has worked hard. How can you say that? Isn't the building manager for building 20? Otherwise, in a few days, we will have to eat the northwest wind. 2001 at 902. Why are you so anxious to defend the building manager? You are behind every sentence. Did you accept benefits from her? Ding Jia was so angry that her hands trembled slightly after seeing this sentence. What benefits? Otherwise, would I support her so much because she is the building manager? Even so, I haven't even got a grain of rice. 1001 Jiangli at 2001. Don't talk nonsense. Besides, who doesn't buy something for New Year's Eve? And there are 4 people in my family, and those things will soon be consumed. I'm still worried about the material problem, so I'm just giving you some ideas. 1501. The single working party bought dinner and snacks for watching the New Year's Eve party. Building manager. You should think of a solution. I want to break a potato chip in half to eat it now. 1702. Yes. Yes. I'm easy to feed. A pack of instant noodles can be broken into 3 meals. So who can sell me a pack QAQ? Li Fei thought about it. She didn't seem to have been to the 20th floor, and she had just moved in, so she must have never seen 2001. But maybe I can say a few words. 1001 Jiangli. Let's get back to the point. I'm going to have people go door to door to record and count. Everyone, tell the people what you lack and what you can give away. Please don't hide anything and wait for good news. 1001 Jiangli. I will ask my children and Ding Jia from 902 to help host the meeting. Each of us will be responsible for 6 floors. The statistics will be completed today. Li Fei frowned and turned off the phone. I just don't know who will come up later. But what happened before? It is very likely that someone from 902 came to the door. Since we have learned something, we must investigate it clearly. But what does it matter? She won't even open the door, and won't even give a grain of rice. On the other side, most of the owners' group were calling for help from Building 24, but they received no response. Everyone seemed to be ignoring them on purpose. Li Fei walked to the balcony. There was still no one outside. Building 24 could not be seen from 1902. There were only 2 households on each floor, and there was a possibility of vacant rooms. So Ding Jia quickly came to the door of 1902. She narrowed her eyes, then put on a smile on her face and pressed the doorbell. No one answered the first time. Ding Jia snorted coldly and continued to press the doorbell persistently. Then the window on the door opened, but the person who appeared inside was not the boy from noon. Ding Jia was stunned, with a suspicious look in her eyes, because although Li Fei and Li Su are siblings, they don't look alike. One looks like their father, and the other looks like their mother. If they walk closer to each other on the street, people will not think they are actually siblings. Ding Jia pursed her throat and smiled. Hello. I'm from 902 downstairs. My last name is Ding. You should have seen the specific information in the group. Right? I'm responsible for recording. Yeah. Li Fei responded calmly, and then said, we won't participate either. You can go across the street and ask. The smile on Ding Jia's face froze. Just as she was about to say something empty about this building, she was immediately interrupted by the former, asking, are you going upstairs later? Ding Jia replied subconsciously, yes. There is another family in 2002. It seems that Jiangli also privately expressed dissatisfaction with 2001 who popped up from nowhere. And the record statistics really won't go to find that family. I saw the group chat message throughout the whole process. 2001 cannot participate. Isn't it normal for me, 1902, not to participate? Deng Jia listened to Li Fei's words. His eyes darkened. And asked, according to this, your family still has extra supplies? Now the whole building is in danger. And you just stand by and watch? We are all neighbors. When life resumes in the future, how can you face the residents? Who told you that we have extra supplies? Li Fei pretended to be surprised. And then said coldly, or, when you came here at noon today and eavesdropped outside our house. What did you know? Do you think that if you do this, you will have the face to face us in the future? Deng Jia's heart skipped a beat, and she glanced in another direction. But she didn't see any obvious camera probes. But since that was said, there must be surveillance cameras at the door of this family. Deng Jia's face was hot. But she had done it. And maybe she hadn't found it yet. So she simply admitted, so what? Your family still uses the range hood to cook lunch at noon. Doesn't it mean that there are still supplies? I recorded it all the way. And some families can only drink water to fill their stomachs. Can't you help? Anyway, it's not like you won't pay it back in the future. Li Fei glanced at him, as if looking at a dead person. And Deng Jia trembled involuntarily. How could this little girl have such a look for no reason? What does it have to do with me if they drink water? Besides, who said that the range hood can only be turned on when cooking? I just turned it on and turned it around. Thinking about what to eat after life is restored. I won't participate in this plan. You can do whatever you want. You? Before Deng Jia finished speaking, Li Fei completely closed the window and ignored her. Jiangli was right. This 1902 is a weird place. Deng Jia turned away angrily. And 1901 didn't answer the door directly. 2001 didn't go there anyway. In the end, Deng Jia went downstairs after recording 2002 and reported to Jiangli angrily. Finally, one thing was solved. Li Fei handed the phone to Li Su and told him, brother, the group is very chaotic. If you want to join, just join. If you don't want to join, it's okay. I guess there won't be many people in the group in the future. Just look at my phone. If they come to find you later, just fight back. Li Su took the phone and nodded, understood. Li Xian looked a little bitter and asked, sister, you are not still obsessed with that fish, are you? At our current level, I guess we can't catch it even if we spend another effort. Li Fei patted his back, glanced at him, and said, am I that stupid? Am I going to be fooled again? Even if we don't catch it, we still have other things to do. Let's go. After she finished speaking, she took Li Xian to the space again. Li Su opened the group chat and scrolled up to understand the cause and result of the incident. Before he reached the bottom, he saw new information in the group. And it was a message specifically tagged 1001 Jiangli at 1902. You don't participate in the material statistics either? Li Su frowned, and saw in the address book that Jiangli had been asking questions non-stop after adding Li Fei. So he wrote directly, 1902, I won't participate. Thank you. Isn't there someone who doesn't participate? Then it's okay for me not to participate. 1001 Jiangli, if you don't have materials at home after that, don't rush to ask for them in the group. This makes it seem like they are a group of beggars. It seems a little angry. Li Su thought. Someone had challenged the authority of the building manager before. And someone followed him. So he must have treated them equally. Besides, Jiangli had talked to her many times but ignored her. So who knows what she was thinking? Now he asked directly in the group, which also put 1902 in the public eye. Those unfamiliar neighbors would definitely have some opinions at this time. At this time, 2001 suddenly sent a message. 2001, if they don't want to participate, then don't participate. I heard from other buildings that their building manager and the building managers of several other buildings have to go downstairs to the neighborhood committee and property management every day, because there are mostly elderly people in their building. The building manager is very kind to distribute medicine and water, which is different from ours. Later, some refuted, some doubted, and some began to tag Jiangli for supplies. But Jiangli and 2001 never responded again. Did 2001 have a grudge against the building manager? Or did he simply dislike him? Li Su didn't know. But he didn't want to think too much about it. just as he was about to put down his phone and start his afternoon exercise. A small red dot suddenly appeared. Li Su clicked it, and saw that it was 2001 who sent a friend request. After all, it was Li Fei's address book. He thought for a moment, and did not agree or refuse, but locked the screen. After Li Fei and Li Xian returned to the space, the rain returned to its light and floating appearance. The two put on their raincoats. But this time, they were not going to catch the difficult fish. In fact, I just got a recipe that can increase the fishing level, but I have no ingredients to make it. But this also inspired Li Fei to go to the mall and look. There are indeed other cooking recipes that can increase the indefinite level. But either I can't get the ingredients for a while, or I don't have the corresponding tools to make it. In short, this road is blocked. Since I can't catch it, I'll give up for the time being. It's not just raining today. If it's really linked to reality, then the more late spring it is, the easier it will rain. Then we'll decide the winner. By then, she will not only catch one to deliver, but also catch a few more. Braised, steamed with garlic and black beans, and stewed eggplant in an iron pot. To relieve her hatred? Now, they have more important things to do. There is no need to water on rainy days. So, start planting. Chapter 34. Li Xian already knew the new items that would appear on rainy days. So he left the starting point to go fishing. His fishing level had improved, so he should be more suitable than Li Fei to continue fishing. The latter stayed where he was and opened the mall. She first set her sights on pea seeds. This was not a strange plant, but an ordinary plant. In order to replenish the pea magazine, peas and pea have the same growth cycle, and because they have pods, picking them after maturity has a chance to get extra yield, which will be collected in the granary later. Li Fei now has a few hundred gold coins in the gold coin column to spend, so she bought 4 seeds first, and as for the remaining money, she bought a large corpse flower seed. The description of the corpse flower is a bit like the rafflesia in reality. It is a flower that emits a stench like a rotting corpse after blooming. But the smell of this flower can make zombies ignore themselves. Or in other words, they are insensitive to the human smell on themselves. She will definitely go out in the future. In the current environment where zombies are rampant, this is a powerful weapon. Even if it becomes the upper hand of mutant plants and animals in the future, the same mutant species will have similar effects. This is the most expensive plant that Li Fei has bought since she opened the farm. After she bought it, there were only 2 digits left in the gold coin column. I really want to get rich overnight. Fortunately, I sold a lot of fish today. I should be able to make a small profit tomorrow. And I can buy again. After buying the seeds, Li Fei took out a wooden hoe to hoe the ground. She skillfully hoed 5 grids until the last one. Suddenly, something black jumped out, and the system immediately said, "Ding. You get clay X1. Li Fei clapped her hands and checked. There was indeed a piece of clay lying quietly in her backpack. I was just thinking about you. And I got it. But why didn't I get it before? However, Li Fei, who had a basic understanding of farming games, immediately thought that the problem must be hoeing the ground. She obviously didn't farm much now. This kind of field first needs to be hoed. And clay has a burst rate. So of course she couldn't turn over this clay. But the clay needs to be carefully searched in the land. Just thinking about it, the physical strength alone is really enough. I carefully put the piece of clay into the storage box. Even if I know that the materials for making the clay pot need it, I can't do it with only this one seedling. So I can only give up. I planted the seeds and spread the primary fertilizer. In fact, Li Fei is still a little dissatisfied with the speed of the primary fertilizer. But the materials required for the intermediate fertilizer are 1 level higher. And the harvest obtained? Li Fei basically just wants to sell them to make money first. So I have to think about it later. She didn't want to waste this rainy day, but her wallet was empty. After planting the land, she worked hard and started the work she had been doing since she came to the space in the drizzle. Cut trees, smash rocks, pull weeds, collect, plant and fertilize tree seeds, keep wild vegetables and various wild fruits for future use. And just as she was grilling wild vegetables, the system's voice suddenly appeared again, bringing good news. Ding. Your gathering skill has been upgraded to level 1. And the reward recipe is Fruit Platter X1. Oh! Li Fei opened her backpack and learned the recipe. The ingredients for the fruit platter are 1 cherry, 1 loquat, and 1 mulberry. She raised her eyebrows when she saw these ingredients and asked. After the season changes, it should be different. Right? The system quickly replied. Yes, host. This fruit platter should actually be said to be the spring version. After the season changes, there will be a version of that season. And the materials used will also be different. Cherries, loquats, and mulberries are all wild fruits that can be obtained in spring. When the season changes, the wild fruit trees will definitely change. And the wild fruit will also change. It happened that Li Fei was just chopping trees and got enough fruit to make 2 portions. He immediately made 2 portions, and a small plate appeared in his backpack, on which were carefully arranged pieces of cut fruit. No wonder it can be made without the corresponding kitchen utensils. Isn't it just switching the way to put it? However, the physical value that can be restored is more than eating wild fruits and roasted wild vegetables directly. Li Fei first ate a sweet and sour fruit platter to restore some physical strength, and then continued to use the workbench to continuously produce intermediate materials such as wood boards and stone slabs, and then made a storage box, a workbench, and a dispensing table. The synthesis skill that Li Fei chose includes making medicine. And in this game space, Western medicine seems difficult to make. So this dispensing table looks like redwood as a whole. Antique. And the medicine made is closer to Chinese medicine. Although she has not paid much attention to the various Chinese medicine seeds in the mall, and has already stockpiled some medicine, she is interested in the other auxiliary effects of the medicine. She can't stay in the nest all her life. And she is not really invincible. So she has to be prepared. Remember that when you download the Professional Skills Knowledge e-book, there are also books about traditional Chinese medicine. Why not find time to read it? After all, this aspect is profound and extensive. The species produced on every inch of land in China seem to have several sporadic effects. Unfortunately, after some natural disasters, the land becomes barren, and it may take a lot of time and energy to recover. After doing all this, Li Fei went to the river. Li Xian was still fishing, and the breeze swayed the corner of his raincoat. Li Fei walked in, and found that he was still chewing a roasted wild vegetable in his mouth. He took a few handfuls before leaving, and he was probably almost finished. Li Xian saw her and smiled. Sister, you came at the right time. My backpack is full. You can collect some first, Li Xian said, and put all the fish in the backpack on the ground. With the improvement of fishing level, his chance of empty air is also a little smaller. And those jumping fish on the ground are not fish in Li Fei's eyes. They are piles of jumping gold coins, which seem to emit golden light even in the rain. Li Fei smiled for a rare moment, put away the fish, took out the fruit platter, and said, Take a break, eat this, and recover your strength. Li Xian was indeed tired, so she put away the fishing rod temporarily, took the fruit and ate it, and said vaguely, Sister, I didn't know before. I didn't expect that farming games are really tiring. You don't play like this, do you? Li Fei counted the fish like counting money, and glanced at him, saying, How can games compare to this? I have always been a pensioner, but now it is tied to reality. Can I still live without playing? Every farming game claims to be a casual game, but in fact, each one is a cultivation game. Li Fei, a pensioner who is not in a hurry to make money or play to the end, can only choose to play to the end now. Be busy. Be busy. In this doomsday where everyone is in danger, if you are not busy, you really have no motivation to survive. In his previous life, Li Fei lived in fear, turning a deaf ear to the outside world, and only caring about his own piece of land. He was afraid that his job would be taken away, and he would lose the guarantee of survival. So he forced himself to become a workaholic. Now there is a farm space, but it is also the same. But there is still some warmth in this farm. At least the nerves are not so tense. Li Fei sighed and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. The sun was about to set in the west, and the sunset always brought a sense of melancholy. Li Xian licked his lips, and there was still a little sweetness on his lips. Although the fruit platter restored some of his physical strength, it did not replenish it. So he said, Sister, let's stay for a while, and go back after we have used up our energy. He must take a hot bath tonight to relieve his fatigue. He feels that his sister actually has some potential to be a contractor. Li Fei simply stayed to fish, or went around to see if there were any collection items. At this moment, Li Xian suddenly suggested, Sister, when we return to the starting point, I will be the one to ship the goods? Li Xian looked thoughtful and replied. I also chose the trade skill. But now there is no NPC in the farm except us. I think there may be no NPC. The only thing related to trade should be the shipping box and the order board. Let me sell things, which should increase the experience value of this skill. Okay. Li Fei agreed readily. Now the farm is no longer hers alone. They are relatives and teammates. It is their common goal to make the farm more prosperous. Now they seem to work from sunrise to sunset. The spring rain has not stopped. Li Fei and Li Xian went home. The latter threw all the harvests of the day into the shipping box. The former returned to reality, with a few collections from the farm. As soon as he entered the room, he couldn't wait to ask, Brother, have you started cooking? Li Su had finished the afternoon training early, and was thinking about what to cook for dinner. Unexpectedly, the two of them came back. He shook his head and said, Not yet. What's wrong? Li Fei put out some wild vegetables picked in the space and asked, Brother, take a look. Can these be cooked? Li Su looked carefully. Isn't this garlic clove? The leaves and bulbs can be eaten. Ah, that's he said with wide eyes, as if he thought of something, bent down and touched it, and said happily, Lichen? This is a good thing. Brother. Li Fei stretched out his voice and said, I want to eat scrambled eggs. Can I make it tonight? It should be possible. But this kind of wild fresh lichen is very troublesome to clean. It's best to soak it again. If you insist on eating it tonight, you have to eat later. Li Fei turned around and asked, Xian, what about you? Li Xian sat slumped on the sofa, nodding without even thinking. And since Li Fei was so looking forward to it, he didn't want to refuse. Li Su shook his head helplessly, and picked up the lichens to wash them. But before that, he returned the phone and said, Take a look for yourself. Li Fei also sat on the sofa, and there was a kettle with a moderate temperature of boiled water in it. She poured a cup and saw the disputes in the group when they were not there, and also saw the friend request sent by 2001. After thinking for a moment, she agreed. Anyway, 1901 has not said a word to her since he added her, so it's no big deal to block her. The supplies of Building 20 have been sorted and counted by Jiangli. In order to survive, the residents in the building have been completely shameless. Most of them want food and drink supplies. Some want daily necessities such as toilet paper, and some want to exchange medicine. There are probably elderly people in this building. Winter is the peak season for elderly diseases. In addition, there are such terrifying monsters. If they are not scared to death on the spot, they are considered to have good character. Parents want to ask for children's medicine, and the elderly want to ask for elderly medicine. As a celebrity doctor, many people know him. But since the woman who came here returned empty-handed, I don't know what bad things she said to the neighbors. Now not only no one comes to the door, but also complains in the group. But in Li Fei's eyes, not visiting is the best, and being criticized won't hurt her. I just don't know what Dr. Wu thinks. Just like Jiang Liming was organizing everyone to exchange supplies, she secretly mocked 2001 and Li Fei's family for not being harmonious and united. Even if relief supplies were sent in the future, they would be sent to them at the end. There are still many people who agree with this and continue to thank her. Li Fei smiled lightly. She really didn't care, as long as these people didn't come to get involved. However, at this moment, she suddenly received a private message from 1901. Chapter 35. 1901, are you there? Li Fei paused, and suddenly realized that he had not added any notes after adding friends. After thinking about it, he added the name of Dr. Wu and replied with a punctuation mark. Dr. Wu, how are the mutants on the 24th floor? After all, he is a highly educated doctor. Living humans suddenly evolved into zombies that eat people. It is better to let him believe that terminal illnesses can finally be cured. Li Fei suddenly felt that there was something behind his words, and replied, Why don't you go to the two large groups to check? Dr. Wu, oh. Dr. Wu, well, I have something to ask you. Li Fei pursed her lips and responded neatly. There are no extra supplies. Go to the building manager to solve the problem. Dr. Wu, I am not that thick-skinned. And now everyone is tagging the building manager. I guess I can't get a word in. Li Fei narrowed his eyes and replied, You are a celebrity, and probably the only doctor in this building. They are eager to serve you. How could they ignore you? You are not thick-skinned? Do you underestimate yourself? Dr. Wu, you are joking. It is not a problem of supplies. I will not starve to death for the time being. It is just... Dr. Wu, have you seen mutated animals or something like that? How can ordinary people ask such questions for no reason when there are man-eating monsters? Even if you are an 8th level zombie movie fan, you are probably obsessed if you can ask such a question. Besides, there are indeed mutated animals in the apocalypse. Didn't Li Fei die in a beast tide in her previous life? However, most animals did not survive the sudden mutation process and eventually died. The mutated animals either became monsters, like zombies, or had their own minds. And they would be enhanced to varying degrees. Zombified animals are also extremely aggressive to humans like zombies, and are much stronger than normal. Sometimes they are more threatening than zombies. There should be people raising pets in the community. Li Fei saw some owners of successfully mutated pets in her previous life. They could provide considerable help to their owners, and were very loyal to their owners. However, she didn't see much in the early days. Well, after all, she didn't know anything at that time. And she just dared to stay in the library for a long time. It might be her own fault. She quickly searched the group messages again, using keywords such as pets. And sure enough, there were several messages about their pets suddenly dying inexplicably. It seemed that they were small pets. There were also several messages saying that their pets were basically only exhaling but not inhaling. It was probably a large pet. And there was a chance that they would successfully mutate. But if they failed, they would be the same as the former. People who keep pets almost regard their pets as their own family members. But the current man-eating monster seems to be a thick haze covering the entire community. No one cares about the pet problem at all. And they sneer at the pet owners' complaints. Some of them are bad-tempered and even scold directly, saying that people are going to die. So why bother with animals? The pet owners can't stand it and besiege together. But this can't save their pets. It seems that things are getting interesting. Li Fei asked, "Do you have one at home?" Dr. Wu, if you don't know this, forget it. Oh, provocation? But in order to verify the existence of mutant animals, Li Fei is ready to go and find out. I know something roughly. But how can I believe you? Dr. Wu, really? Are you an 8th level fan of zombie movies? I don't usually watch this type of movie. And now the webpage is getting slower and slower. In order to save power. I didn't search carefully. Li Fei interrupted him. Don't be long-winded. Let's talk about business. Dr. Wu first sent a wrong soybean emoticon package. And then said, I am a doctor. I only save people, not hurt people. Li Fei sneered. It's not necessarily the case now. Humans can do anything for materials. Dr. Wu, anyway. I won't do anything to you. You are my lifesaver. Li Fei unconsciously thought of that night. It's true. Then I'll go tomorrow. Okay. I'll wait for you. Li Fei shook his shoulders and immediately closed the chat window. Today's dinner basically came from the farm space. Li Su first made the lichen fried eggs that Li Fei had been thinking about, and then separated the leaves and bulbs of Allium macrosteamin. The leaves were used for stir-frying, and the bulbs were sliced and fried with bacon. In fact, there was ordinary frozen meat at home. But in order to borrow the flavor, he used the pickled meat bought when he was stocking up. Today's dinner is a little light, but in the eyes of some families, it is already very rich. Li Fei picked up some fried eggs with lichen for Li Xian and smiled. Try it. Li Xian had never eaten lichen before, even if it was Li Fei and Li Su. It was just because his father came back from a business trip that day, and he was not there at that time. Seeing that the latter praised it so much, he ate it without doubt and immediately opened his eyes wide. The soft and glutinous texture, the delicious taste filled his mouth, covering the egg, and it was a different kind of freshness from river and seafood. And it seemed to have a simple and heavy aftertaste, as if it could make people instantly place themselves in the misty mountains and forests. By the way, Li Xian is a liberal arts student. If this wasn't in the third dimension, Li Xian's expression would be like a supporting character who ate so much food that his clothes burst. And he stammered. Is this because it's produced in space? Or is it so delicious? Li Fei also ate 2 bites happily and said, it should be for this reason. Secondly, it's purely wild and served freshly on the table. It's full of buffs. It can't be bad. Li Xian hurriedly picked up the spoon and scooped 2 spoonfuls into the bowl. Li Fei immediately shut up and joined the battle. Li Su didn't stop him, but just looked at the siblings with indulgence. For him, this dish, in addition to being delicious, probably carries a long-gone childhood. However, in the middle of the meal, the doorbell suddenly rang. Li Fei was prepared for this. She first waved her hand and put away all the food and dishes on the table. She then picked up a bottle of air freshener placed directly on the table and sprayed it a few times. The air was immediately filled with a fresh and sweet fragrance of flowers and fruits. Li Su asked, "Fei Fei, can you go by yourself?" Li Fei responded and went to the door in her home clothes. The doorbell had already rang for the second time. She opened the window on the door. There were two people standing outside the door. A middle-aged woman and a girl about the same age as her. There was a similarity between their eyebrows. They were probably mother and daughter. The middle-aged woman smiled kindly. "Hello. We are from 2002 upstairs. I want to ask if you have any extra food. I am willing to pay 10 times the price. Is that okay?" The silent girl standing aside lowered her head slightly, with an embarrassed and awkward expression on her face. It was obvious that she was forced to come with her mother. But her mother was different. Elders are usually thick-skinned. Li Fei thought. "No," she answered directly. "Hasn't the building manager already recorded the statistics? Or you can go directly to the building manager." Song Chuanxiang was startled, and immediately smiled and said, "Building manager Jiang is busy with the affairs of the building. It is possible that he can't take care of it for a while. It's okay for us neighbors to help each other first. Correct me." Li Fei's tone became cold. "I haven't moved here for a month. I don't know anyone. Don't call me by random names. This girl is really rude." Song Chuanxiang complained in her heart, kept smiling and continued. "Won't we get familiar with each other after a long time of contact? Now the situation is so critical." Before she finished speaking, Li Fei was too lazy to listen to her nonsense and closed the window. In fact, she could have completely not answered the door, or closed the door after finishing the first paragraph. But the former might have knocked on the door and rang the doorbell back and forth, and the latter could be regarded as a simple encounter. After all, Li Fei is not really a cold-blooded animal. If she feels okay after contact, she can say a few words. Jianli, Deng Jie, and 2002 from the upper floor, who had come so far, were obviously blacklisted by her. Song Chuanxiang was isolated outside the door, and stepped hard on the doormat with a frown. She had always been paying attention to the news in the group, so she naturally knew that 2001 and 1902 did not participate in the material statistics and exchange action organized by the building manager. But if they did not participate in this action, wouldn't it mean that there were excess materials at home? Otherwise, how could they survive? 2001 was not a good person as soon as he saw the chat message. So Song Chuanxiang wanted to try 1902. She and her daughter Song Lu did not live in this community, but her elderly parents lived here. The two of them came to accompany the two old people on New Year's Eve, and they did not expect such a thing to happen. The old man has more medicine than food. He usually eats one meal, and then goes downstairs to buy another meal, just as if he were taking a walk. Therefore, there is not much food left at home. It was only when he heard that his daughter and granddaughter were coming that he bought some more ingredients to cook. Now, even if Song Chuanxiang and Song Lu are busy, they are almost all used up. Song Chuanxiang skipped 2001 and went downstairs to 1902. She didn't expect to be rejected so ruthlessly. Not only did she fail to get the supplies, but she also couldn't save face. The girl she could see from the window was about the same age as her daughter. How could she be so uneducated? Song Chuanxiang had a gloomy face, but she was not discouraged by this floor. She pressed the doorbell of 1901 next door unwillingly. Maybe he had noticed their presence, but he simply didn't answer the door this time. Song Lu carefully pulled Song Chuanxiang's sleeve and whispered, "Mom, let's go first." Seeing her like this, Song Chuanxiang was so angry that she threw her sleeves and said unhappily in a low voice, "What are you in such a hurry? Look at you. You are the same as your cowardly father. And you are a college student. But you don't want to think of a solution? Just let your grandparents starve. If you didn't dare, would I be scolded by a girl who is almost your age?" Song Lu couldn't speak because of the series of questions. The remaining food in the house was pushed back and forth by the four people and was evenly distributed. But her grandparents would always secretly save half of it. This common problem of the elderly came in handy at this time. After Song Chuanxiang divorced her ex-husband, she moved to a new house not far from the community, so she had more opportunities to visit the elderly. It was originally a good thing, but who could have expected that it would take a sharp turn for the worse and even cost her life? Song Chuanxiang bit her nails anxiously. But she was not going to go home. Anyway, food would not appear out of thin air. But they would continue to be hungry. In fact, she also saw that the intention of the 10th floor manager was a bit of a pie in the sky. But at present, apart from the neighbors, what else could she do? The rescuers did not come. The gate of the community was also closed. And man-eating monsters appeared in other buildings. She could only rely on the neighbors. And even if she was rejected, she had to be humble. Song Chuanxiang glared at 1902 unhappily, and then took Song Lu to other neighbors' homes. Li Fei returned to the dining table and put out the unfinished dinner. However, they were about to finish their meal. And soon after dinner, it was time to go to bed. If Li Fei's biological clock had not been trained in her previous life, she would have gradually gotten used to this kind of early bedtime and early rise without nightlife these days. The next morning, she woke up suddenly and keenly noticed that there was an abrupt sound outside. Sanwang. Pa. Pa. The windows at home were all closed, so the sound was still a layer of haziness. But it could be heard from outside, so it must be very loud. Li Fei looked at the time. When the sky was about to break into the fish belly white, she immediately got up, opened a small window in the bedroom a crack, and listened carefully. The sound came from the back door of the community. Chapter 36. Li Fei was startled, closed the bed, and went to the balcony again. She took out a telescope from the space and looked out the window. Unfortunately, X02's field of view could not fully see the scene at the back door of the community. But X01 seemed to be able to. She frowned and put down the telescope, thinking, if she guessed correctly, the zombies were about to break through the gate. If no one dared to repair it, the zombies would flood into the community today or tomorrow at the latest. She then opened the group chat. And sure enough, she was not the only one who heard the sudden loud noise. After coming to their senses, they all tagged the property management to repair the community gate. And some buildings close to the gate took a video and sent it out. Li Fei clicked it and saw that the camera was shaking slightly. And there were cries and curses in the background. The board at the front door of the community had been knocked off half by the zombies, and the broken half fell to the ground. If you look closely, you can see the bloody zombies' terrifying true faces, and they are waving their black claws to scratch in the air. The zombies are crowded together, but they can't feel any pain among their own kind. Their minds, which have become like paste, probably have only one common thought: go in, eat meat. If someone who has never seen zombies sees this scene, they will probably just go limp and stand there. Li Fei is different. You know, even if he only farms in the base, he still has to deal with the mutants that occasionally attack, especially those with wings, which are more likely to invade farmland and people. Li Fei didn't have any weapons, so she could only use farm tools and blunt instruments to defend herself, which doubled her fear. So at first she often panicked, until later she slowly became motionless or numb, which required a psychological construction process. The owners in the group were calling for help, or questioning why the neighborhood committee property had not contacted the rescue team, presumably because they found that they were just stalling for time, but had no real measures. When the latter saw the public outrage, they had to come forward to explain that they had actually contacted the official rescue team, but it would take some time for the rescue team on the front line to come to this district, or even this community, perhaps knowing that the residents would not calm down but would become even more angry. The neighborhood committee property management released a better news. Helicopters carrying relief supplies were on their way, and they would definitely advance faster in the air than on land. And relief supplies could be received as early as today. As expected, more than half of the residents calmed down, but the other half still had doubts. Who asked the neighborhood committee property management to do something that would reduce trust? The residents gradually began to discuss the relief supplies that they didn't know when they would arrive. Perhaps they felt that slowly starving to death was a more torturous thing. At the same time, good news came from a certain building. The man-eating monster in Building 24 was solved by several residents working together. Although Li Fei was not in the group of Building 24, he understood the general situation in the group of owners, who were chatting enthusiastically. It turned out that one of the residents was a firefighter who happened to come back for vacation. At that time, he not only helped to repair the back door of the community, but also saw the monster entering Building 24, which was likely to endanger his own safety. After thinking for a long time, he decided to eradicate this disaster. But he was not stupid enough to go alone. but took the trouble to find the neighbors downstairs. At first, no one wanted to go, and I don't know how to persuade them with reason and emotion. And finally found a few neighbors who agreed. He took the fire axe from a fire box in the corridor, arranged for everyone, and familiarized himself with the operation, and then went to the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors together. Since the 401 incident, almost every household in Building 24 has tried their best to block the door. The zombies in the early stage really didn't get in for a while. Once they sensed the breath of living people in the safe corridor, they gave up the door and moved towards it. It is said that the firefighter dodged first, then turned around and chopped with a fire axe, which happened to blow the head of the zombie in front of him, which also made a good start. The people behind saw that the zombie fell to the ground and didn't move, so they must have died. After finding that this trick was effective, their morale was boosted, and they also imitated the firefighters' actions to attack the zombies. Sometimes it is necessary to take this step to make the difficulty easier, so there will be a second time after the first time. There were not many newly mutated zombies wandering around Building 24. After going up and down the stairs, they were sure that there were no zombies in the building. They won. The group chat was just cold black words, but it seemed to have a cheering atmosphere. Everyone praised the firefighter for his bravery, determination, and decisiveness, and he was a great hero in the community. Of course, not everyone was like this. There were also several different voices from residents in different buildings whose brains were not normal. They questioned why the firefighters did not go out earlier to defeat the monsters. But they were also pushed back by the messages below and then drowned in the tide of excitement. Mr. Firefighter was upright and had nothing to fear. He explained in public to the owners. He had a wife and young children at home. Although he was a firefighter, he was also a husband and a father, so he could not be reckless. He also observed for a while before deciding to go out. Today's moral order has not completely collapsed. There are still many good people in the world. Everyone left comments below to praise him, and the previous different voices disappeared. The property staff also deliberately made a promise to exempt 24 #2001 from the property fees for the next 2 years as a reward. However, the firefighter was also a smart person. He declined the reward and instead asked for specific materials. The atmosphere was set off by this, and the property management staff had no choice but to agree. It was a rare happy scene after the monster appeared. Unfortunately, it didn't last long, and someone else raised the issue of the safety of the community gate, which immediately covered the panic again. So what Li Fei saw next was that someone tagged the firefighter and asked him to find someone to repair the gate. A stone caused 1,000 waves, followed by several similar messages. In the eyes of this group of people, this firefighter can even defeat zombies. So what's so difficult about repairing the gate? The firefighter said he didn't want to go, and the people below started all kinds of pleading and moral kidnapping. In the end, the former had no choice but to give in. But as a resident of Building 24, he claimed that he was only responsible for the back door of the community. The residents living in front of the community were dissatisfied, and some with bad tempers started to curse directly. Anyway, the police would not come to arrest him at this time. The firefighter stopped replying, seemingly blocking the messages that kept popping up. And the group chat did not stop. Li Fei watched the whole process and shook her head. This is the fate of the first bird to stand out. In fact, she can also think that there will always be someone in the entire community who will do it, and then she can only bear it alone. However, she still hopes that more and more people will walk out of the door in the future. Otherwise, the firefighter alone will not be able to stop a large number of zombies. Li Su rubbed his eyes and walked out of the bedroom, and saw Li Fei leaning on the balcony with a serious face. He woke up instantly and asked, "What happened?" Li Fei still looked calm. "Good news. The zombies in Building 24 have been defeated. Bad news. The gate of the community has been damaged, and I don't know when it will be completely destroyed. If it is destroyed, the consequences are very clear to Li Su." And he immediately frowned and fell silent. Li Fei glanced at him and took the initiative to say, "Brother, let's have frozen instant food for breakfast today. I remember there are some." "Huh?" Li Su asked curiously. "Okay. Do you want to change the taste?" As they said, the two went to the refrigerator, picked out a box of meat buns, custard buns, and a box of glutinous rice steamed buns, and took a few of each. This kind of instant food is usually placed in the frozen area, but even if there is a power outage one day, it can still be stored for a while in this season. Instant food only needs to be steamed for more than 10 minutes before it can be eaten. Through the steaming tray, Li Su stuffed 3 eggs in the water below. They went to wash up. And after that, Li Su was surprised to find that Li Fei was doing something that people would never do in the morning. Li Xian was a junior high school student who was about to take the high school entrance examination. So he had his own biological clock. Although he did a day of labor yesterday, he woke up after the brother and sister this morning. He yawned sleepily. As soon as Li Xian came out of the second bedroom, he heard a strange sound from afar, like a sharp and piercing rustling sound. Just as he was wondering, he turned his head and saw Li Su standing in the kitchen looking at the pot expressionlessly. When he turned his head again, Li Fei was sitting in the living room. Li Xian rubbed his eyes quickly, thinking he was still dreaming. Why was his sister sharpening a knife? That's right. Li Fei was sitting on the sofa, holding a sharpening rod in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other. So the strange sound came from here. Li Xian quietly moved to Li Su's side and asked in a low voice, "Brother, what's wrong with my sister? Is she stimulated by something?" He immediately felt something was wrong after asking. He and his brother were stimulated, but his sister probably wouldn't be stimulated. Li Su shook his head silently. But since the end of the world that was completely unfamiliar to them began, they listened to Li Fei on major matters. And even if she was his own sister, he didn't ask too much. Li Fei glanced and asked, "Xian, why don't you go wash up?" Li Xian shivered all over and hurried to the bathroom. Quick frozen food is convenient and fast. And because of exercise, the appetite has also increased. And the hot buns are warm in the hands. After Li Fei finished eating, he suddenly took a plastic bag and put a meat bun and a custard bun in it. Li Xian bit the tip of the box milk straw and became more confused. But Li Su didn't ask. So he didn't ask. Li Fei returned to the bedroom, put on an outdoor belt around his waist, put a bottle of pepper spray on it, and a cutting knife, and then changed into a medium-length jacket that just covered it. Just use an ordinary knife to treat ordinary people. Li Fei originally had an ordinary figure, but after working out these days and being tightened by a belt, she actually has some curves. After looking at herself in the wardrobe mirror with satisfaction for a moment, Li Fei walked out of the bedroom and went straight to the door. Li Su finally couldn't help asking, Fei, are you going out?" "Don't worry. I won't go downstairs," Li Fei answered while changing her shoes. "I'll just go next door and be back soon." She went out after she finished speaking. Li Su frowned after hearing this. And for some reason, alarm bells rang in his heart. 1901 next door. Isn't that the doctor's house? Why go there for no reason? However, Li Xian smelled some gossip and moved to Li Su's side and whispered, "Brother, before we moved here, did I know Dr. Wu next door?" Then they, "Don't talk nonsense." Although Li Su said this, he pouted. After all, Fei is grown up now and has her own ideas. "Let's finish breakfast quickly." He said one thing and meant another. Li Xian complained in his heart. He lowered his head and took another big bite of the white bun. Li Fei came to the door of 1901 and pressed the doorbell. This time is already the time for office workers to go out, and everyone is terrified of the outside world, so they are even less sleepy. Of course, some people choose to sleep. After all, they don't feel hungry when they sleep. Wu Sini is obviously the former. After the doorbell rang, the door was opened a crack, and Li Fei saw a security chain installed inside. Chapter 37. Half of his face was exposed, and when he saw that it was her, he smiled and asked, "Miss Li, are you here?" As he spoke, he opened the anti-theft chain and opened the door completely. Li Fei responded, but did not go in directly. He just quickly looked around the house with his peripheral vision and did not see the mutant animal. Wu Sini seemed to have misunderstood and smiled. "No need to change shoes. Just come in." Li Fei did not relax and followed his words into the room. The house layout is similar, but the decoration depends on personal preference. The interior is soaked in matcha green, caramel and milky white cream tones. There are wooden furniture in sight, European decorative paintings on the wall, and flower tiles with flourishing patterns underfoot. It has a retro style, but also a modern atmosphere. Li Fei had thought about redecorating her old home in District M before, so she had looked at various decoration styles in magazines and news articles. She seemed to have seen this style before. What was it called? Oh, Nanyang Retro Style. This style focuses on elegance, exquisiteness, and romance. However, her first impression of him was that he would be European simplicity, which seemed to be a stereotype. Li Fei thought about it, and couldn't help but glance at him. The marks on Wu Sini's face had disappeared, and her whole fair and handsome face had been restored. The cinnabar mole at the corner of her eye was still outstanding, and she smiled at her. It matches this style. He looked a little thinner, but this should be the normal state of people nowadays. He seemed to be in good spirits. He was probably a doctor, so he had nutritional supplements stored at home, which was enough to save his life. Li Fei silently took out the plastic bag and handed it over. Wu Sini was stunned, and his eyes shifted to the things in the bag. Obviously, white is not a color that can stimulate appetite, but it is obviously the temperature of freshly baked buns. The plastic bag was covered with a thin mist, and the temptation of the round buns increased by several levels. He was a little puzzled, and immediately felt his almost empty stomach begin to drum. But in the end, he shook his head and said, "In this situation, you should keep it. My family doesn't have any extra supplies suitable for exchange now." Li Fei paused, put the plastic bag aside, and said calmly, "It's okay. Take me to see the mutant animals." In fact, she did this to test him. If Wu Sini took it directly and simply thanked him, or asked her if she had any other supplies, they would have broken up, and Li Fei would block him when she returned. "Thank you." Wu Sini thanked him after all, and his eyes, like the crescent moon, smiled brightly, like the bright sunshine after the dark clouds were lifted. It must be said that the director's vision in selecting people was really amazing. 1/3 of the nearly 10 million views of the documentary must be for him. Li Fei followed him to the door of a room. Wu Sini made a gesture and slowly opened the door. She subconsciously raised her hand to touch the knife handle at her waist. In fact, as long as Wu Sini was still alive, it meant that the mutant animal had not turned into a zombie. Otherwise it would have eaten its owner long ago. However, when she saw the scene in the room clearly, she couldn't help but open her eyes wide. Li Fei thought it was either a cat or a dog, or at worst a hamster or a bird. This was also the most common mutant animal around humans after the end of the world. But she never expected that there was a big snow-white snake in the room. The snake was smooth all over, like solidified fat, with a little flesh color, and traces of scales could be seen. As soon as it noticed someone coming in, it opened its cherry-red eyes, spit out its tongue quickly, and even stood up straight. The snake was estimated to be 2 or 3 meters long. Humans' fear of snakes is engraved in their DNA. Even though it was a non-venomous pet snake, Li Fei did not relax, but became even more tense. Wu Sini hurriedly said, "Su, this is not a bad person. Don't be nervous." Su? Could the reason for this name be the same as what he thought? The white snake called Su seemed to glance at Wu Sini, slowly lowered its body, and lay on the floor again. Li Fei also let go of his hand and rubbed his chin in thought. Wu Sini explained the whole story to her with a little nervousness. After returning home from the mall that day, he had nothing to celebrate alone. He had a simple dinner and fed Su, because he had finally retreated from the front line and was extremely short of rest. He turned off the lights and went to bed soon. On weekdays, he always put Su in the box nest, but he heard some rustling sounds in the middle of the night. It was just that he had just taken a vacation and didn't want to wake up after sleeping. He thought it would be nothing serious and didn't go to check. Who would have thought that when he opened his eyes the next day, Su, who had become longer and thicker, was curled up on his bed. And when he saw him wake up, she kept spitting out her snake tongue and approaching him. He thought he was having a nightmare until he touched the cold snake skin and realized it was not a dream. A pet corn snake has become bigger than a python and can swallow a person in half. Wu Sini woke up immediately and stared at Su for a while before he realized that the latter had no intention of eating him. Instead, she remained as docile as before the change, as if she was still in her nest. But he couldn't fall asleep, so he simply went to wash his face and didn't dare to go into the bedroom again. He looked at the door from time to time, and finally mustered up the courage to go in and touch it several times. Su was a blizzard corn snake, and it was a pretty good-looking finished product with a high price. But Wu Sini blinked, and somehow felt that the snake's head had a speechless expression of a human. It was not until the end that Su put her head in his palm that he was sure that Su would not hurt him. Not only that, she even had some intelligence. If it was a cat or dog, the owner would get used to it quickly. But Wusini raised a snake. No matter how confident the reptile owner was, snakes could not be tamed. Their little brains could hardly accommodate other information except eating and mating. Even their eyesight was poor, and they could only use their tongues to distinguish things. In the end, even the owner might not know what it looked like. Everyone thinks that snakes are cold-blooded animals. But since Wusini decided to raise one, he didn't care how enthusiastic it would be. Raising a pet is nothing more than wanting a companion. But now Susu is so attached to him. He is a little flattered. After dawn, he turned on the TV and watched the news. Then, countless new news that could shatter his worldview continued to appear in the group chat on his phone. Especially his work group in the hospital. It was no exaggeration to say that it was a major explosion. Li Fei suddenly interrupted him and asked, "How is the hospital?" Wusini did not express dissatisfaction with the interruption. He immediately frowned and whispered, "Very bad. To tell you the truth, until the end of the month, the hospital was still full of patients. And they were still those influenza patients, all of whom had symptoms that influenza had never had. It is not fatal, but we can only use medicine to treat the symptoms, but not the root cause. If my boss hadn't seen me hold on for too long, I would probably still be in the hospital." While Wusini was speaking, he looked at her, with an inexplicable look of seeking praise and comfort on his face. Li Fei rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "Let's get to the point. The point is that after the Chinese New Year, those special patients turned into monsters, like those outside the community without exception. The other patients in the inpatient department and the family members who stayed behind should not be spared. The doctors and nurses on duty all ran to higher places and sent out distress messages everywhere. But," Wusini paused here, wondering if there were any of his colleagues or friends here, and continued, "the doctors and nurses who were changing shifts were lucky enough to leave the hospital before this. In short, the outbreak in the hospital is terrible." "Right?" Li Fei did not answer. It was more than terrible. It was as if he wanted to start his life over again right where he was. Compared to densely populated areas such as schools, scenic spots, and commercial streets, hospitals are not only densely populated, but also one of the sources of zombies. After dealing with all the living people in the hospital, it is time to head out to the outside world. Li Fei thought of this and asked, "Which hospital do you work in?" Wusini answered truthfully, "The 8th hospital. The 8th hospital is neither close nor far from this community. Simply put, for patients who want to see a doctor, they only need to take a few subway stops. And it is also a Class 3A hospital. But for the zombies starting from the hospital, at their current speed, it would be a long distance to get here." Wusini looked at Li Fei with a cold face and obediently did not disturb her. But he only asked her about the mutation, which was also a gamble. He still remembered that night. Li Fei said to him to stock up more. If life continued step by step, he would probably forget this sentence. But now such a big thing has happened. It seems a bit wrong to think about it again. And he was lurking in the building group and learned that the 1902 opposite had only moved in last month. So he became more suspicious. But he didn't want to ask directly. Everyone has their own privacy. And his intuition told him that if he talked too much, he would be the next to die. No matter how. Li Fei suddenly asked, "How did you feed this big guy these days?" It's not that Li Fei hasn't seen pet corn snakes before, although most of them are online pictures. And the impression is that they are all small and thin. And some are also normal snakes. But Susu is now bigger than an ordinary python. If it weren't for the fact that mutant animals are more loyal to their owners. As long as it feels hungry, it will probably really eat its owner. Besides, Wusini's house doesn't look like there are a lot of stocks. Wusini explained, "I still have some snake food at home. Every time it's time to eat, I will shrink it before feeding it." Li Fei exclaimed, "Can it shrink?" Wusini raised his chin, touched the snake's head and said, "Susu, shrink and see. Why does it look like a dog being forced by its owner to show its talent?" Susu's eyes seemed to have a trace of helplessness, which was keenly noticed by Li Fei. It seems that after the mutation, not only has its body shape changed, but its mind has also improved. At least it must recognize its master now. Susu closed its eyes, and its body gradually shrank. But after shrinking to about 1 meter, it was unwilling to continue to change, and slowly climbed along Wusini's body to his shoulders, and circled around his neck. Li Fei reached out her hand, but did not touch it, but stopped at the head. Su spit out her tongue to sense it for a moment, and then ignored her. But the former knew that she could touch it now. Li Fei praised sincerely. It is very beautiful. Even though she had never raised a snake, she was amazed by its super high appearance after seeing it with her own eyes. Wu Sini nodded at its head and asked worriedly, "Will it be okay? It has been a few days. If there was any problem, it would have happened long ago. Either it died or you died. How can you still see me?" Wu Sini was choked by the words. Before he could speak, Li Fei said again, "It is better to be thankful that animals, especially pets, will protect their owners and be loyal after mutation. It is also a good thing to have one that can protect you now." "Yeah, I felt it too." Wu Sini curled her lips again and said, "Thank you so much today. Otherwise I would still be confused." In fact, he was confused about more than just this one thing. Li Fei found that he suppressed it and was quite satisfied with him. If he had asked about it, she would not have said so much nonsense to him. Chapter 38. You're welcome. Li Fei looked around the room and saw the window decorated with blinds, and said, "I'll borrow your window for a while." How could Wu Sini refuse? She waved her hand and said, "Please." Li Fei quickly found the balcony, took down the small telescope hanging on his waist, and set it up to watch. From 1901. You can see the scene of the back door of the community. There will be a crisp sound when you knock on the iron gate, and it will shake like the waves when it is pushed. And there are several people standing not far from the back door, and I don't know what they are discussing. Mr. Firefighter said that he would pay attention to the back door. It is estimated that there is no time to waste, and he has called people to come. He had already been the first to speak out, and if the zombies really entered the community, he would not be able to escape, so he could only continue. When Li Fei went to the balcony, Wu Sini followed her. When the corner of her clothes swung, she naturally saw the outdoor belt and the shiny kitchen knife. Does he look that dangerous? He even has to carry a weapon for defense, he thought aggrievedly. Behind the back door of the community is the road, and a few gray-black smoke can be vaguely seen, probably from the wreckage left after the car burned. A few days have passed, and there are probably almost no living people around here, except for the various communities. Wu Sini has good eyesight, and vaguely saw the critical situation at the back door of the community, and sighed. I don't watch zombie movies very often, but this monster should be a zombie, right? Yeah, Li Fei responded calmly, as if he was really talking about a movie. And if there is no rescue and the community has no effective measures, the gate will soon be breached. In fact, my family is really running out of food, and I can't compete with Susu for snake food. Wu Sini shook his head. Forget about the neighbors. Now everyone is in danger, and most people only want to save themselves. Susu spit out her tongue, as if to say, you can't eat it. Even if you rob, you can't get it. Li Fei glanced at him and asked, isn't the building manager supposed to record and count the supplies of each household before dividing them equally? You don't want to participate? Wu Sini still shook his head, and took out his cell phone, flipping through it and saying, who can't see the hidden meaning of the building manager's words? Besides, even if the number of supplies is there, the population of each household is different, and there is no accurate number for how to divide it in the most even way. So when that person came to count, I didn't tell the truth, and I'm sure I'm not the only one who didn't tell the truth. He paused, scratched his head, and his smile became a little more bitter. He said, it might cause public outrage if I say it, but I actually thought, what would happen if the gate was breached? At least if the door is opened, there will be a chance to go out and find supplies. Of course, the premise is that you can go out alive. Wu Sini's words have convinced 80% of the people in the community. Since they are trapped at home, they will die anyway. So why not go out and try? Maybe there is still a chance of survival. Li Fei put down the telescope and suddenly pulled out the shiny kitchen knife, which scared Wu Sini so much that he immediately took a few steps back. This? Is he going to go berserk? Don't be afraid, Li Fei said with a fake smile, shaking slowly, as if he was displaying a commodity. What do you think of my knife? It's okay. What's wrong? Wu Sini kept touching Su on his neck for comfort, feeling his heart thumping. The zombies looked scary enough, and now he felt that Li Fei holding a kitchen knife was even scarier than the former. Su, speechless. Li Fei retracted that smile, and said in a straight voice with a straight face, you should have this at home, right? Or you can take the fire axe in the fire box in the corridor. The zombies' weakness is the head. They are not fast now. Just find the right position and smash them. They are just in large numbers, so they are scary to look at. At this point, she deliberately added, the firefighter in Building 24 did the same thing. So he was able to lead people to eliminate the zombies in Building 24. He has already become suspicious. So let's try to slow down the increase of suspicion. Okay. Wusini had read the group messages. So he also knew about the firefighters and the incident in Building 24. He became serious. My family's food and drink supplies may be exhausted in the next 2 days. But now I'm afraid there is nothing I can do except wait for the rescue supplies mentioned in the group. You are a doctor. You can also use your professional skills and knowledge to exchange for supplies. Right? Li Fei asked. And conservatively speaking, you are the only doctor in this building. But under this situation, the number of patients will not decrease. And there is even a trend of increasing. This is how it works in the base. So the profession of doctors will really not be short of supplies in the future. Instead, the base lacks various medical resources. And doctors will not be able to treat and save a large number of people. Wusini smiled bitterly and said, I don't have any medical equipment. Even if I have simple ones, I can't treat them if I don't have medicine. So even if I go to see the doctor, I'm afraid there will be more medical disputes. I can't bear it. Li Fei teased. It seems that even celebrity doctors will have medical disputes. Wusini shrugged and smiled. Isn't this normal? Besides, they give too much. I don't want to refuse. Have you seen the documentary? The 5th episode is all about medical disputes. Li Fei had seen it in her previous life. But later she entered the end of the world. And now she has forgotten it completely. But she said casually, I'll go back and take a look. I'll leave first. Come on. She could only offer a word of encouragement. Otherwise, what else would she say? The situation will be even worse in the future? That's unnecessary. And for those who are clear-headed, she is willing to say a few more words or even remind them. Wusini said goodbye and sent Li Fei out. After the latter left, the room was cold and empty again, with almost no sound. Although Susu could not curl up like a ball python, she seemed to have noticed his complicated mood at this time, and she stayed quietly around one of his arms. Wusini opened the group chat again and frowned. He had certainly thought about what Li Fei said, but the reasons were the same. The last time the woman came to him, he decisively refused. But now after listening to the persuasion, he felt that he could find a way to take a few steps appropriately. The main reason was that he was really about to be unable to move. During that period, he was busy in the hospital all day, eating boxed lunches, and drinking a few sips of water when thirsty. Even the sleeping time was limited. The most food at home was still Susu's snake food. So apart from some dry food and nutritional supplements, he didn't have much in stock. Without the rescue supplies, the gate of the community could not be opened, and he rejected the idea of the building manager. If he didn't think of a solution, he might really die. Wusini spat irritably, but suddenly saw the fresh-keeping bag left on the table. He went over to pick it up. After cooling, it still had a warm temperature. There were 2 buns and a glutinous rice steamed bun inside. Wusini picked a bun and took a bite. The soft filling seemed to surge out. Sweet. It's custard. After he found out, he curled his lips unconsciously. 1901 and 1902 share only one corridor. Li Fei had just left Wusini's house and was about to go home directly. But someone came in from the entrance of the safe corridor and bumped into her. Li Fei ignored the person and went to open the door. But the latter smiled and came forward and said, Miss, you went out? Li Fei glanced at her and hesitated. You are? Song Chuanxiang's face froze. And she quickly added, Miss, you are forgetful. I am a resident of 2002 upstairs. My last name is Song. Oh! Li Fei interrupted her and opened the door without even asking anything, looking like he didn't want to pay any attention to her at all. Song Chuanxiang gritted her teeth in anger and didn't argue with Li Fei. She calmed down and rang the doorbell of 1901. Wusini opened the door, and without lowering the anti-theft chain, she asked, Who is this? Song Chuanxiang smiled and said, Hello, Dr. Wu. I live in 2002 upstairs. My last name is Song. My old man suddenly had a headache, so I would like to ask you to come over and take a look. Wusini replied calmly, The old man should have medicine at home. Right? Oh, isn't it almost finished? I thought I would help the hospital get the prescription after I came back to visit the two old people this time. But who would have thought that this would happen? Song Chunxiang looked worried and became more and more anxious. Dr. Wu, you are the only doctor in this building. And we don't know these things. Can you help us? Wu Sini paused and said, I can help you. Song Chunxiang was so happy that she was interrupted by Wu Sini before she could say anything. But you have to pay me. I can't go there for nothing in the current situation. No problem. Song Chunxiang agreed immediately. How much do you want? We can discuss it. Wu Sini denied it, saying, I don't want money. I want supplies. And I have to pay 1/3 first. And without medical equipment and drugs, there is no guarantee that I can be cured in the end. Song Chunxiang was anxious again. Dr. Wu, how can you say that? If the disease cannot be cured, why should I pay you? Besides, every family has few supplies now. Aren't you taking advantage of the situation? Wu Sini sneered silently. But Song Chunxiang didn't see it. She only heard his relaxed words through the crack of the door. I'm a doctor, not a god. I can't cure the old man's illness with just one look. And it's precisely because I'm a doctor. And doctors are human beings who need to eat. If they starve to death, who will treat your old man? Or you can go downstairs to other buildings to see if there are other doctors. Think about it yourself. Song Chunxiang frowned and cursed in her heart. But she was also struggling. No matter what her temper is, she is sincere about respecting the two elders in her family. What she just told Wu Sini was not a lie. This time she came back for the holiday, not only to visit the old man, but also to accompany the old man to the hospital for a follow-up examination and prescription. Didn't they say that the flu has subsided? As a result, the medicine was not prescribed. And even the house could not be left. The elderly had learned to watch short videos early. And now they are full of panic-inducing content. They were so anxious that they suddenly fell ill. The elderly usually save money. They eat one meal, and then go downstairs to buy fresh food. In addition to some pickled food, there are some frozen goods in the refrigerator. Song Chunxiang and Song Lu brought gifts to visit. But they were also milk, fruits and other things, which were not very filling. Fortunately, there was still half a bag of rice at home. And saving a little could solve the urgent problem. After the old man felt uncomfortable, Song Chunxiang went to the group to ask if there was a doctor. She didn't live here, so she was a little unfamiliar. Later, she found out that there was actually a person in the building, and he lived downstairs. She didn't even read the complaints and blames from the later generations, and went downstairs to look for him. But now the doctor requires that he can only see a doctor if he has supplies. Which is more important, the supplies or the illness of the two elders? Song Chunxiang finally chose the latter. Dissatisfied? Then I will go home and look for him first. After hearing this answer, Wu Sini knew that the fate had been decided, and nodded. Okay. Goodbye. Then he closed the door. Song Chunxiang stared at the door, and then the door next door. They are really neighbors. They are all the same kind. And just now, this girl in 1902 came out of the door of 1901. Right? TSK. Song Chunxiang narrowed her eyes and thought. Single girls go to the room of single boys. Who knows what they are doing secretly? Chapter 39. Song Chunxiang came back soon. She wanted to use fruit as a substitute. But after hearing Wu Sini specifically mention food, she finally found half a bag of noodles at home. The old man was still used to eating rice. She had forgotten when she bought the noodles. Seeing that they were not expired, she prepared to send them. She put a plastic bag over and handed it to Wu Sini. Wu Sini took it and looked at it, then looked up and said, Wait a minute. I'll get something. Then he closed the door again. It was still winter, and even if you were fully dressed, you would still feel a little cold in the closed corridor. Song Chunxiang waited patiently, and only about an instant's stick of time passed before Wu Sini opened the anti-theft chain and walked out. Song Chunxiang didn't even see what the room looked like. Wu Sini was simply wearing a down jacket with a stand-up collar, and the pockets beside him were bulging. I don't know what was in them, but the person was invited, and Song Chunxiang hurried to lead the way. The two climbed the stairs from the safety corridor, which was only one floor. The top floor on the 20th floor was also deserted, but there was a potted pine tree under the corridor window, which was still green. Song Chunxiang's house was 2002, and the door of 2001 opposite was also closed. And there was a black cross pendant? Wu Sini retracted his gaze, and while waiting for the former to open the door, he glanced at 2002 and saw a sign with red characters on a yellow background hanging by the door. Home of Glory. Wu Sini stood in awe and followed Song Chuanxiang into the room. Dr. Wu, don't change your shoes. Help my dad first. Song Chuanxiang eagerly invited him in. He's lying in the bedroom. The layout of 2002 is the same as her own home, but it is more tidy. Maybe this old couple doesn't like a mess of things piled up at home. Wu Sini and Song Chuanxiang went to the bedroom and saw an old man lying on the bed, another old man sitting next to the bed, and a young girl standing on the other side. Song Chuanxiang hurriedly said, Dad, I've brought a doctor here. Let him take a look at you. As she spoke, she winked at Song Lu, who was standing at the head of the bed, and the latter left. Lying on the bed was Song Chuanxiang's father, Song Yurong, and sitting next to him was his wife, Chen Lian. Both of them had gray hair and were about 70 years old. Usually people of this age always have several chronic diseases. Song Chuanxiang helped Chen Lian to the side so that the doctor could be closer. Wu Sini came to the head of the bed and said softly, Hello, Grandpa. Please sit up first. I will take a look at you. Song Chuanxiang hurriedly helped Song Yurong sit up, and then she listened to Wu Sini touching her body and asking questions as if chatting, and also took her pulse for a while. She was a little skeptical, but she decided to go to him after hearing Song Lu say that the doctor downstairs was really a doctor. After some questions, Wu Sini took out a package-like thing from his pocket and unfolded it. Song Chuanxiang looked closely and widened her eyes. It turned out to be a bunch of long needles. Wait a minute. She stopped him. This? You want acupuncture? Do you know how to do it? Didn't Song Lu say that he was an internist? How come he even said acupuncture? Facing the doubts, Wu Sini remained calm and replied, The old man is not seriously ill. Just a headache. If you don't want me to give you acupuncture, go to the neighbor to exchange some painkillers. You can see for yourself. Although Song Yurong was in pain, he was still conscious and naturally aware of the current situation. Without waiting for Song Chuanxiang to refute, he said in a deep voice, Let's ask the doctor to do it. How can we change the medicine at this time? Chen Lian's eyes were also red, and she echoed, Just do what the old man said. There is no other way now. However, Wu Sini did not fully accept the affirmation of the two old people. Instead, she looked at Song Chuanxiang quietly, waiting for the family's decision. Song Chuanxiang nodded helplessly, and watched Wu Sini disinfect the needle, and then pierce Song Yurong's head with fear. It's not that she doesn't believe in acupuncture, but the problem is that Wu Sini is not a Chinese medicine practitioner at all. What if something goes wrong? After an unknown period of time, Song Yurong's face was slightly relieved, and Wu Sini pulled out the needles one by one and put them away, then stood up and said, Much better. Ask around. Song Chuanxiang stepped forward and asked, Dad, how do you feel? Song Yurong opened his eyes and nodded. Much better. Thanks to the young man. Hey, I think you look familiar to me? Wu Sini smiled and said, Grandpa, I live downstairs. Maybe we have seen each other in the community before. You are in good health and often exercise in the community. Right? Yes. Yes. Song Yurong seemed to be much more comfortable. I didn't expect you to have this skill. Come and visit often in the future. Chen Lian also felt relieved and smiled. Good boy. I will rely on you more in this regard in the future. Song Chuanxiang was silent on the side. After all, she was the only one who knew the premise of inviting Wu Sini over. If they really relied on him a few more times, their whole family would have to go out to drink the northwest wind. Thinking of this, she hurriedly said, Dr. Wu, I'll see you off. How could Wu Sini not know what Song Chuanxiang was thinking? She said goodbye and left the room. Wait a minute. Chen Lian followed him out and said, How can I not pay after seeing a doctor? Doctor, how much do you want? Before Song Chuanxiang could speak, Wu Sini interrupted her and said with a smile, Grandma, I don't want money, but I can exchange something for it. Okay. Okay. Chen Lian agreed and instructed, I'll get some. Chuanxiang, you wait on the guests. Mom. Song Chuanxiang was so anxious that she was almost sweating, especially when she saw Chen Lian went to the refrigerator. Her heart was lifted up. The two old people still believed that they would wait for the country to rescue them, so they generously gave away all the remaining supplies. Wu Sini looked even more relaxed. He paid. So he deserved to be rewarded. That? A very quiet question suddenly came from the side. Wu Sini turned his head. Song Lu blushed and looked awkward. Seeing him looking at her, she asked hesitantly, "Can I get an autograph?" In the eyes of most people, being able to appear on TV is not considered an amateur. Moreover, Wu Sini's appearance is not inferior to some stars. Song Lu is still a little girl, so it is inevitable that she can't help herself. Song Chunxiang was in a bad mood and took it out on her. "What signature? Why don't you learn it? Are you slacking off in school again?" Song Lu said aggrievedly. "Why not? If it weren't for me, would you know that there is a doctor living downstairs? Besides, the program that Dr. Wu appeared on was even broadcast in our school. And I also want to study medicine in the future." "Okay." Wu Sini stopped the increasingly fierce mother-daughter dispute and smiled gently at Song Lu. "It's just a signature. It's nothing. But you want to study medicine? Studying medicine is very hard. And many people can't stick to it." He would not recommend her to study medicine. After all, as the old saying goes, if you persuade others to study medicine, you will be struck by lightning. Song Lu said shyly, "When I was in high school, I thought about the major I wanted to study in the future. I still wanted to study medicine. I am not afraid of hard work. It's just that after experiencing all this today, I feel that Chinese medicine seems to be more interesting." Qin Lian also came over with a plastic bag at this time. She roughly heard their conversation and said, "Lulu, just like it. Chunxiang, don't interfere too much. Dr. Wu, thank you for this trip. Take these as a thank you gift." Wu Sini took it and smiled and said, "Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma. You should keep warm and keep a good mood. I'll leave first." Song Chunxiang saw Wu Sini leave and went to the refrigerator to take a look. All the edible materials in the house were sorted and placed in the refrigerator, so she could see what was missing at a glance. She couldn't help complaining. "Mom, we don't have much material resources. Even if we want to give him, we can't give so much. If we give it all to him, what will we eat?" Qin Lian started to nag. "Dr. Wu cured your dad. There is no medicine at home. How about you treat him? Or rely on me and Lulu. We will meet upstairs and downstairs in the future. Maybe we will have another headache and fever. Besides, given the current situation, the country will definitely not ignore us." Song Chunxiang was about to argue when she heard Song Yurong's voice from the room. "Okay. Stop talking. Stop it." The old man spoke, and the three had to be quiet. But Song Chunxiang was still holding her breath and went back to the room without saying a word. Wu Sini returned home and locked the door. He opened the plastic bag and saw 4 apples, a box of milk, and most importantly, a bag of sausages, together with a half-pack of instant noodles. He could barely survive for another 2 or 3 days. But what he thought about next was that he must hold Li Fei's thigh tightly. When Li Fei, who was already regarded as a thigh, entered the door at that time, he saw Li Xian and Li Su actively exercising, with a thin layer of sweat on their foreheads. Li Fei changed his clothes, took off his belt and kitchen knife spray, and joined in. Li Su had some fitness foundation and could take care of their force points and movement positions. However, he felt a little puzzled when he saw that Li Fei could do it correctly without his reminder. However, he thought that Li Fei was reborn and might have trained it later. So he let it go. The morning ended uneventfully with exercise. After a short break, Li Su went to make lunch while Li Fei and Li Xian sat on the sofa doing their own things. Li Fei opened the group chat and happened to see that the building group was busy. After climbing the stairs, he understood the cause of the incident, and it was related to Wu Sini. It turned out that after he cured Song Yurong's headache in 2002, the old man who followed the trend and learned to chat in groups praised him in the group. Unexpectedly, the woman whose child was sick before was like a barrel of explosives that was ignited. She questioned Wu Sini in the group why he went to see a doctor for 2002 but not for their child. If she hadn't changed to antipyretic medicine in the end, her child might have died. Some people also knew that 2002 was a glorious home and told it out. The woman was even more angry and scolded Wu Sini for being a doctor who saved lives and wounded. But she was not good at judging people, and was not good at judging people. Many people who did not know the truth also turned to her. Fortunately, Wu Sini responded quickly and calmly. Your child is a child, and the old man of 2002 is an adult. No matter what treatment method is used, there is a big difference. I am not a professional pediatrician, and cannot treat without authorization. Otherwise, if something happens, I will not be responsible at all. If you see something happen to your child, I dare to guarantee that there is an 80% probability that I will be blamed. I dare not take the risk. What do you think? As long as professionals can make sense, many people will believe it. In addition, the people in the building have a good impression of Song Yurong and Chen Lian. Mr. Song has spoken, and the trend of defection has changed rapidly again. Even when the woman continued to curse, someone helped to fight back. Of course, many of them wanted to ask Wu Sini to see a doctor. Wu Sini replied with a private chat and stopped talking. Li Fei smiled casually. It seems that he has found a way to balance the two. No matter what, it's good to be able to persist in living. Chapter 40. Li Su made a bibimbap for lunch, which was more convenient. But the content was not simple at all. The white rice was topped with stir-fried cabbage, mushrooms, and black fungus, as well as the pork floss and seaweed bibimbap that Li Fei bought when she was stocking up. Finally, a few drops of sesame oil were drizzled on it, and the taste rushed up all at once. Everyone held a bowl of rice and buried their heads in eating. After eating and digesting, it was time to prepare to enter the space. Yesterday, it was Li Xian and Li Fei who entered the space, and today it was Li Su who went with her. The two of them gave a few instructions to the former and flashed into the space. Who knew that as soon as they stepped on the ground and the scenery in their vision suddenly shook. Like an earthquake, Li Fei quickly stabilized his body, grabbed Li Su, and returned to reality. Li Xian saw the two people who suddenly came back, and slightly widened his eyes. It couldn't be that it was raining in the space again. Right? Li Fei breathed a sigh of relief. And seeing Li Xian's confusion, he explained, there was an earthquake in the space, so we came back first. Earthquake? Li Xian was surprised and pondered again. There would not be an earthquake in the space for no reason. But if it was in the farm game, it would be. Before he could figure it out, the three of them heard the voice of the system. Host, why are you leaving? The space function is being unlocked. Once you leave, you have to start unlocking again. For some reason, they could hear that it was a little angry. Li Fei scratched his head. I didn't know it was unlocking the function. I thought I was in danger. So of course I came out quickly. The system said. Then the host should enter the space first. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Li Fei and Li Su came to the space again. The shaking did not stop. The two squatted in an open space. After about a few minutes, the vibration gradually stopped. And the system also said, ding. The mine has been unlocked. You can mark it on the map. Li Fei's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. You know, metal is indispensable for the production of many equipment and items. She quickly unfolded the map and saw that the mine was located in a corner in the southeast. After all, it was a cave, and it was estimated that it was explored downwards, so it did not occupy much space on the surface. Although the mine was unlocked, Li Fei did not plan to explore it now, but asked the system. System, can you tell me more about this mine? Okay. Host. The system replied that there were a total of 100 layers in the mine, with 20 layers as a level, divided into insect soil, ice crystals, deserts, lava and darkness. In addition to ores, there were also different monsters wandering in the mine. So the host had better be fully prepared before going down to the mine. Just by hearing the name, Li Fei roughly understood what the scene in the mine was like. It might be as bad as when a natural disaster came. So even if they need ore, they can't just go into the mine all at once. After the system went silent, the familiar sound of gold coins falling came immediately. Li Fei opened the list and was surprised to find that the income this time was actually in 4 figures. It seems that hard work is indeed useful. I can make $1,000 a day in a few days. Looking at the abundant gold coin column, Li Fei opened them all with joy. This time, she turned her eyes to the various medicinal seeds. The mall interface is shared. After Li Su noticed it, he asked, why do you want to grow medicinal herbs? Li Fei pondered, once the gate of the community is breached, zombies will surely pour in. They can't lift their legs normally like humans, but they can still climb up. When there are more of them, the security door will probably be broken one day. So we must not only take the initiative to fight back, but also continue to kill. Ordinary medicines cannot cure the injuries caused by zombies. I have browsed through them before, and some recipes in the mall are feasible. In a few days, Rescue workers may come to clean up. Or they may not come. But they can't always stay in the community. They still have to go out. So it doesn't matter whether they come out or not. But there is definitely a difference between a mortal body and a zombie mutant. So medicine becomes an important first choice. Okay. I'll listen to you. Li Su has 100% trust in Li Fei. Then should I stay and help you? Or, if it's just farming, I can do it myself. Li Fei smiled and said, Brother, go to the riverside or lakeside to collect the fish cages. Fishing is the most profitable thing for us now. Although we don't have any fishing skills. It's good to practice. But the bait may not be enough. I bought the recipe before. Now there are more materials that can be made into bait. You can get familiar with it. Li Su agreed and went to work. Li Fei looked at them all again. This one. She planned to plant 3 different medicinal herbs. She first went to buy the recipe. Li Fei bought 3 kinds of detoxification, hemostasis and blood supplement in one go. Detoxification and hemostasis are for use in the case of being caught by zombies, while blood supplement is for use in space. After all, they still have to fight monsters in the space. Although they will not mutate for this. Their health is limited, and they still need treatment when they are injured, even if some dishes can restore health. What if the monster is 999 in one blow? Taking the medicine made from this medicinal material formula can restore more health, and the materials that can be planted in this season. Li Fei walked around and found a few. Dandelions for detoxification, jasmine flowers for hemostasis, and Rehmannia glutinosa for blood supplementation. Wait until they are mature, and then go directly to the processing table and the dispensing table to make medicine. Relying on his bulging wallet, Li Fei bought a lot of seeds, and it was very refreshing to squander. But when he looked again, there was only a bottom left in the currency column. Li Fei sighed, remembering that she watched live videos about this game. And the big guys who played this game all had millions of savings in the end. So when can she achieve that? Li Fei shook her head and forgot about the unhappiness. She took out the seeds in her backpack, took out the wooden hoe, and started hoeing the fields. She had never hoed so many fields at once. What's more important is that after sowing the seeds, she had to water and fertilize again. This farm work was different from her physical training. After doing all this, she felt that her waist could hardly stand up straight. She glanced at her physical strength, and it really dropped a lot. This manual farming is physically demanding. However, she only planted some exotic plants and medicinal herbs, and it became like this. If she planted fields of fruits and vegetables in the future, for some reason, Li Fei felt a contradictory feeling of joy and despair. It is not a random saying that technology changes life. She will have to find a way to find convenient equipment in the mall in the future. Li Fei sat on the ground to rest. Looking at the land she cultivated herself. Some crops have sprouted or grown in stages. The faint sense of satisfaction lingered in her heart, making her laugh unconsciously in the breeze. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she laughed so relaxed and naturally. Li Su sometimes came back to make bait, and seeing that Li Fei was working diligently in the fields, he didn't disturb him. But he didn't have any fishing skills and had never fished before. So when his physical strength was exhausted, he came back with his harvest. For a novice fisherman, Li Su's harvest was really good, and Li Fei was happy to find that he finally caught clams in the fish cage today. Li Xian did not come to the space this time, but the income would be settled tomorrow. So Li Fei still threw all the fish into the shipping box, and then went to the order board to deliver the clams. The reward for the clams on the order board was 2 or 3 times more than just putting them in the shipping box. After completing this order, 2 more orders appeared in succession. Iron will. Copper or X3 required. Reward, Furnace Blueprint X1. Make the flame stronger. Coal X5 required. Reward, Coal Kiln Blueprint X1. When Li Su saw these 2 orders, he guessed that they appeared because the mine was unlocked today. So he asked, Fei, when are we going to the mine? Mining is also included in gathering, and the minerals collected are very effective for Li Su's forging and craftsman skills. But Li Fei thought for a moment and said, wait a little longer. The system said there are monsters in the mine, and it has also reminded us. It seems not as simple as we thought. Li Su nodded, looked at the sky again, and murmured, are the zombies coming soon today? If it doesn't rain, the zombies will come as scheduled. Now there are no exotic plants in the fields that can defend against them, so they still need to be stopped by humans. Li Fei nodded. Yes. Brother, you go back first. There is Ashwan at home. I will deal with him. You wait for me to come back. Li Su smiled and said, Okay. I'll go back and cook. We'll have dinner when you come back. Li Su disappeared from sight. And Li Fei took out the crossbow from the storage box. After using melee weapons several times, it was time to try long-range combat. After the sun set, night fell quickly. After Li Fei keenly heard the zombie's unique low roar, she stood in front of the crops she had planted. The two bonfires could already illuminate a large area, so she immediately spotted the traces and raised her crossbow to aim. In fact, it's not that she had never touched a crossbow before, but she had never formally shot an arrow and was still a layman. But she had prepared melee weapons in her backpack, so at worst she could just shoot him in the head. A rough calculation showed that the number of zombies this time did not increase much, which was just right for her to practice. Li Fei aimed and pulled the trigger, and the arrow flew through the air and stabbed the zombie. This arrow was still powerful. The zombie that stepped forward first was shaken by the force, but the arrow hit its body, which was not a fatal injury to it. Li Fei spit, set up the crossbow, and shot an arrow again. This arrow was good, hitting the neck, and black blood flowed out and soaked the whole body. But the zombie could not be completely killed unless the head was exploded. Obviously, this weapon is good against people, but it is a bit useless against zombies, unless there are some surprising exotic plants in the future. Li Fei thought about this, put away the crossbow, replaced it with a baseball bat, and ran straight up to fight. Congratulations to the host for resisting the fourth wave of zombies. Reward Bone Blade Blueprint X1. Li Fei was surprised. The reward has changed. She quickly studied the blueprint and looked at the name. It was probably a weapon, but she didn't have a forging table yet, so she couldn't see a more detailed description. It seems, the forging table also needs to be improved. Chapter 41. After finishing the farm work, Li Fei left the farm. After a few days, the people finally spent the first week of the apocalypse. During this week, the residents of the community went from being terrified at first to being in a panic in the middle. And now, they actually feel a little numb. The apocalypse will inexplicably teach people to grow up, and at a very fast speed, while also gradually breeding all kinds of dark negative emotions. The firefighter on the 24th floor led a few people to reinforce the back door of the community, but he was unwilling to reinforce the front door of the community anyway. In fact, this is normal, but the residents living in the front building are always accusing and cursing in the group, and some even secretly ran to the door of the firefighter's house to express their anger and pry the door, which is even more terrifying than zombies. Li Fei sneered at this. This group of people had the courage to harass, but they didn't have the courage to reinforce the front door of the community. Even if they had supplies at home, they would probably eat up all the supplies and be the first to die. The internet speed has slowed down. Sometimes when sending messages, the left side will circle for a while, and there will no longer be the grand scene of crazy screen swiping. The electricity and gas have not been cut off, building 20 distributed supplies according to Jiang Li's idea. Although some residents were dissatisfied with the quantity, they were persuaded by Jiang Li and echoed by those who were satisfied with the quantity. They had to swallow their anger temporarily, and it was barely orderly. However, Li Fei, 2001, and Wu Sini did not participate. Jiang Li didn't like the first two. One always ignored her, and the other choked her in front of everyone. As for the latter, after she heard that medical treatment was being used in exchange for supplies, she did not care much. It was said that people from other buildings had come to ask Dr. Wu. The Li family had lived a stable life these days. They trained, read, and ate at home, and did farm work in the space. The gathering skills of the three people were upgraded to 1 level, but only Li Fei got the fruit platter recipe, and the other two only consumed a little less physical strength. Li Fei also temporarily saved the gold coins they earned in the past few days, because he became more and more proficient in fishing. So far, he has saved about 3,000 gold coins, which is definitely the biggest gain since entering the farm. At the same time, in addition to fishing gear, Li Fei improved all tools into stone, and the number of fish cages increased to 16. Although most of the harvest in the fish cages is cheaper than fish, it is not too little if you save it up, and you can occasionally bring some back to reality for a snack. There are also dozens of zombies that come to attack after nightfall. They still get rotten meat and bones, and reward crystal cores. This time, Li Fei not only made the bones into tree fertilizer, but also saved them to see how to make bone blades after the forging table is built. The area for planting trees that was previously cleared has also been extended, and some have grown small wood, and some have grown saplings. The most important thing is that some of the crops have matured. This is not the first time that Li Fei has harvested crops in the field, but harvesting so many at the same time. The satisfaction and sense of accomplishment are self-evident. The 2 cottons planted before are indeed enough to make a tailor's table. Li Fei assembled them and placed them in the starting place. As the name suggests, the tailor's table is related to cloth and clothing, but the materials required are obtained from plants or animals, which is still far away for her. Secondly, the sawtooth leaves and pea pistils are also mature. The sharp sawtooth leaves grow towards the sky one by one. Li Fei squatted down and stretched out his hand to point them. They are very strong and absolutely suitable for use as arrows. And the pea pistol has indeed grown into the shape of a gun, connected to a thin vine-like line, swaying slightly with the breeze. Looks a bit like a certain archer. Li Fei picked all the sawtooth leaves first. Usually, there will not be only one sawtooth leaf when it grows. So she harvested a total of 15 sawtooth leaves in 5 fields. In reality, arrows are not expensive to buy wholesale, but there may be no time to pick them up in the fierce battle or other reasons. Besides, as a strange plant, the sawtooth leaf has more advantages than ordinary arrows. As for the pea pistol, Li Fei did not pick it immediately. She heard that when the zombies attacked, the offensive strange plants would automatically attack. She wanted to see that scene. And she currently did not need to use hot weapons with high damage, especially when the pea bullets were not mature yet. Finally, the dandelion was ripe, and Li Fei picked them all. Then came to the workbench. The medicinal materials must be processed on the workbench before they can be made into medicine on the dispensing table. 10 portions of dandelion can only make 2 portions of detoxification powder, and the other workbench is used to process serrated leaves. Finally, everything was done, and Li Fei also saw the item description. Sawtooth leaf arrow. A thin, long and sharp arrow that causes bleeding damage to mutant creatures. It can be combined with a bow and crossbow to fire continuously. It just didn't say whether it was a bow and crossbow produced in the space or a bow and crossbow in reality. But since it didn't say, Li Fei assumed that it was all right. Detoxification powder. It can detoxify a small amount of corpse poison caused by zombie monsters. Of course, a small amount is not very useful, so sprinkle more. Good man. This system is also a joke. However, according to this description, this detoxification powder may not be enough to detoxify the corpse poison caused by scratches. So the detoxification problem is imminent. After looking around, Li Fei exited and came to reality. Now they can no longer stay in the space all the time. After a week, there is obviously a restless mood in the community. Even the people from the neighborhood committee property jumped out in the group to say that their office was smashed during the day and the door was pried open at night, and issued a condemnation. It would be strange if those people were really condemned. Obviously, they were extremely hungry and went to their place to find supplies. In addition, some people in the group said that they heard the movement of breaking into the room in the middle of the night and were too scared to sleep. Before being scared to death by zombies, they were scared to death by thieves and robbers. This is the human heart in the end times. So these days, Li Fei basically went to the space alone. Li Su and Li Xian stayed at home, and even slept with the bedroom door open at night to detect the movement outside the door. Wu Sini didn't bother her much. I heard that he not only treated patients in this building these days, but also went to other buildings to see patients. But they were also adjacent buildings. Mr. Firefighter and some people formed a guard team to guard the back door. The residents of the front building saw that the front door was lost, and it was not a solution. Finally, they gritted their teeth and cooperated to repair it again, so it would not be dangerous even if they went downstairs and went out at this time. However, Wu Sini can only treat acute diseases, and there is no way to treat chronic diseases that require medication. Moreover, most of the symptoms are actually caused by hunger or bad mood. But patients don't know this. Once they get better, they will be very grateful. However, the former coldly and ruthlessly collects supplies with medical skills. Although it cannot be said that he has made a lot of money, he can continue to live for a while. Li Fei is quite satisfied with this. She occasionally chats with Wu Sini. In addition, She also began to read the medical books with dense black and white words. So sometimes she would ask a few questions, and the latter would immediately become interested and show his courtesy, sincerely inviting her to his home to discuss together. Li Fei rolled her eyes. Dr. Wu, are you trying to pick up a conversation again? Wu Sini, how can this be called flirting? It's just a simple academic discussion. At the end, he added, Susu misses you too. She thinks this sister is so handsome. Before Li Fei could reply, the other party sent another pink and tender cartoon emoticon package, which was obviously the one exclusively for macho men. Sometimes boys would send cute emoticons. Li Fei pondered for a moment and simply didn't reply. Anyway, Wu Sini was not a person without tact, so he didn't force it when he saw that he didn't respond. It was noon when Li Fei returned to reality. Li Su didn't turn on the stove or the range hood to cook today, but used various electronic kitchen appliances, such as the rice cooker and the microwave oven integrated with the oven in the kitchen. There was a faint fragrance in the air. Li Fei opened the refrigerator and saw a few large cabbages. This dish is indeed the most durable dish in this season, and it tastes good, even if it is simply boiled in water. You can taste the original sweetness of the ingredients, not to mention the large amount of seasonings that have been stored. However, soon, growing vegetables on the farm will also be put on the agenda. However, at this moment, she sensitively heard some strange sounds coming from outside. After a moment of shock, she reacted and went to the balcony. After opening the window, the sound became more obvious. It was the sound of the helicopter's rotating wings. Many residents of the building also opened their windows to watch, and soon a strong cheer broke out, which instantly flooded the entire community. Finally, rescuers arrived. The helicopter made a loud noise, and even the zombies outside the door reacted. However, they could not fly into the air, and could only stare blankly with their dark eyes. Li Fei squinted and saw that the helicopter did not seem to be equipped with weapons. A large box was connected to the bottom, and it was trying to lower its altitude. The buildings in the community have rooftops, and they must want to put the supplies on the rooftop so that the helicopter can continue to operate and deliver the next trip. Li Fei took out his mobile phone, but the network was stuck. The message could still be sent after a while. The neighborhood committee property had issued a notice, since the relief supplies had begun to be delivered one after another. The building manager of each building was responsible for going to the rooftop to hand over the supplies, and registering and distributing them according to the residents' population records. The entire owner group and building group were also cheering and rejoicing. Even if the network was not good, they would still release their resentment after the clouds cleared and the sun came out. Li Fei looked at these beautiful group messages and shook her head. The relief supplies had arrived, but little did she know that the end of the world had just begun. Soon, the building manager Jian Li issued a notice in the building group. Because the rooftop could not accommodate the entire building, the residents of the building would come to the rooftop to collect the supplies in order of the floors. The residents of the 4 floors would be divided into 5 groups, and the official start would be in 15 minutes. I don't know if it was Jian Li who thought of it herself, or if the neighborhood committee told the building managers to do so, seeing that they could finally get supplies. The people in the group suppressed their restlessness and chatted in the group. Some asked in advance what was in the supplies, and some were really impatient and wanted to advance the time. But most of them were still excited. After reading this, Li Fei handed the phone to Li Su and Li Xian. The 2 brothers saw the notice and asked, "Do we still need to go to get the supplies?" "Yes, of course. Why not?" Li Fei crossed her arms and said, "It's just that it will probably take another hour for us to get our turn. Brother, let's eat first." She was hungry after a busy morning. Besides, this scene was like opening a cage. People going to the rooftop would inevitably have to argue for a while. By the time they go, I'm afraid that lunch will be over. Chapter 42. Li Su made baked rice for lunch today. After preparing the ingredients, just put it in the oven and microwave. Li Fei scraped the baked cheese on the surface with a spoon, scooped a large spoonful of steaming rice, blew it for a long time, and then put it into her mouth to chew with satisfaction. Before the end of the world, Li Fei was also a cheesehead. But after the end of the world, being able to eat enough is a luxury. How could there be these? However, in this life, she has a farm, and it seems that there are also specially made equipment. As long as she can work hard, she will not lack this in the future. And now, she can only use ordinary bag goods. The first wave of residents, who went to collect supplies were residents from the 1st to 4th floors. Perhaps they were told a few words. And after returning, they sent several photos of supplies in the group to comfort people and prevent the residents from being impatient. Li Fei clicked on it and saw that S City was indeed a first-tier city. Even the relief supplies were very complete, vacuum-packed rice, whose weight was unknown just by looking at the picture, as well as frozen meat, pickled food, mustard, a large box of milk, and long-lasting potatoes, white radish, lettuce, Chinese cabbage, etc. Of course, it might be enough for a family of 3 or 4. But if they were frugal, they could last for nearly a week. Li Fei could imagine that. After all, it was only the zombie siege stage. And supermarkets, cold storage and granaries were not contaminated. Zombies had no interest in vegetables and meat. And under the cover of force, these foods could be transported out, packaged and distributed to the people. I don't know how many lives were lost under each package of supplies. But when it comes to natural disasters, it may not be the same. Mutated monsters may not be able to withstand the technological firepower of today's human beings. But no one can truly defeat the power of nature. Just when she was digesting her food, Li Fei saw that they were about to reach their floor. So she went to the bedroom to put on her belt again. And this time, she only took a bone-cutting knife. Seeing her like this, Li Xian also came over and said, "Sister, I want it too." Li Fei found a small folding knife for him, which was more intimidating than a fruit knife, and Li Xian put it in his pocket like a treasure. Li Su saw it from the side, but did not stop him. Now everyone is in danger. And naturally there are all kinds of dangers. Having weapons is also a guarantee. The 3 of them packed up properly, and prepared to leave home and go to the rooftop. Li Fei locked the door, and walked up the stairs in the safe corridor. She was at the front. Li Xian was in the middle, and Li Su was at the back. Maybe the people on other floors were staring at their phones. And they went to the rooftop as soon as they got permission. At this time, there was no one else in the corridor except the Li family. Fortunately, they only climbed 1 floor and came to the open door of the rooftop. Before they completely walked out of the room, the 3 of them smelled an indescribable smell. But it's better to say it's a smell. A damp, dark and desolate smell close to death. "Hey, Miss Li." Li Fei looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Wu Sini walking over with a smile in a long white down jacket, waving her hand and saying, "Just now I was wondering why I didn't see you." Before he finished speaking, Li Su and Li Xian stepped forward tacitly, and looked at each other expressionlessly. Wu Sini was stunned for a moment, and even forgot to take his hand back, which looked a little funny. Li Fei pressed the corners of his mouth and introduced, "This is my brother. This is my brother. And this is Dr. Wu, our neighbor who lives opposite us." Li Su's expression eased a little and said hello. But Li Xian didn't say anything, just nodded as a greeting. Li Fei asked, "What's the situation now?" After the episode, Wu Sini showed his usual smile again and pointed in a certain direction. Li Fei looked there and saw that it turned out that there was a crowd of people in the middle of the rooftop. And there was a closed big box next to the crowd. They really couldn't squeeze in. There were 8 households on the 4 floors. And if each household had 3 or 4 people, there were dozens of people. In addition, everyone wanted to get supplies as soon as possible to solve the problem of filling their stomachs, which made the place even more chaotic, noisy and crowded. People like the Li family and Wu Sini, who had no supplies to worry about, stayed aside quietly. "Quiet! Quiet!" Suddenly, the sound of a loudspeaker was heard. "Anyone who makes noise again will not be allowed to receive supplies." The crowd gradually quieted down and slowly dispersed to both sides, allowing Li Fei to see the scene in the middle. It turned out that there were 3 tables with paper and pens on them. Jiang Li was sitting in the middle and holding a loudspeaker and shouted, "Come one by one in order. There are still supplies." Jiang Li was responsible for calling people to maintain order. Her daughter Luo Yuqian was responsible for registering information and recording the distributed supplies. Luo Yongji and Luo Qinyang were responsible for carrying and distributing the supplies. And a series of tasks were taken care of by the building manager's family. Seeing this scene, everyone understood that the building manager was now the only one in power. So they had to swallow their anger and queue up. Fortunately, everyone had a lot of supplies, so there was no turmoil. And they hurried downstairs after receiving the supplies. Until the end, Jiang Li looked at the list, paused, raised the loudspeaker and called, 2002. 2002 come and register to receive it. Li Fei's family came late, and Jiangli didn't like them, so she seemed to skip them directly. And Wu Sini was able to earn supplies in the community, so she was naturally considered not urgent, and was also skipped. As for 2001, Song Chunxiang had brought Song Lu to the rooftop early. They were worried that so many people couldn't squeeze in. Suddenly, they heard Jiangli calling them. They were overjoyed and wanted to go forward. But suddenly someone pushed them, and they staggered. Even Li Fei only saw a black figure rushing to the middle, and slapping the table and shouting, "Head of the building Jiang! What do you mean by skipping 3 households and calling the last one directly? What about the order of the residents?" The one who slapped the table and questioned was a woman, wearing a short down jacket, but the lower body was a skirt, stockings and satin leather boots, which gave her a feeling of preferring style to warmth. Not to mention that she had a messy jagged short hair, which was fashionable and individual if you put it nicely, or dog-bitten bangs if you put it badly. And Jiangli was looking at her with a black gothic makeup. Jiangli rolled her eyes and sneered. "Sorry, miss. It was you who didn't participate in the material record and statistics at the beginning. I thought you had materials at home. Now the most important thing is the residents who lack materials at home." Song Chunxiang was already dissatisfied with being pushed, and she puffed out her chest and blamed. "That's right. My old man is almost dying of hunger. Little girl, don't you know how to respect the old and love the young? What kind of education?" There were only a few families left, and the short-haired woman was fighting 1 against 2, and she quarreled with Jiangli and Song Chunxiang. And Song Lu didn't dare to interrupt. Li Fei ate some melons, and guessed that the short-haired woman was the resident of 2001 who had confronted Jiangli in the group chat. Li Su and Li Xian looked at Li Fei. Li Fei glanced, and happened to meet Wu Sini's eyes. She didn't care about quarrels, as long as she had the strength. She would inevitably hear quarrels in the future. But it was still winter, and she could get some supplies for free. Li Fei didn't want to spend too much time on it, so she walked straight there. The other 3 followed behind her, and they felt like little brothers following the big sister in troubled times. The short-haired woman looked exhausted. She must have survived these days by saving the only supplies. Jiangli and Song Chunxiang were feeling proud. But suddenly Li Fei and his group interrupted and asked, "Where are the supplies for the 2 families on the 19th floor? Building manager Jiang?" Jiangli glanced at him. They had just had an argument, and her tone was even more impatient than when she was dealing with other residents. "What's the hurry? Didn't you just call 2002? It doesn't take too long to get the supplies. Can't you just wait?" Li Fei lowered his eyes and said coldly, "You said you came in the order of residence, so we came too. Who doesn't need supplies now? You don't distribute them well. Don't you think you got some benefits from 2002? Jiangli didn't answer anything. But Song Chunxiang said anxiously, "How can you talk like that? I have old people and young children at home. So what's wrong with taking the supplies first? You are all young people, so you can wait a little longer. But the old man can't wait with his illness. Oh, why are you so anxious? Could it be true?" The 2001 short-haired woman saw someone standing on her side, and suddenly became energetic again. Not only did she come over, but she also put her hands on her waist and made faces. Now it's a special situation, and there will indeed be a phenomenon of banding together. Wouldn't it be better to say so earlier? You? Song Chunxiang was so angry that she spoke incoherently. And Jiangli immediately stood up and slammed the table and said, "Okay. Anyway, it's just the last few families, so just distribute the supplies together. Yongji, Chen, bring the supplies. Yuqian, register them." Song Chunxiang was afraid that someone would take her place first, so she quickly picked up a pen and filled in the registration form. 2001 snorted and picked up another pen to write. Lu Yongji handed a large bag of supplies to Song Chunxiang, which was roughly enough for 4 people. The latter no longer looked sad, but smiled happily while holding the supplies. She turned around and left the rooftop with Song Lu. Luo Qinyang handed the supplies to the short-haired woman in 2001 and looked at her with a little disgust on his face. Not only did he think her makeup was ugly, but now she couldn't even eat enough. And she still had the mind to put on makeup. Besides, she quarreled with her mother, so of course she was unhappy with her. The short-haired woman stuck out her tongue at him again, and then took the supplies. Li Fei and Wu Sini also came forward to write down the registration. Luo Yongji looked into the box. Each box of supplies delivered by the helicopter was limited, and it needed to be evenly distributed by people of higher levels. In the end, the residents who came to collect it were left with only the bottom. Luo Yongji handed the supplies for one person to Wu Sini, and Luo Qianyang was a little more proactive for some reason. He happily handed the supplies to Li Fei with both hands. Li Fei ignored the smiling face, opened the bag and took a closer look, but frowned. Just now, when Song Chuanxiang and the short-haired woman were collecting supplies, Li Fei was watching from the side. The 4 people in the Song family had meat, vegetables and staple food. 2001 had only 2 packs of noodles, a cabbage and a can of meat, which was barely an average combination. As for her bag of supplies, it only contained a 500g bag of vacuum rice, a cabbage and a bag of bacon, which was obviously enough for one person. Moreover, it was very different from the pictures in the group before. She suspected that they picked the last ones and gave them to them. Li Fei handed the bag to Li Su casually, and said to Jiang Li's family, who were already cleaning up the table and preparing to leave, "There are 3 people in my family. What do you mean by giving supplies to one person?" Jiang Li glanced at the 3 people and said calmly, "Someone came to record it at that time, but you ignored it. How could we know how many people there were in your family? You are still a tenant, and you came last. The supplies had been distributed long ago. Who can you blame?" When dealing with other residents, Jiang Li can still maintain a polite attitude. After all, she is already a superior building manager and can directly contact the neighborhood committee property management. So the residents try to be friendly. But when dealing with the 3 troublemakers in front of her, part of her true face is revealed. Once a person has power, the various desires in his heart will increase infinitely, and he will learn to bully the weak without any guidance. Now it is just right to take action against them. Ha! Take action? Li Fei's eyes were stern. Originally, I thought that I would not offend others if they did not offend me. But now in this situation, I really have to show some strength. Chapter 43. But aren't the 3 of them already standing here? Doesn't this prove how many people there are in the family? 2001. The short-haired woman did not leave immediately, but came forward to defend herself. The state distributes supplies to every citizen. There are obviously 3 people in the family. Why do you only give one person's portion? If the supplies are gone, did you embezzle them? Okay, stop talking nonsense. Luo Qianyang interrupted and said unhappily, "What embezzlement? Keep your mouth shut. Anyway, there are only so many supplies. You can take it or not." Before Luo Qianyang finished speaking, suddenly bang, a kitchen knife chopped on the table, cutting a pen lying horizontally into 2 halves, and then ink splashed everywhere, and the other half of the pen fell to the ground on the roof. The surroundings suddenly became silent. Even the short-haired woman shut her mouth and looked shocked. Jiang Li's family was even more frightened. After all, the other residents on the 18th floor came to collect supplies, but none of them brought weapons. Li Fei silently grasped the knife handle and said in a cold tone, "Supplies for 3 people. Bring them here." Jiang Li was the first to come to her senses and stammered, Do you have to do this? It was obviously your fault at the beginning. But you blame me? I am in charge of the affairs of the building. Is it easy for me?" She didn't deliberately dawdle. The problem was that there was really no supplies. She secretly embezzled some and gave them to Deng Jie, who had been busy all the time. Besides, if the other party received the things, she could continue to use them for herself. The other part was naturally put in her own pocket, and it was an amount that others would not easily find. Originally, they thought that all the supplies were gone, and even if they were entangled, they would only stay at the level of quarreling. Who would have thought that 1902 would directly show his knife? Although it was a kitchen knife, Jiang Li saw that the knife had a wide and sharp blade, which was a bone-cutting knife commonly seen in butcher shops. Its lethality was even higher than that of ordinary kitchen knives. Then Luo Yongji reacted. Although he and Jiang Li had a dispute, the Luo family could still stand together and said angrily, "Isn't it just a few supplies that are missing? Maybe there will be more supplies delivered next week. You are making things so awkward now. And next time you will be the last to receive them." "That's right," Luo Qianyang also said loudly. And now he also felt disgusted with Li Fei. "Who are you trying to scare with a kitchen knife? Chop it over if you can." With another bang, Li Fei chopped off another pen, and the knife marks on the table were clearly visible. She had read many reviews before choosing the brand, And it would not break like some brands that would break with a chop. Stretch your neck out. I'll let you see if I have the ability to do it. Li Fei sneered and said to Jiangli. Director Jiang, I respect you as the director of this building. Don't refuse a toast and drink a penalty. Li Xian also took out his folding knife, which was as long as a palm. So it was no problem to stab someone. Li Su did not take a weapon, but he also took a few steps forward. Although he was a programmer in the past, he still had some tendons because he had worked out, and was stronger than Luo Chenyang on the opposite side. You, don't be impulsive. You are making such threats now. Aren't you afraid that we will report to the higher authorities after the crisis is over? Jiangli tried to stay calm and said, now there are only those monsters. After all, it is still a society ruled by law. When the crisis is over, you can still stay in this community after doing such things? She thought she was threatening, but Li Fei smiled after hearing it, as if she heard a funny joke. Head of the building, Jiang, you can contact the property management of the neighborhood committee. So you should know that our family is a tenant. Right? Li Fei said, skipping the topic. According to what you said, I can just leave the community directly after the incident. Why worry so much? Li Fei pretended to look ferocious. Li Su glared at him, and Li Xian silently licked the tip of the knife. Fortunately, there was no poison on it. Jiangli thought of 1902's strange behavior these days. Especially the fact that they kept the door so tightly closed that they even chiseled a hole in the door to receive guests. Could it be that their family is really fugitives? They all look like ordinary young people, but the gleaming tip of the knife doesn't lie. Jiangli was scared, swallowed, and then stammered. But the supplies are really gone. The box is here. Don't move. If you don't believe me, go and see. I'll go. The short-haired woman raised her hand actively, ran to look in the box. Her thick black eyeliner trembled, and said to Li Fei and his group with a bitter face, it's really gone. Not even a cabbage leaf is left. Li Fei didn't care about that. Holding the bone-cutting knife, he continued to threaten, each building has a per capita number of shares. Don't you? You have to give it to me. Who knows where you put the remaining 2 shares? There have been several attempts to break into homes recently, but some residents tried to call the police. But 4 out of 5 times, they couldn't get through. The only time they were connected, the police officer said some perfunctory words. Obviously, this kind of incident is not the most important thing now. The Li family is fierce and vicious, and they will definitely not kill people. But the Luo family is not sure whether they will hurt people. Now they can't even leave the community. So how can they go to the hospital? There is no medicine to treat external injuries at home. Li Xian also added, we know you don't want to make too much trouble. Just hand over the remaining 2. Otherwise, there are railings on the rooftop, and other residents can't see what's happening here. Lu Yongji was still unwilling to give up, and always wanted to fight again. Who knew that at this time? Luo Yuqian, who had been silent until now, suddenly said, your 2 supplies were snatched away by Aunt Ding Jie from 902. And you didn't come for a long time. So it's not easy for us to take them. You can just go to 902 directly. Jiangli heard it, and immediately understood what her daughter meant. This was to divert the conflict, and let Ding Jie take the blame. Maybe she would stop entangled with them. But if Jiangli knew, how could Li Fei not know? She continued to sneer, you are the building manager. At least you have more power than ordinary people. It shouldn't be difficult to take back the supplies. Right? I'll give you 1 day. Tomorrow at this time. I want to see the corresponding supplies. Anyway, almost no one wants to go out now. You can do it yourself. Jiangli twitched her face slightly and whispered. Got it. Li Fei dropped a cold eye and led people away from the rooftop, not forgetting to kick the rooftop door. Banging. Lu Yongji bit his lips and said unhappily, are we just going to let them do whatever they want? Shili, aren't you the building manager? Can't you find a few people to deal with them? Okay. Dad. Luo Yuqian frowned and interrupted. Didn't you see that they have weapons, and will really do it? Everyone has a kitchen knife. But who dares to really chop it down? It's better to have less trouble than more. Let's give them the supplies as they say. It's not that easy. Sister, didn't you see that Mom gave all the supplies to Aunt Ding? Luo Chenyang, relying on the fact that they were the only family left on the rooftop, shouted. Do you think Aunt Ding will really hand over the supplies obediently? Luo Yuqian quarreled with him. How do you know if you can get it if you don't go? It's better than being found again tomorrow. Right? Luo Yongji and Jianli had dark faces, and no one knew what they were thinking. Luo Qinyang and Luo Yuqian gradually noticed the frozen atmosphere and stopped arguing. The four of them simply left the table with knife marks and left the rooftop. However, the atmosphere on Li Fei's side was very lively, mostly because of the short-haired woman living in 2001. Sister, you were so handsome just now. Did you see the expression of the building manager? It was so refreshing. Li Fei then looked at her carefully without saying a word. But the dark makeup on her face made it difficult for her to describe the whole picture. The skirt on the lower body was a black and white contrasting design, with a leather waistband and a sacred and solemn church pattern. This style seems to be a Lolita skirt, but what Li Fei paid most attention to was her short hair. Looking closer, the hair color was actually bleached and dyed dark purple. In a word, her whole body was covered with niche cultural elements. But Li Fei didn't dislike it, but suddenly felt that she should try to cut her hair short. After all, she still had to go out in the future, and she would definitely face mutant monsters. She didn't want her hair to become a weakness. After she thought about this, the short-haired woman had already chattered a lot. Last time, you helped me to confront the building manager, right? Thank you. Li Fei was stunned. When did she do it? Li Su seemed to remember something, and his face was a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Li Fei didn't worry too much. Her mobile phone was currently shared at home, and everyone could see the group chat messages. It was okay to reply a few words occasionally. The two brothers were not the kind of people who couldn't hold back. Li Fei only responded lightly to the short-haired woman's enthusiasm. After going down the rooftop, they reached the 20th floor. The former waved to them and walked into her own door, and there was indeed the cross pendant on the door. The four of them went to the 19th floor in silence and went back to their own homes. Wusini smiled and said before entering the door, "Goodbye, Miss Li." Before Li Fei made any move, Li Su slammed the door shut. Li Fei asked playfully, "Brother, don't you like him?" Whether before or after the apocalypse, she had never seen such an unhappy look on Li Su's face. "Don't you think his smile is fake?" Li Su pouted in a defensive posture and said, "He even deliberately approached you. Anyway, you should stay away from him." Li Xian poured 3 glasses of water and shook his head when he heard this. The sister control came again. Back then, Li Fei had a suitor in college. The suitor was rejected but still pursued him. After hearing about it, Li Su directly postponed the internship interview and came to the university where the former was to protect him. After the problem was solved, he sent his resume again. But Li Fei didn't have the heart to fall in love later, and there was no suitor so close to her. So Li Su relaxed. "I never thought that today a handsome doctor would appear." And the sister control radar finally sounded again. Li Fei drank water, feeling helpless and warm about her brother's defensive psychology, and smiled. "Don't worry. I'm not a love-brain person. In addition, I came to the end of the world, so I can easily see a person's quality. Even if he is a beast in human form, I can always find out in the end." When she said this, her tone became chilly. "If it is the latter, being our neighbor may be a burden in the future. I don't mind taking the initiative to solve it first. But if he is not, as a doctor, he at least knows more than us in some aspects, so it is useful for him to stay." After thinking about it, Li Su's face relaxed. Li Fei is no longer the previous Li Fei. Even he and Li Xian have to listen to her orders. He is too lenient. Li Xian joked. "Sister, I didn't expect you to use people." Li Fei smiled but said nothing. Wusini, who was persuading Su Su to become smaller and feeding Snake food next door, sneezed inadvertently at this time. He shrugged his nose and didn't think he had a cold. "Well, someone must be thinking about me." Chapter 44. The three of them trained for the whole afternoon, and it was time to happily cook dinner. Every household received supplies today, and the electricity and gas were not cut off, so everyone would definitely cook, including the Li family. But what they were struggling with was what to eat today. The supplies had been placed in the refrigerator a long time ago. Li Su opened the refrigerator door and fumbled with his chin for a while, then sighed and said, "It would be great if there were spring bamboo shoots." Li Fei asked, "Why?" Li Su pointed to the bag of bacon and smiled. "If there were spring bamboo shoots, we could make pickled pork with preserved vegetables. How good would it be to eat in this weather?" Li Xian also ordered dishes after hearing this. "If you ask me, It's better to eat bacon and rice with bacon. Anyway, I will never get tired of it. In fact, Li Fei also stocked up a lot of bacon. So the bacon in the relief supplies was nothing to her. But when she mentioned the 2 local specialties, she couldn't help but be greedy. Spring bamboo shoots may be collected. We should be able to find them if we look for them later. Li Fei thought about it and said, as for the bacon and vegetable rice, the only thing missing is the green vegetables. We will go to the mall to see if there are any seeds for sale. The only leafy vegetable left now is cabbage. So it's time to change the taste. Li Su heard the implication and nodded. Then I'll go cook first. There was no pickled pork with preserved vegetables or bacon and vegetable rice. But Li Su finally made a big bowl of bacon and cabbage stewed with vermicelli, which was paired with white and bright rice, and was also delicious. The group messages tonight were obviously very quiet. I'm afraid that every family was enjoying this hard-earned dinner, so they were not in the mood to chat. I don't know what they will cook, but Chinese cuisine is profound and extensive, and seasonings are not as easy to consume as other items. They will never eat too badly. Not to mention that everything tastes good when you are hungry. After dinner, Li Fei led Li Su and Li Xian to the space in advance. The latter saw the grown pea pistol, and curiously squatted on each side and poked it with their fingers. Seeing that there was no danger at all, they touched it. Li Fei also touched it, and it didn't feel as hard as the pistol in reality. The strange plant seemed to have a trace of mind, swaying slowly from side to side, as if it was really teased. Li Fei did not follow them, but came to the farmland that she had cultivated and planted herself. A few peas appeared above the top, indicating that they could be picked. Li Fei carefully picked the plump pods. There was more than 1 pod on a branch. In this way, she got a total of 10 pods from 4 fields, and each pod contains 7 peas. Peas need to be processed on the workbench to become the unique bullets of the pea pistol. Although I don't know how it is done. Can the game be compared with reality? Li Fei never thinks about it. This means that 70 peas can be converted into 70 pea bullets, even if there is no setting of exotic plants. What does it mean to civilians to have hot weapons plus 70 bullets? At least in this community, she should have no rivals. Although she won't take it out now. As the saying goes, wealth should not be exposed. Isn't this gonna kind of wealth? Especially in the later period, when there is still a gap between the rich and the poor. Guns still cannot reach the hands of refugees. Satisfiedly put all the peas on the workbench. And the time spent on processing vegetables into hot weapons is actually longer than any other processing. Fortunately, Li Fei is not in a hurry to use it now. Fei. Here, Li Su notified. Li Fei temporarily closed the mall and waved to the 2. Brother, Xian, come here. Li Su and Li Xian had already taken out the baseball bat. They hadn't dealt with zombies for a few days, so they were a little rusty. But when they heard Li Fei ask them to come over, they came to her first. The number of zombies has increased to about 10, and they are moving in a circle with their fangs and claws bared. Li Fei held his breath and watched them slowly come into the attack range. And the pea pistol seemed to have sensed the enemy's presence and immediately fired a bullet. With a bang, the pea bullet actually made a sound like an ordinary firearm, and even its power should not be underestimated. It hit the zombie's leg and almost broke it. The zombie fell forward and tried to get up and continue attacking with his legs, one higher than the other. The pea pistol did not wait for it. About a second and a half later, it shot another bullet with a whoosh, but this time it hit another zombie's chest. The repulsion caused by the bullets made the zombies attack slower. But 2 pea pistols seemed unable to resist 10 zombies. After Li Fei estimated in his mind, he said, Brother Xian, we can destroy them. The 2 realized that Li Fei was testing the firepower halfway through, and after receiving the order, they raised their bats and joined the battlefield. The pea pistol seemed to be able to distinguish between humans and monsters, and no bullets hit the 2. With the help of the pea pistol, the 2 knocked down all the zombies more easily than usual. The 3 of them sat down by the warm campfire to rest again. Checking the common mall page, Li Su suddenly asked, Fei, why did you only plant 2 pea pistols? Li Fei scratched his head and said, It seems that we didn't have enough money at that time. It's okay. We can plant them later. I'll give you these 2. Li Xian showed a brighter look than the last time he saw the crossbow, but soon asked, But we don't know how to use guns. And if we practice, it will cost a lot of bullets. Right? If we had practice, then 70 bullets may not be enough. Li Fei didn't know everything, So he called the system. The system quickly answered. Strange plants with offensive power are automatically connected to the host and online players, and will not cause damage. Weapons can even aim automatically. Good boy. The auto-aiming and perspective are pure cheating. Right? But it saved them time and effort to practice. It takes more than a simple talk for a novice to master hot weapons. Li Su was still a little worried and said, you still need a long-range hot weapon. Even if you don't deal with strangers, you will have to deal with monsters in the future. Li Fei nodded obediently. Okay. I'll pick it. After she finished speaking, she laughed twice. Then you go to hoe the land first. I have tried it. The land hoed at night will not disappear until tomorrow afternoon. Li Xian said dissatisfiedly, I knew you brought both of us in. It must be bad. Having said that, he still stood up, and Li Su just shook his head lovingly and followed Li Xian. This time, with a full wallet, Li Fei started to buy a lot of things. First, Li Xian had been thinking about vegetables. Li Fei bought 20 seeds at a time. Then she bought a pea pistol seed and 3 chili rifle seeds. The rifle has a higher lethality, and there is a second weapon, which can be replaced immediately after the previous one is used up. It feels more and more like playing an adventure action shooting game. Secondly, she turned her attention to some strange plants of bomb grenade type. Although they are too eye-catching in reality, they can also deal with the zombies in space. Right? This time, it was also a trial planting. So Li Fei bought a taro bomb seed, a sweet potato mine seed, and a potato grenade seed. Finally, she bought 10 pepper seeds and 10 cotton seeds. The pepper seeds were for ammunition, and the cotton seeds were for the polar day. After spending so much, the currency column was almost empty again. So she had to start making money again. Li Su and Li Xian had already dug dozens of grids for backup, and they were not without harvest. They both dug out some clay and gave it to Li Fei. Li Fei glanced at the time. It was not too late. The community received relief food today. I was afraid that no outsiders would try to force their way into the house, so she stayed for the time being. Li Xian went to the river to check, while Li Fei and Li Su stayed where they were. However, Li Fei decided to plant the dozens of seeds he had just bought tomorrow, and he continued to collect them now. As more and more items were collected, Li Fei made a storage box and a workbench, as well as spare primary fertilizers. He did not reunite with Li Xian until he was exhausted. Li Xian used this short period of time to catch a few yellow eels that came out to look for food at night. He looked at the long yellow eels jumping in the scoop net and suggested excitedly, Sister, brother, why don't we take these back? Li Fei smiled and said, Why don't you just say you're greedy? Li Xian snorted. Sister, I don't believe you're not greedy. Didn't you love to eat yellow eels the most before? Li Su smiled and said, Fei Fei used to love many things, not just this one. Yeah. Li Fei sighed expressionlessly, joking. I really hate that I don't have 3 mouths and 6 stomachs. If there is no farm space, her favorite food will probably disappear from her memory. But now she is not afraid. As long as she is willing to work hard, she will have everything she likes. The 3 of them returned to the space with the eels, because the power was not cut off. Looking from the balcony, almost every house had bright lights on, unlike before when they were turned off early. After all, I was hungry, so I had to let myself fall asleep quickly, which felt like trying to cover up my mistake. And today everyone had a full meal, so naturally they would not rest so early. But Li Fei opened a window, and the cool breeze outside the window, and a faint and indescribable smell still made her frown. If I have to describe it, it is probably the smell of death. Mutating into a zombie is also another form of death. From time to time, there are a few distant and vague roars, which seem terrifying and desolate in the silent night. But every household with lights on seems to be unaware of this hidden danger. There is a lot of work today, and it is late. Li Fei went to bed early after taking a bath. However, she didn't know how long it had been before she suddenly heard a loud noise coming from outside. She was awakened immediately and sat up. Perhaps it was because the 20th floor was close to the back door of the community, so she could hear it more clearly. Bang, bang, bang. Bang. This is the sound of hot weapons. The rescuers are here? There is no way that there is only one garrison in the entire S city. But they will first take care of the city center, and then expand outward from there. S city is a big city with a lot of troops, but they are facing monsters that feed on humans and are highly aggressive. They are not clear about their habits and actions. Even if there is firepower coverage, they will inevitably be injured. If the rescuers are injured, if they are scratched, they can still be treated for the time being. But there is a certain probability that they will mutate. If they are bitten, they will mutate 100%. The zombies mutated by the rescuers will definitely be more powerful than ordinary zombies. What will happen next? She dared not imagine it anymore. In addition, not all people in the city are soldiers. The population is far greater than the military force. Not to mention the ways of mutating people. Arriving at this area a week later is probably the fastest speed they can reach. The sky was dawning, and even the silhouettes of the stars and the moon could be seen. Li Fei walked to the balcony while holding his mobile phone. The 20 to 24 buildings near the door seemed to have heard the sound and began to make noise in the group, gradually spreading throughout the group chat. Most people were cheering and lamenting that rescue finally came, and a small number of people complained about why rescue had only arrived now. Li Fei disdained the latter, and even felt sick in his heart. It was good enough to be able to hold on until rescue came, and there would probably be no rescue in the future. The sound of weapons outside was coming from far away and getting closer. The sound of firearms was very loud, but Li Fei was not proficient in it, so he could not judge where the firepower came from. Maybe it was not near the community at all. Li Su and Li Xian almost developed the habit of not sleeping deeply. At this time, they woke up and found the movement, and came out of the bedroom. They saw Li Fei sitting on the balcony in cotton pajamas, and they also sat quietly on both sides, listening to the rain of bullets. Unexpectedly, one day, they could see such a scene in China. What else can this world become? Chapter 45. When the sky was turning pale, the smell of gunpowder and bullets slowly filled the air. Li Su and Li Xian went to wash up first, while Li Fei lay by the window and observed carefully. He could vaguely see that the back door of the community was surging greatly, like waves on a calm coastline. More than a week was enough for the zombies to undergo the first round of mutation. But this mutation could not be said to be particularly large. At most, there were a few more minds in the rotten brains, and they knew to take shelter for the time being after being attacked. The community full of fragrant humans became a granary in their eyes. Therefore, under the firepower coverage of the rescue army, many zombies chose to break through the obstructing gate and try to eat a few people first. However, with the firepower of the rescue army, most of the zombies will be eliminated in the end, and replaced by other difficult mutant creatures. But according to these two doors, the zombies should break through the front door of the community first. The back door of the community is guarded by a responsible firefighter, but the front door of the community was neglected in the early stage. In the end, the property management came forward and made some conditions to lead others to reinforce it, and it is not known what the reinforcement was finally like. Li Fei smelled a faint smell of gunpowder and closed the window again. Everyone got up early today, so Li Su prepared to make porridge. The method is simple. All the ingredients are put into the rice cooker and adjusted to the corresponding function. Then the room is gradually replaced by a warm and sweet fragrance. After drinking the hot porridge to warm her hands and feet, Li Fei did not go to the space in the morning, but exercised. After all, she had something important to do in the afternoon. It can't be that just because the rescue army came, what she said doesn't count. Right? TSK. She is not a person who doesn't keep her word. Wearing a tactical belt, carrying a bone-cutting knife and pepper spray, Li Su knew that she was going to 1001 Jiang Li's house, and suggested asking, "Why don't you let a Xian accompany you?" Li Fei looked at Li Xian and asked, "Can you use a knife?" It's not whether you can, but whether you can. She has seen many people who are unwilling to hurt others by nature, so they will hesitate in this regard. But as we all know, hesitation will lead to defeat. So this kind of teammate should be avoided if possible, even if it is her brother. Li Xian had kept the pocket knife she gave him last time. When he heard her say that, he immediately stood up and said, "Of course. Let them see that we are not easy to mess with." If he had used a baseball bat or something, he would have suffered external injuries at most. But if he had used a sharp weapon, he would have easily suffered heavy bleeding. Now that he cannot go to the hospital and cannot be treated, people will be more afraid. After packing up, Li Fei and Li Xian went out and rushed to the door of 1001. The fire box in the corridor on the 10th floor had been smashed and the fire axe had been taken away. Li Fei remembered that the one on the 20th floor had also been taken away. It must be Wusini. I don't know if he has kitchen utensils at home, but it would be great to have one more weapon. She came to the door and pressed the doorbell. There was a peephole on the door, so the people inside would definitely see them at the first time. Besides, Li Fei had keenly heard the sound of people walking on the floor behind the door. But no one opened the door. Li Fei pressed it twice more. But the Luo family seemed determined to ignore it, and just kept guarding the door. At this moment, Li Xian suddenly heard the sound of a door opening behind him. He turned around with a folding knife in his pocket, and saw that the door of 1002 had a gap. A young man with brown hair on his head showed half of his head, and looked curiously. Li Fei actually noticed it. But seeing that he did not take the next step, he did not do anything to him. She rang the doorbell twice again, and waited for a while before she completely lost her patience. She pretended to take something out of her coat. But in fact, she went to the space storage box to find 2 hammers bought from the hardware store. She handed one to Li Xian, who understood it at a glance. The brother and sister picked up the hammer and smashed the door. Jiang Li's house also had an anti-theft door, but the noise made by smashing the door was enough to make them suffer. Besides, Li Fei and Li Xian had plenty of time and strength. They kept smashing the door, and the cat's eye on the door was about to be smashed. Jiang Li finally opened the door with no choice. She was so angry that her face was slightly ferocious. And she said angrily, "Is it necessary to smash the door like this? Are you bandits? You stole my supplies and gave them to others. If you are not a bandit, you are a thief." Li Fei sneered while holding the hammer. "I told you yesterday to hand over the remaining supplies today. I'll come to collect them. Where are the supplies?" Jiang Li was hesitant about the hammer. Half of her body was hiding behind the door. Staring and shouting, "I went to 902. She refused to return the extra supplies to me. What can I do? You might as well go to 902 and break the door. There are only 2 people in her house. Really think of them as robbers, who are more willing to bully the weak." Li Xian snorted, "You are the building manager. You are responsible for distributing supplies. We should come to you if we don't get the corresponding amount. If you have the ability, don't you want to manage the affairs of the building? Since you have taken on this matter, you have to be responsible to the end." Although Li Xian is taller than Li Fei, and more than a head taller than Jiang Li, once he opens his mouth and looks like that, it is easy to tell that he is not actually that old. The only 2 men in the Luo family are actually behind the door. When they see that Li Fei only brought a tall boy, Luo Qianyang immediately appears and says unhappily, "What's wrong with the building manager? The building manager is just an obedient person. According to what you said, you should go to the neighborhood committee. They elected my mother as the building manager." The words are rough, but the truth is true. Luo Qianyang wants to end this matter as soon as possible. He stretches out his hand like he is trying to drive people away, cursing, "Go away. Go away. Or I will." Before he could curse, Li Xian frowned and hit the hand that was stretched out with a hammer. Luo Qianyang screamed, covered his hand and fell backwards, stammering, "It hurts. It hurts. Mom and Dad. He hit me." Luo Yongji saw his son was injured, and cursed and rushed forward. But Li Fei quickly took out the bone-cutting knife. The former had no time to break, and almost hit the tip of the knife. His beer belly had already touched it. You? Jiang Li was going to check Luo Qianyang's injuries, while trying to pull Luo Yongji back. The door was in chaos. Then she was so angry that she pointed at Li Fei, and couldn't say a word for a long time. "Why? You still don't believe we will do it?" Li Fei asked sinisterly. "Since you can't get back the supplies from 902, then use the supplies from your home to make up for it. Who knows if you have withheld supplies from other residents? You did it once from me. I don't believe there won't be a second or third time. Damn. Why do I feel that the supplies I received are less? And there is a big difference from the pictures in the group. It seems that you gave them to yourself?" The brown-haired guy couldn't help it anymore after hearing this, and came out directly from behind the door, holding the fire axe that he snatched from the fire box. The deterrent power of the axe is a little greater than that of the kitchen knife and hammer. Jiang Li felt more and more weak in her legs, and said with a guilty conscience, "No, I didn't. Except for those 3 households. I distributed them equally. Giving our supplies to others secretly is also called equal distribution." Li Xian interrupted, also laughing coldly. "By the way, you don't want the whole building to know what you did, right? Will they still trust you as the building manager? There are only 2 households on the first floor. If they hear the door banging, they will probably just be curious but won't come to join in the fun. But now the guy in 1002 also knows the inside story. Li Fei is too lazy to say it. But he may be a big mouth. It's only a matter of time before the whole building knows about it. By then, at least half of the residents in the building will not be willing to listen to the orders of the building manager. Okay. I got it. Jianli bit her lip and said with a look of fear and heartache, "Give me some time. I'll go get the supplies." Li Fei said calmly, "Give you 10 minutes. The brown-haired guy waved the fire axe in his hand, bared his teeth and ordered, "I want one too. Otherwise." Jianli glared at the three people fiercely and slammed the door. The brown-haired guy's face returned to calm, and he immediately gave Li Fei and Li Xian a thumbs up and praised, "Beautiful lady and handsome boy. You are really amazing. You don't know. In fact, several families have been unhappy with the building manager's family, especially the arrogant son, who is so proud of having a building manager's mother. If it weren't for you today, I wouldn't know that my supplies were withheld by them." "Thank you," Li Fei responded casually, and looked up and down. The young man had a delicate head shape, fair skin, and a thin body. He was not the type of energetic young man in the short video. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Are you a barber?" The brown-haired young man exclaimed, "How did you know?" Li Fei smiled faintly and replied, "I guessed." Li Fei currently has medium-length hair, which is casually tied behind her head with a hairband. It is said that beauty lies in bones, not skin. Not to mention that her face shape and facial features are all above average. This smile made the brown-haired young man not only feel like an occupational disease, but also almost stunned. Li Xian made a sound beside him, and the brown-haired young man came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly. Li Xian is the stepbrother of Li Fei and Li Su. The latter two do not look alike, let alone them, if it is not clearly stated that they are siblings. Even if Li Xian looks young, it is estimated that they may be regarded as a couple. Don't some girls like the type of young milk dog nowadays? Li Fei did not think too much, and asked with a chuckle, "Can you cut hair?" "Hey, what are you talking about? I make a living by doing this. How can I not know it?" After the brown-haired boy answered, he said with a sullen look, "Originally, our store was closed on New Year's Day, and we would pay wages after the holiday. As a result, a monster that eats people appeared inexplicably. Not only do I have no money, but my family has nothing. I am so worried." Li Fei held the knife handle and said, "Then give me a haircut, and I will pay you with supplies." The brown-haired guy didn't agree immediately, but looked over in confusion. He wasn't like Wusani, who could earn supplies with medical skills. Nor was he like the firefighter in Building 24, who earned supplies by force. His skills were only the hairdressing skills he had learned over the years. But who would be in the mood to do hair now? Besides, he had to use supplies to pay for his payment, so he couldn't open his shop to ask for supplies. Even if he had just received the rescue supplies yesterday, he came here to collect the debt today. That little bit of supplies couldn't withstand squandering. And it was for doing hair. Isn't this beautiful woman in front of him worried about supplies at home? When the brown-haired guy thought of this, he suddenly saw the kitchen knife in Li Fei's hand reflecting a shiny light. His scalp went numb, and his back felt cold. He whispered, "Beauty, are you telling the truth?" "Yes." Li Fei nodded. "You helped me cut my hair, and you also put in the work, so you deserve to be paid. Besides, even if I give you money, you can't buy supplies now. Right? Let alone buying supplies. Even if it is bartering now, people have to weigh the value before they are willing to exchange." Li Fei said this just to follow people's thoughts at this time. But in the eyes of the brown-haired guy, Li Fei seemed to have instantly become an angel sister with white wings spread behind her. The sacred light illuminated him completely. He quickly patted his chest and promised, Okay. Let's exchange contact information first." The network was still connected. Li Fei took out her phone from her pocket and added the brown-haired guy as a friend. The brown-haired guy smiled enthusiastically and almost flatteringly. "My name is Chow Yifei. Beautiful lady. Just leave a note. I'll be there whenever you decide. I have the tools at home." I thought the tools were all covered in dust, but I didn't expect there was still a chance to restart them. And at this moment, the door of room 1001 was opened. Chapter 46. Jiangli appeared with a pale and gloomy face. She was holding a plastic bag in her hand, and her knuckles were tightly clenched. Even the blue veins on the back of her hand could be vaguely seen. It was conceivable how reluctant she was to hand over the supplies at home, which also indirectly proved that those were indeed the supplies at her home. But she could tell which was more important, supplies or life. Moreover, Luo Qinyang's hand was swollen after being hit by the hammer. This was also injured by the hammer. If it was Li Fei's kitchen knife that attacked at that time, could his hand still be saved? Although Luo Yongji was so angry that he jumped to his feet, he was still frightened by the touch of the knife tip he felt on his body just now. In addition, he was confronted on both sides, and it turned out that he was weak in momentum. If he hadn't stopped in time, the knife tip might really pierce into the skin along the clothes. So he could only jump to his feet. But he didn't dare to step forward again, seeing that everyone in her family was threatened. Luo Yuqian naturally couldn't confront Li Fei and others head-on. She had read apocalyptic novels, so she could only obey and not resist. Saving her life was the most important thing. So her task was to persuade Jiangli to gather the supplies from home to make up for them. Anyway, they all came for the missing supplies. Jiangli took the supplies and packed them in bags. She felt very painful and hated Deng Jia from 902 involuntarily. She helped Deng Jia because she had helped her and could be used in the future. Unexpectedly, 1902 was a thorn in the family. They actually went to 902 to find Deng Jia yesterday, but the latter refused to open the door. For this reason, she decided to cut off all ties with her. Chow Yifei immediately showed the appearance of a scoundrel. Who knows where he learned it from? Jiangli ignored him, threw the plastic bag to the ground, and said sternly, "Wait for me. When order is restored, I will call the police. I will sue you, and I will not stop until you are locked up." Chow Yifei saw that there was only one plastic bag, and hurriedly said, "Wait, there is also mine." But before he finished speaking, Jiangli slammed the door loudly, shaking the corridor windows. Li Fei couldn't help but sneer when she heard her words. "Let's live until then." Chow Yifei scratched his head. Although he had a fire axe, it was also for self-defense. In addition, after observing Li Fei, he found that the latter seemed to be a martial artist. Even if he had a weapon, he might not be able to fight. So he didn't dare to covet the bag of supplies, and only dared to look at the two more times. Li Fei opened the plastic bag and saw a bag of flour, a bag of millet, a bag of dried mushrooms, a cabbage, 2 potatoes, a bag of salt, and 2 boxes of frozen chicken breasts. In addition to these, their family of 4 had at least many other supplies. It seems that Jiangli did secretly deduct some of the supplies. I wonder if the residents who were deducted knew about this. Li Fei tilted his head and asked, "What supplies did you receive at that time?" Chow Yifei thought about it and answered truthfully, 3 carrots, an onion, and a bag of dried black fungus. Good guy. Jiangli seems to hate 1002 next door more? Li Xian couldn't help frowning and asked, "What did you do to them?" Even in 2001, they only had 1 portion of staple food, vegetables and meat. Isn't this too miserable? Chow Yifei said bitterly, "Maybe the male owner of his house came out that day and wanted to take the things in the fire extinguisher box. But I snatched them away." Li Fei looked at the damaged fire extinguisher box and said nothing. Li Xian was also speechless. After all, it was her husband who was frustrated. So Jiangli just wrote it down in her little notebook. It's really easy to hold a grudge. For a big guy, the supplies he received were all vegetables, which was not enough to fill his stomach. Not to mention that Chow Yifei's family didn't have much food. So he was a member of the takeaway party. The things in the bag were probably for 2 people. Obviously, Jiangli didn't listen to Chow Yifei's words. She should have realized that he was just talking. But he didn't dare to do it like Li Fei. Li Fei was not a kind person. So she took out the bag of flour and salt and handed them to Chow Yifei, saying, "These were taken from Jiangli's house. I'll give them to you. Eat them sparingly." She did not say when the next rescue food would arrive. But Chow Yifei, who was a few years older than her, could not help but tear up. That was food and salt. Carbon-based organisms can live without vegetables, fruits and meat for a while. But if they don't eat carbohydrates for a few days, their bodies will definitely fail. Salt is also important, which can almost be called life-saving, more useful than a fire axe. He officially announced in his heart that Miss Li Fei of 1902 would be the goddess #1 in his heart from now on. Goddess is beautiful and kind. But Li Fei didn't think too much. She had stockpiled a lot of carbohydrates, especially seasonings. Besides, the human body doesn't consume much seasonings a day, so altogether, they are enough for their family to eat for at least several years. So they don't need this bag of salt. And they don't know that this action has earned her a little fan. Li Fei didn't say much, waved her hand, and went up the stairs of the safe corridor with Li Xian. Chow Yifei watched her leave, and then returned home. The corridor became quiet again. Li Xian didn't question Li Fei's sending of food and salt, and as soon as he opened the door, a fragrance came to his nose. He sniffed and said happily, "Brother must have roasted those eels. So fragrant." Noticing the noise, Li Su walked out of the kitchen while wiping his hands and asked, "Are you back?" It seems that the operation went smoothly. 10 floors away, he certainly couldn't hear the banging on the door and the quarreling. Li Fei handed him the plastic bag and sat on the sofa and sighed. "It's okay. Anyway, we got some supplies from her house. I didn't expect that she not only stole ours, but also other residents. Those residents may not know. So we are not bad people." Li Xian happily poured water and brought it over. Li Fei drank a few sips and continued. "By the way, the supplies of the residents next door to Jiangli were seized very badly. He is not a bad person. So I gave him a bag of food and seasonings. At least, he got the fire axe from the fire box. If he coveted those supplies and took action, Li Fei would fight back without hesitation. The worst result might be that the 10th floor was stained with blood, but it would still annoy Jiangli's family. Li Fei was not completely unintentional, and would not hurt others for no reason. That would be no different from a beast. Of course, that was also when there were sufficient supplies. Li Su had no objection at all, and nodded, "Just make your decision. Lunch will be in a while. You guys wait." While waiting for lunch, Li Fei opened his mobile phone to see if he could still log on to the website. The hot search on the website seemed to have not changed for a long time, and it was still stuck on the title before and after the end of the world. I don't know if no one made it or was busy dealing with other things. Li Fei searched for keywords, but the loading was very slow. She lost her patience and closed it. But then she started looking for the videos she had downloaded. She didn't look at them carefully at the time. As long as they were professional skills, she would not miss any. She downloaded as many as she could. Unexpectedly, there were actually a few about hairdressing and makeup. But any skill needs at least several months to learn. Otherwise, if she does it herself, the final product will probably be worse than the short-haired woman in 2001. In the situation where there is no shortage of supplies. What's wrong with cutting hair? The end of the world is already very hard. And she can't relax? So Li Fei closed the video again, took out a small mirror to look at her hair, and imagined how to cut it. Li Xian was learning how to use a knife, which was also the information he downloaded when he had time. Each yellow eel caught in the space was thick and long, with full meat. After killing it, Li Su cut the eel into strips and used about 10 different seasonings to thicken the dish. He made a local dish, a standard dish that goes well with rice. He also made a simple cabbage and shrimp soup. Although it was simple, the taste was very delicious. After eating and resting well, Li Fei took Li Xian to the space. Li Xian was willing to be a tool and went to the river to fish. The dozens of seeds he bought last night were still in his backpack. Even the land he hoed had not been refreshed, so he could plant it directly. Li Fei was full of energy at the moment. Sowing seeds. A pea pistol seed and 3 chili pepper rifle seeds were planted together, and taro bomb seeds, sweet potato mine seeds and potato grenade seeds were planted in the back. And behind the exotic plants were ordinary crops, including the jasmine and Rehmannia glutinosa that had not yet fully matured. Li Fei was sowing seeds, and in the end, there was not enough land, so he had to hoe it himself. And then he had sown all the dozens of seeds. In addition, he had to water and fertilize one by one. After doing this whole set, not only did he have to use up all his energy, but he also had to run out of ash. Li Fei flipped through the storage box, found a fruit platter, and found a few wild vegetables to eat. And then, he recovered some energy and went to collect. Back to reality. Li Su was still working out in the afternoon. Originally, we couldn't hear the gunshots like in the early morning and noon. But this time, they started to ring again intermittently. After all, the rescue soldiers were also human beings. No matter how determined they were, they couldn't go to fight monsters without food or water. Li Su looked at the group chat on Li Fei's phone, and they were indeed talking about the gunshots. The neighborhood committee property also began to show up frequently to encourage and comfort the residents of the community. As if suppressing the monsters was not far from success, and returning to their original lives was not far away. But Li Su's mood was still heavy. The more excited the group members were, the more his chest felt like it was being pressed by a huge rock, and he couldn't breathe. Because according to Li Fei, zombies were just the beginning of the end of the world, and the natural disasters that appeared later were the key. Humans can be stronger than zombies, but how can they defeat the mysterious nature? Although Li Su has learned the inside story, he can't help but feel melancholy when he thinks about the future. Fortunately, he still has his family to accompany him. God knows how Li Fei faced the days of loneliness alone in the last life. So in this life, he must not be a burden to her. Thinking of this, Li Su put those melancholy behind his mind and prepared to start the fitness plan he had set early in the morning. However, after doing 2 sets of push-ups, the doorbell suddenly rang. Li Su frowned and turned on his mobile phone to check the surveillance. There was a strange man in a coat standing in the picture, and he only pressed once and stood quietly waiting. Of course, except for those who have already met. The Li family is unfamiliar with other residents of this building. Li Su thought for a moment, and seeing that the man did not leave, he came to the door, opened the window on the door, and asked calmly, "Hello. What can I do for you?" Chapter 47. It can be seen that the man is not short. His face cannot be seen from the window, so the former deliberately bent down slightly. The man looks to be in his 40s, with a 4:6 head shape, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and exuding a gentle temperament. However, Li Su did not easily believe what he saw. Li Fei also said that many people in the end times are not good at judging people by their appearance. Their acting skills are good enough to win the golden man, but they may be beasts in human clothing. "Hello. I am the resident of 1802 downstairs." The man spoke politely. "Excuse me. Do you have any feminine hygiene products at home? I can exchange them with supplies. You can tell me what supplies you want, and I will exchange them for you." Li Fei also stocked up a lot of sanitary products when she was stockpiling consumable daily necessities, even more than seasonings and food. After all, for a long time after the natural disaster destroyed the environment, the factories that made such items would not be rebuilt, and they would be thrown away after use. So they had to stock up in large quantities, and they also spent a lot of money for this. However, Li Su and Li Xian had no doubts about this. This was not only extremely important to Li Fei, but also to all women. Even now, many people think that the end of the world is a joke. There are many people who think that women's sanitary products are not necessities, and there is no need to be so nervous. Not to mention that after the end of the world, there are factories for food and daily necessities being built. But the construction of factories for making such items is far away. Even before Li Fei died, the shopping malls or processing plants in the base where he was located did not have a special area for selling such items. So in the end, women can only go back a few decades in this regard and use the simple methods of the old times to deal with it. Of course, this is just a helpless method for ordinary people. Li Fei doesn't know how the upper class solves it, but Li Su can't directly reject the man in front of him, because the Li family is still somewhat prominent. Occasionally, when they are on the line, the other party has stated that there is a girl in the family of the famous troublemaker 1902. Now I'm afraid that everyone in the building knows it. But he didn't make his own decision. He just thought for a moment and said, "You also know that you can't go out now. There is a shortage of supplies. I can't decide this alone. I have to ask my family." Although it was vague, the man understood it. After all, Li Su couldn't use this thing, so the members living together would have it. So it was reasonable to ask. As 1802, he went to the 16th and 17th floors, but was either directly rejected or there were no women in the residence room. So naturally there were no sanitary products. He had also heard about 1902, and his impression was still at the hearsay stage. He had no hope at first, but after hearing this reply that neither agreed nor denied, he suddenly felt a little hopeful and hurriedly said, "Can we add a contact number first?" he asked, and emphasized, "Because it's urgent. So whatever supplies you want, we will do our best to find a way." Li Su stopped answering and just took out his own phone to add him. Since the end of the world, few people in his address book have contacted him. He didn't know if they had changed or they didn't have time or the mood to chat. He simply deleted them all first to avoid embarrassment when someone came to ask him for help. Anyway, it's better for him to add than to use Li Fei's number. The man finally smiled and nodded. Thank you. My last name is Ming. I won't bother you for now. After saying this, he left obediently without entanglement. Maybe he would go to other residents to ask. After all, the more items, the better. Li Su just treated it as a small episode and prepared to wait for Li Fei to come back to talk to her, and went to the gym again, estimating the time when the siblings would return. Li Su looked in the refrigerator again and took out a bag of frozen chicken wings. Li Xian liked chicken wings the most, so he prepared to make one. As for vegetables, he could only eat Chinese cabbage. Fortunately, Chinese cuisine is extensive and profound, with many cooking methods. Even if the ingredients are single, you won't get tired of it for a while. Of course, it is also because Li Su has good cooking skills. The most important thing is that he is willing to cook for his family, and the green vegetables don't take long to grow. Li Fei has applied fertilizer, so at most 2 days, they can eat green vegetables, so they can wait patiently. Sure enough, when Li Fei and Li Xian returned to reality, they soon smelled the fragrance coming from the kitchen. Just smelling this fragrance, the physical strength of the two seemed to have been restored. Li Xian naturally smelled his favorite chicken wings and hurried to the kitchen. Li Fei calmly went to the balcony and opened the window. She could still hear a few sounds of firearms, but for some reason, they seemed to be farther away from here, and the frequency was also reduced. Could it be that there is also a range requirement for annihilating monsters? Or is it because there are not many troops? After all, it is not only zombies that can turn into zombies. She closed the window and walked slowly in thought, and suddenly heard the doorbell ring. Li Su always closed the sliding door tightly when cooking, so there was no smell of food in the living room. But I'm afraid every household has been cooking these 2 days, so there is no fear of spilling the smell for people to smell. Li Fei turned on the surveillance, and unexpectedly it was Chow Yifei from 1002. She was not that familiar with him, so she opened the window on the door as usual. Chow Yifei was shocked by this operation and opened his eyes wide. No wonder Jian Li said that her family was a thorn. This operation must be the only one in the whole building. What's the matter? Li Fei's tone was distant. Excuse me, goddess. Chow Yifei bowed respectfully and held something with both hands. Thank you for the supplies you gave me. I made some food. Please accept it. Why does it look like a little brother paying protection money? Li Fei twitched her mouth and closed the window. Just when Chow Yifei was stunned, she opened the door, but did not loosen the anti-theft chain. Chow Yifei was sure to hug the goddess' thigh. Look at this row of anti-theft chains. How safe it is. Don't call me that. I'm not used to it. Li Fei refused directly. Chow Yifei's eyes sparkled, and she agreed immediately. Okay. Big sister. As you say, big sister. It's more and more like collecting protection money. Li Fei sighed. Chow Yifei was obviously older than her, but she was so willing to call her sister. But she seemed to be very good at observing people's expressions. She had no choice but to ask, what do you want to give me? Chow Yifei said embarrassedly, I made the bag of flour you gave me into pasta. After all, it was you who gave it to me, so I gave you some to try. Li Fei asked, can you make pasta? There are very few local people who can really knead dough. Either they are too lazy to do it, or they just buy ready-made dough and noodles to make wontons and dumplings. Hand-rolled noodles are basically not seen in ordinary families. Chow Yifei proudly said, I know a little bit. I ate more noodles in my hometown, but after coming to S City, I followed the local customs. Sometimes, I would make my own food when I wanted to eat it. It seems that he is also an S drifter. S City is a compatible city, so Li Fei had seen the wheat fields in the base when he was farming in his previous life. Besides, some noodles are durable and easy to fill up. Rice was only eaten by wealthy families later. In order to survive, Li Fei, who eats rice as his staple food, had to change his habits. But who cares about rice or noodles now? Being able to fill your stomach is the most important thing. Besides, Chow Yifei is willing to share, although there is also some intention of winning over. Maybe this step means a lot. Chow Yifei took a plastic bag and put it in there. It looked big and flat. Li Fei opened it and saw that it looked a bit like a pot cake. The bag of flour she gave was a standard 500g bag. If it was made according to the ordinary cake, it would only make 5 or 6 portions at most. Chow Yifei was quite clever and made a thinner and larger pot cake. which used less flour and could make more. Li Fei thought for a while and said, "We only need 2. I appreciate your kindness. I understand." Chow Yifei rubbed his hands. After all, it was still winter. If you have any instructions from the big sister in the future, just call me. In fact, he also wanted Li Fei to say this. No matter before or after the end of the world, favors are always useful. Li Fei took 2 guicui pancakes and felt the temperature. They seemed to have just been out of the oven. Now was the time to cook. After thanking Chow Yifei, they said goodbye. The latter wisely did not bother to lower his favor and turned to go downstairs. Li Fei put the guicui pancakes on the dining table and said to Li Su that Chow Yifei must not have any leftover stuffing. The guicui without stuffing was actually no different from dry steamed buns. It was a pure staple food and 1 less box of rice could be made today. The chicken wings sizzled in the oil pan. It was not difficult to make the food edible. In addition, it had been marinated in advance. Li Su handed the spatula to Li Xian and walked out of the kitchen to report. While you were still in the space, the male resident of 1802 downstairs came up and wanted to exchange things. But I have to ask for your opinion. So I just exchanged contact information with him first. Li Fei shook his head. Brother, there is also a share for you at home. If it is just ordinary supplies, you and Ashwan can basically recognize people now. So you can decide for yourself. Li Su smiled helplessly. No. I really need to discuss this with you. Li Fei asked curiously. What supplies does he want? Li Su answered truthfully. Female hygiene products. You should know more about this than me. Li Fei paused, and suddenly realized something, and suddenly felt a little inexplicably disappointed. If she had not been reborn and had enough funds, Li Fei would not be able to stock up many hygiene products. When she was in the base in her previous life, she used other methods like many women to solve the problem. Moreover, there was a period of time when mutant beasts invaded many times, and they would be very sensitive to the smell of blood. It was not uncommon for low-level women to be forced into the mouths of beasts as bait. Li Fei's heart softened when she thought of this. But she quickly recovered and asked for the contact information of the resident in 1802. 1802 quickly approved Li Fei's application, and must have known that it was a woman in 1902. So she immediately sent a question. Can I exchange it with supplies? Li Fei asked back. What supplies are you going to exchange? Of course. This depends on what you need. I will try my best to find it. If I can't find it, I will also exchange it with supplies of corresponding value. Is that okay? At least it's much better than those people who only want to get something for nothing. It's just that Li Fei thought about it, and it seems that there is no shortage of supplies at home for the time being. If I really want to say, it's vegetables. But now every household may not have as many supplies as hers. But she immediately thought of something and sent a message. How about exchanging a bag of sugar? The other party quickly replied, okay. I'll look for it first and contact you later. Thank you. Sugar is a strategic material. When Li Fei was stockpiling it, she had to buy it from several accounts to buy a large amount smoothly. Sugar, like salt, provides energy for the body. Symptoms such as hypoglycemia caused by not consuming sugar for a long time can be fatal in severe cases. Although Li Fei softened her heart, she was not a philanthropist. The importance of these two materials is actually similar, but one is valued by everyone, and the other is completely ignored by some people. At this time, the other party sent another message, saying that a bag of sugar was found and asked how to hand it over. Li Fei had also found a plastic bag, put a pack of daily and nighttime supplies in it, and stuffed 2 ginger candy granules. It was only 1 floor away, so she asked him to come up directly. After hearing the doorbell, he opened the window on the door. The male resident of 1802 had a teacher's temperament all over his body. He handed over a bag of complete white sugar. After Li Fei flipped through it and checked it, she handed the plastic bag over. The man smiled as if relieved. Thank you very much. It just happened that this is out of stock. I borrowed it from the surrounding area, but couldn't borrow it. My last name is Ming. You can make a note like this. Perhaps because they heard the sound of arms, they thought that this man-eating monster could be completely suppressed and life could return to the past. And even their tone was a little relaxed. If they met someone with a sinister heart, they would definitely think that his family had other supplies and did something harmful to the world. Li Fei didn't say any of this, but just nodded and said, go back and take good care of her. Mr. Ming thanked him again and left the corridor. Chapter 48. Li Xian successfully fried the chicken wings, and Li Su added a dish of stir-fried cabbage. The three of them finished their meal at the table with relish, waiting to deal with a group of zombies at the end. This time, Li Su and Li Xian finally touched the crossbows with satisfaction. There were pistols guarding the fields. The two brothers shot one arrow each, which seemed like they were teasing the zombies, which was also a practice. However, Li Fei opened the mall interface and fell into deep thought again. Building 20 was either occupied by residents or tenants. Compared with other buildings, the occupancy rate was 100%, which meant that there were at least hundreds of people in the entire building. She was not very confident about the defense of her home. Most families must have kitchen knives and tools, and axes might also be obtained. Although she changed the new door at a critical moment. If there was a siege one day, the anti-theft lock would probably not last long in the hands of vicious people, and they would always go out. What if all three of them went out? Someone might try to pry open the door and sneak in. Even if she could put all the supplies in the house into the space first. She just didn't want strangers to come in. In addition, some people would probably move everything they could even if they couldn't find food and drink. Not to mention that some residents already hated their family and had to be on guard. So, she had to think of a way to reinforce the door. If it was in the villa area, there would be more places to renovate, and it could be completely built in the direction of a copper wall and iron fortress. But for the apartment building, she could only start with the door. Li Fei browsed the mall, and soon found a suitable exotic plant. Clematis blocking net. Ancient books once said, its root is as thin as iron wire, and its flower is like lotus. So it is called clematis. Independent courtyards, like that, always have iron wire, and iron nets at the tip to prevent thieves from climbing over the wall and breaking into the house. The door of the house can also be covered with a layer of iron net for defense. Moreover, strange plants seem to have a little mind. As for the final effect, we have to wait until it is really late to see. Besides, even if it is planted in the field, it can prevent zombies. It is a completely defensive strange plant. Li Fei bought 2 seeds and planted them next to the pea pistol. After watering and fertilizing, Li Su and Li Xian also successfully killed the zombie group. Li Fei looked at the currency column and returned to double digits. He shook his head. This gold coin is still not worth spending. Sister, Li Xian suddenly asked, when will we go to the mine? The tools in the farm space are mostly made of stone, and only by going down to the mine can we have the opportunity to upgrade them. Li Fei looked at the expanding field and smiled. Don't worry. It will be soon. The next morning, there was no sound of gunfire like yesterday, but the group suddenly exploded. The reason is that there may be a few houses near the gate of the community with telescopes. So they saw that the zombies on the road were not completely eliminated, and they were all moving towards the community. This caused countless grievances among the residents. But they seemed to know that the neighborhood committee property did not want to intervene. Apart from cursing and blaming the government and the heavens and the earth. No matter how much they said, they felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Li Fei was dismissive of this. The rescue army had done their best to save themselves and eliminate most of the zombies on the road. In fact, there were many old-style communities around this community. The defense of the old communities was not so strong. It was estimated that many had already fallen. The number of zombies was only more than a few. It was already good that this community could hold on until now without being broken into. If Li Fei still lived in that old community, I am afraid he would also be one of the people who fell into danger. Living here, it would take some effort for the zombies to climb up from the ground floor. The domestic firepower is sufficient, but the population base is also large. Besides, it is not only humans who can be transformed into zombies in the future. It seems that the rescue troops should have left to continue to fire in the next area. They can only focus on destroying the monsters first. As for the residents in the community, to put it bluntly, they can only pray for the best. Today's breakfast is still frozen food. When Li Fei was stocking up, he bought some of each type in the mall. This time, he searched in the freezer and actually found a box of frozen gukui. And it was the classic pickled mustard flavor. However, the frozen ones are definitely not as good as the taste of Chow Yifei's hand-rolled ones. So Li Fei changed to another bag of hand-pulled pancakes. In the previous life, there was a stall specializing in selling hand-pulled pancakes in the university cafeteria. Li Fei sometimes went to buy one to take away when he didn't have time for breakfast. Compared with the ingredients wrapped inside, he still liked the golden crispy skin on top the most. Just take out the frozen pancakes and fry them in a pan. And be sure to spread egg liquid under the pancakes. Fry 2 ham sausages. And spread a little sauce on them. And a simple breakfast is ready. But while waiting for them to come out of the oven, Li Fei contacted Chow Yifei. And she was ready to solve this matter early in the morning. Chow Yifei agreed very neatly. Nowadays, people either sleep all day in a daze and try to ignore the hunger, or dare not sleep more, becoming as sleepless as the elderly. And the overall biological clock has changed. Chow Yifei is obviously the latter. It was agreed to meet on the 19th floor in half an hour. Li Fei slowly ate the hand-grabbed pancake with egg and ham and spread with black pepper sauce, biting the tip of the straw and drinking milk. She didn't care how much complaints other buildings had, and it was important to live her life peacefully. Chow Yifei came upstairs on time and rang the doorbell. Li Fei asked Li Su and Li Xian to start training first. She looked through the peephole and saw the former holding a stool in one hand and a bag in the other, waiting outside the door obediently. She didn't have to get a chair herself. Otherwise, how could she do her hair standing? Li Fei dressed neatly and walked out of the house with self-defense weapons. Good morning, big sister. Chow Yifei looked more energetic than when they first met. After all, they were just short of food now. And the electricity, water, and gas had not been cut off. When that time came, most people would look sloppy. Chow Yifei was a Tony teacher. He probably paid the most attention to his head shape and face. These days, he had supplies again, so he had the leisure to dress himself up. As if to take credit, he showed Li Fei the tools he brought. They were very complete, including combs, hairpins, rechargeable curling irons and straighteners, as well as a set of professional hairdressing scissors of different shapes and lengths, much like the set of knives that a chef would have. There were also aprons, brushes, spray bottles, positioning combs, and powder puffs commonly seen in barbershops. Except for the fact that hair dryers and shampooing were not allowed. Everything was available. Li Fei glanced at the almost flattering smile on Chow Yifei's face and said, "I'll pay you first." Chow Yifei was stunned. In fact, he didn't think about receiving the goods first and then working. He only thought about how to please Li Fei, who was his big leg. He didn't expect the latter to take the initiative to bring it up, which made him very moved. Who is always spreading rumors about 1902 in the group? He is obviously a good person. Really, you should not believe in rumors or spread them. When Li Fei handed over the reward, Chow Yifei opened his eyes wide in surprise. If I am not mistaken, it is pancake. It seems that 1902 has already eaten breakfast and prepared a portion for him. Since the monster appeared, Chow Yifei has not eaten breakfast, but he believes that most residents in the community are the same. Breakfast can be endured for a while. Lunch is to sustain the whole day, and dinner is to avoid being too hungry to sleep at night. So if you can still eat breakfast normally at this time, it means that there must be sufficient supplies at home. But Chow Yifei didn't have any evil thoughts. You know, he saw it with his own eyes. The 1902 family would not hesitate or drag their feet when attacking people. He still lives alone and doesn't want to die. Li Fei saw Chow Yifei standing there in a daze and reminded him, "It's time to work." She naturally knew that Chow Yifei was sure that there was food in his family. If he hadn't seen how they dealt with Jiang Li's family, she wouldn't be completely relieved. At least at this stage, the social order has not collapsed completely. If there are any additional situations at that time, they can be dealt with directly. Chow Yifei didn't expect that Li Fei had already chosen his two fates in his heart. He just took it with both hands respectfully, and put it tightly in his pocket after feeling the warmth in his hands. He couldn't bear to eat it in the morning. This was already a meal, and he would definitely choose a good time to eat it with tears of gratitude when he got back. As mentioned before, Li Fei was thoughtful, but not much, and only gave Chow Yifei a hand-grabbed pancake with a sausage. Eggs can be stored in the refrigerator for more than a month. Even if the power is cut off in this weather, they can still be kept. It's just that if you eat one less, you will have one less. If you want to have eggs freely again, I'm afraid you can only build a poultry house on the farm. So the eggs in Li Fei's house are only for herself and her family, and no one else will give them. Chow Yifei tied a cloth around Li Fei and said respectfully, "Big sister, please tell me what you think." I thought it was a joke. Li Fei tilted her head and thought for a while, then said, "Just cut it above the neck. No bangs." Li Fei had cut her bangs before the end of the world. Although she was not ugly, The hairstyle also depended on the face. For her, it was a disaster to have bangs. In fact, her current hair was just a little over her shoulders. Not too long. And could be fixed with a hair band. But when she saw 2001 short hair, she was a little tempted. Okay. Chow Yifei agreed immediately, and then sprayed his hair with a spray bottle. For a while, there was only a crackling sound in the corridor. However, at this moment, the door of 1901 suddenly creaked open, and Wu Sini scratched his head and leaned against the door and joked. Miss Li is so leisurely. You're already doing hairdressing services? Li Fei held a long-handled mirror in her hand and answered slowly, No. Dr. Wu is not living a comfortable life. You must have made a lot of money these days. Right? Chow Yifei remained silent, pretending that he didn't exist. But he didn't stop the action in his hands. But after hearing this, he also knew who this man was. He should be the doctor in Building 20, who is now famous even in the owner group. Another owner who has no shortage of supplies. It seems that the strong will stick together with the strong. I must find a way to get a position. Chow Yifei thought more and more in his heart. Wu Sini didn't leave, and Li Fei was too lazy to care about him. He just stared at the mirror and watched the hairstyle gradually completed. I finally met a Tony teacher, but I probably won't have the time to do my hair in the future. As a Tony teacher, Chow Yifei is well known on the review platform. He doesn't cut hair randomly. He designs it according to the facial features and even the temperament. In the end, he cut Li Fei a low-level, fine short hair, which is light and natural, with neat ends. Many girls who want to become heroic with their hairstyles ask for this style. But in Li Fei's case, there is a little more toughness and softness. Wu Sini looked at her. The hair ends were cut short, which revealed the bone lines on her face. Her white and expressionless face had a kind of coldness like snow. He was stunned for a moment, and his heart was shaken. The heat generated by the kinetic energy seemed to melt the snow. Chow Yifei had already started brushing the broken hair on his neck with a brush, and asked with a smile, How is it, big sister? Are you satisfied? Li Fei looked at the mirror and didn't answer. But Wu Sini raised her eyebrows and asked, Big sister? Chow Yifei said confidently while packing up the tools. Of course. Big sister is strong in martial arts. Beautiful and kind. What else can she be called if not big sister? Li Fei was about to speak, but suddenly heard a dull loud noise outside the window. The windows in the corridor had been closed since before the end of the world, and no one had opened them at this time. If they could hear such a loud noise, they didn't know what it was. Li Fei's eyes were stern, and he got up first and went to the window. Wu Sini also frowned and followed closely behind him. Chow Yifei was a step slower because he was startled, and he came to his senses and hurried to catch up. Chapter 49. Li Fei opened the corridor window, but from this angle, he could only see the building and could not understand the situation at all. Fortunately, Chow Yifei brought his mobile phone with him. He originally wanted to take a photo after getting his hair done. That was the habit of their group of Tony teachers. But now it had other uses. He hurriedly opened the owner group. It turned out that about 10 minutes ago, the owners in the group had already cried and screamed, especially the residents living in the building close to the front door of the community. They said that the man-eating monster had pushed down half of the front door board and asked the property management what to do. But the property management staff pretended to be dead again, so it was impossible for anyone to repair the gate again. After more than 10 minutes, the gate was lost, and some zombies climbed over the low telescopic door and entered the community. Chow Yifei's face turned pale, and he said in fear, It's over. Those monsters have entered the community. What should we do? Why panic? Li Fei interrupted. The community gate is only the first line of defense. There are also unit doors under the building. Even if it is broken in the end, you live on the 10th floor, and they will have to climb for a while. At worst, there is still your door. Wu Sini added on the side, There have been precedents of knocking down zombies before, so it is not completely unfamiliar to us. Fear is the reason why we defeat ourselves. These words sounded very nice, but they were better than the psychological state of being so scared that you can't do anything. Li Fei glanced at Wu Sini and happened to meet her smiling eyes, and seemed to have quickly winked. Speechless. Zombies? Could those monsters be zombies? Chow Yifei asked in surprise. If it was zombies, young people had more or less seen them on the screen and on the internet, so they were not so panicked. But soon he said with a bitter face, Big sister. Dr. Wu. You are talking lightly. I have rented a house here for less than half a year, and I don't cook much. So I have no knives or tools. And only the fire axe can be used. That's enough. Li Fei said indifferently. The zombie's weakness is the head. And the fire axe can completely split it. Besides, your hairdressing scissors can barely be used as daggers. Oh! There is also a rolling pin, which can also be used to knock. If you can't knock the zombies to death, you can knock people. Chow Yifei choked, didn't know how to answer, and trembled all over. Axe, split, dagger, rolling pin, all are ways of attack. In Li Fei's mouth, it's like learning to cook. How can she be so calm? This is not a zombie game. It's a man-eating monster right in front of you. If you get bitten, there will be no solution. Wu Sini is used to Li Fei's appearance, and said, Okay, why don't you go back first? Maybe there will be news in the group later. Chow Yifei reacted and quickly packed up and went downstairs to go home. Li Fei did not leave, but still stood by the window. Wu Sini did not leave either. He looked at the person in front of him quietly. He did not know what she was thinking, but there was no panic in her eyes. Instead, there was a hint of excitement. It was really strange, but also very attractive. Li Fei noticed the increasingly emotional look, looked back, and said, Dr. Wu should have someone who can make weapons at home. Right? It should not be as miserable as that hairdresser. I also found a way to take out the fire axe in the fire box. Wu Sini said this and asked with a smile. Miss Li, are you concerned about me? No. Li Fei replied coldly. You are the only doctor in the whole building. I am afraid that you will not be able to save your life. And there will be no one who knows the business after that. Wu Sini curled her lips, pretending to be weak and sad, and said, So you only care about my skills. Actually, I am a good person too? Li Fei rolled her eyes, ignored him, and went straight back to 1902. Li Su and Li Xian had not joined the owner group. When Li Fei came back at this time, she happened to see the former supervising the latter doing squats. I don't know how many sets they have done in such a period of time. Anyway, Li Xian's face has turned red. The two looked over and were both amazed for a moment, because Li Fei had never cut her hair so short before. It was very novel. Li Xian wiped the sweat on her nose and said, Sister, you look like the short-haired actress in the old Hong Kong dramas. Li Fei patted her neck, which seemed to have some hair, and asked, Does it look good? No matter what, girls still care about their appearance. Li Su nodded and praised, It looks good. You always had braids before, but I didn't expect short hair to look good. This happy atmosphere did not last long, and it was broken by Li Fei herself. She first poured a glass of water and said, Brother, Ashwan, the zombies have broken through the front door of the community. She took a sip of water and suddenly said, Brother, I want to eat scrambled eggs with onions for lunch. After eating cabbage for a few meals, it's time to change the taste. There are more than one kind of vegetables that can be stored in this season. Li Su and Li Xian's expressions really changed very quickly, which was very interesting. They didn't reply for a long time, but after all, the Li family had a trump card, so they wouldn't panic like ordinary residents. So they recovered quickly, but still expressed a few concerns. Li Fei didn't care about any random thoughts. She didn't have time to worry about them now. However, she was very patient with her family. She repeated almost everything she said to Chow Yifei before. It's normal to worry. Wu Sini's words were really good. The source of people's cowardice in the end times comes from fear. They must face and overcome fear to have a chance to survive. Otherwise, there is no need for zombie disasters. They will collapse first. Since Li Su and Li Xian have come to the end of the world, they have to go through these things like everyone else. But Li Fei can't help much, and psychological problems have to be solved by themselves. She returned to the bedroom and took out some equipment from the storage box. At present, there is no difference between the community and the road outside. If there is a chance, they can go out and take a look. After counting, she went to the living room again. Li Su and Li Xian seemed to have calmed down and were still exercising. Li Fei curled her lips and joined in. It was not until noon that Li Fei wiped the sweat and opened the group chat that was always full of messages. In addition to discussing the zombies that broke the door, they were asking when the next rescue supplies would be delivered. Although the first batch of rescue supplies was rich in variety, the quantity was not much. Even if an ordinary family of 3 was frugal, they could not eat for a week. The sound of the rescue army's weapons to eliminate zombies had calmed down a lot. Now zombies are pouring into the community. And with them comes an indescribable horror. Naturally, they are asking for the supplies that were originally few. The neighborhood committee property management certainly would not choose to jump out at this time. Or they are also overwhelmed by the need to survive first. Seeing that the former was useless, the residents began to tag the firefighter in Building 24, seemingly wanting him to solve the problem. Li Fei laughed at the news. Although firefighters are firefighters, they are not really powerful enough to eliminate all zombies by themselves. If other residents form a team, there will be a chance. But I am afraid that no one dares to stand up. The identity of a firefighter is not useful. With just a profession, can they kill all zombies in one fell swoop? The front door of the community was broken, and it was only a matter of time before the back door was broken. Soon after, the firefighter came online and sent a message, asking if anyone wanted to form a team to defend the building. Fortunately, he saw that no one was willing, and some even questioned him. So he left a message saying, "May you be blessed," and stopped talking. It seems that this firefighter is not a saintly figure. After all, he has a wife and children at home. Even if he is a firefighter, what does it matter? Now people are really panicking. Originally, only Mr. Firefighter had knocked down the most zombies before. Without him, it seemed as if they had lost their backbone. They quickly left messages below, and many residents of Building 24 stood up and said they wanted to form a team. As for how to form a team, that is a later story in the Building 24 group. The group of Building 20 was also arguing over the issue of supplies and zombies, and they kept tagging the building manager Jianli. Who would have thought that the person who would always find a way to respond to the residents tagging in the past, this time did not say anything, as if he was secretly trying to do something. Some people also tried to tag Ding Jie from Building 902. After all, except for tenants like Chao Yifei, most of the residents in this building knew Jianli and Ding Jie, and naturally knew that they were close. From the day Ding Jie received the supplies, to the time Jianli had to go to her house to ask for supplies, the relationship between the two had become a little strained, and it was even more impossible for her to speak at this time, which was completely different from the beginning. So the fire finally burned Li Fei. 1001 Jianli, because my child was injured. I have no time to take care of the trivial matters of the building recently. Everyone should stay calm and wait for rescue. After she said this, someone asked, 601, how did the child get injured? 1001 Jianli. He was deliberately injured by the resident of 1902. The girl who rented the house was dissatisfied with the distribution of materials and directly smashed my son's hand. If you don't believe it, just look. Seeing someone asking, Jianli suddenly became excited and immediately sent a few pictures to prove it. Li Fei sneered and clicked to see that there was a red and swollen spot on Luo Qinyang's palm. Li Xian also saw it from the side, frowned and said unhappily, "It was obviously me who smashed it. Why did she blame you?" "Probably because she is most upset with me. And she is not familiar with you," Li Fei answered calmly. And in just 2 sentences, the residents in the group chat changed their attitude and began to blame 1902. Those with bad tempers started to curse. In their eyes, Jianli didn't care because her son was injured, and she didn't want to care anymore. The injury was because she was beaten by 1902's people. So of course they all came. For them, even the building manager didn't care, and the neighborhood committee property was pretending to be dead. So how could they live? 301, when did this girl move in? Why don't I have any impression of her? 402, she just moved in. Do you need to know? 701, is the beating real? Can a girl beat the son of the building manager? Or did she go to the door to beat him? Why do I not believe it? 1301, the pictures have been posted. The wound looks like it was caused by a beating. How can it be real? 202, how can the girl be so cruel? What kind of upbringing? Good fellow. She doesn't even pay attention to the zombies that have entered the community. Right? Li Xian was getting more and more upset and said, "Sister, can you still tolerate this? You must fight back." Li Fei smiled but said nothing. She even pointed her finger mysteriously and shushed. Li Xian looked at the group chat again, and there were indeed different voices. Chapter 50. 2001. Building Manager. You are really good at diverting troubles and taking advantage of your seniority. If you hadn't lost 1902's supplies and given them to others, would 1902 have come to ask for them? Not only did you lose their supplies, You also withheld supplies from other residents. In this case, I would have beaten you. 2001 at 9:02. Haven't you always been following the building manager? Why haven't you come out recently? 1002. I can prove it. I was withheld supplies. Let me show you what I received at that time. You can compare it yourself. I was definitely the one who received the least in the whole building. 1002. Picture. Li Fei zoomed in and saw that it was probably a photo taken right after he got home. The pitiful 3 carrots, an onion, and a bag of dried black fungus. All of which didn't need to be packed in bags and could be carried with 2 hands. 1001 Jianli. Don't spit blood at me. You households are trying to be independent. But now the residents of the entire building are all one. And you are the only ones who want to be special and don't listen to advice. You have the nerve to exclude me? You even came to my house and beat up my son. What's the difference between you and the bully? My family will settle this account sooner or later. 1601. I'm getting more and more confused, each of you sticking to your own opinion. 302. How could the building manager have less supplies for us? Aren't they all distributed equally? 501 at 2001 at 1002. Do you have any evidence? Just talking is not enough. 2001. I have acquaintances in other buildings. Or you have some too. You can go and ask them. I won't say much. Just post the screenshots of my chats with those people. You can see what other buildings are posting. If you suspect that person exists, you can go to the owner group to find him. 2001. Picture. 2001 posted 5 or 6 pictures in a row, all of which were photos of the supplies taken by the residents. In addition to food, storable vegetables, and dry goods. Some of them came with small eggs in plastic boxes. Some came with cooking oil, salt, sugar and other seasonings. Some came with frozen food. And some came with a few instant noodles and self-heating hot pots. The most important thing is that each picture contains a small bag of meat from different parts. The supplies were stacked together for photos. When the group saw these supplies, they didn't even doubt it. And they went crazy. 1701. Self-heating hot pot? I didn't even see the shadow when I went to the rooftop to collect supplies. 502. Eggs. I haven't eaten eggs for a long time. Has any one of you received it? 1102. No. Why didn't my family receive meat? This is unfair. 1601. I remember that I went from the 1st to the 4th floor to collect and then posted the picture. Was there milk? How were these supplies distributed? 1401. Neighbors. I checked. And the other party in this screenshot has a corresponding avatar in the owner group. 1502. Ah? Could it be that the building manager really embezzled the money? 1402. How could this be possible? He is still the building manager? He is abusing his power for personal gain. This 2001 really dropped a bomb. The residents who learned part of the truth immediately forgot about Luo Qinyang's injury and besieged Jianli. Jianli did not reply for the time being. Probably because she didn't know how to reply. Because she really did withhold supplies. But it was only from those annoying families. If she continued to conceal it, the residents would become more and more excited. If she told the truth, the residents would not forgive her, but would question whether their supplies were withheld. It would be unpopular on both sides. 1602. Since the supplies have been withheld, let's go to 1001 together and get back the supplies that belong to us. This suggestion was quickly adopted by the public. There were no zombies in the corridor yet, so it was still possible to just go to the door. But before they took action, they were persuaded by another message. 1801. Wait a minute. What's the difference between going up directly like this and beating people up like 1902? Don't we have people from the police station in our building? If you are not satisfied with the building manager, why don't you let the police station solve it? 1801 at 1802. Li Fei raised his eyebrows when he saw this. There are people from the police station in this building? Police? 1802. Isn't that the man who came to borrow sanitary products? Because he was very polite. He didn't bother me again. And Li Fei didn't delete him. But that man doesn't look like a policeman. Could he be a family member? 1802. The building manager is elected by the neighborhood committee to handle building affairs. We don't participate and just follow the arrangements. 1801 didn't seem to give up. And asked again, the building is about to make trouble. Don't you care? Why does 1801 feel like he is deliberately leading people to jump into the fire pit? 1802. If the building manager really did something wrong, then he deserves to be blamed by the residents. And I won't participate. Besides, we don't know if our supplies have been withheld. Right? 1602, damn. The police station said so. So what are we waiting for? Neighbors. Go! Li Fei finished a whole melon and felt so full that she didn't even need to eat lunch. Anyway, she lived on the 19th floor, so what happened on the 10th floor would not be transmitted to her. The messages in the group gradually slowed down. Maybe everyone had to go out to 1001. Li Fei just wanted to put down her phone when she received several private messages. Dr. Wu, look at the wound. It was cold applied immediately, and the subcutaneous bleeding was not very serious. Did you really do it? Li Fei snorted and replied. I didn't do it, but I can definitely do it. And it will be more serious than the picture. Do you want to try it? Dr. Wu? The other party quickly replied. No, and I will definitely not be treated like this by you, because I will not be the opposite of you. He didn't forget to follow up with an emoticon. Li Fei snorted and returned to the page, only to find that another message was sent by 2001, because she hadn't bothered him since adding him as a friend. Li Fei almost forgot that he was in her address book. And there was no note. Only a house number. 2001. How is it? The building manager is really embarrassed. To be honest, it's hard to forget that makeup and dress at the first time. Li Fei asked back. You seem to hate the building manager? 2001 said honestly, yes. I don't like her. I thought that since I was a tenant and lived high up, we wouldn't see each other often. I didn't expect this to happen. 2001. Can I ask you a question? I won't bother you for too long. In this situation, there must be not many people at home who need to prepare lunch. But the Li family continued to cook as if nothing had happened, since it was not time yet. Li Fei agreed. 2001. Do you know how to knock down those monsters downstairs? Li Fei frowned slightly, stood up, and walked to the balcony to look down. In the morning, the zombies had not yet arrived at the 20th floor. It was estimated that they were attracted by the residents on the lower floors of the buildings in front of the door. She took out the telescope again. Although she couldn't see the back door from her window, she could barely see the world behind the door. A group of zombies had just been cleared by the rescue army. Some zombies appeared again on the street, but the number was definitely much less than before. Li Fei put away the telescope and asked, Why do you think I can do it? And didn't someone knock me down before? You should ask them. Hee. I guessed. I play tarot. And we are neighbors. Li Fei didn't know why her heart skipped a beat. The end of the world has come, so it's not surprising that she can be reborn. And the fantasy tarot doesn't seem to be unacceptable. Could it be that she really found something? Judging from the fact that they keep biting people, and the people bitten will mutate. They feel very similar to zombies. Li Fei did not use a very firm tone to 2001. And 2001 suddenly realized. Oh, if it is a zombie, it makes sense. I have played games. And the weakness is the brain. Right? It should be. The firefighters of Building 24 seem to have mentioned this in the owner group. That? 2001 looked a little hesitant, and asked after more than 10 seconds, Do you want to go out? Li Fei did not confirm or deny, but just asked back, Do you want to? Ordinary people probably don't want to. They just think that it would be best if rescue came. And I am also an ordinary person. 2001's hands were very fast, and he changed his words again. But the gunshots outside the window only lasted for a while, and we didn't know when the next batch of relief supplies would arrive. Even if they did, there was a risk that they would be secretly taken away. I thought it would be better to go out and look for them myself. This idea would eventually appear in the minds of nearly half of the people, while the other half would be the kind of people who just wanted to wait for the rescue army to rescue them personally. But there should be few people who would think so at present. Except Li Fei. The front door has been breached. You can go and clean up. I think it's dangerous to be alone. 2001 said a wronged emoticon. And I don't have any suitable weapons at home. I went to the fire box, and saw that the fire axe inside was also taken away. If it were a human, I would have a chance of winning. But zombies? I can't do it without weapons. Right? So what do you mean? Seeing that Li Fei seemed to pretend not to understand, 2001 had to speak out his true feelings. Oh, I just want to go out with you to find supplies. But I didn't call you in vain. I know that there must be food and drink supplies in a place. And I am familiar with that place. I guess no one can go there now. How about considering it? It seems that the initiative is in 2001's hands. But in fact it is in Li Fei's hands. She can almost see the former's expectant look on the screen. We can talk in detail. It's so refreshing. I like you like this. 2001 gave a thumbs up emoticon. It's too much typing. How about calling? At present, the network and signal are still connected, so any phone can be used. But Li Fei turned her head and looked at the table where the dishes were already being served, and replied, "Then I'll contact you then." "Okay. I'll wait for you." Li Fei didn't say why she wanted to contact at another time. Nowadays, people care most about time. Fortunately, 2001 didn't get entangled, and the initiative was completely in Li Fei's hands. Although it sounds like a slap. Eating is the most important thing anyway. Li Fei was sitting at the dining table, and Li Xian was setting the dishes. At this moment, the phone vibrated again. She picked it up and saw that it was a message from Qiao Yifei this time. "Qiao Yifei, big sister. There are a lot of people around me making a lot of noise. I don't dare to open the door. Otherwise, I will broadcast it live to you. Qiao Yifei, there are quite a few people. They are close to my door, and they are still shouting for Jianli to come out. Do you think they will get excited and start to bang the door?" Li Fei didn't sympathize with this at all. If she wasn't in this building, I'm afraid most people in the building would be concealed by Jiang Li's fickle face. Give more supplies to those who are won over. Deduct or give the worst to those who are not liked. And secretly keep some for yourself. Once it is exposed, it will be strange if it doesn't cause anger. Li Fei replied, "What's your business? The most important thing is to hide all the supplies first. Don't open the door." Qiao Yifei, "Yes. Yes. I'll go right away." Li Fei put down her phone and started to eat. Everything outside has nothing to do with her now. She only cares about the delicious hot food in front of her.